Jiang, April 2025. At 5:30 in the afternoon inside a fairly refined street-side cafe. Let's break up. The words came in a cold, indifferent tone from Jiang Che. She lounged against the cushioned booth, long black hair spilling lazily over her shoulders, her delicate features perfectly refined. Judging by looks alone with her makeup done, she could easily score at least 80 points out of 100. My mom said the bride price of 888,000 must not be a single yuan short. Right now you're just a penniless debtor. How are you going to come up with that? Yet clearly Chun-Hao sitting across from her cared nothing about her makeup at the moment. Jiang Che, we haven't seen each other for 2 months and you pull this on me. Chun-Hao's voice trembled with anger. That 88,000 bride price. Do I not know how you usually treat your mom? Have you ever listened to anything she said? And now you suddenly become the obedient child who follows every word. Chun-Hao tried to keep his voice low. It wasn't particularly loud, yet the people in the nearby booths could still feel the fury in his words. His once clean and fresh face had grown haggard, worn down by crushing pressure. Dark circles ringed his eyes, set off by unwashed, disheveled hair, and the chin that had always been neatly shaven was now covered in rough stubble. Sitting opposite him was the girlfriend he had been with since their sophomore year. 3 years had passed since graduation, and the two of them had already walked 5 years together. April Fool's Day is already over. I'm not joking today. These years we've been together. What have you ever given? You're more than 3 million in debt now. The house and the car have all been mortgaged to repay what you owe. Your pockets are even emptier than your face is clean. How are you supposed to support me? Can you, as you are now, give me the life I want? Chun-Hao grew even more furious at that. Back in college, I brought you meals every day. For 3 meals a day, when did you ever spend your own money? I practically had no time of my own. Whenever I had a spare moment, I went to take part-time jobs just to cover our living expenses at school. I replied to your messages in seconds. No matter how late you stayed out drinking at bars with classmates, at a single text from you, I would ride a shared bike to pick you up, and then take a taxi to send you safely back to campus. In 5 years together, 12 months in a year, and each month, we could somehow celebrate Valentine's Day 3 times. Dates, shopping for clothes, watching movies, dining in upscale restaurants. When was it ever not my money? When we graduated, I promised I would give you the life you wanted. That's why I rushed into entrepreneurship the moment I left college, borrowing money to do it. The idea to buy a franchise was yours. You chose the project. You went to that so-called headquarters for inspection while I stayed in Jiangche accompanying that location consultant to find a site. I felt the project was unreliable. Do you remember what you said back then? Do you need me to remind you? Later you insisted I mortgage the house and car to borrow even more to secure the regional and provincial agency rights. When I refused, you threatened to break up. And now this is how you treat me. Jiang Che gave a derisive snort and said with contempt, that's only because you're incompetent and couldn't run the business. Chun-Hao slapped his phone down on the table. Displayed on the screen was a mutual aid rights protection group for franchisees. So the more than 130 franchise stores nationwide are all incompetent too. Jiang Che, your ability to lie through your teeth has clearly reached the level of a master. Her expression barely changed. She said coolly, I can't be bothered to argue with you about this anymore. Chun-Hao let out a laugh of pure anger. You know you're in the wrong, so you refuse to argue, is that it? That franchise platform back then, you're the one who found it. What exactly is your relationship with them? The question seemed to hit a nerve. The ever-cool and distant Jiang Che suddenly grabbed her coffee and flung it at him. Without evidence, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Now you're just a broke nobody. Do you even deserve to be with me? Forget the debt. Can you even come up with that 88,000 bride price, loser? Today I'm merely informing you. Don't push your luck. Chun-Hao stared at the coffee soaking his clothes and glanced around. People in the cafe had turned to look, whispering among themselves. Drawn by Jiang Che's looks, a few muscular men nearby were even itching to step in, as if expecting some cliched hero rescues beauty scenario. Fine, just you wait. Leaving that one harsh sentence behind, Chun-Hao turned and walked out of the cafe. As he passed the muscle-bound men, he noticed the disappointment in their eyes. Scanning the shared bikes outside the shop, he picked one and rode toward his rented room. His family home was in a suburban county outside Jiangche, but he hardly dared go back now. His parents still had no idea that the son, who had always seemed clever and sensible, had already mortgaged the house and car they had scraped together to buy in Jiangche to help him marry. On top of that, there were some 3 million in debts. If by the end of next month he failed to transfer over a second payment of more than 500,000, he would likely be sued and listed as a dishonest debtor. If any of those creditors resorted to shady tactics and he returned to his hometown, then his parents might even be dragged into the mess. Of course, he was also just lying to himself. With debts that large, it would be easy enough for them to dig up his ancestral. By the time he reached the rented room in a remote residential building in the suburbs, it was already 7 in the evening. His place was a single room on the 7th floor top level. There was no elevator, and even the stairwell lights flickered on and off. Chun-Hao wiped off the stench of his sweat and tossed the coffee-soaked clothes into the washing machine. He made himself a bucket of instant noodles and stared at the balance on his banking app, 233 yuan and 33 cents, utterly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After next month, any money that entered this bank card would likely be snatched away the moment it arrived. Eating the instant noodles he had stockpiled during an online New Year shopping festival, Jiang Che opened Douyin's livestream tab on his phone to watch gimmicky streamers and dancing beauties. For the past year, Tian Sini had already been extremely distant from him, saying she was busy with her own affairs. 10 days or half a month could go by without seeing her once, let alone any happiness together. These days, aside from contacting others in the rights protection group and running around trying to scrape together money, watching live streams had become his only remaining form of entertainment in his scant free time. Without the occasional dopamine hit from Douyin, he suspected he might already have chosen not to take the stairs down ever again. Of course, in his current situation, he never spent even a cent on gifts. He was there only for companionship. He wasn't level 0 though. From time to time, he managed to snatch a few Douyin coin red packets and would casually send them to the livestream room he frequented. Charging 1 yuan bought 10 Douyin coins, and to reach his current level 7. Jiang Che glanced at his level. To get there would have required 9 yuan. Hard work grabbing red packets, he muttered. It was the sort of level that earned no greetings upon entering a stream. As long as he didn't send chat messages, streamers generally ignored him. Of course, most of the time, unless a streamer's room was truly empty, even if he did send messages, they would still be ignored. With practiced motions, Jiang Che swiped left, tapped into his followed streams, and entered the room he visited most often. This particular livestream room was called Clear Sky 004, a group stream channel. So-called group stream rooms were commonly composed of various boy groups and girl groups, mainly divided into 2 categories: dance and gimmicks, with dance as the primary attraction. At the moment, 5 girls in the room were repeatedly dancing to the track Great Ambitions. A 1-coin gift could make these female streamers dance once, each dance lasting about 10 seconds. Of course, it was unrealistic to earn much from these mere 10-cent gifts. They were just a way to draw in viewers. The real money lay in the group's internal PK battles afterward. The girl currently in the center position was called Little Cat. Rumor had it she was the campus beauty of some 985 university, though who knew if that was true. Today she wore a gray-black office lady outfit, the close-fitting fabric tracing out her graceful shaped, though a tie printed with a cute pattern swung constantly at her chest, blocking the view. That occasional glimpse of snow-white skin was enough to send everyone's blood surging. Semi-transparent black stockings wrapped her long legs, and with every bounce in her dance the special sheen of the fabric made Jiang Che's heart itch. Yet Jiang Che always felt that her ID and her true aura didn't quite match. She was more like a sly fox, phoenix-like eyes slightly upturned, and sparkling an exquisite oval face, perpetually wearing a faint elusive smile. Especially whenever a PK required votes, the way she would lightly press her red lips together and let her gaze ripple had almost made Jiang Che give in and top up his balance more than once. Naturally, he had held back. No matter how great the temptation under the weight of several million in debt, it was all just paper tigers. He shook his head at himself in self-mockery. Something you can see but never touch, he muttered. Whether her aura fits or not. What does it have to do with me? It's just eye candy. Just as Jiang Che enlarged the livestream window intent on studying whether Little Cat stockings today were medium or low denier, a voice suddenly sounded inexplicably in his mind, detected that the host has opened a livestream app. System binding successful. This system is a livestream tipping cashback system now bound to the host's current plane. Please wait. Plane laws breached. System injection completed. This system can only bind to biological human females with a system rating of 80 points or above. For every 100 yuan in Longwa currency the host tips them, 1 yuan will be instantly returned to the host with cashback funds freely usable. At midnight each day, the total tipped amount will be doubled the next day as tip-only funds, which cannot be used for anything other than livestream tipping. Example, if you tip 10,000 yuan to a streamer the next day, you will receive 20,000 yuan in tip-only funds. Use up the 20,000 the next day, and on the third day you will receive 40,000, and so on. The higher the favorability, the higher the cashback rate. Once a bound female's favorability reaches 90, the cashback ratio will reach 1:1. At favorability 100, a mysterious ability will be unlocked. A bank card for tip-only funds has been issued. Host, please pay attention to receiving it. This system is crafted with utmost care by the God Tycoon plane. All rights of explanation belong to the system. May the host enjoy using it. Jiang Che stared at the mysterious black bank card that had suddenly appeared in front of him. His hand froze in midair, and a curse slipped from his lips before he could stop it. Holy shit. System bro. Over the years, Jiang Che had read countless web novels, so of course he understood what a system was. He carefully picked up the black bank card in front of him and turned it over, thinking to himself, this thing appeared out of nowhere. and there's that system voice in my head as well. Someone like me, a complete nobody, isn't worth such elaborate trouble. This must really be the system, no doubt about it. He called out to the system softly, but there was no response at all, so it was probably not the kind of system that stayed with the host and answered questions. Then he exited Douyin, opened WeChat and Alipay, and tried to bind this mysterious bank card. What shocked him even more was that without him noticing, this card had already appeared in the card packs of both WeChat and Alipay. Just as he was about to tap the black card's details, a single number suddenly flashed across his field of vision: 0. So this is the current balance on the card. It's actually telling me in such a direct way. He muttered, as expected of the system, truly unfathomable. He even lost interest in eating his instant noodles and instead opened the calculator app on his phone. The reward amount doubled every day, and he still had a bit more than 200 yuan. If he spent it all cleanly every single day, then in just 20 days the amount on that card would exceed 100 million. Damn, even if it's only 1%, as long as I can burn through over 100 million in 20 days, I'd still get more than 1 million back in cash. Shenhao sprang to his feet. The landlord's old rickety table was knocked over, and instant noodle soup splashed all over the floor. He had no time to worry about any of that now. Swallowing hard, he reopened Douyin and entered the earlier group livestream room of the Qingkong 004 team. A line of text appeared at the bottom of the comment area and vanished in less than half a second. LV7. Xian Inu Ma has entered the livestream. As expected, he was completely ignored. Shenhao was already used to it. He ignored the snub, opened the gift panel, tapped on recharge, verified his fingerprint, and topped up the remaining 233 yuan on his card. Anyway, he still had instant noodles to eat, and he could boil tap water in the kettle. The utilities were paid up until next month. More than enough. When the recharge page closed, his Douyin diamond balance had already become 2,331. There was also one extra coin left from a red packet he had grabbed earlier. Maybe I could still. Shenhao suddenly recalled those sketchy loan apps that had popped up in his short video feed over the past few days. For the moment, his creditors had not yet discovered that he could no longer repay his debts, and his credit report was still relatively intact. If he seized this gap in time and borrowed as much as he could. Anyway, I should at least give it a try. Closing the gift panel, Shenhao once more fixed his gaze on the livestreams. Although there was a number tag hanging at the back of the livestream room's name, its popularity was actually dismal. Recently, there had even been signs that the team might be disbanded. Even the host's hype calls sounded listless. The operations staff had already resigned, and he was now practically holding the fort alone. For this sort of group livestream, there was usually one operations manager and one MC host. At times, the host's role could be even more crucial than that of the pretty streamers. His words could stir up the atmosphere in the room and kindle the big spender's desire to tip. Those level 40 or level 50 big brothers were already bored stiff of the usual fare. They no longer entered live streams just to watch dancing. They were there to chat and brag with other men of the same tier. The pretty girls dancing, playing games, or doing PKs were nothing more than spice to season their conversation. At this moment, the early traffic drawing dance segment had ended, and the host was loudly announcing that the PK session was about to begin. Everyone, we're about to enter our most thrilling and intense PK round. Today is the afterwork sweep-up match. Everyone, all you bosses, remember to pick a girl to support with your gifts. 10 consecutive wins, and you get to clock out. The last place girl will keep dancing until everyone else has gone home. And the last place girl will also be responsible for cleaning the venue. 2 girls stood on the left and right sides of the screen, each with a health bar and a countdown timer above their head. The PK usually lasted 2 minutes. Viewers could choose which girl to support in the gift panel, and the side with the higher gift score would stay on stage. Of course, there were also plenty of so-called blade wielders, assassins, and trolls who didn't support anyone at all. They purely wanted to watch a girl lose, get kicked off the stage, and pull a frustrated face. In a sense, that was also a form of entertainment. Shenhao watched the viewer count in the upper right corner plunge from 19 to just 8. And that was not counting several accounts belonging to the girls on stage. LV 12 Xiao Yu PK again. Boring, I'm out. LV 22 Ku Lu Ji Chi, do a few more group dances. I still have about 100 coins left. LV 5 Wu Yan, you pulled in not even 20 people. Has it even been 20 minutes yet? And you're already starting PK? That's a bit shameless. LV 4 How to A, what a joke. Report LV 17 Tan Xiao Jin Bung Xia Xia, unfollow. The host ignored these bullet comments. He had long since grown used to them. At this stage, the earlier draw of controlling the girls' actions with a single cent was gone. The little dances girls did while canvassing for votes during PKs were usually not as energetic as the group dances earlier, so viewers who had few coins to spend naturally drifted away. In the past, Shenhao had mostly watched these PK rounds just for fun. Sometimes he would send Little Cat a tiny heart bought with red packets he had managed to snatch. In such small livestream rooms, it was common for one side to receive not even a single tiny heart, which made the scene painfully awkward. And there were basically no tippers in this room. Both sides being stuck at 0-0, and having to redo the match was anything but rare. Sometimes just a single tiny heart from Chun Hao was enough to help Little Cat clinch a victory, earning him a soft, lukewarm, "Thank you." That seemed sincere, yet felt almost fake. After all, even though he had followed Little Cat for 2 months, Chun Hao had never received a follow back. At this moment, Little Cat, the girl with the strongest money-drawing ability in the group, and the perennial center of the group dance, naturally became the first to stand on the left side and accept the PK. When Chun Hao fixed his gaze on her, the system prompt appeared just in time. A light curtain visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Name Su Xiaodong, age 22, rating 86, health status normal, favorability 5, system prompt spend 1 Douyin coin to bind this streamer. What would even doxed her? Her real name is right there. But it makes sense that it's easy to change names and IDs on Douyin, sometimes several times a month. Showing their real names might actually be more convenient. 22 years old. Could the campus bell rumors actually be true? She'd be a senior this year. A rating of 86. My taste isn't bad at all finding a true beauty on Douyin, even with the beauty filters cranked up. In reality, Chun Hao was overthinking it. Compared to solo streamers, the beauty filters in group streams were indeed set a bit lower. The main adjustments were simply slimming the face, whitening the skin, cinching the waist, and lengthening the legs. It wasn't that they didn't want stronger filters, it was just that group streams were more complex with more people on screen and farther from the camera. If the filters were set too high, they would be prone to glitching and dropping out, which would be incredibly awkward when it happened. Besides, barring special circumstances or a severe shortage of people, these guilds, each with at least several teams, were quite strict in their initial screening. Girls who were truly unattractive would never get the chance to appear in the live stream at all. As for solo streamers, there it was practically impossible to tell who was male or female anymore. Chun Hao's gaze moved further down the panel to her health status, and he was a little confused. What does that mean? Normal. Then what counts as not normal? Could it be, some kind of disease related to those things? He skipped that line and focused on Little Cat's favorability toward him, which was at -5, falling into deep thought. I've spent at least a few yuan on you. How is that even lower than a stranger's 0? Today I'm going to see just how many gold coins I can squeeze out of you. Suddenly Chun Hao felt a pang of regret for the dozens of dough coins he had spent earlier. Although they were all earned from grabbing red envelopes, it still required luck and patience to wait in the live stream until the envelopes opened. However, Chun Hao might have been overthinking it. To most streamers, the atmosphere group that stayed for a long time without any tickets was indeed less appealing than the newcomers entering the live stream. Newcomers in the live stream still had a chance to contribute tickets, but the long-term atmosphere group without tickets truly had nothing to offer. Especially in a group broadcast, if it were a beauty streamer focusing on chatting, she might find the remarks from the ticketless atmosphere group quite nauseating. At that moment, the live stream displayed music blaring in the background, while Xiao Mao and another group member Pai Pai were half-heartedly swaying to the music. Whether it was the silent bullet screen or the awkward 0 above the two streamers' heads, everything failed to convey a vibrant atmosphere. Family, support the sister you love. Come on, only 30 seconds left. Where are the assassins? Is there any assassin? Take Xiao Mao down. The host Heir Mao still had a hint of enthusiasm, which could be considered professional integrity. While shouting, he looked despairingly at the bullet screen list in the live stream. Since the PK began, no one had spoken for over a minute. Just then the blood bar above Xiao Mao's head suddenly moved, showing only one small heart, but it brought her blood to a completely suppressed state. LV. 7 Fresh Horse sent Xiao Mao a small heart X1. Heir Mao glanced at the ID of the gift sender. Fresh Horse, where did this small heart come from? Of course he thought so, but couldn't say it out loud. Someone sending a gift was better than being self-satisfied. He immediately perked up. Thanks to our brother Fresh Horse for the small heart. Is there a boss following in Fresh Horse's footsteps to support Xiao Mao? Xiao Mao, hearing Heir Mao's shouting, glanced at the large screen displaying gift information in the live stream, smiled, and made a heart gesture at the camera. However, her true thoughts were entirely inconsistent with her expression and actions. It's this Fresh Horse again. Not only is he broke, but he also doesn't support the occasional big brother who sends gifts, let alone those who frequently send bullet screen support. Clearly, they don't even qualify as an atmosphere group, yet I still have to thank him for that 1 or 2 small hearts. When will this guy roll out of here? With a graceful figure paired with an OL professional outfit, alluring black stockings, and a delicate face, she made a heart gesture at herself. If it had been the old Chun Hao, he could have slept well tonight, just based on this. However, he was feeling a bit strained now. System notification binding successful, binding target, Su Xiaodong. System notification, Su Xiaodong's favorability, 1. How did it drop a bit? Others have their feelings reset when gifts stop. Oh, why is it that my gift sent reduces favorability? If he knew what Xiao Mao was thinking at that moment, he would probably be even angrier. It must be too little. He'll try again. If it doesn't work, he'll just find another live stream. Looking at the gift section on his phone, Shun Hao gritted his teeth and chose a gift he had never clicked before. On the screen, several meteors streaked across. Though it lasted only a second, this was still a gift with special effects. Worth 9 yuan, 99 do coins. A gift with special effects, shining star. Yes, this was the most expensive gift Shun Hao had ever sent. The comment section of the live stream instantly received 2 new messages. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully advancing to LV 8. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully advancing to LV 9. Thank you. Thanks to our brother Fresh Horse for a shining star. The score is crushing. Are there any assassins in the live stream? Anyone who likes our Miss Pie Pie on the right side of the screen? Only 15 seconds left. Bit can be struck. The host Air Mao almost didn't react. This kid has been here for 2 months and sent a gift with special effects for the first time. That's impressive. He still murmured in his heart. Xiao Mao on stage was clearly taken aback, her body that had been swaying to the music stiffening for a moment. This fellow had been lurking in the live stream for 2 full months without spending much money, to the extreme of being stingy. Unexpectedly today, he even gifted her something with special effects. Although she didn't receive much money, she still put on a cheerful expression for the camera. A few viewers still lurking in the live stream suddenly felt the urge to send bullet screens. LV 12 Xiaoyu, yo, Fresh Horse even sent tickets today. That's impressive. LV 19 Guazi Ron, am I still not awake? Can I really see Fresh Horse sending more than 1 small heart? Xiaoyu, didn't you say you were leaving? LV 12 Xiaoyu, Tan Xiao Jin Ben Cha Cha, aren't you still? I'm just here to look at the beautiful legs and black stockings. LV 12 Xiaoyu, me too. Shun Hao looked at the bullet screen, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. However, there was nothing he could do in this live stream. He essentially had the image of having no do coins. In the past, he might have sent a self-deprecating bullet screen to ease the embarrassment, but now it was different. I am going to become a big brother, I can't lose face. Thus, he merely sent a heart emoji on the bullet. Then Shun Hao was somewhat surprised to see the notification popping up in his eyes. System notification: Su Xiaodong's favorability 3. Is this a sign of expectation for my spending ability? I feel like I'm almost back to the 0 score of a passerby. Without taking time to see Xiao Mao thanking him for winning this round, Shun Hao switched the Douyin live stream to the background and opened his original Bank of Communications app. Sure enough, at that moment his bank account had increased by a deposit, 1 yuan. Yes. Shun Hao excitedly jumped up in his rental apartment. Even if it was only 10 cents, it was a tangible deposit. The massive debt he owed seemed to have a glimmer of hope. He poured himself a cup of tap water that had been boiled and cooled and sat up straight on the edge of his bed. Turning off the Douyin live stream, he used the Wi-Fi provided by his landlord to frantically download various loan applications. Legitimate platforms, borrow. Illegitimate ones, borrow. 9 out of 13 returns. Compared to Brother Tongzi's Cashback, it's just a little brother, borrow. After all, next month that 50,000 could only be solved through the system. There was no other way. The more debts, the less pressure. Why worry about the future? Just borrow everything that can be borrowed first. Either take the elevator to a big flat, or don't walk down 7 floors. Just do it. After more than an hour of facial recognition and fingerprint verification, Shun Hao, drenched in sweat, reopened Douyin. If it weren't for some websites that didn't accept mail loans while holding an ID card without any clothes, he probably would have downloaded and gone straight for it. Now in his Bank of Communications account, there was over 2600 yuan again. It's not that he couldn't borrow more while his credit was still somewhat intact, but the platforms that could disburse funds before midnight today could only lend out this much. By tomorrow, this 2600 could double, bringing in another 5200, so there would be no need to borrow anymore. He transferred all the money into Douyin, glanced at his balance of over 2.6 million do coins, and re-entered the Qing Kong 004 live stream. At this point, Xiao Mao had already achieved a 4-game winning streak with 3 small hearts compared to 1 small hearts, huge advantage, dancing while holding a microphone to rally votes for her 5th win. This kind of scene had occurred several times, with 5 girls continuously taking turns in PK, earning only about 500 do coins after more than an hour. Family helped Xiao Mao out. I want to get off work. Of course, whether she really wanted to get off work was hard to say. The host Air Mao joked, you want to get off work after earning just a few bucks? Are there any assassins in our live stream? Ready to strike. At that moment, a special effect of entry appeared in the live stream. LV 52 Lone Wolf entered the live stream. This lone wolf was one of the few big brothers in the live stream, a jokester who didn't support anyone and simply enjoyed dropping a few winning streaks for female streamers. There were probably 3 or 4 others of similar nature who would occasionally come to play in the live stream. Currently, the main income for the Qing Kong 004 live stream, apart from the monthly guild battles, relied heavily on them. Let's warmly welcome our CEO Lone Wolf home. Tell us, who do you want to strike today? As soon as Heir Mao saw Lone Wolf, he perked up, but whether they could make back the electricity bill today depended on this guy. The big brother didn't say a word. Suddenly, a blue-purple support plaque appeared on the live stream screen, with a 520 digital support light at its center. This was a special effect that could only be triggered by sending out 520 small hearts at once. LV. 52 Lone Wolf sent cold 520 small hearts. Thank you. Thanks to CEO Lone Wolf for sending cold 520 small hearts. Xiao Mao is in danger now. Is there anyone to protect our Xiao Mao? She has already won 4 in a row. If she wins 5, she'll have a resurrection armor. Is she really going to stop here? Only 5 seconds left. The so-called resurrection armor means that after a streamer loses a PK, those who protect her can spend double the cost to revive her, allowing continuous winning streaks and further PK. It must be said that this host is quite dedicated, passionately engaging with a live stream that barely had a few, now with over 2.6 million Do coins. Chunhao being all in didn't care whether the opponent was a big brother over level 50. He quickly slid through the gift section, clicked on the carnival he had been eyeing for who knows how long, and sent it directly. LV. 9 Fresh Horse sent Xiao Mao Carnival X1. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully advancing to LV. 10. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully advancing to LV. 11. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully advancing to LV. 26. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully advancing to LV. 20. With the sending of the carnival, the effect commonly known as the floor tile appeared with countless gifts concentrated on a large display occupying half the live stream screen. In the bullet screen section below the effect, rows of upgrade notifications appeared in front of everyone. What the hell? Who is this? What the hell? Thank you to our CEO Fresh Horse for such a generous carnival. Congratulations to our CEO Fresh Horse for being promoted to Douyin God of Wealth level 27. Heir Mao was stunned. Had this Fresh Horse struck it rich? Jumping straight from small hearts and shining stars to carnival was too outrageous. Could it be that after so long this Xiao Mao is finally getting a big brother again? The host Xiao Cat, and even the girl dancing on the right side of the screen were all stunned. Of course, if they knew that this big brother had just taken out a loan of 2600 yuan online, they might think differently. Xiao Cat let out a sharp scream, bouncing up on her thin high heels, her beautiful black stockings drawing a graceful arc in the air. She gripped the microphone tightly, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her heels tapping frantically on the floor, her legs encased in black stockings trembling slightly, and her voice filled with excitement made her Mandarin pronunciation almost incomprehensible. Wow. Thank you, Brother Nu Ma, for the carnival. This is the first time I've seen this special effect in 2 months. It's Brother Nu Ma, you are so handsome. As she expressed her gratitude, she turned in place and blew several kisses to the camera. She hadn't received a gift worth over 3,000 Do coins in months. Xiao Cat's emotions became genuinely heartfelt at that moment. System notifications. Su Xiaodong's affection 25. Chunhao looked at the sudden increase of 25 points in affection and felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, in this line of work, when the money is right, the feelings follow. It seems that there's not much difference for those who don't do live streaming either. From this perspective, it seems that raising affection shouldn't be too difficult. It's just right to test how high the affection must reach to increase the cashback ratio. Meanwhile, Lung was busy too, specifically looking for a rose confetti cannon and pulling the string hard. Thousands of rose petals exploded within the live stream room, creating a romantic and passionate atmosphere that mingled with the still lingering effects of the carnival. According to the custom of the live stream room, gifts worth over 1,000 Do coins must be celebrated with fireworks. The barrage of comments exploded, and even several silent viewers began to speak up. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian, what the hell? LV. 12 Xiao, you big brother, you're amazing. LV. 19 Guazi Run, boss, you're generous. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian, Xian, Inuma, you really struck it rich. LV. 22 Ku Lu Ji Chi, is this for real? Am I still dreaming? Brother Nu Ma just took down Lone Wolf with a single carnival. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian, Ku Lu Ji Chi, show some respect and call him Brother Nu Ma. LV. 20 Man 2 Pien, is this live stream room getting a guardian big brother? Could it be that we're about to relive the glory days? LV. 22 Ku Lu Ji Chi, could it be a small account of some previous big brother? Of course, compared to the onlookers, one person felt as if he was being ignored. It was none other than the already level 52 Lone Wolf. Lying on the sofa in his mansion, the young man, named Sun Pengfei, looked at the lively atmosphere in the live stream room and curled his lips. As a level 52 Douyin account holder, he had spent nearly 6 0 in the live stream. Although it took him several years to reach this point, it was not a reason for him to be suppressed by a mere carnival worth 3,000 yuan. Additionally, today, he was in a bad mood. He had originally been enjoying himself at a private booth in a bar with friends with 4 or 5 beautiful girls taking turns feeding him drinks. Excited, he was about to cross some boundaries when suddenly his father's driver barged in. He said that his father's business was not going well lately and was very displeased to find out his son, who was supposed to be in a meeting at the company, was at a bar. Reluctantly, Sun Pengfei followed the driver back to the company, and the meeting barely started before his father scolded him harshly. This is also the reason why he stayed home watching the live stream instead of going out at 10 o'clock tonight. Glancing at the remaining 50,000 Do coins in his account, he casually tossed out a gift. LV. 52 Lone Wolf sends a Carnival X1 to Lung Long. The floor tile effect reappeared in this small group live stream room, and the host Heir Mao had not yet recovered from the long unseen carnival effect when another one appeared. What the hell? Thank you. Thank you to our CEO Lone Wolf for the carnival. Family in the live stream room. Let's show our boss generosity on the screen. Originally a supporting character, Lung Long was suddenly surrounded by immense surprise. She had truly never received a carnival before. After deducting the platform and guild share, she could take home over 400 yuan from this carnival. Excitedly thanking him, she took another confetti cannon and pulled it hard, letting colorful ribbons explode in the live stream room. The onlookers in the live stream were also completely ignited with passion. Due to the consecutive 2 carnivals, several new viewers had followed the banner into the live stream room, and the number of viewers rose again to nearly 20. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian. What the hell? Another one. LV. 12 Xiao Yu. Brother Lone Wolf is amazing. LV. 19 Guazi Run. Boss, you're generous. LV. 22 Kulu Ji Chi. I never expected to see 2 gifts in a row today, not during a guild battle. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian. What does this mean for Brother Lone Wolf? The host looked at the comments and realized, quickly asking, 2 Sos, what does this carnival mean? In our live stream room, a Douyin account can directly let a girl go off work. What is this gift from you 2 CEOs? In these small group live stream rooms, generally speaking, although it is stipulated that a PK of 10 consecutive wins is required to go off work, if a big brother shows kindness to the host and directly sends a Douyin account, they can go off work immediately. In some sense, it is considered that the host has exceeded their KPI, and naturally, they can take a break right away. Of course, it isn't a complete break. Generally, hosts who go off work directly will start to privately chat with the big brother to establish a relationship as soon as they leave the live stream room. This is also part of the job, sometimes even more important than the work done during the live stream. Chun Hao listened to the host's words and directly sent a line of text out. LV. 27 Cien Inu Ma, no need, keep going. He couldn't let Xiao Cat go off work just like that. He still had over 2 million Do coins to spend today. Spending so much on one person wouldn't be proper, but at least he had to spend around 1 or 200,000 Do coins. Moreover, Xiao Cat's affection had just reached 22 points, which was the perfect time to take advantage of the momentum. The girlfriend who had been together for 5 years had betrayed him, yet he still felt sorry for a female streamer. Give me those gold coins. In this world, nothing was more important than spending gifts for cashback and making money. Meanwhile, Sun Pengfei had also sent out a prepared message almost simultaneously. LV. 52 Lone Wolf. Cien Inu Ma, how about a little showdown? Although the barrage seemed casual, Sun Pengfei lying on the sofa in his mansion was far from calm. Damn it, a newly leveled account dares to act cool in front of me. Today I'm not in a good mood, so I'm going to teach you a lesson just to have some fun. Before Heir Mao could say anything, the live stream barrage exploded first. LV. 22 Kulu Ji Chi. I must have woken up too strong. I can actually see Brother Lone Wolf challenging Nu Ma one day. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian. Kulu Ji Chi, I told you to show some respect. Call him Brother Nu Ma. LV. 19 Guazi Ron. Cien Inu Ma, can you accept this challenge? Let's fight. Let's fight. LV. 12 Xiao Yu, this is amazing. I'm going to gain some experience today. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian. I'm no longer interested in beautiful legs and black stockings. The big effects are just too exciting to watch. Chun Hao looked at Lone Wolf's message somewhat amused. He really didn't intend to PK with anyone, mainly wanting to spend his Do coins. However, since people were already saying it, and he had over 2 million Do coins in hand, he definitely couldn't back down. LV. 27 Cien Inu Ma. Lone Wolf, sure, let's have a little showdown. LV. 19 Guaziren. What the hell, are we really going to PK? I need to call others to watch. LV. 19 Guaziren shared the live stream. The host Heir Mao's voice also rang out in the live stream. Hey 2 CEOs, let's just have some fun. We are all family from Qingkong 004, so please don't damage the harmony. Quick, Xiao Cat, get ready. Lung, you just lost, let Pai take the stage. Xiao Cat has already achieved 5 consecutive wins. Now we move on to the 6th round of the 10 consecutive PK. Same 2 minutes, everyone get ready. Family in the live stream room scatter tickets are also welcome. It's all support for our little sister. Although the words suggested not to damage the harmony, in reality, Heir Mao was overjoyed. Opportunities like these where a big brother gets excited in a small group live stream room are rare. If things go well today, this month's KPI might even be fulfilled, so it wouldn't be stretched until the end of the month when the group disbands. However, compared to the level 52 lone wolf, Heir Mao was actually more worried about Xian Inuma. After all, this lord had previously been someone who didn't spend tokens, which big brother could stay in the live stream room for months without donating. Now it seemed like he had struck it rich, but how much he was willing to spend in the live stream and how much strength he had was difficult to guess. I hope he won't ask for a refund like a miner later. I hope I won't get refunded by a miner tomorrow. At the same moment, this was also the thought of Xiao Mao. It's hard to believe that a loser who has spent 2 months in the live stream without gifting suddenly struck it rich, and not just any gift, but one worth 3,000 yuan. Biting her red lips lightly, she decided to put aside these speculations and focus on earning money first. The company had already owed their group half a month's salary. If they didn't increase their income soon, they would really be finished. The host Heir Mao was thinking a bit deeper. He was the most excited one. Even if the gifts from Xian Inuma might be refunded, this lone wolf is definitely an adult who isn't here to profit. As the music of great ambitions began to play, Xiao Mao and Pai bent their bodies, one hand gently pressing against their chests to prevent any accidental exposure. Of course, it was more about preventing warnings from doing. There's only 1 minute left. Half the time has already. What will the two CEOs do in this round? Will they make a move at the last moment? Both still have 0 points. Families with spare tickets can step up and change the score. While Heir Mao shouted into the microphone, he gestured to Xiao Mao and Pai on the other side of the stage. Xiao Mao understood the gesture. It was a cue for them to dance more passionately, make bigger movements, and be sexier. This was to stir the emotions of the two big brothers in the live stream. As the energetic music blared, Xiao Mao's chest, tightly wrapped in a fitted white top, bounced continuously, and Shun Hao even began to worry about the button on her chest. LV. 19 Guazi Ren. Wow, I feel more nervous than the two big brothers. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jin Bin Cha Cha. Everyone type quickly to prove your innocence. LV. 20 Manta Pian. I sent a little heart to Xiao Mao. I also participated. Shun Hao's palms were slightly damp with sweat. He was actually feeling a bit nervous. Though he had over 2 million Douyin coins, not to mention competing with the big brothers in this small live stream, he could probably even rank in the top few in a medium to large guild battle. But this was essentially his first direct confrontation in a live stream with someone, and it was against a level 52 big brother, who knew how much damage that person could inflict if they got serious. Only 30 seconds left. As the host's voice fell, a gifting icon appeared on the left side of the live stream. LV. 27 Xian Inuma sent Xiao Mao a Carnival X5. Congratulations to the user Xian Inuma for just leveling up to LV. 34. Shun Hao clicked 5 times on the Carnival, then stopped to see how the other side would react. If the other side suddenly caught up, he would be able to click quickly. Well, thank you President Numa for the 5 carnivals. President Numa is so handsome. Everyone let me see your cheers on the screen. Show me your cheers. Congratulations to President Numa for leveling up to Douyin Rich Man, level 34. Xiao Mao's health points directly reached 150,000. Heir Mao's voice reached its peak decibel level today, ringing deafeningly in the ears of the other girls present in the live stream. However, they couldn't care less. The dance stopped, and the 5 girls screamed excitedly, grabbing 5 confetti cannons to set them off together. The entire livestream screen was covered in confetti. LV. 12 Xiao Yuo. Another 10 carnivals. LV. 19 Guazi Run. Ma Gu is mighty. Ma Gu is domineering. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian Bin Cha Cha. I almost thought I was at a guild battle live. LV. 22 Kale Ji Chi. What will Lone Wolf say? Directly 150,000 points. Is he going to suppress them? Only 15 seconds left. President Numa's 5 carnivals are so domineering. The 150,000 point gap is indeed significant. Is Lone Wolf going to avoid the spotlight this round? Heir Mao's voice continued to echo, stirring the atmosphere, while also provoking Lone Wolf. 5 carnivals certainly wouldn't intimidate Sun Pengfei. He slightly furrowed his brows. Bluffing. Seizing the opportunity. You think 5 carnivals can scare me? Without hesitation, he directly clicked on 10 carnivals. Being provoked by a low-level account was already quite annoying to him. He didn't even consider any last-second surprise attacks. If you dare to send 5, I dare to send 10. It's about suppressing you. Although he was an assassin, winning just once was enough. And Xian Inuma needed to defend for a full 5 rounds. If they lost, even one, it would be considered a failed defense. However, being more than 50 levels higher than someone 30 levels below, it would be too embarrassing to have to consider strategy. Moreover, his carnivals were different from Chun Hao's. He deliberately chose the golden ones. This was a gift skin that could only be unlocked after sending multiple carnivals. LV 52 Lone Wolf sent Pi Golden Carnival X10. Whoa! Thank you, my President Lone Wolf, for the 10 golden carnivals. Today's live stream is a carnival. Currently, Pi is leading by a whopping 3-0 points. Only 5 seconds left. President Numa, hurry and defend. It's still double rescue and double kick. If they fail this round, saving our Xiao Mao will require 20 carnivals. Of course, President Lone Wolf can continue to raise the stakes. Heir Mao's voice continued to echo in the live stream, and the audience was completely excited. LV 12 Xiao Yuo, 10 consecutive carnivals. Adding 15,000 points, how can we catch up? LV 19 Guazi Run, Lone Wolf is incredible. LV 17 Tan Xiao Jin Bin Cha, this is truly a guild battle now. LV 19 Guazi Run, what will President Nu Ma say? Are you going to compete? LV 22 Kale Ji shared the livestream. Since it wasn't the end of the month when guild battles were crowded, the sudden appearance of 15 carnivals in one livestream attracted quite a few onlookers, and the viewer count shot up to over 40. Chen Hao was also curious about Lone Wolf's golden carnival skin, but now was not the time to explore. After seeing the number of carnivals, he realized only 3 seconds were left, and quickly clicked away. LV 34 Cien Inu Ma sent Xiao Mao Carnival X10. Congratulations to the user Cien Inu Ma for just leveling up to LV 37. Whoa, wow, another 10 carnivals. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for the 10 carnivals in defense for Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's score has reached a terrifying 45,000 points. Will you raise the stakes in the last second, Lone Wolf? The countdown is over. Congratulations to our Xiao Mao for successfully achieving 6 consecutive victories. Heir Mao felt like he was going to lose his voice. However, he didn't care about his voice at all. This totaled 25 carnivals, adding up to a value of 7500 dragon coins. Even if Douyin took half the livestream's earnings, would still be a solid 37500 yuan. The bullet screen in the livestream exploded instantly. LV 12 Xiao Yuo, another 10 consecutive carnivals. President Nu Ma is incredible. LV 19 Guazi Ran, today is definitely a day to remember. LV 5 Huai Rin Sheng, whoa, what did I just see? A level 52 Big Brother was crushed by a level 37. LV 22 Kale Ji Chi. Is level 52 really that impressive? My President Nu Ma was only level 7 earlier. LV 17 Tan Xiao Jin Ben Cha Kale Ji Chi, I still prefer your unruly self. LV 17 A Luo, are they doing a guild battle here? LV 6 Jiao Bao, is this what it's like to be rich? Sending carnivals is as casual as sending little hearts. LV 35 Qing He, is this a battle of immortals? LV XX Mystery Person 870999, incredible. LV 47 E Huan, which Big Brother's alternate account is that level 37? At this point, it was no longer just Xiao Mao and Pi in the livestream. The other 3 girls had also come into the livestream frame, and the 5 of them cheered and celebrated together, then bowed to the camera in thanks. After bowing, Xiao Mao quickly grabbed the microphone. Thank you, my President Nu Ma. I have never received so many carnivals before. You are so handsome today. Thank you for accompanying me in the livestream for so long. You really pampered me today. She held the microphone and shouted excitedly, her slightly damp hair bouncing with her movements, the black stockings shimmering under the lights, making her even more alluring. However, compared to her gratitude, Chun Hao was more concerned about the system notification. System notification Su Xiaotong's favorability 20. This time it clearly exceeded the previous Huazi by a lot, yet the increase in favorability is less than that of the previous Huazi. It seems that as we go further, the increase in favorability will likely become more difficult. Chen Hao scratched his head, feeling that throwing money like this might lead to a very exaggerated marginal effect. With no time to think about how to give gifts efficiently to maximize favorability, Ermeo's loud shouts quickly drew his attention back to the livestream. Hurry! Bring over the cardboard box with the firework tubes. Today we're going to give the 2 CEOs a blast. Under Ermeo's urging, Xiaoxiomeo and the other 4 quickly lifted the cardboard box containing the firework tubes into the livestream frame, continuously pulling and launching them with force. The entire livestream screen was almost filled with confetti and roses, making it hard to see the people. With the constant explosions of the firework tubes, Pippi, who had received 10 golden carnivals, also picked up the microphone to thank the Lone Wolf, even though she knew the streamer was merely a backdrop for the brothers' competition. Thank you, Brother Lone Wolf, for the 10 golden carnivals. This is my first time seeing golden carnivals. Love you to bits. However, at this moment, Sun Pengfei, probably couldn't register her gratitude as his expression was exceptionally grim. Apart from the discussions by other well-meaning viewers in the bullet comments, one particular comment stood out. LV. 37 Fresh Horse, Lone Wolf continue. A hand knocked over the ceramic tea set on the coffee table, while the other hand holding the phone had visible veins popping, unsure of how much force was used. Damn it, who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? 15 carnivals, just 45,000. Do you think I can? Who the hell is this Fresh Horse? After more than 10 seconds, he suppressed his anger and typed out a message. LV. 52 Lone Wolf, Fresh Horse continue. Then Sun Pengfei opened the gift panel. After sending out 10 carnivals, he now had just over 2 Do coins left in his account. Opening the recharge interface, he exchanged all the pocket money he had left for the month into Do coins, and together with the original amount, he now had over 8 Do coins in his account. It wasn't that he couldn't recharge more, it was just that he felt it unnecessary to spend too much in a live stream as the cost-performance ratio was too low. In such a small live stream, I just spent 4500 Do coins to show off. I don't believe you still have 800 left. At this very moment, Chun Hao was studying how to change the skin of the carnival. After opening the gift panel, he discovered that not only the carnival, but also Douyin airship sports cars and planes could all be changed to golden skins. The conditions were quite simple. As long as he sent out 5, he would unlock it. Besides, there was a diamond series that felt rather troublesome, and since he was still in PK mode, he planned to study it later. Meanwhile, in the live stream, after celebrating for a while, Xiaoxiumeo stood on the left, while another team member, Yegwa, stood on the right, and they began the 7th round of PK. A total of 2 minutes. Our Xiaoxiumeo has reached the 7th round, and is currently on a 6-game winning streak. Fresh Horse and Lone Wolf, be ready to strike at the right moment. To all our family members and new friends here, this is the Qing Kong 004 live stream. If you like any of the ladies, you can send some tickets, small hearts and popularity tickets to support them. Seizing the opportunity, while the 25 carnivals attracted viewers who hadn't left yet, Ermao quickly started promoting. Although the live stream could survive solely on the big brothers, they couldn't always be around, and popularity needed to be continuously built. However, at this moment, everyone was actually less interested in the ladies dancing and was waiting for the 2 big brothers to take action. LV. 17 Talking and Laughing. Who do you think will win this round? LV. 22 Cola Chicken Wings. My Fresh Horse will definitely win, okay. LV. 17 Talking and Laughing. Cola Chicken Wings, you should know better. LV. 12 Xiaoyu. I feel like Fresh Horse should still have some tickets left, or I think this round can be stabilized, conserve a bit, and then unleash in the 9th or 10th round. According to PK rules, that's how it should be calculated, but since it's been like this, I don't think Brother Lone Wolf will go. LV. XX Mysterious Man 870999. This should be it for this round. This time Sun Pengfei didn't wait for Chun Hao to take the first shot. He directly went all in. LV. 52 Lone Wolf sent Yegwa 25 golden carnivals. A gift worth 750 Do coins was sent out entirely within a few seconds. He only kept 600 Do coins for himself. Attention, everyone, there is still a minute and a half. Let's get those tickets in. I wonder which of our CEOs will take the first shot. OMG. Thank you. Thank you to our CEO Lone Wolf for the 25 golden carnival fee. On the right side of the livestream screen, Yegwa jumped up, stopped dancing, and crazily blew kisses to the camera. She considered herself lucky this time, as it wasn't a live stream where small hearts and Douyin PK were sent. Whoever received the gifts would have more shares. If optimistically estimated, there should still be opportunities for 4 more rounds of PK, and anyone could take their turn. However, she didn't expect that after dancing for half a minute she would receive such a huge surprise. Xiaoxiumeo also didn't expect that the Lone Wolf would start with 25. She felt that this time Fresh Horse probably wouldn't go for it anymore. This is way too much, I've never seen this before. I hope Fresh Horse can remain calm. Catching up will cost over 70,000. And that Lone Wolf might still have. Due to receiving too many gifts today, Xiaoxiumeo's favorability towards Chun Hao had now reached 42 points, making her somewhat worried about him. Chun Hao was also somewhat surprised that the opponent started with 25 carnivals. He glanced at his account with over 1 million left, feeling slightly anxious. Could it be he has more? 30, 40. I don't know if it will be enough, but I absolutely can't let him win this round. It would be a huge loss if he gets double back. In such a small live stream, being able to PK out over 1 million Do coins, who would believe that? And even if I spend 1 million to save him, giving that much to a single streamer still feels a bit risky. I don't know if the system can withstand it. I should still try to keep a low profile. Although a bit worried, he didn't hesitate. After all, sending gifts would yield returns, so he was sure to profit regardless of whether he won or lost in the PK. He just wanted to show off first. Chun Hao glanced at Xiaoxiumeo, who was nearly stunned into forgetting her dance by the sudden appearance of 25 carnivals, selected the carnival locked in the golden skin, and clicked it 40 times. LV. 37 Fresh Horse sends Xiaoxiomeo 40 golden carnivals. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully leveling up to LV 38. Congratulations to user Fresh Horse for successfully leveling up to LV 44. Currently Yegwo's score has reached 75000. Xiaoxiomeo currently only has 20. The difference is 25 Huazi. It's an incredibly exaggerated gap. I wonder if CEO Fresh Horse will save our Xiaoxiomeo this time. Will you be that soft-hearted deity? There is still a minute left, and our Xiaoxiomeo's time is running. OMG. OMG. Thank you. Thank you to CEO Fresh Horse for sending us 20 golden. 30 CEO Fresh Horse is still clicking. OMG. Thank you to our CEO Fresh Horse for sending the 40 golden carnival feast. With the previous golden carnival effects from Lone Wolf still not played out, the livestream would now feature a total of 65 carnival effects playing in succession. The overwhelming amount made Xiaoxiomeo feel as if she had been cast under a spell. Her originally lively and agile long legs seemed rooted to the spot. Her long lashes fluttered a few times quickly, and her breathing almost paused, unable to believe what she was. Her delicate face was filled with confusion as she stopped dancing and slightly parted her lips, painted with gloss, her entire being frozen in place, forgetting even to express her gratitude. The entire livestream erupted. The number of viewers surpassed 200 for the first time, and more people joined to watch. LV 17 talking and laughing. OMG. 40 gifts. LV 22 cola chicken wings. OMG. Fresh Horse is awesome. OMG. I don't even know what to say except OMG. LV 5 questioning life. Big Brother is mighty. Screen recording in progress. LV 17A Luo. This scene is something you'd expect to see only in a medium to large guild competition. What is going on? Indeed, it's a battle of deities. Due to the continuous effects, they directly covered half of the livestream screen, making even the bullet comments unreadable. Chunhao was also very happy, not because of the emotional value from the shouting heir Mao and the astonished Xiao Xiao cat in the livestream, but because of the system prompt. System prompt Su Xiaodong's favorability 25. Congratulations to the host. The favorability of the bound anchor Su Xiaodong has reached 60 and the cashback ratio has been increased to 101. After all, the two had not even communicated a single word with each other up to this point, nor had they exchanged private messages, let alone take the next step with green bubbles. Unexpectedly, the effect of this 40 hands golden carnival was so good that Xiao Xiao Cat's favorability towards him reached 67 points. And Brother Tongzi was also very powerful. After reaching 60 favorability, the cashback ratio for tips increased tenfold. In other words, previously when he tipped 100 yuan, he could only earn 1 yuan in general cash currency, but now it directly turned into 10. Now he still had nearly 1 million Douyin coins, and after spending them today, he would refresh and earn 500 in tips tomorrow, which is 2 million Douyin coins. It was likely that before he even made it onto the list of dishonest individuals, he could pay off his several million. Thank you, my brother Angry Horse. A voice filled with surprise and gratitude came from the phone. It was Xiao Xiao Cat, who finally reacted. Brother Angry Horse, you are like a ray of light to me today. I am so happy today. So many carnivals, more than we had in the Guild Wars. Once again, thanks to President Angry Horse and President Lone Wolf for their strong support for our Qing Kong 004. Now let's prepare to start the 8th round of the PK. It's your turn, Pai Pai. Pai Pai excitedly rushed to the stage dressed similarly to Xiao Xiao Cat in an OL outfit. Although she knew it might not mean much to the two big brothers at this point, she still cleverly unbuttoned one more button. If the audience were to enlarge the live broadcast screen, now they could even see a red lace trim. Heir Mao hesitated for a few seconds, ignored this, and continued to shout, still 2 minutes. Our Xiao Xiao Cat is about to break her 8-game winning streak. President Angry Horse and President Lone Wolf, you two should strike when the time is right. We are today. President Lone Wolf. Anyway, thanks to President Lone Wolf. Welcome President Lone Wolf back home anytime. Our Xiao Xiao Cat is about to break her 8-game winning streak. Are there any assassins? President Angry Horse can also defend at any time. Heir Mao suddenly got stuck only because he discovered a message on the public screen. LV 52 Lone Wolf, Xian Inuma not prepared this time, will accompany you to have fun next time. Then his avatar disappeared from the audience contribution leaderboard, completely exiting the live broadcast room. At this moment, Pai Pai, who was waiting on the stage for the Golden Carnival, had her charming smile instantly frozen on her face. Although the PK dance music had already started, she felt distracted. Damn it, did this Lone Wolf concede defeat? I went all out risking being warned by Douyin to unbutton, and you concede defeat. Pai Pai's sense of loss almost overwhelmed the live stream, but the viewers didn't care about that. LV 22 Cola Chicken Wings, Brother Angry Horse is amazing. Lone Wolf conceded, and LV 17 talking and laughing Lone Wolf ran away. LV 12 Xiao Yu Amazing directly chased away the level 52 Big Brother 2 Ruthless. LV. 19 Melon Seeds hahaha look at pie piece expression. Doghead. JPG. LV. 20 Manta Pies that 40 Hands Carnival from Brother Angry Horse just now was too fierce. Maybe Lone Wolf felt he couldn't win and simply left. LV. 17 Talking and laughing you guys now, we don't even call him Brother Lone Wolf anymore, just call him by his ID. LV. 22 Cola Chicken Wings on the internet, I dare to scold young Master Wong to his face, what am I afraid of? Meanwhile the Lone Wolf who had caused Pie Piece disappointment was throwing a tantrum in his villa. He had just typed that line slightly finding himself an excuse for being unprepared and then quickly fled. Now there was nothing left on the coffee table in front of him. Everything had been pushed to the ground, the latest model iPhone he had just bought was smashed to the floor with great force, and its parts scattered everywhere. Damn it Xian Inuma. Where did this reckless kid come from? Brushing so much in such a broken little live stream, what's wrong with him? A level 60 or 70 Big Brother's small account. Or are they operating it themselves? Am I being set up? He never expected that he was just in a bad mood casually entering a live stream to mess with the female anchor for some fun, and instead, he became the biggest joke. He could almost imagine how other viewers in the live stream were judging him, not to mention the host who had been fanning the Looking at the iPhone on the ground that was clearly unusable, he hurried to take out his backup phone, logged back into Douyin, and quickly canceled his follow on the Qingkong 004 live stream. Damn, I lost face today, I definitely can't go back to that live stream. This month's pocket money is also gone tomorrow at the bar, I have to let Lu Xiao treat. Xian Inuma, I've remembered you. Next time I'll bring a few friends to deal with you. Skipping over the secretly vengeful Sun Pengfei, the process in the live stream no longer needed to continue. After Chun Hao had a golden carnival, the PK suddenly had no necessity to continue. Thanks to our President Angry Horse for the golden carnival. Congratulations to Xiao Xiao Cat for achieving an 8-game winning streak, winning today's MVP. Xiao Xiao Cat, you can step down. Pai Pai, you go to the left. Lung Lung, come up. Let's continue the PK. Besides Xiao Xiao Cat, our other sisters also need big brothers to protect them. Is there any president willing to step in? Heir Mao saw that Lone Wolf had left, and after Chun Hao throughout the carnival decisively chose to let Xiao Xiao Cat finish and step down. All the big brothers above have conceded, oh, what's the point of continuing? However, even though the big brother had left, the carnival's traffic effect could not be wasted, so while the new viewers hadn't left yet, he quickly let the other girls in the live stream come up and continue. Chun Hao watched as Xiao Xiao Cat bowed to thank him, then stepped out of the camera frame, slightly pouting with regret. He wanted to tip again. Originally there was no reason to tip so many gifts to an anchor, as it would easily attract unnecessary attention. With Lone Wolf, there it became natural. Little cat, thank you brother New Ma for today. Chun Hao looked at the little cat who had just followed him back after 2 months, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. As expected, money is the key to the door. He thought for a moment and replied, it's fine, the project has reached a certain stage recently, and I finally have some spare money to support you a bit. Little cat, thank you brother Numa, I saw your profile, are you from Jincheng? Fresh clothes Numa? Yes, it's getting late, be safe on your way home, I'm going to sleep now. Little cat, voice message playing then brother Numa, I wish you a good sleep, come watch me dance tomorrow. Little cat, selfie with a close-up of my face. JPG, of course he wasn't really sleepy, he mainly needed to spend the remaining dough coins quickly. This was not the time to test if chatting could increase affection. He quickly dismissed Little Cat and began to look for a new binding target. Meanwhile, far away and Hanqing, Little Cat certainly hadn't really clocked out. Although the gimmick in the live broadcast room was that they were cleaning up after work, there were still regulations about working hours. It wasn't as if winning 10 consecutive matches meant they could leave. So unless it was really late, most of the female anchors in their group would still leave together after work. 2 of them were even roommates. Of course, the last one to clean was indeed true. In the waiting area outside the live broadcast room, Little Cat sat on the company's worn-out sofa, fiddling with her phone. Next to her was Pai Pai, who had just received 66 little hearts from new viewers. This brother Numa looks really capable, Little Cat, you better seize the opportunity. Pai Pai looked enviously at Little Cat's phone. She had also followed Fresh Clothes Numa. But after sending a message saying, hello brother Numa, along with a selfie of her leg, she received no reply. The other party hadn't followed her back either. It seemed too many people had followed him today, and her message probably went straight into the stranger's message pile. Who knows when the big brother would notice? Little Cat lowered her head, remaining silent. It seemed that the joy brought by the carnival feast had already been replaced by another emotion. Her slender white fingers unconsciously wandered over the black silk on her thighs, her nails lightly scraping against the surface of the stockings, making a rustling sound. The poor quality material revealed tiny frayed edges, and small threads would occasionally pop out. Those messy frays and threads mirrored her current indescribable feelings, chaotic and complex. Seeing her like this, Pai Pi's smile gradually faded and a hint of anger arose. Why are you still tangled up in this? Wake up. We've been a group for 4 whole months. Today brother Nu Ma spent over 1.5 million do coins. This can't just be a casual gift without expecting anything in return. You should know what to do. Pie Piece nails even dug slightly into Little Cat's shoulder, and her eyes were slightly red. What are we a washed-up team? Or 5 money-losing products without even a guardian big brother? While urging the tickets from the first-time viewers, Heir Mao glanced over at the resting area, adjusted the microphone, and silently increased the volume of the background music by 50. No one's buying tickets. The performance is too poor for the guild to even redirect traffic to this live broadcast. Have you forgotten how you were kicked out by Group 1? Have you forgotten how awkward it was last month's guild battle? Last place. All last place. There are 4 live broadcast rooms and over 20 streamers in this small guild. You who once ranked in the top 3 can't even make it into the top 15 now. Isn't your family struggling? Isn't your aunt still in the hospital? And even now you're still tangled up in this. If you don't let go of your useless pride, we're really finished. Little Cat listened to Pie Piece's words. Her pupils trembled slightly, and her eyes turned a rosy shade, which the foundation couldn't conceal. She bit her lower lip tightly, her slender fingers like jade deeply pressing into her thigh wrapped in black silk, her nails almost piercing through the stockings. Pie looked at her like this. Although she felt pity, she had also been suppressing her emotions for a long time. Too much had happened in today's live broadcast, with great ups and downs causing her to lose control of her feelings. If I had your looks and figure, I would have left this place long ago. If I could meet a big brother like brother Nu Ma, I would have booked a hotel in his city already. I would have boarded a plane tonight. Aren't you trying to earn money? Haven't you even stopped going to school recently? With such a great opportunity, will you let it slip away like before? Little Cat, hearing this, became anxious and retorted with a flushed face, just because I spent tens of thousands, do I have to deliver it thousands of miles away? When Pie heard this, she realized she had been a bit too blunt, calmed her emotions, and continued, it's not that you need to send it right away, but at least you should show your attitude right. The big brothers in our guild's live broadcast room almost all have exchanges. Brother Rich and Leisure sent you over 20,000 do coins in the top 3 of our guild battle. That definitely can't be purely supportive, just given to you for nothing. If you had agreed that day, he would have definitely helped you to the top. In the end, you refused him and even scolded him. He must have told the others about this, and the guild would definitely know too. Otherwise, with your looks and figure, you would definitely not have been kicked out of Group 1. And since we formed the group, the big brothers from other live broadcast rooms in the guild haven't come over. The few that occasionally visited have all run away because you didn't maintain them seriously. Last week our group's operator just left, and Heir Mao has long wanted to resign. Do you know that? Our group originally relied on you to hold the scene. If it weren't for brother Nu Ma's generous support today, we would have been done after the guild battle this month. If you let brother Nu Ma go as well, this month's guild battle will have you facing the scorn of those people, and next month we won't escape either. Given your current situation, the guilds here in Hangsheng are all interconnected. Which group can easily let you go? Besides live streaming, what other good ways do you have to earn money, especially to earn big? You? Think about it carefully. After saying so much in one breath, Pie felt a bit tired. She saw Heir Mao calling for her to replace the just eliminated coconut, and she went directly in front of the camera. Little Cat sat alone on the sofa, staring blankly at the dazzling lights of the live broadcast room, her knuckles white from gripping tightly, and her slightly trembling wrist was clearly visible. A teardrop hung on her eyelashes, poised to fall, resembling an abandoned little animal. She felt an unusual sense of unreality, as if any wrong step could make everything of today vanish like a dream. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Pie and Lung, who were energetically twisting their bodies in front of the camera for a few little hearts, as if she had made a certain resolve. She opened the message bar, ignoring the other junk messages, and clicked on the one titled Fresh Clothes Nu Ma. Little Cat, brother Nu Ma, thank you so much for today. Little Cat, this is my private green bubble QR code. JPG, please add me, we can chat and video. The little cat sent out the message according to the company's training script, then hugged her phone, opened her green bubble, and nervously stared at it. In my youth I dressed sharply and rode gallantly. Judging by the ID, this person must either be a young man or a middle-aged man. What kind of person could he be? A young rich heir? A successful entrepreneur in his middle age? Or perhaps a company executive in his 40s or 50s? No, there can't be a rich heir who would stay in the live stream for so long without gifting anything. What if he turns out to be an old man? How am I supposed to respond then? The intertwining emotions of anticipation and fear flooded over her like a tide, and her toes in the high heels instinctively curled adorably. However, her anticipation and fear would likely take some time to brew, as Chun Hao was currently occupied. He certainly noticed the message notification sent by the little cat, but since he was busy sending gifts in another live stream, he simply swiped it away without checking what was sent. This was another group live streaming room. Just now he intended to quickly brush off the carnival, and the fastest and least attention-grabbing method was naturally to visit several large live streams, each with tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 viewers. The hosts in these live streams were accustomed to large gifts, and the audience had seen it all before. Gifting a few in each stream was no big deal. However, after brushing through more than 10 live streams on the hour leaderboard, he felt very disappointed. The first major broadcaster was a beauty influencer primarily focused on chatting with over 10,000 viewers in the live stream. The audience list showed 3 or 4 prominent viewers above level 60. At first glance, Chunhao noted that she had at least a score of 90 in terms of looks and body, and her voice was particularly pleasant. Yet the system's prompt left Chunhao dumbfounded. Name Wang Fong, age 36 years, score 81 points, health status abnormal, pregnant, favorability 0 system, prompt send 1 Do coin to bind with this host. Pregnant. She looks only in her 20s, but is actually 36. The key is that she manages to charm so many prominent viewers and fans. Her skills are quite impressive. After some thought, although she met the binding conditions, he simply couldn't bring himself to send gifts to this host. He clicked on another well-ranked beauty host who appeared particularly young and had at least a score of 90 in looks, with her surroundings not showing any obvious distortion from beauty filters. But the system's rating mercilessly mocked Chunhao's judgment. Name Lu Wan, age 31 years, score 39 points, health status normal, favorability 0 system, prompt score insufficient, unable to bind. What the hell? 39 points. Chunhao was shocked. Assuming the beauty filter isn't set too high, doesn't that mean her makeup skills have reached an extraordinary level? But it makes sense that if she relied solely on filters and met in real life, it would probably be a disaster. It's unlikely she would have so many fans and prominent viewers gifting her. Moreover, several other hosts specializing in dance, whether in terms of beauty filters or lighting setups, or even exceptional makeup skills, were all exposed under the system's discerning eyes. They were either rated insufficiently or had abnormal health status. He even saw one with the HIV virus. Chunhao suspected it was due to the timing of his arrival, as it was almost midnight and many truly skilled beauty hosts might have already ended their streams. After all, they need to take care of themselves and wouldn't stay up every night for a small amount of money. During this time slot, most of the top hosts were either entertainers or stamina-based streamers. Helpless Chunhao thought for a moment and decided to look for targets in the group ranking. It had to be said that those ranked higher in group broadcasts were exceptionally professional in lighting, visual effects, and even stage setup and choreography. In comparison, the live stream of Qingkong 004 looked as rudimentary as a makeshift performance group. However, there was an advantage. Many beautiful women who met the rating criteria were indeed present in these larger group live streams. Of course, there were also quite a few with abnormal statuses. Fortunately, he managed to filter out 5 targets, each receiving 5 carnivals. However, as he expected, these well-known group broadcast hosts had fixed prominent viewers, and often more than their Douyin accounts might not even be managed by themselves, but provided by the company. Furthermore, it wasn't just Douyin accounts. Even the green bubbles were divided into work and personal accounts. Usually these accounts were managed by the company with dedicated personnel responsible for maintaining these top rank. Occasionally, if needed, they might let her take over to send some voice messages or something. If she gifted a lot, they could video chat for a bit. After spending 5 carnivals, Chunhao indeed achieved his goal of spending Do coins, but the favorability gained was rather average. The most he gained from a female host was 5 points, while the rest were mostly 2 to 3 points in favorability, which couldn't compare to the 20 points gained from a single carnival with the little cat. I need to warm them up. Simply sending gifts is just too low in cost effectiveness. It even requires going to the live stream to help them with PK daily, keeping them company and competing with other prominent viewers. It's just too troublesome. Chunhao shook his head. In the end, he decided to start with the smaller, newer live streams. After brushing through a few streams without numbered IDs, he decisively chose to watch a new group with a number. These unnumbered, unassociated wild groups, while they might have some standout individuals, were mostly quite painful to watch. He even saw a heavy tank with a system score of 16. He didn't know who was gifting her. Just as there were only 20 minutes left until midnight, something suddenly caught his eye. This live stream was also a group broadcast named Aurora 590. The setup and specifications of the live stream were obviously not as good as those particularly large groups, but it was still much better than Qingkong 004. It seemed to have just started broadcasting not long ago and was still in the traffic diversion stage, with 5 girls who were all decent in looks and body, dressed in relatively uniform clothing, dancing to a car song. The number of viewers in the live stream was around 50, and every time a new viewer entered, those above level 25 and who sent gifts would be called out. Having just sent out 25 carnivals, Chunhao, now at level 47, naturally wasn't ignored. Upon seeing the ID of Xian Inu Ma enter the live stream like a blue-purple bar, the host's voice rang out. "Welcome Xian Inu Ma to our live stream." The 5 girls who had just finished one dance seemed to have received some signal, and the music for the card dance played again. They immediately danced along to the music saying, here we go, getting on the car. Handsome, so handsome. Angry horse brother is so handsome. Handsome, so handsome. 8-pack abs. Handsome, so handsome. Angry horse brother is amazing. Bye-bye, getting off the car now. Chunhao unconsciously swallowed, and his mouth had already unknowingly formed a grin. If someone saw him at this moment, they would probably think he looked incredibly lewd. This dance feels quite interesting, and it even involves interaction. Chunhao stroked his chin, carefully observing the 5 female streamers on stage. Although the 5 girls wore matching pink and white lace performance outfits, each exuded a distinctly different. The girl on the far left is named Xiao Lu, sporting 2 ponytails that bounce energetically, with the rhythm resembling a playful rabbit. At 24 years old, with a system rating of 85. The girl next to her is slightly taller, named Zhou Zhou, radiating a sunny vitality, with every move and dance step bursting with energy. At 23 years old, with a system rating of 89. The girl standing in the center position is the tallest among them, named Cao Mei, whose demeanor is somewhat cool, yet undeniably beautiful. At 25 years old, with a system rating of 91. To the right, one of the 2 girls has a captivating allure, appearing more mature and graceful, named Wanan. At 25 years old, with a system rating of 84. The other one has a sweet smile reminiscent of a neighborly little sister, making one feel relaxed and approachable, named Momo. At 23 years old, with a system rating of 86. Especially the system's evaluations made Chunhao regard them with newfound respect. Not a single one scored below 80. The highest rated Zhou Zhou and Cao Mei scored 89 and an astonishing 91 respectively. More importantly, everyone's status is marked as normal. In other words, Chunhao could bind them all. Based on the number of viewers, the duration of the live stream, and the current promotional methods, it seems to be a new group that has been around for less than a month. The decoration and lighting of the live room are much better than Qingkong 004, but still far from a medium to large guild. There is choreography, but they cannot afford professional camera operators for live tracking. It looks like they are at most a group under a medium-sized guild. Chunhao glanced at his remaining 1/4 of 0 do coins and decided to spend them here first. To all the new presidents in the live room, you only need a popularity ticket worth 1 do coin to get on board. The streamer in our center position is named Cao Mei. Remember to follow if you like her. Besides little hearts, big beers, small douyin, and little roses can unlock different dances. The love heart rabbit can switch to C position, and the sports car allows you to choose your favorite streamer to perform a personal dance. The host's enthusiastic voice echoed repeatedly in the live room, with gifts occasionally being thrown in. These gifts are all quite cheap, mostly ranging from 1 to 2 do coins. The Love Heart Rabbit is relatively expensive, requiring 299 do coins. As for the sports car, it's even pricier, costing a full 1200 do coins. In addition, Douyin has a plethora of various gifts. The total count is said to have reached several hundred. Some lesser-known gifts may not have even been selected by anyone. Many people are unaware. For instance, gifts like Power Up for Love, Give a Like Flowers, Bubble Milk Tea, and Update Reminder Talismans. Chunhao didn't hesitate, selecting the 5 girls in turn, followed by sending each of them a sports car. LV. 47 Cien Inu Ma sent Zhou a golden sports car X1. LV. 47 Cien Inu Ma sent Cao Mei a golden sports car X1. LV. 47 Cien Inu Ma sent Xiao Lu a golden sports car X1. LV. 47 Cien Inu Ma sent Wanan a golden sports car X1. LV. 47 Cien Inu Ma sent Mo a golden sports car X1. Within a few seconds, 5 golden sports cars instantly dominated the public screen messages. Wow. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for sending 5 Panameras. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for your... Now in order, let's give President Nu Ma a complete set. Let's also give President Nu Ma a phone dance. The host Nanshan suddenly became excited, not expecting a big brother to show up so soon after the live stream began. They belong to a new group under a medium-sized guild, having formed less than 2 weeks ago. Today marks their 5th day of official live streaming. In the past few days, they mostly relied on big brothers and sisters from the old group occasionally dropping by and throwing some gifts. Chunhao was the first big brother to be so generous, naturally receiving more attention. The 5 girls all took 5 confetti poppers, and after they all exploded, they collectively bowed to the camera. Thank you, Brother Nu Ma. Chunhao glanced at the system notification, nodding in satisfaction. Each of the 5 had gained 5 points of favorability, and this was just from the sports car worth 1200 do coins. As for those particularly large guild streamers, even sending gifts for the first time would likely start at a carnival level to gain 5 points. Afterwards, the other 4 girls on the screen left, leaving the most vibrant Zhou Zhou, because according to the order of gift-giving, she was the first. Zhou Zhou made a heart gesture towards Chunhao in front of the phone and then began her personal dance. The other viewers in the live room also became excited. LV 35 UZ to immediately send 5 Porsches. This big brother has some strength. LV 2111 Cien Inuma big brother. The sisters here are super beautiful. They also have no guardians. You can choose freely. LV 6 Udo. Wow, big brother is impressive. LV 30 Feng Che. This is the kind of spectacle. LV 42 Show Yi ticket version. Everyone gets a turn. What a visual feast. Under the spotlight of the live room, Zhou was fully immersed in her personal dance. This was something she had only learned a week ago, but after hundreds of practice sessions, she was now very skilled. Listening to the host's introduction, it seemed to be called Blowing Snow Shake. She placed her graceful hands on her chest, creating a tense wave with the beat of the music. The skirt of her performance outfit, swaying, resembling a little cake. Then her long fingers glided along the curve of her neck to her lips, and at some point, she had gently held a snow-white cotton swab. After completing a series of crisp street dance moves, she suddenly tilted her head and raised an eyebrow, gently biting one end of the cotton swab with her tiger teeth, then suddenly flicked it towards the camera with a pop. Not bad, this dance is interesting. Chen Hao smacked his lips, offering his evaluation. In just 5 short minutes, all 5 girls had showcased their talents, and host Nanshan's voice rang out. Come on, let's give President Nu Ma a complete set of phone dances. As the music played, a series of phone ringing sounds echoed, and the 5 girls swayed their bodies to the rhythm. They shaped their fingers like a phone and held it to their ears. Standing in the C position was Cao Mei, holding a microphone, dancing to the lively rhythm, suddenly pouting her cherry-like lips, making a pitiful expression as she spoke into the microphone. Here it comes, here it comes. Answer the phone. Brother Nu Ma, answer the phone. Brother Nu Ma, I miss you. Brother Nu Ma, have you? Brother Nu Ma, why aren't you answering the phone? Brother Nu Ma, answer the phone. Her voice trailed off, the sweet tone tinged with a hint of coquetry. In the middle, she deliberately paused her swaying, lightly tapping her toes to the rhythm, as if she were genuinely calling her boyfriend, who was purposely ignoring her call. After the last line, all 5 made a spoiled expression, stomping their feet, causing their fluffy skirts to sway. Chen Hao watched, nearly bursting into laughter. Damn it, I didn't have money before, didn't dare to casually wander around, but I didn't expect there would be such emotionally rewarding shows. If someone who has been in the live streaming circle for a long time saw him like this, they would probably sigh. It's over, the big brother has been hooked into a fish with a bait. The inexperienced Chen Hao was indeed caught off guard. He never expected that the emotional value felt in the big streamers' channels during the carnival could simply be attained here with a luxury car. Of course, he actually hadn't explored enough. In some high-traffic group broadcast rooms, this kind of telephone dance could even be done with just a single small heart. In a surge of excitement, he exchanged the remaining over 1,000 Do coins for 12 Douyin 1 accounts worth 1,000 coins, each, gifting each girl twice. He felt that the best performers, Zhou and Cao Mei, each deserved an extra one. The last few thousand votes were directly exchanged for gifts like the Heart Rabbit, aiming to clear all his Do coins in the final 10 minutes. The public screen erupted into a flurry of gift notifications. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Zhou 3 golden Douyin once. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Cao Mei 3 golden Douyin once. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Xiao Lu 2 golden Douyin once. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave 1 and 2 golden Douyin once. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Mo 2 golden Douyin once. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Zhou 1 hot air balloon. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Cao Mei 1 heart rabbit. LV 47 Cien Inu Ma gave Xiao Lu 1 firework launcher. Congratulations to user Cien Inu Ma for successfully leveling up to LV 48. Chen Hao didn't expect that spending 26000 would actually upgrade him. At this moment, the host Nanshan began to speak with a high-pitched voice. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for the 3 golden Douyin ones for Zhou. Wow. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for the Douyin ones sent to all our sisters. Thank you for all. President Nu Ma is the most handsome god in our Aurora 590 today. Congratulations to President Cien Inu Ma for leveling up to our Douyin God 48. Happy level up, President. Get ready for the level up animation. With Nanshan's shout and animation even played in the live stream covering the original stream. A swordsman materialized like a fleeting shadow amidst the bamboo, see a cold light flashing as he slashed at the bamboo forest. The blade cut through the air like ink, and the verdant bamboo leaves hung suspended before cascading down like rain. The entire bamboo sea seemed to be cleaved in two by this stunning strike, ink spreading through the void, powerful characters appearing in the center of the animation. Congratulations on the president's level up. Chen Hao stared in amazement. He had truly never seen anything like this. I must say, these professional group broadcast guilds of medium size and above really understand how to provide emotional value to the big brother. Their professionalism is undeniable. Having reflected on this, the live stream room erupted into excitement. The female streamers were setting off firecrackers, and the host kept expressing thanks while other viewers flooded the screen with messages. LV 2111 wow. How many carats is this? Big Brother is amazing. LV 6U2 Numa the God. LV 35UZ Numa is too strong. Today has been incredible. LV 30 Feng Che. I underestimated Numa. What's a Porsche compared to this? Even carats are beneath, sending one by one. LV 42 Show Yi sealed ticket version. Is 590 about to have a big brother? At this rate, he might become the head of the family. LV 19 EG2Z. Why does this ID feel a bit familiar? LV 20 Xiao Huangdo. I think I remember seeing a banner floating above in the live stream. LV 3 Wei Wei. I just remembered. This person just sent 40 hands of carnival in another live stream. LV 39 Lao Lu is busy. Is that true? 40 hands of Huazi, and it's not even the end of the month. Which group is starting a guild war so early? For Kulili, I didn't expect to see a god here. Chen Hao was also quite pleased. The emotional value this Aurora 590 livestream provided him was one thing, but more importantly, he managed to spend all his Do coins before midnight. This meant that in just a few minutes after midnight, his system-provided black card would have an additional 52000. In another 24 hours, if he could spend it all smoothly, it would become 104000. Moreover, the female streamers' favorability ratings were also very encouraging. Zhou's favorability increased by 15 points, Kaomius by 13 points, and others rose by around 10 points. Currently, Zhou, who had the highest favorability towards him in this live stream, reached 20 points. LV 48 Xian Inuma. Not bad at dancing. I'm tired. See you tomorrow. Chen Hao sent this line and then exited the live stream. As soon as Nanshan saw this message, he shouted loudly, "Welcome my new Ma to come home anytime." Meanwhile, the live stream's comments were still debating whether this wealthy user had just registered today or which big brother was behind him. At this moment, Chen Hao swiped down on his phone to find the notification from his bank, entering the bank app. After verifying his fingerprint, he beheld his bank balance with shining eyes. 2,872. 34 yuan. Brother Tong Zi is amazing. Chen Hao exclaimed from the heart. It's worth noting that before he went on a gifting spree in the live stream today, he only had 233 yuan. Now, he had directly gained a digit. By tomorrow, he could brush some more with Xiao Mao, and also boost Zhou and Kaomi's favorability ratings, then go find a few more streamers to bind. Paying off all debts would not be far away. If people knew that the wealthy user who had just splurged 2.6 million audio waves Xian Inu Ma was currently delighted at seeing his balance of over 2,000 dragon coins, they would probably short-circuit. In the next minute or two, Chen Hao closed Douyin, staring intensely at the time in the top right corner of his phone. He had never felt a minute drag on so long. Even his fingers gripping the phone turned pale from the strain. Time passed second by second, and finally the number in the top right corner of his phone changed from 2359 to 000. At the same moment, a notification popped up in his phone's notification bar. Deposit information: your bank card has received a transfer of 5,200 yuan. Please check at your convenience. Chen Hao immediately reopened Douyin, tapped on the recharge interface, and transferred the entire 5,000 into it. Looking at his Douyin account balance of 5,000 Do coins, Chen Hao couldn't help but break into silent laughter. Everything is real. At this moment, he finally felt completely at ease, knowing his gamble on taking out a loan had paid off. Although doubling every day 233 yuan could quickly turn into over 100 million, it was still better to enjoy it a day earlier. After a burst of excitement, Chen Hao directly closed the notification bar, displaying 99 on Douyin. He really was tired this time. He had experienced and witnessed too much today. The emotional highs and lows were exhausting. Even an Iron Man would be worn out. Glancing at the time, which was nearing 1:30 a.m., he quickly washed up and then collapsed onto the bed. I feel like I forgot something. What was it? Before sleeping, he seemed to remember that he had forgotten something. However, a wave of fatigue hit him, and within minutes, he drifted off to sleep. Far away in Hangzhou, Xiao Mao had already returned to her shabby single dorm provided by the company. After removing her makeup and freshening up, she lay down on her bed with her phone. Looking at the unresponsive green bubbles and Douyin, she began to feel anxious. He clearly showed he was online earlier. Why hasn't he read my message? Could it be that he really just casually supported me and doesn't like me? Yeah. Then why could he stay in the live stream for so long and even sent me so many gifts? 2 million audio waves. Pippi and Heir Mao told me to maintain well. This Xian Inuma doesn't reply to messages or add friends, and I don't even know what he looks like. How can I maintain that? Even if I send something across 1,000 miles, I need to be able to contact him to send it. Thinking of this, she even felt a bit angry, rolling around on her bed, her delicate little feet, without black stockings, kicking around under the blanket. Finally, she angrily kicked the blanket off, pouting her bottom and burying her flushed face into the pillow. Today she probably wouldn't sleep well. The little cat did not sleep well, but Chunhao slept quite soundly. At 3:30 a.m., while Chunhao was still dreaming of lying in piles of money 16 kilometers away at a media incubation base in Jiang Che, the members of Aurora 590, just finishing their live stream, were sitting in the conference room for a review meeting. Today's data is exceptionally impressive. All our members have achieved very good completion rates for their first week's KPIs. Especially Zhou and Cao Mei, who had the highest data today. Let's give them a round of applause. The operations supervisor of Aurora 590, Yang Min, closed the data report on her laptop and was the first to start clapping. Clap, clap, clap. The small conference room echoed with applause. Yang Min adjusted her glasses and continued summarizing. From what we can see, our change in strategy has indeed yielded very good results. The first 3 days were filled with normal group dances and minor performances, which had a rather average promotional effect. However, after switching to shouting performances in the past 2 days, the number of viewers in the live stream doubled instantly. With today's data, I can apply for an increase in the distribution of red envelopes and enhance our promotional efforts through the guild. We should have the hope of breaking 100 in the promotional stage. The host Nanshan began to flatter. It turns out that Supervisor Yang's strategy is effective, otherwise we probably wouldn't have attracted so many people today, including that distinguished guest Xian Inu Ma. Speaking of which, the main reason for today's excellent results is indeed this distinguished guest Xian Inu Ma. Yang Min took over the conversation, her sharp gaze focused on Zhou and the others who were sitting upright. I did a quick check, and this distinguished guest Xian Inu Ma must have just leveled up today, otherwise it wouldn't make sense for them to only reach level 48 after so many carnivals. They barely spoke in the live stream, and the account has no works. We can't rule out the possibility of it being a secondary account. However, regardless, the strength of this distinguished guest is beyond doubt. Here she paused, seemingly organizing her words. Therefore, no matter what, you all must find a way to keep this big brother with us. Whether you use the company's training scripts or your own improvisation, you must make sure he stays in our live stream. Add him on private WeChat, what content to send, how to make him interested in coming back, and even willing to give you gifts. I shouldn't have to say much more about this. There's only one big brother. Generally speaking, no matter how impressive a big brother is, the big gifts will only be given to one person. As for who can win him over, it depends on your own abilities. Zhou, Cao Mei, and the other three exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of shyness in each other's eye. Looking at the 5 girls with slightly flushed faces across from her, Yang Min sighed and continued, I am also a woman and understand that most of you have only been working for a year or 2 and are relatively reserved. However, the company made it very clear in training that this industry is like this. If you want to eat from many fans, you can, but you also understand the difficulties involved, and it's tough to reach the top. Did you watch the S-Guild battle last month? In the top 40, who doesn't have a romantic big brother or a sentimental big sister? I hope you all think about this carefully. After the review meeting ended, the 5 of them finally left work and took separate rides home. Sitting in the car, Zhou replied to Chunhao and then typed out a message. Zhou, thank you brother Nu Ma for today. So many gifts, you worked hard. Zhou, especially for sending Zhou to the top on Douyin. Zhou, silly smiling little cat. JPG Zhou, looking at your profile, are you from Jincheng? Zhou, our group is also in Jincheng. Zhou, playful little cat. JPG Zhou, voice message playing, brother, this is my green bubble account, can you add me? Zhou, we can video chat. When I'm on break we can go out and have fun together. Zhou, QR code. JPG Zhou, I decided to earn money to treat you to bawang tea. Zhou, you must give me your address then. Zhou, proud little cat expression. JPG, looking at the currently offline avatar of Xian Inu Ma, Zhou squinted her eyes. This is troublesome, he spent so much on his first visit. A big brother with such strength must be desired by everyone. Xiao Lu and Mo should be fine. They definitely felt shy after listening to Sister Yang's words and wouldn't dare to be too aggressive. Cao Mei will definitely fight for him, and even saying good night is uncertain. The method of evenly distributing gifts, who knows who he actually likes most? Sai, having 4 competitors all at once makes it a bit tough. In the back seat of the ride-hailing car, Zhou rubbed her cute face, which still had baby fat, and suddenly pumped her fist, as if to encourage herself. Let's do this. I became a group broadcaster to make money. If this distinguished guest is of an appropriate age and single, I'll go all out. Especially since his account is located in Jincheng, isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity? I refuse to believe that with my natural beauty, I can't win him over. At the same time, the other 4 also sent messages, and the content was mostly similar, only adding their own style to the company's training script. The last one to wait for the ride-hailing car, Cao Mei, looked far away at the taillights of Zhou's departing car, unconsciously biting her lip. That girl. I estimate my greatest rival is her. Nowadays, many big brothers have a preference for fair young, and however, she looked down at her plump chest and her long legs wrapped in denim shorts, suddenly straightening her back with pride. I also have my advantages with her A-cup in terms of figure. I won't lose out. Kaomi's fingertips gently traced the curve of her thigh, smiling confidently. With these legs, that little girl won't be able to compete with me. She forgot that she was only a year older than Jojo. Time quickly passed. Without the anxiety of repayment, Chun Hao for the first time in months slept in. By 1 p.m., fully rested, he slowly awakened. After getting up and washing his face, he finally recalled what he needed to do. He opened Douyin and looked at the balance in his account, nodding. Today's goal is to spend 5 in a row. Yesterday the time was too short, but today I can play for a long time. Even if I don't encounter someone like Lone Wolf, I should still be able to spend it smoothly. Suddenly he thought of something and laughed. Haha, thinking about it this way, isn't this also a job for me every day? However, my job is to spend money to have others provide me with emotional value. Thinking about it this way, this job is indeed enjoyable. Then he noticed his messages bar showing 99 notifications. Opening it, aside from messages from strangers, the most eye-catching were 6 private messages from female streamers. He first clicked on the message from Xiao Xiao Cat, as she currently had the highest favorability and cashback rate, so she needed to be prioritized. Upon opening it, Chun Hao was surprised by Xiao Xiao Cat's proactive message. Green bubble. WeChat. Before yesterday, Chun Hao had never been an elder brother, so he naturally had no experience of being added on WeChat by a female streamer. To be precise, he had never had such an experience with girls of the same age. During his university years, although he was somewhat handsome, his pursuit of Tian Cini was too clingy, causing him to gain notoriety within the entire department. Everyone knew he was a loyal dog to Tian Cini, and no girl sought him out anymore. After finally winning her over, he devoted himself entirely to her, and upon graduation, he was busy with mortgage loans and projects, leaving him with virtually no experience in this area. Even though he had heard that some female streamers would add elder brothers on WeChat, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. His heart raced and his hands trembled. Chun Hao saved the QR code image sent by Xiao Xiao Mao, then opened his WeChat and scanned it to add her. Since he had not yet passed the verification, he returned to Douyin to check the private messages from other female streamers. Of course, the reason for the delay in verification was not that Xiao Xiao Mao was shy or did not take it seriously. The main reason was that she had tossed and turned in bed the previous night like a pancake, causing her down comforter to be kicked into a ball, and her pillow had been ruthlessly disfigured during her restless sleep. It wasn't until the sky brightened outside and she confirmed that Chun Hao was indeed not making any moves that she finally succumbed to her fatigue. At that moment, she was sprawled on her small bed in an extremely unrestrained sleeping posture. Her left leg draped over a teddy bear, her fair right arm dangling off the bed, her messy hair scattered across half the pillow, and a glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. Of course, large swathes of her snow-white skin were also exposed, and the springtime warmth could not be described as a sudden reveal, it was more like a torrent. However, Chun Hao clearly had no chance to see such a tantalizing scene, nor did he have the time to spare as he clicked on Zhua's private message. She's quite playful and cute. Zhua is indeed impressive. That blowing snow shake was incredibly energetic. Another green bubble. Chun Hao hastily saved the QR code image and then clicked on the private messages from Xiaomei Wan and Xiaolu and Momo one by one. As expected, he saved 4 more QR code images. Am I considered a scumbag now? Chun Hao thought to himself while adding the WeChat accounts of all the female streamers from Aurora 590. Damn it, what's wrong with being a scumbag? After being an honest person for 25 years, I ended up backstabbed by my ex-girlfriend, owing millions. What kind of honest person am I? Anyway, we're all just tools for cashback. If it works, great. If not, so be it. With this thought, he no longer felt conflicted. Everything would just go with the flow. To his surprise, Zhua and the others approved his request almost instantly. Zhua has angry horse brother woken up. You suddenly left yesterday, and Zhua was so worried that she messed up her dance steps during the live stream with a distressed expression of a little cat. Zhua, brother, how old are you? What do you do for a living? Zhua sent 2 messages in quick succession, and Chun Hao, lacking experience, didn't know how to respond at first. Before he could figure out how to reply to Zhua, the other 4 also sent messages. Watching the constant pop-ups on WeChat, Chun Hao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Being a scumbag doesn't seem that easy after all. At this moment, Zhua had already arrived at the company. Although they started their live streams late, they still needed to practice dancing at the company in the afternoon. As she waited for Chun Hao's reply, she opened his moments. Only visible for 3 days, there's nothing here. She frowned slightly, looking a bit troubled. I need to find a way to figure out his photos and preferences, but the photos could also be fake. Why not just video call him directly? No way, it can't be that quick. If he gets too easily, he definitely won't cherish it. Having formulated her strategy, she saw that Chun Hao still hadn't replied and figured that he had added others too. Without any hesitation, she quickly edited a message and sent it out. Zhuozhua, let me tell you a secret. Xiao Mei was showing off last night during the meeting that you gave her 3 radishes. Zhuozhua, but I think Angry Horse Brother must like me more, right? I went home yesterday and practiced the card dance, just for you, attaching the dance practice video. Chun Hao, who was at a loss for how to respond to them, saw this message, and unable to control himself clicked on the video that Zhuozhua sent. Watching the video where she was bouncing and dancing in a silk cartoon pattern pajama while cutely shouting, Angry Horse Brother is handsome, Chun Hao instantly couldn't hold back anymore. Chun Hao, I'm 25, I can't discuss work matters here, but your dance is quite good. Due to project reasons, his WeChat name was his real name, but he didn't worry about privacy at all. Because the name Chun Hao was simply too common, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people with that name across the country, not to mention how many Chun Hao there were just in Jincheng. As for the earlier hints suggesting loyalty to her, Chun Hao chose to ignore them. He was determined to be a scumbag. Oh no, wait, what scumbag? I am a war man. When Zhuozhua saw Chun Hao's reply, she immediately perked up. 25 years old. Is that true? If it is. Zhuozhua, cute selfie. JPG brother, this is what I'm wearing today. What do you look like? Can you send me a photo? But it can't be too handsome. Zhuozhua is afraid she might fall for you at once. Chun Hao looked at the message Zhuozhua sent and felt goosebumps all over. Damn, she seems to be really skilled. What should I do? Coming in with such high stakes right away. Sending a photo. That's a bit tricky. He hadn't taken a selfie in years. The last one was a college photo with Tian Cini. Even if he were foolish, he couldn't possibly send that photo. And if he were to take a selfie now, he would need to at least adjust his appearance. With his messy hair and white tank top and the background being this shabby rental apartment, if he sent that out, he was sure to be blocked. Being blocked was minor, but affecting his likability was major. Chun Hao, the photo looks good. I'm currently out doing something, so let's chat later. He decisively chose to run away. If he couldn't send it, then he wouldn't, and he would wait until he tidied himself up. Escaping might be shameful, but it was effective. The 36 strategies recommend retreating as the best course of action. Zhuge Wuho did not deceive me. Forget it, there will be more opportunities later. Zhuozhua. Then brother, remember to watch me dance. We start streaming at 8 tonight, you must come. Chun Hao, okay. Then Chun Hao opened Kaomia's message and was instantly struck by lightning. Xiao Mei, brother not responding makes me so sad. Heartbroken selfie. JPG Xiao Mei. I saw Zhuozhua sending messages. Did that little girl say something bad about me? Let me tell you, she looks lively and cute, but she has a lot of thoughts. Xiao Mei. I'm different. No, I only care about you. Laughs. Xiao Mei, voice message playing. Does your hand hurt when you send radishes, brother? Want me to give you an online massage? Chun Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that he seemed to have overestimated his own level. I just said I wanted to be a scumbag, though I didn't plan to skip the newbie village and fight the boss right away. And I have to deal with 5 of them at once. No wait, there's also Xiao Mao, that's 6. After some hesitation, he replied to Xiao Mei and the others, ultimately using the excuse that he was out on business to politely refuse their request for photos. Looking at his balance of 2,000 yuan, Chun Hao decided to go get a haircut first. Then he could casually take a selfie on the street, which should not expose anything. After a couple of days of cash back, he would tidy himself up to at least match the image of a wealthy person. Just as Chun Hao was getting ready to go to the barber shop, Xiao Mao finally woke up. After a series of rustling sounds from the bed, she lazily propped herself up from the quilt, the thin fabric of her sleepwear accentuating enticing curves. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone from beside the pillow as if shocked by electricity. Looking at the WeChat friend request prompt on the lock screen, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hello handsome, do you want a wash or a haircut? I am the salon's hairstyle director. Do you have a familiar style? This place is located on the outskirts of Jincheng. After Chun Hao moved here, he never switched salons as he was overwhelmed by the burden of debt. To his surprise, he simply entered a shop that looked passably decorated only to find that the guy at the door was the so-called director. I don't have a favorite, just a simple cut. The guy with the textured perm immediately took him to the washing area, and the washing process began. So which tier of stylist are you looking for today? We have senior stylist, hairstyle directors, and the shop owner. The prices are 58 yuan, 98 yuan, and 168 yuan. Chun Hao didn't expect to have the director wash his hair right away. Just you. He originally planned to say the cheapest, but suddenly realized that he was now a wealthy person. Even if he only had 2,000 yuan to spend, that still made him wealthy. I need to adjust my mindset quickly so that I won't slip up in future calls or video chats with Zhou and the others. After sorting out his thoughts, he felt justified in enjoying the director's service. After washing his hair, he sat in the barber's chair, letting the director casually design a simple and stylish haircut for him, while scrolling through Douyin through the translucent cape. After all, there was nothing to do while getting a haircut, and Xiao Mao and Zhou's group hadn't started their live stream yet, so he decided to scout for some new targets. The director noticed him scrolling Douyin and became chatty. Hey handsome, you watch live streams too. I occasionally watch them as well. Oh, you like group broadcasts? I prefer voice rooms. The girls' voices there are really nice. But I don't dare to spend much. I only tip 1 or 2 songs a week, and otherwise I just listen to them chat and sing. Sigh, if only I had a little more money, it would be great. Until now, no voice room hosts have contacted me, and it's impossible on WeChat either. At this point, Chunhao hadn't said a word. Glancing at the chattering director in the mirror, he could only respond with non-committal sounds like "uh-hoo" and "oh really," while quickly looking for his new target. But before he could look through 2 groups, a WeChat notification popped up. Xiao Xiao Mao has approved your friend request. Xiao Xiao Mao finally added you, brother angry horse. Tears streaming. JPG. Xiao Xiao Mao, thank you for yesterday's carnival feast, brother angry horse. Xiao Xiao Mao, we used up all the fireworks we had saved for the group yesterday. Having never experienced such a scene, it was truly overwhelming. Chunhao glanced at the still chattering director and replied with 4 words, no need to be polite. Xiao Xiao Mao bit her lip, recalling what Pai Pai had taught her yesterday, and decisively opened the voice recording. Xiao Xiao Mao voice message play, brother angry horse, you are so cold. Brother, how old are you? Do you usually go to cafes? There's a cafe behind our school, and their cat paw latte art is super cute. Want to go next time? Also, I've been practicing a new dance lately, and I should be performing it tonight. But there's a waist-twisting move that I can never seem to get right, and it's hard to observe myself in the mirror. Brother, you're so experienced, can you give me some pointers? Xiao Xiao Mao video. Avi, after sending the message, she regretted it, and pinched her thigh hard. So dumb, why did I sound like a primary school student inviting someone to a spring outing? I've forgotten all the lines Pai Pai taught me yesterday. And the dance video was just filmed without music, and the footage is blurry. What if he thinks it looks bad? Should I just withdraw it? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the barbershop had thickened. The director's scissors paused as if he had forgotten he was still working. The 3 other barbers in the shop who were resting turned their heads to focus on him, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, not for any other reason, but because Chunhao had just seen the voice message and clicked it without thinking. The sound quality of the 1,000 yuan phone was indeed terrible, but it was loud. The shop echoed with Xiao Xiao Mao's sweet and tempting voice, and the content made everyone's imagination run wild. After seeing the video, Xiao Xiao Mao sent Chunhao decisively closed WeChat. Dude, you've got some skills, sounds like you're still a university student. A soft voice came from behind Chunhao, almost oh, I'm just playing around, it's all a joke, don't take it seriously, let's continue with the haircut. Alright. It's unclear what mood the director was in as he finished cutting Chunhao's hair, but Chunhao felt that he was cutting significantly faster than at the beginning. After paying, Chunhao stepped out of the shop and glanced around, finding only a Boss tea that looked somewhat acceptable. After buying a cup of milk tea, he snapped a selfie with his t-shirt, only revealing a little bit of the collar with no brand name visible. After checking that the photo was fine, and he still looked handsome, Chunhao sent the photo to Zhou and the others. This time he didn't get an immediate reply since they were all practicing dance and training for livestream PKs. Chunhao quickly returned to his rented room and opened the video sent by Xiao Xiao Mao. Xiao Xiao Mao was barefoot, her sheer black stockings directly on the floor, her long legs paired with a bodycon skirt, accentuating her curvy figure, twisting rhythmically. Her fingertips glided slowly from her swan-like neck to her collarbone, sliding over her chest and lingering at her waist. Her fingers, painted with dark red nail polish, deliberately caught the edge of her skirt and gently lifted it, playfully releasing it just before crossing the safety line. With a twist of her waist and a beautiful cross-step as she lifted her leg, Chunhao even caught a glimpse of the lace trim at the top of her thigh. Chunhao felt a bit lightheaded, perhaps because all the blood rushed to his head. Turning off the video, he sent a message, Chunhao, I'm 25 this year, and I don't know much about dancing. After a long wait, without receiving a reply from Chunhao, Xiao Xiao Mao, who was feeling uncertain, immediately. Xiao Xiao Mao then. You must understand how to appreciate it, right? Xiao Xiao Mao, of course this is a special version for you. The live stream will be much more conservative. Chunhao, by the way, can you send me a photo of yourself? I want to set it as my WeChat background to commemorate yesterday's. Sure. Image. JPG. Xiao Xiao Mao, wow. You look so handsome. Xiao Xiao Mao stared in shock at the photo on WeChat, unable to believe her eyes. Is this real? Is this really brother angry horse? No way. Could it be a photo from the internet to trick me? No, I have to show Pai Pai. I heard that Heir Mao can check image duplicates, so I'll let him take a look. She glanced at the time and realized it was almost time to go to work, so she hurriedly began changing clothes to prepare to leave. Xiao Xiao Mao, I'm about to go to work, brother, I'll contact you later. Be sure to check in on Xiao Mao. Chunhao, alright. Throughout the whole process, Chunhao's mind was in a daze, still not recovered from the impact of the video. Anyone can find adult films, that's nothing new, but having the girl you're chatting with send you her suggestive video feels completely different. After a while, he poured himself a glass of water, finally calming down. Looking at the WeChat messages from Xiao Xiao Mao and his inexplicably aloof replies, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. After reopening Zhou's messages and reading through them carefully, he slapped his forehead. Damn, this is way too similar to how I communicate with Tian Cini, but she is much more reserved. Sure enough, when the money is in place, girls will also actively find topics and initiate flirtation. Chun Hao, who used to be a sycophant, now wishes he could slap himself. How could I have been so despicable back then? What are the consequences of being devoted and striving for her? It's having nothing at all. After firmly deciding to become a scumbag, Chun Hao began to browse live streams. The live stream for Qingtian004 usually starts at 8 p.m. and there is still some time left. They broadcast once a day, needing to stream from 8 p.m. until the last female streamer who cleans up is decided. The end time is very unpredictable. Sometimes they finish at 11 p.m., but at times it can drag on until 3 or 4 in the morning. In contrast, the Aurora 590 group has a different schedule. They actually have 2 sessions a day, the first from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and the second from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. This difference already shows the contrasting strategies of both sides. From 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., it is the peak time for major established groups and high-traffic streams. As a new group launched by a medium-sized guild, Aurora 590 naturally chooses to avoid the spotlight and focus on building their popularity first. On the other hand, Qingtian004 is an established group. According to Diyin's streaming mechanism, once your popularity drops, the chances of being discovered by viewers decrease even when sending gifts. Therefore, they choose to maintain their original streaming schedule. At least the old audience can still come in around the usual time to contribute some revenue. Of course, there are exceptions. Some declining older groups adjust their schedules to the afternoon and early morning to struggle a bit. As for whether they can return to their peak, that's hard to say. At this moment, Aurora 590's live stream had been running for nearly an hour. By increasing traffic with shouting and dance routines, the audience count in the upper right corner stabilizes around 120 to 130. For a new group, this is already quite good in the afternoon slot. Currently, they have stopped the shouting and are preparing to enter a segment where a small heart points to people to dance. In the afternoon, they mainly focus on building popularity and don't engage in PK battles. Will that handsome guy come today? Strawberry bit on the straw of her milk tea, her pink lips moistened by the drink, unsure of who she was asking. He should write. Zhou was checking her shoelaces, which had loosened when she jumped for the dance, almost causing her to trip. Her forehead now glistened with small beads of sweat. I think he might come at night. He only showed up close to midnight yesterday. Xiao Lu interjected, her fingers twirling around the ends of her hair, the twin tails sweeping across her fragrant shoulders as she tilted her head. No matter when he comes, we have to be in good shape. Keeping more viewers in the live stream is better than anything else. What if there happens to be another handsome guy among them? Goodnight stretched her hand back, her fingers deftly hooking the neck straps of her newly changed dress. Her ample bosom stood out in the group, and dealing with such clothing required more time to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. Generally speaking, groups in the rising phase above medium guilds won't push boundaries too much, because truly capable elder brothers wouldn't want a borderline girl as their love streamer. Yes, let's work hard together. Nanshan said that the current situation is great, and with the recent rise of the sweeping leg dance, we are also preparing. We should be able to reach 500 viewers in the live stream within a month. Momo still appeared as pure and cute as a neighbor girl, nodding in agreement. It's just you who can believe such. Strawberry and Zhou exchanged glances at Momo, both silently mocking her in their hearts. Which popular group isn't supported by the older brothers and sisters? Those groups with thousands of viewers where everyone just drops hearts to dance must rely on the final PK battles to earn money from the big brothers to survive. As for those thousands of viewers, aren't they essentially just providing a larger stage for the older brothers and sisters to show off? Goodnight also looked at Momo with a smile in her eyes and suddenly said, "How's the photo verification going?" What did Sister Yang say? Xiao Lu released her hair that she had been twirling around her fingers and showed her the latest news from the group. At least we can confirm that it's definitely not a net image. Zhou stared at her toes, clearly having seen the messages in the group. If that handsome guy came today and had sufficient spending power, she would video call him after finishing work. Strike first. Whoever gets it first keeps it. Strawberry glanced at Zhou, who pretended to be indifferent, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. I feel like this girl is up to no good again. After a few minutes of rest, Zhou and the others changed out of their performance outfits and into their individual styles. The enthusiastic voice of the host Nanshan rang out. Dear family members, thank you for waiting. Let's now enter the next segment. 1 popularity ticket, 1 small heart, 1 large beer, 1 rose, 1 small douyin, for just a dime, or 2 you can request the corresponding sister to dance. Our sisters from left to right are Momo, Xiao Lu, Strawberry, Zhou, and Goodnight. Just send her the corresponding gift to request her dance. A small gift combo of 66 or more showcases a group dance. Gifts keep coming and our dance keeps going. Heart Bunny for changing positions, personal dance display for the sports car. The viewers in the live stream occasionally threw small gifts, and occasionally a passing big brother would send a Heart Bunny switching to a host that better suited his preferences to take the center position. However, since it's still a new live stream, and in the afternoon slot no one has shown up yet for the sports car. As soon as Chun Hao entered, he found them dancing various small dances every 10 seconds. Currently, it was the card dealing dance. Currently dancing was Goodnight, wearing a black dress that accentuated her figure. The black knee-high stockings paired with small high-heeled shoes highlighted her strikingly fair legs, making her the center of attention. I didn't pay close attention yesterday. Every person in this group is remarkable. Chun Hao muttered to himself, then he tapped his finger and sent a sports car and a carnival together. LV. 48 Cien Inuma sent Goodnight a golden sports car X1. LV. 48 Cien Inuma sent Goodnight a golden carnival X1. Welcome back home, our angry horse god. Nanshan naturally noticed the entrance effect of Chun Hao and directly welcomed him over the mic. Just as he finished his welcome speech and was about to say something else to connect with the audience, 2 gift alerts and effects abruptly blocked all his words back down, leaving him with nothing but excitement. Wow. Thank you to our angry horse god for sending Goodnight the golden Panamera and golden carnival. Brothers in the live stream, let's get our god's might displayed on the screen. Angry horse god, what about this carnival? LV. 48 Cien Inuma replied. Just deal the cards, let's keep dancing for now. Alright. Then Goodnight stepped to the center, let's dance the card dealing for angry horse god. Goodnight, you take LV. 35 Yuzi. Isn't this the big brother from yesterday? Such a powerful presence. LV. 21 Wan, the god is impressive. LV. 45 Rafa. Amazing, sending a carnival just after entering. Is this the big brother from Goodnight's group? This last viewer was new today and didn't know what had happened last night. Goodnight looked at the carnival sent directly to her with wide eyes, joy filling her expression as she made a heart gesture towards the camera, proudly puffing out her chest. Does he prefer the bigger gifts? Then, does that mean I've secured a win? Zhou and Xiaomei brought 5 firework tubes to share with everyone, and together they pulled the triggers. On the surface, everyone wore expressions of surprise and gratitude, but their gazes towards Wanan were somewhat Zhou buried her head in despair as she could directly see her own ankles. Could Wanan have secretly gone on video? Xiaomei also looked down. Although not as impressive as Wanan, her figure was still decent, and she had some confidence in. After thanking Chun, how Wanan proudly took center stage. Big is good, all natural, and with a well-proportioned figure, I'm definitely better than you skinny ones. They say men these days prefer fair and petite girls, but given the choice between an ordinary petite girl and a big-chested cute girl, any man would certainly choose the latter. Though she thought this, she certainly wouldn't say it out loud. As the music started, she took the microphone and danced while reciting the lyrics. Deal. The crow flies, coordinates Hotel 801. Uniform 007, interpreting contemporary liberation of the West. Is it the side effects of alcohol? Extravagant poetry recital. Is it a mature woman and lowly complex? Tonight's dream is a beautiful one. The set of lyrics combined with her slightly lazy voice had the bullet comments on the screen rolling continuously. Clearly her seductive voice left all the viewers in the live stream somewhat entranced. LV. 35 Yuzu, my gosh, that aura, that sense of temptation. LV. 21 Want it. LV. 8's gaze was wandering, typing with both hands to prove my innocence. LV. 31 Ada. I feel that just based on this voice, she could go to a voice hall. What stood out even more was her impressive curves rising and falling with her breath. Even though there was no deliberate attempt to be provocative, Chun Hao couldn't help but feel that beneath the tight fabric it gave off an alluring aura. Though no fair skin was exposed, the rounded contours still cast an enticing shadow under the lights. Chun Hao's gaze unconsciously followed the deep creases of her clothing. He was now more concerned about the quality of the fabric covering her chest. This subtle allure was even more blood-pumping than outright exposure. Deal. Love, deal. Lie, deal. Mine, deal. Shine. The lyrics were simple, and she deliberately elongated the final syllables, accompanied by a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips, making each of her syllables seem to carry sweetness. At the end of the song, she winked at the camera, the sequins at the ends of her eyes sparkling, as the viewers felt their souls almost being drawn away by her. LV. 21 Want it. LV. 8's gaze was wandering, typing with one hand. LV. 31 Ada. I feel like I'm in love. LV. 45 Rafa. If it weren't for the fact that Wanan has a big brother protecting her, I might have lost control already. Generally this would be where it ends, but due to the carnival's control, gifts sent by other viewers would only take effect after the ongoing performances. Angry Horse, this carnival has added up to half an hour. Should we switch to another dance in between? Nanshan inquired. LV. 48 Fresh clothes and Angry Horse. No need today, I like watching this. Since Big Brother Angry Horse likes it, it must be arranged. Come on, let's continue. The deals kept coming. Chun Hao was increasingly excited, especially when he saw the system prompt Yuan Zioyan's favorability 10 Yuan Xiaoyan is Wanan's real name. At the same time, not only Wanan's favorability was rising, but also Zhou Zhou and Cao Mei, with the other four people's favorability increasing by 2 to 3 points. Can giving a gift to one person increase the favorability of everyone? Chun Hao, while happy, was somewhat confused about why. Whatever, let's just keep sending gifts. Today I have to spend all 2 million Do coins. It's a tough task. After watching the deal dance for nearly 20 minutes, Chun Hao felt that he could never get tired of it. Suddenly the host and Shan's words made him frown. Everyone, it's almost 6 o'clock. After we finish the duration of Angry Horse's carnival, we will also give everyone 3 different group dances as a thank you for the little gifts just sent. We have some small gifts to send to our favorite hosts. A little heart is also a form of support. There's no PK in this session, no individual competition, just pure performance. After this session we will end here and start the second session at 11 p.m. Everyone must not miss it. 48 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse sent Wanan a Golden Carnival X10. Wow. Thanks to Angry Horse for sending Wanan 10-hand carnivals again. Nanshan was originally trying to boost the emotions of other viewers, hoping everyone would come to support in the evening. After all, most of the time they relied on evening PKs to earn revenue. Unexpectedly, Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse directly sent 10-hand carnivals. LV. 21 Wan. Angry Horse is handsome. LV. Hate's gaze was wandering. Wow, I saw a big shot. LV. 31 Ada. 10 carnivals. This effect seems even better than beautiful women. LV. 45 Rafa. Amazing. LV. 35 Yuzu. No wonder this big brother could send out dozens of carnivals yesterday. This strength is truly extraordinary. Wanan stopped dancing and began to bounce on the spot in her little high-heeled shoes. Wow. Thank you, Angry Horse, for the 10 carnivals. Wanan had never seen so many carnivals before. Big brother, you are too good to Wanan. Wanan likes you so much. As a new streamer, having this kind of revenue basically secures her position in the company. With such a powerful big brother guarding her, perhaps her center position could be assured in the future. As for the 4 piercing gazes behind her, those were minor issues. As the host, Nanshan, who was relatively experienced, was not overwhelmed by joy. He wore a peculiar smile and suddenly asked, Angry Horse, what does sending 10-hand carnivals mean? LV. 48 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse. What second session? Let's continue. The little cat and her group haven't started their stream yet. What should I do for these 2 hours if you all leave? Chun Hao now deeply felt how difficult it was to find a female streamer who met the system's rating and maintained a normal state. After all, how many girls in real life are truly beautiful? When talking about her looks, she would say she was above average, just like the class flower or school beauty. 90 of girls think their looks are in the top 20. Though this statement is funny, it reflects most people's self-deception. Remove makeup and beauty filters, and how many real beauties are there? You just be happy a single carnival lasts half an hour. 10 carnivals take 5 hours. Wanan, should I help you take a day off tomorrow? Zhou, full of smiles, leaned close to Wanan's ear, and at that moment Wanan finally snapped out of the shock of the carnival, and upon hearing Zhou's words, her smile froze on her pretty face. Am I being schemed against? I'm not a stamina streamer. If she really had to dance for 5 hours without a break, it would likely involve more than just taking a leave of absence. Chun Hao, of course, was not such a malicious person. He planned to switch to someone else soon. After all, just from the 10 previous carnivals, he had already gained 15 points of favorability, bringing Wanan's favorability rating to 38, the highest in the group. He couldn't let her go from love to hate. If she got too exhausted and her favorability dropped, it would be a loss. He intended to package the entire group, first boosting all their favorability to 60 points. Wanan stood in the center of the livestream room, filled with joy from gaining 10 carnivals and fear of having to dance for 5 hours. She dared not refuse to dance unless it was a particularly familiar and close senior, as generally group stream hosts wouldn't dare to act spoiled. Such behavior was very demoralizing and could provoke a lot of displeasure from the older viewers. If not handled properly, future earnings could plummet. Deal the cards. As the music began, her voice trembled slightly, but she steadied herself and started to dance. No matter what, just dance first. When she could no longer continue dancing, she would take the opportunity during a bathroom break to call Brother Nuoma on WeChat for a plea. She had already planned to plead with him in a soft and delicate manner, and if necessary, to send some slightly private photos, believing he would soften. As the dance continued, after more than half an hour, even the most beautiful dance became tiresome to watch, and everyone started chatting in the public screen. LV. 21 Huan. Considering the previous carnival, we've already danced for about an hour now. LV. 8 Yinjing looked a bit dazed. Are you really going to dance for 5 hours? That seems a bit too much. LV. 45 Lafa. Is this really Wanan's protection? That's so harsh. LV. 35 Yuzi. Lafa, that's not right. This big brother just joined yesterday, and he's spreading his love fairly. LV. 31 Kongqi Jueluan. The other 4 can still slack off, but Wanan can't afford to relax at all. Oh, I've already seen the sweat on her forehead. LV. 21 Huan. Shiani Numa bro, how about switching to someone else? LV. 45 Lafa. This isn't a stamina live stream, why keep doing this? Is being level 48 that impressive? LV. 35 Yuzi. Lafa, how about you send a few Huazi to help out? LV. 45 Lafa. Yuzi, what do you mean by that? LV. 35 Yuzi. Haha, this big brother spent at least 40 carnivals elsewhere yesterday, and just leveled up. I'm just advising you to be careful with your words. Lafa immediately fell silent. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the Huazi, it was just unnecessary to play around with such a big brother. Throwing thousands into the water would still hurt. Dear viewers, our live stream is all about sincerity. Once you give gifts, you deserve service. How could we act? Everyone don't quarrel. Once you're in the live stream, we're all family. Let's cheer for Wanan together. Nanshan noticed that the atmosphere in the comments seemed a bit off and hurried to ease the tension. At the same time, he gestured to Wanan in the live stream. Wanan understood immediately. She had already danced for an hour and her attitude was clear. It was time to plead. While dancing, she paused and sang the lyrics of the card dance using her most charming voice to plead delicately. Brother Nuoma, Wanan is so tired now, can I take a break? Of course Wanan will definitely finish dancing. I just want to rest a bit and drink some water. Chunhao was also paying attention to the situation in the live stream, and seeing the comments he had the same intention. Given that she had already acted cute and pleaded, there was naturally no direct reason to refuse. LV. 48 Shiani Numa, sure. With Chunhao's permission, Wanan cheered and stepped away from the livestream camera. She truly needed a drink, but more importantly, she needed to grab her phone. Meanwhile, the others performed different dances to ensure that the livestream had some content to watch. Outside the livestream camera, Wanan waved to Nanshan and left the livestream room. In the meeting room, she opened WeChat and directly sent a video call request. Chunhao, who was watching others dance, was startled by the sudden video call request and decisively chose to hang up. In this shabby room, if it became a video call, it would expose everything. Within 3 seconds, Wanan's voice called, "Hello? Hello? Is this Brother Nuoma? Huh? Wanan's voice came through faintly, accompanied by the sound of music from the live stream. Yes, it's me. Why are you breathing so heavily? Chunhao replied, trying to sound calm. Once she confirmed it was Shiani Numa, and that his voice was indeed youthful, Wanan's tone instantly became soft and coy. Brother Nuoma, it's all because of you. You dropped 10 carnivals. No, it was 11 carnivals, and my heart is about to jump out. But I really can't dance anymore. Do you know? The new shoes I wore today have rubbed my feet. Rob, it hurts so. And after dancing for so long, I feel like my waist is about to break. Her last 2 sentences were drawn out with a hint of grievance, yet brimming with temptation. Even though Chunhao knew she was intentionally acting spoiled, he couldn't help but feel a bit parched and soft-hearted at the sound of her voice. He almost immediately thought of the phrase born with the charm of seduction. Is it really that hard? Wanan heard that he seemed to be softening and immediately pressed her advantage, her voice becoming even sweeter. Isn't it? Wanan wasn't a stamina host, but as long as she was dancing for her brother, no matter how hard it was worth it. But dear brother, can you have a bit of sympathy for Wanan? Pretty please. Let Wanan rest for a bit. Chunhao felt his heart racing, but he still steadied himself immediately. He couldn't agree right away. That would make him seem indecisive and easily trapped, not like a wealthy benefactor. How many minutes do you want to rest? The live stream is still going. Wanan was a bit flustered upon if it was really just a few minutes of rest, and she forced herself to complete 5 hours. Her legs wouldn't be able to move for days. Gathering her resolve, she suddenly lowered her voice, tinged with nervousness and suggestion. Brother, can you let them dance the group dance or play other games first? Or it would be fine to let someone else take the lead in dancing. Let Wanan log off for a good rest. And then, her voice dropped even lower. If Chunhao's phone wasn't loud enough, he would have almost missed what she said next. Before bed, can I video call you? You like watching me dance, right? How about I dance just for you? Only for you. What the hell? Chunhao's heart lurched violently at Wanan's condition. Those 2 words nearly burst from his lips, but he managed to suppress them just in time. A torrent of vivid scenes, flashing like cinematic reels and lifted straight from romance novels, flooded his mind. His breathing grew heavy, ragged. A private video call, while she danced wearing whatever she chose entirely at her discretion. No, Chunhao, stay calm. With your current surroundings, the moment that video connects, your entire persona collapses. She'll instantly brand you a delusional fool who borrowed money to play the big spender. Just a few more days. Once the cashback hits my account, I'll rent a spacious high-rise apartment immediately. Chunhao frantically lectured himself inwardly. He had never loathed his rented room so fiercely. He carefully restructured his thoughts, forcibly quelling the surging impulse within. I'm not quite convenient lately. As for the video, we can discuss it later. Wanan's pulse skipped at Chunhao's voice on the other end. She'd actually been turned down on the unknown dancing call. This senior brother is far too vigilant, yet I wasn't even worried about him recording it. So truly seasoned patrons each have their own rhythms. Rushing this would backfire. I need to offer something genuinely sincere. Her mind whirred furiously. After less than a second's silence, she swiftly pivoted her strategy and unveiled an even bolder gesture of goodwill. Oh. A faint note of disappointment tinged her voice, but then as if struck by inspiration her tone brightened instantly. Then, how about one more condition? Brother, your unwavering support means everything to Wanan. I truly don't know how to thank you. I'll send you one of my personally worn intimate garments, something no outsider has ever seen. Would that be an acceptable keepsake? Plus a signed photo, taken while I'm wearing it, utterly unique and irreplaceable. That way you'll always feel Wanan's heartfelt sincerity close at hand. Her voice dropped to a near inaudible whisper, yet Chunhao heard every syllable with crystalline clarity. His mind erupted in a deafening buzz. The tendons on his hand gripping the phone surged into stark relief. Intimate garments. Worn. Unseen by outsiders. A signed photo taken while wearing them. Each phrase struck like a bullet, piercing straight through Chunhao's consciousness, flooding his skull with searing heat. Only yesterday had Chunhao first tasted the intoxicating thrill of being a divine magnate. Now this pinnacle privilege, utterly unprecedented in his real-world experience, lay dazzlingly before him. He had no grounds for refusal. The sincerity offered was overwhelming, its weight lodging stubbornly in his throat, rendering dissent impossible. Agreed. But sending it risks exposing my address. Damn it. I'll just list a reputable apartment complex and have it delivered to its Sanyao station. In this moment his mind raced with unprecedented speed, faster than ever before. At last, having devised a solution, Chunhao spoke slowly, his voice low and faintly hoarse. That's acceptable. As for the video, let's postpone it a few days. I really am inconvenienced these 2 days. Hearing this, Wanan finally exhaled in quiet relief, euphoria blooming across her face. Yes, the plan succeeded. So this is what wins him over. I knew he'd fall for my charm. Her tone instantly shifted, effervescent with joy laced with playful shyness. Really? Thank you, brother. You're absolutely wonderful. So, please send me your delivery address anytime. I'll ship it tomorrow. She paused, then softened her voice into a silken murmur. Brother, remember, it's our little secret. Those final 3 words, whispered with honeyed delicacy, sent shivers down his spine. His very bones seemed to melt. All right, I understand. You, go back to your livestream now. I'll engage on the public chat to support you. He hurried to dismiss Wanan, afraid that another moment's conversation might betray his unraveling composure. Her voice chimed sweetly through the phone. Bye-bye, brother, I'm heading back on stage. Don't forget to think of me tonight before you sleep. As the call ended, Wanan set down her phone and released a long, slow breath. A smile flickered across her face, tired yet triumphant, as she glanced down at her striking silhouette and raised a victorious yeah to the air. Years of immersion plus rigorous company training. No matter your caliber, I've mastered this art effortlessly. She took a sip of mineral water, smoothed her expression, and prepared to re-enter the live stream, to deliver yet another polished, captivating performance. Meanwhile, the live stream's comment section buzzed with speculation about Wanan's brief break. LV, 21 Huan. Senior brother Numahorse still has a soft heart. She asked for rest, and he granted it. LV, 8 yen shun yi piao. Indeed, nearly 5 minutes have passed, and he hasn't said a word. LV, 35 Yuzi, she'll likely resume dancing when she returns, but 5 hours still feels excessive. LV, 31 Kongchi Jueluan, let's plead again. Maybe senior brother Numahorse will relent if he's in a good mood. LV, 35 Yuzi, 10 carnival gifts. That's no trivial sum to simply discard. Amidst the flurry of comments, Wanan finally stepped back onto the stage, centered once more. Senior brother Numahorse. Wanan's fully rested. Thank you for your understanding earlier. Seizing her recovered stamina, she performed energetically for 10 more minutes, then suddenly winced as if her foot had cramped. She muted her microphone and froze mid-motion. Wanan seems to have encountered an issue. Family members, please remain calm. Jojo, could you check on her? Nanshan, watching Wanan mute her mic, almost chuckled at his own scripted line. Jojo and the others gathered around her. Xiaolu moved the microphone aside, while the rest feigned concern over whether she'd sustained an injury. LV, 21 Huan. What happened to Wanan? Did she twist her ankle? LV, 8 yen shin yi piao, looks like muscle cramp. LV, 35 Yuzi, that's rather alarming. Yet, if any viewer could overhear their hushed backstage exchange, they'd think otherwise. Spill the truth. Did you just slip away for a private chat? Even left the studio to make a video call? Exactly. Confess. Wanan turned her back to the camera, a sly self-satisfied smile playing on her lips. No video call, just a phone call. Senior brother Numahorse felt for me, granted me rest right away. Jojo glared utterly unconvinced. Liar. Absolutely impossible. What did you say? That part stays between us. That brief call alone confirmed what she suspected. She was likely the first to ever speak directly with Shieni Numahorse. If there were a progress bar, hers would lead the pack. Her lips curled upward, sly and satisfied like a fox who'd just snatched the juiciest morsel. After a minute of staged injury and collective performative concern, she rose again, reclaimed her microphone, and assumed a pitiful tear-glistened expression before the lens. Senior brother Numahorse, Wanan seems to have cramped up. I'm truly sorry. Shall I rest for today and resume dancing later once I've recovered? Chunhao watched her glistening eyes and trembling voice, half sobbing, half pleading, and marveled awestruck. This acting would pass muster in any short drama, but it won't earn her a single point of favor from me. He promptly typed a supportive message in response. LV. 48, Shieni Numahorse, no need. Let's conclude here. Then his fingers flew across the screen. LV. 48, Shieni Numahorse, gifted one in setting sail for Love 50. Congratulations to user Shieni Numahorse on ascending to level 50. LV. 50 Shieni Numahorse for medical expenses, rest well. This gift was just discovered by him right next to Douyin No. One equally valued at 1000 Do coins. To commemorate someone sending their personal belongings to him, he decisively chose this gift, and he sent 50 of them. Goodnight originally thought she would be able to rest, but she never expected that countless rockets launched in the name of love would suddenly rise from the ground, leaving her stunned. The host Ninshan reacted the fastest, his shout shaking the entire studio. Thanks to our angry horse male god for caring about Goodnight. Today you are soft-hearted. Wow. Wow. Thank you, my angry horse male god, for sending forth the love rockets. Still sending them. Still sending. Wow. Oh my god. Thank you, angry horse male god, for the rain of rockets. Congratulations to the freshly dressed angry horse male god for leveling up to Douyin God Rich 50. Let's play the rising animation now. Nanshan swiftly played the rising animation in the live broadcast, while carefully observing how many love rockets Chunhao had sent. Thank you. Once again, thanks to the angry horse male god for his 50 love rockets. Goodnight is really going to set sail for love now. The angry horse male god said this is for medical expenses. Who has ever seen such exaggerated medical expenses? You are the god of Goodnight's soft heart. The only light. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room exploded instantly, as everyone was taken aback by this scene. LV. 2111 Wow. The angry horse male god is awesome. LV. 8 looked dazed. Really? Is this for real? 50 love rockets. LV. 45 Rafa, I must have had my eyes closed, forgive me angry horse. LV. 35 Yuzu, my goodness. Who has seen medical expenses of 500,000 sound waves? LV. 31 Heir is extraordinary, the angry horse is too awesome. LV. 14 Little Red Bean, the boss is generous. LV. 28 Uncle Chin wife, come look at the rain of rockets. LV. 3 You wear freshly dressed angry horse, please reply to my private message. There are surprises on the homepage. Goodnight's blank mind was finally awakened by the screams of Strawberry and the others around her. She excitedly picked up the microphone, even getting a bit choked up. Thank you. Thank you, angry horse brother. You are my light today, the god of my soft heart. I really didn't expect. So surprising. So many love rockets too. Too cool. Behind her, Jojo had already brought a box of firecrackers, and everyone kept pulling the strings, countless rose petals covering the floor of the live broadcast room. Chunhao was certain that Goodnight's choked-up reaction was genuine because the system had already given him the answer. System prompt Yuan Xiaoyan Goodnight favorability 30. Goodnight's favorability directly broke through 60 points, reaching an astonishing 68 points, even surpassing Xiao Xiao Cat. This was something Chunhao himself did not expect. The so-called medical expenses were actually just a spontaneous gesture from him. After all, his task goal today was to spend all 2 million Do coins, and after sending these 50 love rockets, he still had over 3 million left to spend. Unexpectedly, the effect was so outstanding that it truly moved Goodnight to tears. After thanking Chunhao, she played along with the act, limping as she was helped by others to the off-camera rest area. With an opportunity, she began to incessantly message Chunhao on WeChat. Chunhao could only minimize the WeChat window and send her the address of a nearby hotel apartment, replying occasionally. However, overall, he was still quite terse with words. After all, his current state wasn't suited for much communication, and too much talk could lead to mistakes. Meanwhile, the livestream screen now only had 4 people left who at this moment seemed a bit lost. Let's keep broadcasting, though I don't know what to do next. If we stop, it's clear we can't do a second session today. Although the KPI was met, that was for the livestream room, and Goodnight's KPI, the 4 of us still have a long way to go. Nanshan was also somewhat at a loss. He quietly covered the microphone, and asked the operations supervisor Yang Min behind him for her opinion. Yang Min glanced at the more than 90 viewers remaining in the upper right corner, thought for a moment, and decided to seize the opportunity while freshly dressed Angry Horse was still around to directly start a 10-round PK competition. This is also an opportunity to see whether this freshly dressed Angry Horse intends to be the head of the family or Goodnight's love brother, and whether he still has interest in Zhou and the others. Nanshan nodded, reopening the microphone. Dear family members, Angry Horse male god, since Goodnight has gone to rest, let us directly begin the next segment. Ding ding ding. This is our 10-round PK championship. It is also the first PK competition since our week of broadcasting. The rules are very simple. There are sisters dancing on both sides. Support whoever you like by sending gifts to them, but be sure to do so within the time limit, otherwise if it falls to the ground it cannot be picked up. The sister who successfully completes 10 consecutive wins can directly clock out. The last place is responsible for cleaning the venue. Falling to the ground means that the gifts sent exceeded the PK time and are not reflected in the health bars above the two hosts. Although the hosts can still receive the gifts themselves, they are essentially useless for the PK match. As the PK began, Zhou and Strawberry were the first to step forward, dancing to the rhythm of the music. The PK officially begins. Let's support whichever side we choose by sending gifts. There is 1 minute left. If you have favorite host, remember to send gifts. A tie is also considered a failure. Last 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Any assassins? You can go up. Seeing that the health bars remained motionless until the end, Nanshan was at a loss for what to do. He glanced at the audience list. The number of viewers still fluctuated around 100, while the freshly dressed Angry Horse with a sound wave count of 83180 had not left the livestream. Turning back, he looked at Yang Min with a puzzled expression. Yang Min was equally confused. This kind of big brother wouldn't really withhold even a little love from everyone, would he? Goodnight wouldn't have the strength to train a big brother to this extent in just one night either. What does this mean? Everyone was waiting for freshly dressed Angry Horse to take action, but he showed no sign of. No one had an answer. Until the PK entered the second round, Zhou was replaced by a little deer, and suddenly a line of text appeared on the screen. LV. 50 freshly dressed Angry Horse, how does clocking out work? Chun Hao indeed did not plan to participate in this PK. After all, he was the only big brother in the live stream room at the moment, and was prepared to take care of the whole group, so what was the point of this PK? Would he be competing against himself? Moreover, when Goodnight was dancing, Zhou and Strawberry had not rested either. They were dancing back up behind her. Though they had slacked off a bit compared to the center position of Goodnight, they were actually quite tired, with fine beads of sweat on everyone's foreheads. If it weren't for the decent quality of their cosmetics and the heavy makeup that had been applied, they would have long since. More importantly, in the past, he had occasionally encountered other big brothers playing like this while browsing other live. One could directly conclude the PK and send the female host off work. Just thinking about it was cool. Chun Hao had long wanted to show off like this. Nanshan was completely focused on the messages on the screen, fearing he would miss any news from freshly dressed Angry Horse, and when he saw this line of text, he let out a sigh of relief. I'm not afraid of anything else, just afraid this big brother thinks we are not satisfied and wants to squeeze more money out of him, looking bad while doing so, and just leaves without playing. Angry Horse male god, here we clock out like most livestream rooms, just with one carrot, which is doing no. One, or the love rocket. Angry Horse male god, which sister would you like to send off? Goodnight doesn't need to, she can clock out right away today. Soon before he could even react, a rain of rockets fell in the livestream room again. LV. 50 freshly dressed Angry Horse sent 50 love rockets to Zhou. LV. 50 freshly dressed Angry Horse sent 50 love rockets to Strawberry. LV. 50 freshly dressed Angry Horse sent 50 love rockets to Little Deer. LV. 51 freshly dressed Angry Horse sent 50 love rockets to MOMO. Congratulations to the user freshly dressed Angry Horse for successfully leveling up to LV. 52. Nanshan was stunned. As the host, he even momentarily lost the ability to speak. Wasn't it supposed to be one carrot for clocking out? The host Nanshan was still trying to process what was happening, but the bullet screen had already reacted. LV. 2111. What the hell? How many rockets is that? LV. 8's gaze was unfocused. 50-50. 200. LV. 31. Angry Horse is amazing. So powerful. LV. 45. Lafa. What kind of big shots account is this? LV. 14. Xiahongdu. Oh my, 200 rockets for love. This light effect must last for a few minutes, right? I can no longer see the bullet screen. LV. 33. Whose family is using 200 rockets for love to finish work? I've gained knowledge. LV. 28. Uncle Chun. Wife, come quickly to see the rocket storm. LV. 28. Uncle Chun shared the live stream. LV. 35. Yuzi. Am I not playing the same Douyin as Angry Horse? Over their gifts can only be sent in batches of 10. Many people couldn't even see the bullet screen anymore as the public screen was completely covered by one gift effect after another, making it impossible to display any other content. At this moment, Nanshan also realized what was happening, and his voice made the operations supervisor Yang Min behind him cover her ears. What the hell? Everyone stand up. Thank our angry horse male god for sending out a total of 200 rockets for love to all the ladies present. I misspoke, angry horse male god. You are not just the only light of good night, you are the light of our Aurora 590. You are the god of love from ancient Greece. Let us put the god of love, the invincible angry horse male god, on the public screen. After saying this, Nanshan even changed the background music of the live stream to This Is Love. Then he remembered there was something else he hadn't mentioned, so he hurriedly added, additionally, congratulations to our angry horse male god for being promoted to Douyin god level 52. Animation for the upgrade. The scene in the live stream was completely out of control. Half of the live stream was the upgrade animation with a large message saying, congratulations President for leveling up, occupying the top of the screen. At the bottom of the screen, the gift effect for rockets for love dominated with rockets continually flying up, spanning the entire live stream. In the middle was Momo with a confetti cannon screaming and jumping in celebration, with Zhou, who was continuously thanking Chun Hao for the strawberries, creating complete chaos. Chun Hao was also very happy as the system notifications appeared. System notification, Zhou Wolin, Zhou favorability 25. System notification, Su Xingmon strawberry favorability 25. System notification, Fan Tingting little deer favorability 20. System notification, Lu Jiao Momo favorability 20. It seems that due to the overwhelming surprise, even though there was a precedent with Goodnight, everyone's increase in favorability was significant. Currently among the female streamers in the Aurora 590 livestream, apart from Goodnight, who has already surpassed 60 points of favorability, Zhou and Strawberry are both approaching 50 points. I feel that in another couple of days, everyone should be able to break through 60 points of favorability. Chun Hao is already looking forward to it. By then in the live stream, all female streamers would have a 110 cashback ratio, which would be so enjoyable. Ahem. Oh, that angry horse male god. The host Nanshan suddenly called out to Chun Hao, pulling his attention back to the live stream. Thank you very much for your strong support for our Aurora 590. If we reach a support level of 300 sound waves, we can provide a customized entrance animation and gift animation. Do you have a preferred style? We can edit animations in styles such as sci-fi, fantasy, martial arts, and mysticism. Of course, the CG animation materials are mainly sourced from the internet. This will serve as your welcome ceremony when you enter our live stream, as well as the animation played when sending gifts exceeding 1,000 sound waves. At that time, we will put your name on it, which is our live stream's gesture. Chun Hao was surprised to hear this. He genuinely didn't know such things existed, and just thinking about it felt impressive. Others send gifts. There are only the official gift effects from Douyin. But sending gifts in this live stream would have its own exclusive animation, which is completely on a different level. LV. 52 Angry Horse. Is there such a thing? Of course. You have helped our live stream so much. You are now the patriarch of our live stream, so it has to be impressive. Nanshan patted his chest with a loud sound. Do you have a preferred style? Or should I privately send you a few different style templates to take a look? LV. 52 Angry Horse. No need, just martial arts will do with some ink wash style. Chun Hao thought that martial arts style animations would match his ID better, and with the addition of ink wash elements it should look very cool. Alright, we will send you a sample directly after it's done, and the livestream account has already followed you back. Angry Horse Male God, rest assured, if you're not satisfied we can change it. Changing it dozens of times is not a problem. LV. 52 Angry Horse. After confirming the animation style with Nanshan, Chun Hao exited the live stream. There was no need to watch the subsequent thank you list closing segment, since they would all thank him via WeChat. Of course, there was another reason he left in a hurry. He had been having too much fun earlier and completely forgot about Xiao Cat. He even missed several pop-up private messages and WeChat notifications without seeing who they were from. What the hell, I think I accidentally closed a few popping WeChat calls. Was it Xiao Cat who called? Looking at the upper right corner of his phone, it was already 9:30 p.m. According to the habit of the live stream room where Xiao Cat was, they would have already started PK by now. He had promised her that he would watch her at 8 p.m. and now he was an hour and a half late, not knowing how things were going. To save time, Chun Hao directly clicked on his private message bar. Looking at the icon of Xiao Cat, who was currently live, he clicked and entered the live stream. At that moment, Xiao Cat was indeed in a very anxious and awkward situation. She was almost on the verge of tears, especially since she saw the banner for the 10-hand carnival that Chun Hao had sent to Goodnight float by. Family, there are only 10 seconds left. Currently, Xiao Cat is still at 0 Yegua, is leading by 5 little hearts, about to achieve today's second consecutive victory. Is Xiao Cat going to fail again? It's too tragic to be eliminated in every round today, Is there no assassin to help Xiao Xiao Cat attack Yegua? Family helping Yegua should remember to guard the tower. Be careful of assassins. Only 3 seconds left. Is there going to be a miracle, family? Although the content was still the same, the voice of the host Heir Mao had completely lost the enthusiasm it had an hour before the broadcast. With only his scripted lines and shouting, one could only say that his professionalism was decent. Sometimes the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, which was exactly this situation. Since starting the PK at 830 up until now, Xiao Xiao Cat had only achieved victory once with a score of 10 little hearts. Most of the time, she didn't even get a single little heart, as most of the audience in this live stream were old viewers, or those who witnessed Chun Hao's carnival feast yesterday. They all knew that Xiao Xiao Cat was protected by a big brother, and he was a very big brother, so he wouldn't easily send her gifts. Xiao Xiao Cat stood on the right side of the screen. Although her body swayed with the music, she was already on the verge of a breakdown. It was just that Heir Mao was still decent to them. If it had been the previous host of Team 1, he would have likely been sarcastic. She didn't actually care about winning or losing the PK. After all, in their small group, there were no rights involved, and winning or losing didn't affect the live stream's profits. However, she could see everyone's expressions in the live broadcast studio. No matter what Heir Mao said, the disappointment in his eyes was undeniable. And it wasn't just Heir Mao, including Pai Pai Yegua and Lung Lung. The scrutinizing and disappointed gazes in everyone's eyes made her feel a chilling sense of despair. Oh no, unfortunately Xiao Xiao Cat has failed in this challenge. Congratulations to Yegua for achieving 3 consecutive victories. Come on, let's continue the PK. Xiao Xiao Cat went down to calm down. Lung Lung came up. Xiao Xiao Cat quickly left the live screen to the side resting area, as if something was chasing her. Sitting on the worn-out sofa, she took out her phone again. Looking at her Douyin messages, not a single one had been read, and her WeChat messages had completely sunk without a trace. Her eyes were devoid of vibrancy, only filled with confusion. Pai Pai was sitting next to her, and it was about to be her turn again. Not here yet. You said he promised you head. I don't know. Are you still holding on to your pride? Otherwise, would he be sending gifts in other live streams while not even glancing at yours? Pippi's voice suddenly grew louder, almost startling the audience in the live stream, causing Heir Mao to quickly turn up the music volume. How did you manage that? Yesterday I talked with you for so long and taught you so much, but you didn't grasp a single word, did you? Yes. I indeed benefit more as the earnings from the live stream increase, but aren't you the one getting the bulk of it? Isn't your family waiting for the life-saving money? From just yesterday you took the biggest cut, and what you got in hand was only over 40,000. Is that enough for your mother's surgery? What do we do now? The audience in the live stream is all waiting to see Angry Horse. What do you think they came to watch? Were they here to see you? To watch us dance in a competition? Do you think that's possible? Do you think you still have that kind of luck? Just before our group disbanded, we happened to encounter a fresh and fiery star. Could we even have one every month? Little Cat faced Pippi's questioning and was at a loss for words. She could fully understand Pippi's anger, and if she were in Pippi's shoes she might be even angrier. Just when she was about to revive, a bucket of cold water extinguished it. She now felt completely frozen, her slender fingers tightly clutching her clothing. Even the high-quality stockings she bought today for Chun Hao just to look better on camera now had no place to be used. Little Cat didn't even dare to look at the barrage in the live stream. The audience's comments, whether kind or malicious, pierced her heart like sharp thorns. LV. 5 question life. Where's the wealthy supporter promised? LV. 17A Luo. Is there still a carnival reign to watch today? LV. 6 Jiao Bao Bao. It's boring. LV. 22 Cola Chicken Wings. Is Angry Horse coming today? LV. 17 Talk and Laugh. I don't know, I messaged him. But you know Big Brother doesn't check messages from strangers at all. LV. 12 Little Rain. This is a bit awkward. Little Cat hasn't even won twice in PK today, not even a single voter. LV. 19 Sunflower Seeds. No way. Did he run off like that wealthy slacker before? So tough he really doesn't maintain his support at all. LV. 20 Mantis Slice. Maybe I just saw in the banner announcement that Angry Horse sent 10 hands of Carnival in another live stream. LV. 12 Little Rain. Mantis Slice. I followed the banner and looked as well. It's also a group broadcast, very high quality. LV. 17 Talk and Laugh. Mantis Slice. I also went and just came back. Not just the carnival, I just saw Angry Horse brush 200 rockets for Set Sail for Love and let the whole group off work. He's simply a wealthy person without humanity. LV. 20 Mantis Slice. Talk and Laugh. No way, really. Which family uses 200 rockets to let their members off work? LV. 19 Sunflower Seeds. Then it's over. Probably Angry Horse just wanted something fresh, and with no follow-up, he naturally just left. The audience continued chatting in the barrage, completely ignoring the PK in the live stream. Though the music in the studio remained intense and lively, the actual atmosphere was almost at freezing point. Ermao looked at the barrage which said that fresh and fiery horse was sending a rain of rockets in another live stream, not knowing how to smooth things over. Despair was like a cold tide nearly drowning little cat. Since 8 o'clock, she felt like a doll being roasted over a fire. Clearly Chun Hao had promised to watch her, yet he hadn't shown up by the time the PK began at 8:30. In her private message list, the dozens of messages sent to Chun Hao were all unread. WeChat was similarly silent, and the voice calls she made were directly rejected. Little cat, angry horse, are you there? The stream has started. Little cat, angry horse, did you forget about little cat? The PK has begun. QEQ. Little cat, voice message play, brother please reply to me, okay? Little cat, they all say I have no ability to keep you. Little cat, voice message play, angry horse, boohoo. I'm begging you. Can you come by? Just let me win one round by a large margin. Just one round is enough. He'll agree to anything you ask. He'll take off the black stockings I'm wearing today and send them to you, okay? He'll take them off after the stream and record a video. Little cat, voice message play, I'm begging you, brother. Can you give me a call back? He'll video call you tonight wearing the sexiest translucent pajamas. I have to lull you to sleep. However, it was a pity that the conditions she offered became increasingly extravagant, but Chun Hao on the other side remained completely unresponsive, the screen still dead silent. It's over. The joy of receiving dozens of carnivals and tens of thousands of income yesterday had vanished without a trace. Just a day later, she had already fallen to the bottom, with only these two words left in her mind. With the previous wealthy slacker's example plus fresh and fiery horse, not only would she become the laughingstock of the entire livestream room tonight, but it wouldn't be long before this melon spread throughout the entire guild. I dare not say it elsewhere, but am afraid the entire Hangzhou guild will hear about it, and shall have nowhere to find a new opportunity. In the group broadcast arena, not maintaining the big brother basically equates to not knowing how to livestream. At that time, her livestream career would basically sink along with this already precarious group. Her father no longer had income to care for her mother, the house had been sold, and the expenses for her mother on the sickbed. She dared not think any further. Congratulations to Pippi for successfully attacking the stage. Cold, it's a pity that you were eliminated in the second round. Go down and reflect a bit. Let me see who the next lady is. Little cat, it's your turn. Hearing Ermao call her name, even though she didn't want to go anymore, little cat still forced herself to stand up somewhat woodenly and walked unsteadily toward the camera. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the barrage in the live stream, nor at Pippi, who was forcing a smile beside her. All she wanted now was to quickly escape this place and find a corner to hide so that no one could find her. Alright, little cat is now in position. Let's directly start our PK. Families, let's all support our beloved streamer by sending some love tickets and little Douyin gifts. Countdown of 2 minutes starting. Oh crap. Welcome back, my angry horse president. Boom. Ermao's voice suddenly exploded, sweeping away the previous indifference. Even the music in the live stream was overshadowed by the sound effects of the fireworks he pressed. The reason was simple. A noble purple entrance effect floated across the live stream screen, and that familiar ID appeared. LV52 fresh and fiery horse entered the live stream. Little cat, hearing Ermao's shout, instantly lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, her makeup somewhat smudged. However, before she could say anything, a flurry of gift notifications and effects swept through the live stream like a torrential storm. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 50 golden carnivals. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 50 set sail for love. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 20 golden Douyin no. 1. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 5 golden Douyin airships. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 1 dream castle. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 1 romantic carriage. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 1 destiny of 3 lifetimes. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 13-14 little hearts. LV52 fresh and fiery horse sent little cat 3 go duck go. Chun Hao came in, took a glance, and immediately understood the situation. He directly cleared all his Douyin coins and conveniently got a set of goddess 3-piece gifts. LV52 fresh and fiery horse, sorry I'm late. A few seconds later, the entire Qingkong 004 livestream room exploded. Before anyone could react, gift effects surged forth one after another, flooding the entire live streaming room. The entire stream seemed frozen in time, motionless for a full 5 seconds. Ermao, who had just leaned toward the microphone to strike up a friendly conversation with Chun Hao, gaped so wide his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Mouth agape in a perfect O. He stood utterly paralyzed, every rehearsed line lodged like stone in his throat, while the collective audience gasped audibly across the stream. Xiao Mao was likewise struck motionless, her head lifted, mixture tear streaks of despair still glistening on her cheeks, as she strained to flash a heart-shaped hand sign toward Chunhao on camera. Now, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her lips parted slightly, her almond eyes widened to their fullest, and her mind emptied entirely, blank silence suspended. Then disbelief blazed into rapturous ecstasy within her gaze. It was him. He had finally arrived. And he did so with breathtaking force, bold, commanding, undeniable. Pippi, standing listlessly on the left side of the frame, exhausted and bored, froze midst her movements, halting in an instant. Her expression locked in place, staring at the gift notifications and dazzling effects scrolling across the public chat. She fell speechless. Yet credit must be given Ermao, as host recovered with remarkable speed. After a few stunned seconds, he jolted awake, as if injected with a massive, unnatural dose of adrenaline, shaking off all fatigue and disappointment. His face contorted with euphoria as he clutched the microphone and roared, "W-O-W. Thank you. My God, thank you. Our divine warrior Nu Ma Tianshun has descended upon the Qingkong 004 livestream and gifted Xiao Xiao Mao 50 golden carnivals. Oh my heavens, I can't even count. Plus 50 sailing for love rockets. Mother of mercy, is this real? Tell me, brothers, am I dreaming? Wait, what? 20 Douyin, no. 1 rockets. And 3 more. 5 Douyin airships. Plus the goddess triad destined for eternity and forever and always hard emotes. Brothers in the stream, type Nu Ma Tianshun has arrived. Across the public chat. What is prestige? Answer me, brothers. What is prestige? As Ermao's roar echoed the public chat, after a breathless hush, erupted like a nuclear detonation. LV, 12 Xiaoyu, holy, 50 carnivals in one breath. And that's not even all. Oh my. LV, 5 doubting life, holy. LV, 17 A Luo, carnival rain again, and rocket rain too. LV, 6 Jiao Bao Bao, how many sound waves is this? Did I misread? Did the host just trigger fake effects? LV, 22 Cola chicken wings, holy, holy, holy. Divine warrior has descended. LV, 5 silent, over 2 million sound waves. I've never seen such a monstrous PK health bar, not even in official team battle tournaments. Nu Ma Tianshun reigns supreme. LV, 4 good legs. I'm terrified. Does your brother mine gold? LV, 17 Tan Xiao Jian Beng, Xie Xie, a true god-tier patron. Brother Nu Ma is legendary. He arrives and instantly unleashes this spectacle. LV, 19 Guazi Run. I'm losing my mind. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Xiao Xiao Mao, your big brother has arrived. LV, 47 Yuan, incredible. Never seen someone dominate a routine PK like this. LV, 35 Qingha raising banners for brother Nu Ma. LV, XX mysterious user 568854, worth the wait. LV, 20 Manta Pian, Nu Ma Tianshun is invincible. Amidst the frenzied barrage of comments, Ermao noticed Xiao Xiao Mao still frozen in place, and frantically waved his arms before her screen, spittle flying toward Pippi's face. Xiao Mao, why are you still standing there like a statue? Hurry, thank brother Nu Ma. Your big brother is. Only then did Xiao Xiao Mao awaken from her daze, the overwhelming joy shattering every trace of humiliation, despair, and sorrow she'd endured for the past 90 minutes. Stumbling forward, she snatched the microphone beside her and rushed toward the lens, nearly toppling over her own high heels. Abandoning all composure, she clasped her hands together and bowed deeply repeatedly before the camera. Her voice, cracked with gratitude and exultation, carried across the entire stream. Thank you, brother Nu Ma. I didn't realize it just now. I'm so sorry. Thank you, brother. Wah. Choking on sobs, she could barely form complete sentences, only bowing again and again as if offering her very heart. For only thus, through unrestrained humility, could she possibly convey the staggering wonder and devotion of having found salvation anew. She no longer cared whether her makeup ran, tears cascaded like unstrung pearls, but across her face bloomed a smile of pure radiant joy unlike any before. All the earlier scorn, the public doubt, the mocking comments, dissolved instantly beneath the thunderous, earth-shaking deluge of gifts. Meanwhile, Yegua and Lung Lung, who had been resting off stage, dashed onto the set, dragging newly purchased confetti cannons from cardboard boxes, pulling each one with abandon. Pippi, spotting them, hurried over to help ignite the celebration. Within just half an hour, Chunhao had thrown both live streams into glorious chaos, a feat in its own way astonishingly absurd. System alert, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Mao Affinity 1. System alert, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Mao Affinity 1. System alert, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Mao Affinity 1. System alert, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Mao Affinity 3. System alert, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Mao Affinity 20. Chunhao summoned the system interface with his mind and reviewed the fluctuating affinity values, feeling faintly awkward. He'd been having so much fun at Jiguang 590, lost so deeply in the thrill of performance that he'd genuinely forgotten about Xiao Xiao Mao. Yet somehow, after arriving an hour and a half late, he'd subjected her to unimaginable emotional torment. And yet her affinity hadn't even dropped below 60. Over these 2 days her emotions had careened wildly, like a roller coaster stripped of safety restraints, truly unprecedented. Still, thanks to this dramatic delay, and the explosive arrival crowned by that torrent of gifts, her affinity with Chunhao had surged past 80, landing firmly at 81, despite the earlier 6-point dip. Naturally, the system followed with its next notification. Congratulations, host. Su Xiaotong Xiao Xiao Mao affinity has reached 80. Cashback ratio increased to 5-1. One physical prize draw awarded. Gazing at Xiao Xiao Mao, tears streaming down her face like spring blossoms in rain, Chunhao longed to leap through the screen and kiss her. Only Xiao Xiao Mao could pull this off. Top affinity absolutely unmatched. Cashback has doubled since the 60-point threshold, and now includes a physical prize draw. Intriguing. While the stream remained gloriously chaotic, he decided to claim the draw immediately. Host confirm use of physical prize draw opportunity. Yes. Draw commencing. 3. 1. Congratulations, host. You have won a personal vehicle. Model Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD. The system has completed compliant purchase and registration procedures. Please collect your vehicle at the designated dealership within 3 days. What the hell? Little Nyo. Is this seriously called a commuter vehicle? Is it just because it can run on 95-octane fuel? In an instant, Chunhao was enveloped by immense surprise. Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD with a top configuration price around 3.5 million yuan is the last pure gasoline V10 naturally aspirated rear-wheel drive supercar in the world. The base model exceeds 2.5 million yuan, while the top model exceeds 3.5 million yuan. The car's height is only 1165 millimeters, constructed almost entirely of carbon fiber and aluminum alloy, weighing less than 140 kilograms, allowing you to drive away without paying under a 1.2 meter barrier. With 610 horsepower, a torque of 560 newton meters, a redline soaring to 800 RPM, and a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in 3 seconds, every data point speaks to its supercar essence. The car offers 3 power modes. In street mode, pressing the accelerator fully can instantly shift from 6th gear to 2nd gear. In sports mode, the control feels incredibly smooth, while in track mode, the ferocity of acceleration is exhilarating. The sound of its engine is more seductive than any woman's moan. As for its appearance and interior, no one can doubt Lamborghini's design. As long as you drive it on the street, even those unfamiliar with car logos will recognize it as a Lamborghini. While Chunhao was still in shock over having drawn this commuter vehicle, a notification suddenly popped up on the top of his live streaming phone. Esteemed Lamborghini owner, the Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD top configuration you purchased has completed all procedures, and we sincerely await your arrival to pick up the car at your convenience. Little cat, you are now my favorite woman. Chunhao almost typed this directly into the live chat. Although he estimated that he would soon be able to pay off debts roughly equal to the price of this car, it would still take time and require him to earn rewards every day. But this car is something he can actually get his hands on immediately. What did the system say? Within 3 days. What 3 days? I'm going to pick it up tomorrow morning. He was already impatient and planned to pick up the car as soon as he woke up tomorrow. Wait, although my outfit isn't shabby, it's still a bit low-key. Perfect, I'll buy some clothes tomorrow. Thinking of this, he glanced at the balance in his bank account. After spending crazily in 2 live streams today, he had already used up the amount designated for tips, and the cashback had long been credited. Using fingerprint unlock, the bank balance displayed in front of Chunhao was 29892. 74 yuan. Just yesterday, it was only a bit over 200, and now it's shot up tenfold. Tomorrow I'll have enough money for clothes. Oh right, I also need to change my phone. This broken phone is lagging even when streaming live. Since his project started operating, Chunhao had never had so much cash in hand. He felt he was finally close to climbing out of the quagmire that Tian Cini had created for him. At this moment in the live stream, Little Cat seemed to have finally calmed down a bit, wiped her tears, and bowed to Chunhao again to express her gratitude. Thank you once again to President Angry Horse for the protection. So shall we let Little Cat clock out today? Heir Mao, seeing the chaos in the live stream slightly subside, promptly asked Chunhao. Although the value of the gifts had long exceeded the 1 euro do coins for clocking out, Heir Mao dared not casually make decisions for the big brother. What if he still wanted to play some PK? LV. 52 fresh clothes and Angry Horse, let's call it a day. Okay. Since President Angry Horse says you can rest, then Little Cat will clock out. Pippi, get ready. Coconut Jelly, you guys had a blast with the fireworks earlier, and let's see who stays to clean up later. Heir Mao ignored Pippi's resentful gaze and continued calling out. It's not that he wanted to play PK to earn money. Mainly the big brother had just spent so much, and not giving others rockets for a clock out would leave a bad impression on the other viewers. After Little Cat bowed deeply again to the camera, she exited the frame. At the same time, Chunhao, who had run out of dough coins and exited the live stream, was sweating as he stared at his WeChat. Little Cat had sent him dozens of help me messages, and he hadn't seen a single one scrolling down until he heard those few exchange conditions. Black stockings sent to you. Sexy semi-transparent pajamas to lull you to sleep. Although he was alone in his rental room, Chunhao still pressed down on his little brother. Just as he was still immersed in his imagined scene, Little Cat sent another message. Little Cat voice message. Today I really thought you weren't coming. I was really. Boo-hoo boo-hoo. Before she could finish her thought, she choked up again. The overwhelming emotions had clearly affected her ability to speak. Chunhao was also somewhat troubled, wondering if it would be better to call her on WeChat to comfort her at this moment. Just then Little Cat seemed to realize she was having difficulty speaking and chose to type instead. Little Cat, I will definitely do what I promised you, brother, don't worry. A string of question marks appeared above Chunhao's head, and then he recalled the voice message he had just heard. Damn, is this for real? He felt a bit sweaty on his forehead. A video calls would definitely not work before he rented again, but black stockings that could be removed later. I'm not that perverted of a person. Chunhao thought to himself, yet the message he sent out was completely different from what he was thinking inside. Chunhao, it's fine, no rush, you can go back and rest first. Chunhao, oh Chunhao, have you played too much before? After silently reflecting for a moment, Chunhao decided to take a shower to calm down. However, before he could put down his phone, Little Cat's message had already come through. Little Cat video. Avi. Little Cat, brother, please send me your shipping address, and I will send it to you tomorrow during. Then. Brother, I'm clocking out and going home now. Chunhao's hand was completely out of control, and he instinctively clicked to open the video. At the start of the video, Little Cat seemed to be in the changing room of her team's office. The environment couldn't be described as good, or one might even say it was old, with scratches covering the iron lockers in the changing room. She first pointed the phone camera at herself, but upon seeing the two dark streams smeared under her eyes and the screen, she suddenly remembered that her makeup had already run. In a panic, she quickly shifted the camera downwards, instantly filling the screen with her beautiful legs clad in black stockings. Chunhao's eyes were wide open, not blinking. Amidst the messy surroundings, he vaguely spotted 2 pieces of rose-red lace lingerie and a pair of flesh-colored stockings. Then it seemed Little Cat tilted the phone to lean against a worn plastic stool, standing half a meter away, just right for the camera to frame her figure from the waist down. She appeared particularly shy, and the quiet changing room echoed with her soft breathing, the bodycon skirt subtly rising and falling with each breath. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly slid her finger under the hem of her skirt. The sound of the fabric rubbing against itself amplified infinitely. Chunhao's eyes widened as the most crucial part came into view. A soft rustling sound accompanied the slow removal of her stockings, the taut black fabric beginning to roll down from her thighs. Bending slightly, she lifted one foot onto a plastic stool. Whether deliberately or by chance, it aligned perfectly with the camera lens. Chunhao gazed intently at the delicate bare foot barely concealed beneath the sheer black silk, not missing a single frame. Beyond her toes, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the hem of her black slip peeking out from behind. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. At last she peeled off the stocking, dampened faintly with perspiration, from her leg, and shyly waved it before the lens. She quickly sealed the stocking in a document pouch, then picked up her phone and ended the video recording. Chunhao clicked his tongue. Today's reward had truly been exceptional. After replying good to Xiao Mao, he resolved to scout a high-end apartment tomorrow as a temporary delivery address, and to forward the details to Wanan as well. Wanan had promised to send him a bra. He certainly wouldn't forget that. Damn it. Why do I feel myself growing more depraved by the day? Shaking his head, he rose to head for the bathroom, only for a barrage of WeChat messages to flood his screen from Wanan and Jojo. Wanan, brother, new ma, my intimate undergarment is all ready. Don't forget to send me your address. Jo, brother, new ma, you worked so hard today, spending so lavishly. What an extravagance. I've never seen so many rocket gifts ushering a streamer off duty. Are you perhaps the very first on Douyin to achieve this? Then we must be the first Douyin streamers ever to be showered with such opulent rocket rain upon signing off. Right. He's so thrilled. Strawberry and the others sent similar messages, but Strawberry added a few extra lines. Brother, you were incredibly generous today. You really didn't need to spend so much. Just knowing you'll drop by our live stream means everything. Your presence alone gives us profound reassurance. Please remember to join us again tomorrow. We'll go live at our usual time, though we're happy to adjust if it's too. Beyond text, nearly every girl also sent casual snapshots, legs, pets, even photos of tonight's dinner. Lighthearted, everyday moments mostly delivered as voice notes. Xiao Lu even mentioned her period had arrived. and expressed heartfelt gratitude to Chun Hao for letting her rest. Naturally, they also delicately probed whether he was from Jincheng, what he did for work, and other personal details. Chun Hao replied to each in turn. But whenever questions touched upon his real-life circumstances, he answered evasively, carefully preserving his aloof, enigmatic persona. After all, silence was safer than speech. Why do I feel like I've wandered straight into the spider demon's cave? It's as if we're operating on entirely different. Chun Hao remained unaware that selected fragments of his conversations with Zhou Zhou and the others were routinely shared in their company group chat. The sole purpose was to analyze his public comments and private messages, to discern his preferences and behavioral patterns. Dedicated staff monitored these exchanges closely, coaching the streamers on how best to engage him, thereby cultivating his favor. Larger agencies might even bring in psychologists for specialized training. Even smaller agencies, though lacking such resources, had accumulated over the years dozens of distinct psychological scripting handbooks, widely circulated among livestream circles. In the earlier unregulated era, when top patrons were abundant, dedicated staff members were assigned solely to manage replies and maintain relationships. Only recently, amid industry-wide hardship and dwindling elite patrons, have streamers intensified internal competition, taking on such tasks themselves. Thus, sharing daily life photos and casual updates, though often formulaic, has become a standard tactic employed by group stream hosts when privately engaging top patrons. Brief interactions pose little risk, but prolonged engagement makes emotional entanglement almost inevitable. Still, Chun Hao cared little, even if he'd known. He possessed a system her affection level toward him displayed, clearly immune to deception. Just as he finished showering and reached for his phone to browse short videos, a video call invitation flashed across the screen. Xiao Mao invites you to a video call. Shit. I completely forgot about this. Chun Hao jolted upright and frantically tapped decline. Chun Hao, not convenient these days. Let's postpone the bedtime video call for a couple more days. Xiao Mao, okay brother. Good night, and sweet dreams. Xiao Mao, let me send you a photo first. Just tell me when you're free. Xiao Mao image. JPG, one glance, and his pulse surged anew. In the photo, she reclined languidly amid plush pillows, her ivory silk nightgown glowing softly under warm bedside lighting, nearly translucent, revealing every graceful contour of her figure. Though she'd removed her livestream makeup, her appearance remained effortlessly radiant. Her system-assigned beauty score unchanged at 86. She nibbled gently at her lower lip, eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a vision of tender melancholy like a sorrowful little cat. This is even more alluring than nudity itself. No, I need another cold shower. Chun Hao realized his priorities had shifted. Securing housing was no longer enough. He'd also need to start training. Otherwise, sustaining interactions with these enchantresses, each boasting beauty scores above 80, would inevitably drain his vitality. After another shower, midnight struck, and his reward balance doubled once more. With practiced ease, Chun Hao transferred the entire 1.04 million yuan balance from his system-issued black card into Douyin, pushing his account balance past 10 million, reaching a staggering 10.4 million Douyin coins. Logically, such a massive top-up should have triggered spending limits long ago. Must be System Brothers doing. Still, 10 million coins, not exactly useful for guild warfare. Hard to spend, honestly. Chun Hao never imagined he'd one day agonize over how to spend money. In truth, Douyin's official team had already taken notice yesterday, and was selecting a dedicated account manager for him. Yet under the system's influence, no one could trace his true identity. Every piece of data after processing appeared perfectly ordinary. Once the transfer completed, Chun Hao collapsed into bed, planning a full night's rest, then heading straight to collect his new car tomorrow morning. Lamborghini, I'm coming. The next morning, Chun Hao surprisingly got up before 9 o'clock. After all, today was the day to pick up his car, and being able to drive his very own Lamborghini was more important than anything else. Initially, he wanted to buy some new clothes first, but ultimately, he couldn't resist the temptation of the sports car. He stepped out and called for a ride-hailing service, heading directly to the Lamborghini dealership located in the Jiangche high-tech zone. This dealership was a full 21 kilometers away from Chun Hao's current residence and was said to be Lamborghini's flagship store in the Dragon Country. Suppressing his excitement in the car, Chun Hao was driven for a full hour before finally reaching his destination. After getting out of the car, he surveyed the large Lamborghini dealership and glanced down at the deduction information displayed on his phone, feeling a twinge of regret. It's a bit expensive, but considering the distance, it's understandable. No, Chun Hao, remember, you are now a wealthy individual. Maintain your composure. Chun Hao looked at the dealership before him and thought back to his disheartened self just a few days ago, feeling as if he were in a different world. After steadying his emotions, he walked towards the store. The several female salespeople waiting at the entrance had naturally noticed him, but none of them came out to greet him. There was no way around it. He was dressed too shabby. Although a dealership of this caliber wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for him in terms of service, one complaint would be enough to trouble them. However, most of the guests they usually received were merely there to test drive or look around, and not many actually placed orders. Xiaowan, why don't you go? I'm not going. Most of them are just here to sightsee. Xiaowan, the girl, clearly was reluctant. The store's training required them to treat every customer with utmost respect, but for the most part, it was a waste of effort. What if they're not just here to look? They might even spend money on a test drive. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan became a bit anxious and quietly complained, "You earn that money yourself, don't ask me to go." The first dozen customers today were all just here for the excitement. We've already exhausted our sales pitch, but they act as if they're serious. Each one remembers the specifications better than I do, yet when it comes to placing an order they pretend to be clueless. And some of them are just leering at me. Do these losers even deserve to look at me? Of course, there was one thing she didn't say out loud. I'm so beautiful. If it weren't to snag a wealthy husband, I wouldn't even bother working here with this basic salary. It might take months to even earn a commission from a car sale. However, her colleagues seemed to be in a playful mood and teased, maybe this guy is a rich second generation deliberately dressed like this. Nonsense. Those rich young masters, no matter how poorly they dress, always have a distinct aura about them. Plus, their skin condition can't be faked. Especially those wealthy people, they love wearing luxury watches. After years of exposure, they would definitely have tan lines. Do you see any on this guy? Her colleague scrutinized Chun Hao, who had already reached the entrance, and sighed softly. There's nothing to be done. I just hosted a visitor, so it's your turn now. Sigh, fine. Then Xiaowan reluctantly forced a standard professional smile and elegantly walked up to Chun Hao, who was entering the showroom in her high heels. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Lamborghini Jiangche dealership. I am your exclusive receptionist, Lisa. May I ask your surname, sir? She looked at Chun Hao, and although her demeanor was respectful, her initial thought of just another curious onlooker became even stronger upon closer contact. Sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the several supercars in the showroom, radiating a glow that embodied wealth. Chun Hao shifted his gaze from the Lamborghini to the saleswoman standing in front of him. She was tall and curvaceous, dressed in a well-tailored dark professional suit, paired with high-end sheer black stockings that accentuated her long legs. It must be said she was very beautiful. There were no beauty filters here like in a live streaming room, and Lamborghini wouldn't allow their sales staff to wear overly heavy makeup. Although Chun Hao wasn't seeing her in a live stream to have the system rate her appearance, he estimated that this Lisa definitely exceeded 80 points. After all, those beautiful legs were not much inferior to those of a model. Pulling his gaze away from her beautiful black stockinged legs, Chun Hao suppressed his inner excitement and said as calmly as possible, "My surname is Chun. I'm not here to look at cars." After a brief pause, he clearly stated under Lisa's slightly raised eyebrows, "I'm here to pick up my car." Huh? Pick up the car. Lisa's professional smile instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock. "Pick up the car? Mr. Chen, you are here to pick up the car?" Seemingly too surprised, she instinctively repeated the question. "Yes." Chun Hao shook his phone at her, the screen displaying the prestigious car pickup notification message from Lamborghini. Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD top configuration. The paperwork should all be completed. The enormous shock left Xiaowan completely stunned. It turned out that next to the showroom, the manager had personally worked overtime last night to set up a car delivery ceremony specifically for this young man before her. The commission is gone. This thought flashed rapidly through her mind, but she almost instantly suppressed it, replacing it with an unprecedented eagerness. Wasn't she looking to marry a wealthy man? This young, handsome, and wealthy guy in front of her was the opportunity sent by heaven. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't recognize your status and neglected you. Please, this way. The car delivery ceremony has been set up since last night, just waiting for you." Xiaowan inhaled sharply, quickly assembling a mix of surprise and respect, even a hint of flattery in her smile, as she bent slightly lower. While leading Chun Hao toward the delivery ceremony site, she kept complimenting him. "Mr. Chen, you are truly accomplished at such a young age. Your outfit is so understated. Is this what they call wealth, not being ostentatious? However, your aura and strength are indeed beyond what we can imagine." Saying this, she even moved a bit closer to Chun Hao, trying to let him catch a whiff of her light perfume. "Mr. Chen, your taste is impeccable. It's clear you are someone who truly loves driving and understands appreciation." Chun Hao remained silent, merely following her as he caught sight of the car delivery ceremony that belonged to him. That blue sports car was about to fully belong to him. The manager and other sales staff, having received a message from Xiaowan, were quietly waiting here. After briefly going through the process, Chun Hao took the bouquet handed to him by the manager, left a photo, and slowly drove his newly acquired Lamborghini out of the hall. The roar of the V10 engine echoed after ignition, its deep rumble showcasing its immense power. Coming to a stop at the showroom entrance, Chun Hao lowered the window, curiously looking towards Lisa outside. The manager and other sales staff who had been creating the atmosphere had returned to their positions, but this female salesperson seemed to have developed an interest in him. Mr. Chen, you must be eager to experience its charm, right? She bent down, leaning towards the driver's seat, her buttons mysteriously undone. Nearly half of her body was inside the car, two white hemispheres almost brushing against Chun Hao's nose. I know several scenic roads around Jincheng with excellent conditions perfect for breaking in a new car. If you don't mind, Mr. Chen, this afternoon. Well, even in the evening, there's plenty of time. I could accompany you for a drive, and by the way, celebrate your acquisition of your beloved car. It's also a chance to compensate me, a person who almost missed out on a gem. Her large eyes sparkled, lips curling into an alluring arc, brazenly inviting Chun Hao, both her words and actions suggesting she was available anytime. Forget it, I have things to do. Chun Hao, seemingly oblivious to Lisa's astonished expression, placed a hand on her shoulder, gently, pushing her upper body out of the window. After closing the window, the Lamborghini let out a deafening roar before speeding away. I'm not a streamer. I can't have you as my cash withdrawal tool, and I still have to spend my money. And I can't even determine if you have any unusual issues. You'd best stay cool, wherever you are. With a special token in hand, after experiencing the benefits from Xiao Mao and Wan and Chun, Hao was completely unbothered about not having a woman. At this moment, he had no interest whatsoever in women who couldn't be rated by the system in real life. 3 hours later, while driving on the city bypass, Chun Hao tightly gripped the steering wheel, the leather feel, and the engine's low hum, reminding him that this was the real deal. The Lamborghini smoothly merged into traffic, the deep growl of the V10 engine attracting the attention of surrounding vehicles, which slowed down, afraid of accidentally scraping this obviously expensive blue beast. At this moment, he had already purchased 2 sets of clothes and shoes for temporary use, even buying relatively expensive matching underwear and socks. He spent just under 20,000, barely justifying his image on Douyin. As for those truly luxurious brands such as LV, Gucci, and Prada, he couldn't afford even one outfit with his current budget of less than 30,000. Recalling the scene of himself wearing faded clothes and driving the Lamborghini into the mall parking lot made him feel a bit awkward. At that time, many people around who saw him get out of the car raised their phones, snapping pictures. Wow, a Lamborghini Huracan. With a Jincheng license plate. Is it local? It looks so cool. Get it on camera. Today's Douyin content is ready. Sounds amazing. Can you step on the gas, handsome? However, many people seeing his attire looked at him with suspicion and began to discuss among themselves. Driving such a nice car, dressed so ordinarily. Yeah, that t-shirt's print is almost worn off. I get it, he's probably renting the car to show off. What a bore. There's no denying, with the booming rental car industry, many luxury cars are indeed available for rent, and some people, especially the spirited young men, rent them to show off. Chun Hao couldn't be bothered to refute. After all, at the current pace, in just a few days the balance in his card would match this car perfectly. After buying the clothes, he also grabbed a Huawei Mate 70 Pro and quickly left the scene. In terms of cost-performance ratio, he wouldn't normally buy this phone, but in Longwell, wealthy people either use Huawei or Apple. He wasn't accustomed to the iOS system, so he could only choose Huawei. Actually, he wanted to buy the Samsung Z Flip, but currently he was low on funds and could only postpone it. As for the delivery address, he found at Sanyao Station, near a luxury villa area, noted it down, and sent the address to Xiao Mao and Wanan before leaving. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Hao parked the Lamborghini in the nearby mall's underground parking lot. He could still afford the parking fee of $5 an hour. As for his current neighborhood, this old and dilapidated complex didn't even have an underground parking lot, and the surface was poorly managed. The residents here were a mix of all kinds. If some spirited young man got drunk and smashed something or jumped on his car to film a short video, he could imagine his heart would ache. He'll spend all my dough coins today. Tomorrow he'll rent a new apartment. After deciding what to do, Chun Hao returned home, putting away his newly purchased clothes, preparing to change and wear them in a different environment. Opening his phone, he took the time today to reply to a few messages on WeChat, all greetings from 6 female streamers after waking up. Of course, none forgot to remind him to visit the live broadcast room when he had time. Chun Hao certainly had time. His current job was to spend money in the live broadcast room. Skillfully scrolling to the live broadcast section, the first room was Aurora 590, and it was just the right time for their show. Currently, they were still in the group dance segment. If it weren't for Chun Hao forcibly taking control with the carnival last time, they wouldn't have broadcasted 2 consecutive shows or even started a PK. After all, normally a live broadcast room wouldn't rely solely on one big spender. Although their performance had been impressive, they were still in the new group stage. The top priority remained to attract traffic, hoping to draw in more big spenders. The number of people in the live broadcast room clearly indicated they indeed had talent. With 5 beauties rated over 80 by the system in the group broadcast room, plus the card dance and phone dance, coupled with the guild's help in attracting traffic, Aurora 590's audience count had already reached over 500 this afternoon. Of course, this was the stage where one could start dancing with a small gift of just 1 dime. If they could keep even 1/10 of the audience during a PK, that would be considered a success. However, they were not currently dancing as a group, but rather Strawberry was dancing alone. Clearly, just like what Chunhao had done yesterday, someone was controlling the scene. Of course, it wasn't only the carnival that could control the scene. In such a group broadcast room, a sports car worth 1,200 Do coins could allow the favored streamer to showcase their personal dance. If one continued to send gifts, they could maintain control unless someone else sent something bigger. As the prestigious purple bullet screen slid into the right side of the live room, Chunhao entered. "Welcome back, our handsome knight in fine attire." The host Nanshan immediately noticed Chunhao's presence, quickly reacting by calling out. At the same time, the customized entrance animation made for Chunhao was also released. A hero clad in red riding a steed approached from afar, leaping gracefully onto a stone platform. The background music was incredibly passionate, the hero's gaze fixated ahead, the red robe billowing in the wind, seemingly carrying a hint of menace, radiating an overwhelming aura. Above the animation, a line of large characters in an ink wash style emerged. "Welcome, our handsome knight in fine attire." As the first to possess an entrance animation in the Aurora 590, this moment naturally brought immense prestige. Chunhao did not expect them to act so swiftly, completing the video editing overnight. The barrage was evidently livelier than before. LV 35 Yuzu, as expected of Brother Nuoma, this entrance effect is too cool. LV 21 Wan, the god of Nuoma has arrived. LV 8 Wandering Eyes, this is what we call prestige. Am envious to the point of tears. LV 28 Uncle Chun, finally I've been waiting. I have a feeling that today I'll get to enjoy the effects to my heart's content. LV 31 Heir Superlative, am so pumped that I want to spend some money too. LV 14 Little Red Bean, Heir Superlative, you'll at least need to level up several times in this live stream first. LV 31 Heir Superlative, Little Red Bean, that does seem a bit stressful. LV 45 Rafa, am currently brushing, I had some in another stream before, but it wasn't this cool. LV 33 Robbing Love, Rafa Big Brother, sounds like there's a story behind that. LV 45 Rafa, Robbing Love, just seeing your name irritates me, no need to say more. As the barrage heated up with discussions, the host Nanshan quickly asked for Nuoma's opinion. "Brother Nuoma, are you satisfied with this animation? We sent you a private message from our official account, but you didn't reply, so we're playing it first. If there's anything you're not happy with, we can still make changes." LV 52 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, it's fine as it is. To be honest, Chunhao was quite satisfied with this entrance animation. It matched his ID image and was indeed very cool, even though the CG animation was probably borrowed from some game or animation. However, this usage method is not for direct commercial use, making it quite difficult to sue these live streaming companies for infringement. In a sense, it's even a form of self-promotion, so those animation or game companies simply turn a blind eye. As for the live streaming companies commissioning animation production, that's just nonsense. Low efficiency, long time consumption, high costs. And it's even possible that by the time the animation is finished a month later, the big brother has already quit. By the way, Brother Nuoma, since you're here, let me show you the exclusive animation for your gifts. Let me know what you think. Don't worry, you don't need to gift anything to watch the animation this time. Our live stream emphasizes sincerity. It's a joke. After spending so much, if they were to hesitate over showing an animation, then the host might as well quit. Then the live stream directly played the gift animation exclusive to Chunhao, which was similar to the entrance animation. This time the red-cloaked hero was battling in a sea of enemies, unstoppable. Chunhao thought it was quite good and was about to type, when suddenly a high-level barrage swept across the entire live stream, particularly eye-catching. LV 61 Minuan Ho, Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, which of these 5 sisters do you like? The so-called high-level barrage is a paid feature introduced by Douyin, similar to Bilibili's SC, but with some differences. Typically, barges only appear in the comment section, but once you reach a high enough level, you unlock the ability to send high-level barges, which float across the entire live stream, catching everyone's attention. Each of these barges costs dozens of yuan, and occasionally, some high-level users receive rewards during spending events. Chunhao was momentarily stunned by this high-level barrage, not quite understanding what the other party meant. However, the host Nanshan understood immediately. This Minuan Ho has been spamming the racing car to control the scene, making Strawberry showcase her dance, clearly indicating he has taken a liking to her. He also knows about yesterday's incident in the live stream. By asking this, it's obvious he doesn't want to compete with Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse for the same person. They just need to choose who they want to protect, and that's it. Unfortunately, Chunhao didn't understand. Even if he did, it probably wouldn't matter. If you want to protect someone, go ahead. Oh, I'm just here for the money back. What? You think me becoming the number one is competing with the woman you fancy? Go ahead, Chunhao. I'm not afraid of anyone when it comes to gifting on Douyin. He looked at this high-level barrage with curiosity, flipping through the gift bar, and discovered that he had already unlocked it. Without hesitation, he typed 2 words. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse, all of them. This time Ming Yuan Ho was left dumb. Far away in whose city, in a private rich neighborhood tea garden, Zhang Mingyuan, dressed in a casual suit, with slightly thinning hair, sat on the sofa staring blankly at the high-level barrage from fresh clothes and angry horse in the live stream. Today he had come out to accompany his third wife for afternoon tea, and she was currently whispering with another lady clad in luxury brands, occasionally picking up a delicate Western pastry from the small table in front of her. There was also a middle-aged man in the distance carrying a small boy on his back, chatting while enjoying the scenery. This is a common leisurely activity for small to medium-sized business owners in whose city considered a high-end afternoon tea. Familiar bosses relax here, while the private setting allows for some business discussions. Is this person sick? All of them. Aren't you afraid of kidney deficiency? If I hadn't heard that this fool threw a few million on sound waves yesterday, I wouldn't waste my breath with you. He was an old viewer of the Aurora medium-sized guild with several live streams under their banner, where he was the top contributor. A few days ago this group had just started broadcasting, so naturally these top contributors would receive notifications. With nothing to do, he casually browsed around and immediately took a liking to Strawberry. After observing for 2 days and finding no other powerful contributors competing for her, he decided to make his move. However, he didn't expect that after being busy with real-life business for just 2 days, a fool would appear throwing 200 rockets after finishing work. He had initially planned to take advantage of his break to send a dozen racing cars to show goodwill and establish his strength, but this fresh clothes and angry horse unexpectedly showed up. He didn't want to directly clash with this person out among big brothers. Unless provoked, they generally keep things cordial, as they are all acquaintances. Thinking they could negotiate a split, he inquired. Unexpectedly, the other party was so arrogant. He had spent over 2 million on Douyin, so he wasn't afraid of fresh clothes and angry horse. However, spending tens of thousands in just a few days seemed unnecessary to him. With a sneer, he quickly typed on his phone. LV. 61 Ming Yuan Ho, fresh clothes and angry horse, you're quite interesting. Let me notify you, Strawberry is mine. Chen Hao finally understood what the other party meant. Those who can reach level 60 or higher, excluding the loan sharks, typically have a net worth of at least tens of millions. This one looks like a regular in the live stream hunting for romance. Let's not even mention that Strawberry is almost at 50 affection. The cashback ratio is about to increase. Besides, she's the only woman in the group with a score above 90. AI can't let you have her. I'm not ashamed, even Brother Zongzi wants her too. Sending another high-level barrage today, he was determined to show off. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse, I said all of them. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse gifts, good night, true love, forever X1. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse gifts, Zhou true love, forever X1. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse gifts, Strawberry true love, forever X1. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse gifts, Little Deer true love, forever X1. LV. 52 fresh clothes and angry horse gifts, MOMO true love, forever X1. This is a gift worth 8,999 Douyin coins. After Chen Hao sent the gift, the screen filled with a vast lawn in front of a flower arch. A man knelt on one knee, placing a diamond ring on the girl's finger. Then flowers suddenly bloomed all over the ground surrounding the two in a sea of blooms, truly romantic. What the hell? Usually Zhang Mingyuan prides himself on being a refined boss in his city. However, encountering such a reckless newcomer after a long time genuinely irritated him, causing even long-restrained curses to slip out. Honey, what's wrong? Two so-called socialites sipping tea and debating Louis Vuitton's latest handbag collection turned their heads. One of them addressed Zhang Mingyuan. Nothing much, just ran into an arrogant netizen. Carry on with your chat. Zhang Mingyuan waved dismissively at them, his expression calm, but his gaze locked onto his phone, eyes burning with unmistakable fury. Someone had just delivered a stinging slap to his face. Backing down today was simply out of the question. And if I don't teach you a lesson today, I don't deserve the title Marquis Mingyuan. LV. 61 Marquis Mingyuan. How amusing. Shall we play a little in LV? 52 Shiani Numa Horse. How would you like to play? Chen Hao had merely acted on a whim. Seeing the gift's name, he'd thought it fitting, so he sent one to each. And he hadn't anticipated that these gifts, costing less than 5 Douyin coins in total, would land such a devastating face-slapping effect. Other viewers in the live stream hadn't expected this twist either, and instantly lit up with excitement. NLV. 35 Yuzi. Whoa, this slap is brutal. Things are about to get heated. LV. 21 Huan. The Marquis is formidable. Once truly riled up, who wins or loses is anyone's guess. NLV. 31 Kongqi Juelo, and fight. Noma Horse brother, you're absolutely dazzling with this all move. Non-stage Strawberry's inner state grew profoundly complex. Nat, first seeing two prominent patrons publicly vying for her attention in the chat, had filled her with quiet delight. The Marquis Mignon tops the support charts for several major hosts in our guild. His spending power is unquestionably elite. He's openly claimed me. Clearly my allure is extraordinary. Even Shinny Numahorse has long harbored feelings for me. And Strawberry instinctively leaned closer to the camera, accentuating her elegant silhouette, especially her long snow-white legs. Her chin lifted slightly, her eyes shimmered with pride inflated by adulation, and a faint condescending sweep of her gaze drifted toward her fellow hosts resting nearby, especially Wanan and Jojo, as if victory were already hers. Then she saw Chunhao's all declaration, and the eternal true love gifts bestowed upon everyone. Her smile froze mid-face. In all, the Marquis declared he wanted me. Shouldn't he be competing for me? What does all even mean? Does everyone get a gift too? Her eyes tracked the 5 consecutive bursts of the eternal true love effect, especially as they illuminated the names of her 4 fellow hosts. In that instant, her swollen confidence deflated like a balloon pierced by a needle. Her earlier delight vanished, replaced in an instant by acute embarrassment and a flicker of panic. And no, I can't accept this. True, the Marquis is wealthy, but he's nearly 50. His photos show a greasy, receding hairline. And his spending is unreliable. He faltered during last month's guild battle. He's not dependable, and Shinny Numahorse's voice sounds so youthful, if his photos are genuine. And yesterday alone he showered the stream with millions in audio waves without blinking an eye. He's A fierce surge of crisis and competitiveness rose within her. She'd been campus royalty in university. No one enters live streaming for sheer passion, survival demands security. No, absolutely not. I won't let him be stolen by other petty girls. Especially Wanan, that milky cow, and Jojo, that cunning little green tea. I must unleash my true talent. He wants all. Then I must be the most exceptional one. And Strawberry's gaze sharpened instantly, razor-edged and resolute. And meanwhile the others rushed into frame, grabbing confetti cannons, firing them joyfully, while thanking Chunhao. Thank you, Brother Numahorse, for the eternal true love. You're the best. And thank you, Brother Numahorse. Jojo loves you forever. And wow. I got one too. Brother Numahorse is so generous. I'm over the moon. And thank you, Brother Numahorse. Received eternal true love. It's my first time seeing this effect. It's incredible. Momo and Xiaolu knew full well they stood no chance against the other 3, so they watched purely for entertainment. Yet when they saw they'd received gifts too, consistent impartial generosity, they were astounded. And Brother Shinny Numahorse is astonishingly magnanimous, and his spending is ferocious. We must win his favor. As for Jojo and Wanan, their thoughts diverged subtly. When Wanan saw the Marquis single out Strawberry, her lips curled almost imperceptibly upward, and disdain flickered across her eyes. That balding old man. He's at least twice my age, still chasing fresh faces. In what's so special about Strawberry? A good figure can be trained or surgically sculpted, but can she boast my naturally abundant pure white assets? Then came Chunhao's all, and her own eternal true love. She nearly gasped aloud in shock. He does hold me in his heart, though this man is absurdly broad-minded. And no, I must intensify my efforts. If he keeps spending like this all week, he seems to be based in Jincheng, same city. And meanwhile Jojo's expression cooled slightly the moment Zhang Mingyuan's message appeared. Arms crossed, she stood in the rest area muttering inwardly. This middle-aged man is insufferable. Last month he caused a scandal with Polar Light 230's lead performer, leaving chaos in his wake. How could anyone possibly accept him? Chunhao's all startled her, prompting her to immediately reposition herself beside Strawberry, adopting her most charming, energetic demeanor, and blowing a kiss toward Chunhao off camera. All means Wanan hasn't won yet. I must push harder. In the white young slender aesthetic, I'm undisputed top tier in this team. I refuse to believe he won't fall for me. The 5 women on stage each harbored distinct intentions, yet without a word exchanged they'd reached an unspoken consensus. Shinny Numahorse was undeniably young. If his photos were authentic, he was also handsome, affluent, and thus the optimal choice. They would collectively strive to retain and charm this generous, all-embracing patron. NAS for the Marquis Mignon. His funds were already scattered across dozens of other streams. How much truly remained for Polar Light? Oh dear. Gentlemen, please calm down. We're all family here in this stream. And heartfelt thanks to Brother Numahorse for gifting 5 eternal true love effects. Truly the embodiment of boundless affection in our stream. Everyone received one. Especially Strawberry, overwhelmed and deeply moved to see 2 distinguished gentlemen vying so ardently for her attention. How could she possibly bear such honor? It's all just playful banter among sisters. Please forgive our naivety, gentlemen. In-host Nanshan wore a pained expression, stepping in swiftly as tensions flared. The Marquis has long been a loyal veteran fan of Polar Light, always generously supporting his younger peers. Brother Nimahorse meanwhile shines as a brilliant new star illuminating Polar Light 590. We're all family, united solely in supporting our hosts. Let's never let discord tarnish our harmony. Though his words seemed conciliatory, the subtle contrast between veteran fan and new star quietly fan. Chun Hao heard nothing unusual, but Zhang Mingyuan, a seasoned businessman, caught every nuance. In the unspoken message distilled to one line, in Marquis, watch out. The new wave has arrived, and the tide of the old may soon wash ashore, broken and spent. Zhang Mingyuan has been mingling in the business circle for so many years that the petty instigation from Nanshan is truly child's play to him. He doesn't even need to think for himself, he already knows what the host is plotting. He is probably eager for the two of them to start fighting, as that would mean a surge in revenue, perhaps enough to last a month, in just one night. However, despite seeing through the host's provocation, he has no intention of backing down. What truly infuriates him is not just Chun Hao flaunting his superiority over him. Over the years, hasn't he been trampled by various business partners and clients? He has managed to accumulate a fortune of several tens of millions, so it's not as if he lacks cunning. What angers him more is the fickleness of Chao Mei and the other female streamers, along with their flattery towards the ostentatious newcomer. Earlier, he kept sending sports cars, and all the female streamers, including Cao Mei, were continuously thanking and flattering him, calling him handsome. But as soon as this ostentatious newcomer arrived, everything changed. Clearly, the gifts he has at hand are not as impressive as the sports cars he has sent, but just by looking at Kaomi's expression, he knows that this woman definitely prefers that ostentatious newcomer. A little nouveau riche dares to show off in front of me, and he wants it all. My money may not have come from the wind, but today you must learn the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. LV. 61 Minuan Ho. Hee interesting. This young man has quite the appetite. Alright, you like to play, huh? Can you handle something bigger? LV. 52 Ostentatious newcomer, whatever. Seeing those two words from the other party, Zhang Mingyuan's anger intensified. LV. 61 Minuan Ho. Send sports cars. Starting now, send them to Chao Mei. Whoever stops sending will have to call the other dad and cancel their account, dare you. He chose to ignore the previous all from the other party and refocused on Chao Mei. Oh, two male gods, let's fight, but peace is precious. We're all family, but don't let it turn into real fire. Seeing that the two big brothers were really planning a showdown, Nanshan immediately perked up. Letting the two big brothers fight over gifts isn't what our livestream is about. Then, how about this? It's just about time for our personal talent showcase. Same, look at how supportive Lord Ho and Brother Newcomer are for you. Why don't we dance for the big brothers? Or do the two big brothers have anything special they want to see? A group dance is also fine, and our Aurora girls can definitely satisfy you. Chun Hao glanced at his balance, then at the price of the sports cars, and felt that even tapping the screen with his finger might hurt. The key is that my lousy rental apartment has terrible internet. If it lags when I lose directly. LV. 52 Ostentatious newcomer, we can do it, but it's a bit dull. If the newcomer thinks it's dull, how about we have a PK? Each person chooses a sister, and we'll compete for 10 minutes to determine the winner. What do you two think? This also fits our group broadcast format. The winner directly takes the daily championship. The host Nanshan also helped think of a plan. Chun Hao was also deep in thought. Competing against big brothers over level 60 under his relatively poor network conditions is absolutely not feasible. Unless he can crush them from the start, otherwise if they successfully sneak a tower, it wouldn't be a joke to have his gifts hit the ground. The key is if he can crush them, how much should he start with? 100 carnivals. It can be done, but to put it bluntly, that's only 300,000 dragon coins. What if they really charge in as assassins? LV. 61 Minuan Ho, are you scared? Will you accept or not? One word. Looking at the urging Minuan Ho, Chun Hao suddenly thought of those love big brothers tactics. LV. 52 Ostentatious newcomer. Your method is too uninteresting, too cliche. I said all, it means all. How about this? The sisters in the live stream are all new exhibit halls, so let's choose the exhibit hall and compete for the naming rights. You just need to crown Cao Mei, and he'll crown all, including Kaomius. The time lasts until the exhibit hall refreshes, which is until midnight tomorrow. In case you don't have liquid funds, it'll give you enough time to recharge. As long as you lose, I won't ask you to quit the internet. If I see you in any live stream after this, just roll away. How about that? On the surface, Chun Hao was giving the other party supposed time to turn over their funds, but he was also being a bit cunning. Mainly, he was worried that this level 61 big brother might really get carried away, and he couldn't withstand 1,000,000 dragon coins. As long as he drags it to the next day, he can instantly have 2 million more dragon coins. Even if the other party is young Master Wang at the peak of his power, he wouldn't take out 300,000 just for a piece of meat he hasn't tasted yet. The so-called exhibit hall is a gift section for streamers on Douyin. As long as the streamer receives enough of a certain gift, that gift will be lit up. In a sense, it is quite similar to lighting up the QQ icon many years ago, or lighting up achievements in games. The so-called crown means naming rights. No matter which gift in the exhibit hall, the person who sends the most of it will get the naming rights. As long as they send that gift again, the gift prompt will turn into a named gift. As for the new exhibit hall, it was introduced by Douyin to encourage new streamers. Unlike the official exhibit hall, the gift list in the new exhibit hall does not include large gifts like Carnival Douyin No. 1 or Douyin Airship. The most expensive gift is just a flower sea boat worth 2,800 dragon coins. Those who often play Douyin live streams will jokingly refer to these two types of exhibit halls as the children's exhibit hall and the adults exhibit hall. Damn! Nanshan silently complained in his heart. The tactic of the ostentatious newcomer is brilliant, directly elevating the game by using this love Big Brothers method, and he also makes it more inclusive, directly crushing Mingyuan House method that targets only Xiaomei. Especially giving Mingyuan Ho time to recharge is too much of a slap in the face. Settling down, he felt that the ostentatious newcomer's plan was good. Going for a one-time heavy blow might be too fierce. If the big brother really quits, what will he eat? It's better to go for a steady strategy. Moreover, if today isn't enough for a satisfying fight, they can continue tomorrow. Isn't that better? It guarantees revenue for 2 consecutive days. What does Lord Ho say? This method is quite good. We are originally here to show support for the sisters, so this is also a bit more amicable. Let's not hit too hard in one go. Whether or not to quit the internet, we're just here for entertainment. Thinking of this, he quickly tried to persuade Mingyuan Ho into the microphone. The girls standing on stage, including Zhou and Wanan, also clearly showed their joy. They initially thought they had nothing to do with this PK, but now they could also showcase the exhibit hall, instantly solidifying Chun Hao's heart even more. System prompt Yuan Xiaoyan 1 in favorability 1 system prompt Su Xingman Xiaomei favorability 1 system prompt Zhou Roland Zhou favorability 2 system prompt Fan Tingting Little Deer favorability 2 system prompt Lu Jiao Momo favorability 2 Chun Hao looked at the series of favorability prompts that popped up from the system and felt somewhat surprised. Just now sending True Love Eternal didn't increase his favorability, and he hadn't even sent anything yet, but the favorability had already risen. The audience in the bullet comments didn't expect such a gameplay either, and they were even happier. After all, it's not as fun to just watch one type of effect as it is to see a variety. LV 35 Yuzu, this idea from Brother Newcomer is great. That way we won't just be watching one type of effect, which is more enjoyable. LV 21 Wan, Brother Newcomer is amazing. LV 8 Wandering Eyes, is this the truly high-end gameplay with taste? I learned something. LV 28 Uncle Chun, Mingyuan Ho sending sports cars is indeed not as interesting as this. Accept this one. LV 31 Airborne Excellence, Mingyuan Ho, will you accept? Brother Newcomer even gave you time to recharge. Zhang Mingyuan nearly lost his temper seeing the bullet comments from other viewers. Damn it, before this newcomer arrived everyone was saying Lord Ho is amazing. Lord Ho is domineering, and now they all switched sides, huh? Though he was angry with the atmosphere built up like this, there was no reason to refuse. LV 61 Mingyuan Ho, alright. Nanshan immediately spotted Zhang Mingyuan's live chat, and instantly grew animated, his voice rising several octaves. Everyone. Esteemed executives gathered before our Aurora 590 stream. History is about to be made. Nanshan's voice nearly broke into a shout, cracking with intensity. Our dashing, valiant young hero and Lord Ho are about to compete for the beloved strawberry. No, our valiant hero fights not for romance alone, but to protect every goddess of Aurora 590. The showdown begins now. This round's rules are exquisitely romantic. Sponsor a host's exhibition hall and seize naming rights for gifts. Friends, Douyin account 1 and Portia are obsolete. Today witness a uniquely fresh, storm-like romance born solely within new hosts' exhibition halls. Our valiant hero will sponsor all 5 goddesses. Lord Ho meanwhile pledges to guard his cherished strawberry exclusively. Gifts need no grandeur. A tiny heart or a delicate rose conveys genuine affection. Everyone, let's elevate our vision. Display it boldly on screen. Cheer on both heroes. Nanshan's rhetoric was fiercely inciting. As the battle anthem swelled in the live stream, every viewer felt their blood surge with exhilaration. Come operations team, project all 5 goddesses' exhibition halls onto the main screen. Nanshan gestured to the IT specialist he'd just summoned, directing him to broadcast each host's real-time exhibition status across the stream. On viewers' screens, the exhibition halls of Zhou, Wan and Momo and Xiao Lu appeared symmetrically along the left and right sides, while Strawberry's hall blazed prominently at the top, destined to be the fiercest battleground of the day. Valiant hero, what if other viewers join in? Nanshan suddenly recalled this possibility. After all, audience behavior was beyond his control, so he urgently sought Chun Hao's opinion. LV. 52 Shieni Nomu. It doesn't matter. Nanshan's eyes lit up even brighter. He felt after years as a host that he had never been so electrified. Everyone. Other viewers may join anytime. Every tiny heart counts as support. Choose your favorite goddess, sponsor her exhibition hall, and step directly into this ultimate showdown. Jumping straight into the free-for-all is even more thrilling. Never before had the live chat scrolled so rapidly. Viewers typed frantically, voices surging like a tide. LV. 28 Uncle Chun, what an extraordinary event today. I'll sponsor Xiao Lu later. LV. 35 Yuzi, Uncle Chun planning to backstab my valiant hero. LV. 28 Uncle Chun. Yuzi, I'm merely participating. The valiant hero would effortlessly crush me. LV. 21 Huan, both heroes. Go for it. LV. 8 Eyes Wander. I've never seen such an enthralling duel. I bet on the valiant hero. LV. 31 Heir Supreme. Not so fast. The valiant hero must sponsor Strawberry and others. If another top donor happens by and contributes, the pressure mounts. LV. 14 Xiao Hongdo. I trust the valiant hero's strength. LV. 45 Lafa. Don't underestimate Lord Ho. He ranks first on multiple streams. If he truly goes Alan today, the outcome remains uncertain. LV. 33 Robbing Love. I'm utterly captivated. Now then, esteemed heroes, and everyone watching closely in this stream. I'll count down from 3. Our duel officially begins. 3, 2, 1. The confrontation has begun. Almost the instant Nanshan's words faded, dazzling effects flooded the screen. First to act was Lord Mingyuan Ho. Strawberry's exhibition hall lit up one after another. LV. 61 Mingyuan Ho gifted Strawberry, boating amidst blooming fields 280 Douyin coins 1. LV. 61 Mingyuan Ho gifted Strawberry, romantic lover, 1999 Douyin coins 1. LV. 61 Mingyuan Ho gifted Strawberry, luxury sports car 2. But swiftly Chun Hao's effects surged forth in reply. He did not rush to sponsor Strawberry's haul first. Instead, he chose to illuminate all the others' halls without delay. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Wanan, boating amidst blooming fields 1. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Wanan, romantic lover 1. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Wanan, luxury sports car 2. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Wanan, cosmic fireworks 688 Douyin coins 3. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Zhou boating amidst blooming fields 1. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Zhou romantic lover 1. LV. 52 Shieni Numu gifted Xiao Lu tiny hearts 1314. He systematically sponsored and named each of the other 4 hosts' exhibition halls, one by one. The stream erupted in chaotic brilliance while scattered contributions from other viewers prompted Chun Hao to seamlessly fill any gaps. Ordinarily, fully sponsoring all 5 new host halls requires only 2 Douyin coins. But Chun Hao, disliking inefficiency, bypassed small gifts entirely for items like tiny hearts or big beer cheering duck. He sent a minimum of 1,000 at once. This deterred casual viewers from cluttering the stream with trivial gifts. Large donations posed no issue and could simply be amplified, yet repeatedly sending minor gifts would exhaust him. A kaleidoscope of effects filled the air, blossoming flower fields, erupting fireworks, adorable rabbits, radiant rose bouquets, shimmering meteor showers, floating hot air balloons, idyllic campsites, and tandem bicycle journeys. Vibrant effects scrolled ceaselessly, so densely that chat messages vanished entirely. Many viewers struggled even to locate the input box. In sheer visual impact, this spectacle surpassed even the carnival chain attack. Only cascading gift notifications and glitching, overlapping animations remained visible on screen. Nanshan had fully entered his element. His tongue flew with astonishing speed, transforming him into a living embodiment of the stream's energetic commentary. It's exploding. Everyone. Thank you, Lord Ho, for the starry true love. Such romance at first strike. Strawberry is truly blessed. My heavens. Valiant hero. Such speed. Such magnanimity. For goddesses' halls are already aglow. Thank you for boating amidst blooming fields and romantic lover. Zhou's starry meteor shower arrives. Thank you, valiant hero, for gifting Xiao Lu 1,000 roses. Equal treatment. Universal generosity. Who is the true guardian of exhibition halls? Who embodies boundless love? Tonight you behold them both. Thank you, Lord Ho. Double down on romantic lover. Grandeur delivered. Whoa. The valiant hero has begun sponsoring Strawberry. 10 starry true love gifts for Strawberry. What virtue does our goddess Strawberry possess to deserve such devotion from both sides? Today she is the world's most fortunate girl. Who is this? Thank you, Uncle Chen, for gifting Xiao Lu 5 hot air balloons. Whoa, valiant hero counters instantly with 10. My heart floats skyward with those balloons. The valiant hero's generosity is breathtaking. My heavens. Thank you passing goddess Ruonu. Gifting Zhou 20 starry celestial bodies. This meteor shower is. Thank you valiant hero for gifting Zhou 100 starry celestial bodies. No, this is a galaxy. The most romantic galaxy imaginable. Nanshan's commentary blurred into a seamless torrent while Chun Hao, still clicking gifts, listened half convinced his host might collapse from sheer vocal exertion. His lung capacity and reflexes, such talent feels almost wasted on hosting. The female streamers on stage had almost all transformed into human-shaped gratitude machines, their sweet or enchanting voices rising and falling like a melody. At this moment, however, no one paid attention to these words of thanks. Whether it was the audience or Chun Hao and Zhang Mingyuan, their gazes were fixated on the real-time status of the exhibition hall in the live broadcast, oblivious to the streamers' expressions of gratitude. Although the content on stage was simple, consisting solely of words of thanks, the thoughts of each female streamer were somewhat subtle. First was Cao Mei, who held the microphone and continued to express her gratitude, watching as the title on her exhibition hall changed frequently, the same gift effects from the two big brothers flashing continuously, her emotions both complex and exhilarating. Thank you Lord Ho for the romantic lover. Thank you Brother Numa for the romantic lover. Thank you Brother Numa for the blooming flowers. She made an effort to present the sweetest smile in the live broadcast, but her eyes instinctively chased the ID of the generous gift sender. He actually crowned everyone simultaneously. Although Mingyuan Ho is also very impressive, it feels like just enough for me, basically not touching other people's gifts to relieve the pressure on Brother Numa. The others are just spectators enjoying the show. Moreover, Mingyuan house money is distributed among several old live broadcast rooms, and the female streamers he has established relationships with are countless. He is still an old Mediterranean man. Indeed, Brother Numa is my true soulmate. He is younger and his potential is greater. No, I must show some distinction. I absolutely cannot let him feel that I lean towards Mingyuan Ho. Thus, she doubled her expressions of gratitude for Chun Hao's gifts on stage, even for the same kind of gift. Her enthusiasm for what Chun Hao gave was clearly more intense. Her smile even carried a hint of deliberate fluster and a sense of reliance on Chun Hao. Meanwhile, Zhou, seeing her exhibition hall light up completely, was already excitedly bouncing up and down. Wow, Brother Numa's sea of flowers is so beautiful. The hot air balloons are flying too. Thank you, brother, you're the handsomest. She was particularly sincere and lively in her gratitude towards Chun Hao, her body language rich. Mingyuan Ho. Why bother with him? He only cares about sending gifts to Cao Mei, while Brother Numa sends gifts to everyone. This is the true big brother, definitely has potential, must seize the opportunity. Goodnight, on the other hand, lazily made a rabbit ear gesture at the camera, her smile filled with allure. Thank you, Brother Numa, for the heart rabbit bonus, so cute. Her gratitude was relatively more composed, but her gaze remained fixed on the ID of the generous gift sender. An old man like Mingyuan Ho looks romantic, but is very greasy. If Brother Numa's photo is real, then he must be far more handsome than him. Even if it's fake, at least it's from a young person. Moreover, he distributes his gifts so evenly, he must want to observe who is more understanding. Thinking of this, she calmly thanked Chun Hao while puffing out her chest. As for Xiao Lu and Momo, although they weren't as lively as the first three, they were also vigorously expressing their gratitude, their faces showing genuine surprise. Thank you, Brother Numa, for the 10 hands of starlight. Oh my god, I also have a romantic lover. What a surprise. Their inner thoughts, however, were somewhat intriguing. In short, even though the female streamers on stage did not show it overtly, Zhang Mingyuan clearly felt what it meant to be treated differently. Especially Kaomi's noticeably more excited voice and expression towards the gifts from Xian Inu Ma made him feel a surge of anger. Damn it, coming out to entertain people based on looks, yet treating the generous brother differently. I can't take this anymore. On the public screen, although the effects were flying around, making it almost impossible to see the bullet comments, it did not affect the enthusiasm of everyone typing and speaking, with high-level bullet comments occasionally drifting by. LV 2111, Brother Numa is amazing, breaking voice. Strictly speaking, this is a one-man show against all the viewers in the live broadcast room. LV 28, Uncle Chun. Lord Ho really has no time to care about the other girls. Does he feel his money is insufficient? Even a token gesture would be fine. LV 35, Yuzu. Wow, this effect. I feel like my eyes are going blind. Is this the power of dragon coins? LV 8, Dizzy Eyes. Spend. Keep spending. I just love watching this. Brother Numa is too strong, guarding 5 people's exhibition halls while countering Lord Ho. LV 31, Heir Supremacy. Lord Ho seems to be the father in 230 and 117, but in our 590 he seems to be a bit passive. Doghead, eating melon. JPG LV 14 Little Red Bean. Brother Numa just sent MO 20 Starlight. Although it's not much, it feels like the other assassins in the live broadcast room are running out of ammo. LV. 45 Rafa. Mingyuan Ho Lord Ho, the new generation is pushing the old, isn't it time to recharge? Doghead. JPG. LV. 6 Fishhead, good thing I didn't miss out. This is so exciting. LV. 33 Robbing Love. Haha, Lord Ho just added 3 cars, and Brother Numa immediately responded with 10 cars covering it. This is so cool. LV. 12 Bug Charge, just came in. What's going on? Is it trending to showcase exhibition halls now during divine battles? LV. 39 Proud of All. Isn't this Lord Ho from 230? Go for it, Lord Ho. Is a newcomer about to be suppressed to 10 levels lower? LV. 16 Fisherman A. San. Lord Ho, can you endure this? Quickly empty your wallet to fight back. Your Xiaomei sister is still watching. If you don't put in more effort, the little sister will jump into Brother Numa's arms. Zhang Mingyuan's feelings at this moment were truly indescribable. After years of mingling in Douyin live broadcasts, he had never endured such humiliation. When he clicked on the luxury car again, wanting to regain his title, Douyin suddenly popped up the recharge interface. Without hesitation, he directly entered 300 in the custom number field to recharge. They'll let you go wild. Today I will destroy you. However, what he didn't know was that an hour had already passed, and the middle-aged man playing with his illegitimate son in the distance had returned with his child. At this moment, sitting beside the refreshments, he was quietly discussing something with his second wife and Zhang Mingyuan's third wife. The three occasionally glanced at Zhang Mingyuan, whose eyes had turned slightly red due to anger. What happened to Boss Zhang? He's turning red in the live broadcast room to compete for women. Zhang Mingyuan's third wife snorted discontentedly, showing the live broadcast screen on her phone to the other two. Oh dear, Boss Zhang is fine everywhere, but he gets too carried away watching live broadcasts. Honey, what are you saying? It's just a personal hobby. Sister, don't take it to heart. Given this situation, Boss Zhang might not be able to win over this Xiaomei sister. It's hard to find time to accompany me out, yet he's still burning money for other women and getting jealous over them. However, Zhang Mingyuan, whose face was twisted with anger, no longer cared. He just wanted to take down that damned Xian Inu Ma. The voice of Nanshan, already hoarse from shouting, echoed in the live stream. The air conditioning was set to 18 degrees, but he was so excited that his t-shirt was completely soaked with sweat. This naming battle for the exhibition hall had been going on for nearly 2 hours. Not just him, even Kaomi's voice was a bit hoarse. There was no way around it. After 2 hours of non-stop gratitude and excitement, one would inevitably lose their voice. Meanwhile, far away in Huqing, Zhang Mingyuan was clearly sweating. A friend had already greeted him, leaving with the dinner he had originally booked was cancelled, and now he was left with only his third wife by his side. However, she had deliberately moved to sit far away and was chatting on the phone with her friend. Once again, thank you, Heir, for sending Xiaomei 10 hands of Starlight Camp. How he is generous. Wow. The angry horse god strikes back again. A full 100 hands of Starlight Camp. How far can the angry horse god go? Nanshan's shouts continued, but Zhang Mingyuan's gaze had already cleared up quite a bit. In the live stream, the ID Mingyuan Ho had been sending gifts less frequently, but each time it was a relatively high-value gift, like Romantic Lover Starlight Camp and Flower Sea Voyage, occasionally mixed with gifts like Hot Air Balloon and Universal Fireworks. It was evident that he was still trying to maintain a relatively high-end style, but there were currently no gifts named after him in Kaomi's exhibition hall. Every once in a while, a counterattack required gifts worth several carnivals to reclaim a name. However, he was almost always outdone by Chun Hao, who pulled ahead with gifts at least twice the value, dominating both in momentum and presence. All 4 other female streamers' exhibition halls had already been named by Chun Hao. With the audience in the live stream placing their bets, the basic number of gifts had accumulated to a very high level, making it so that even the average passerby no longer had the qualification to trouble Chun Hao. All eyes were focused on Kaomi's exhibition hall, and they were all fixated on the highest value gifts. Flower Sea Voyage. The angry horse god is generous. Once again, the Flower Sea Voyage washes the screen. How it's your turn. Now all the gift naming belongs to the angry horse god. If Howie doesn't step up with something solid, Kaomi's naming rights will completely change hands. Nanshan maintained his professional quality as a group broadcaster, continuously stoking the fire. At this level, according to the account data from the live stream, Xian Numa had already amassed over 8 million sound waves, while Mingyuan Ho had clearly become obsessed, reaching a total of 6 million sound waves. The combined sunk cost had already reached over 140,000 dragon coins. As long as they weren't completely out of options, they certainly wouldn't give up. At this point, if he didn't fervently stoke the fire to get the last coin out of the pockets of the big brother, he wouldn't be worthy of being the host. However, on the screen, Mingyuan Ho seemed to be hesitating, not continuing to send gifts. The special effects that had lasted for 2 hours finally calmed down. Taking advantage of this time, Shun Hao rested his fingers. Even if sending gifts carried emotional value, who could press the screen for 2 hours without feeling sore? Just then a message popped up on his new phone from Xiao Xiao Mao. Xiao Xiao Mao, Angry Horse Gidge, we are starting the live stream today. Are you coming over? If you're not coming, just let Xiao Mao know. Shun Hao swiped down the message, the WeChat window occupying half the screen of his. Shun Hao, I'm a bit busy here today. If there's a PK, just call me, and I'll pick you up after work. Xiao Xiao Mao, wow. Gidge, you are so handsome. Okay, I'll let you know in a bit. By the way, the stockings have already been sent. Don't be late today. After replying with a single word okay, Shun Hao closed the WeChat window. Changing to a new phone is great. The old one I used for several years would lag like crazy when I opened a small window. After expressing this, Shun Hao looked at the Aurora 590 live stream, which still showed no new gifts, feeling a bit puzzled. This Mingyuan Hao's strength surely isn't just those few 100,000. Is he being stingy? Zhang Mingyuan indeed felt reluctant, even feeling a pang in his heart. At this moment, as the recharge screen popped up again, his gaze had returned to clarity as he checked his Dogecoin's spending history. For 2 hours, in order to maintain that little bit of so-called exclusivity in Kaomius Exhibition Hall, and to counter the reckless spending of that crazy horse, he had already poured in a full 6.5 million Dogecoins, equivalent to 65000 dragon coins. This completely exceeded his budget. It's worth noting that even during his most obsessed phase with a certain female streamer, he only spent 200 in a month. And that crazy horse had spent over 800, occupying the top of the contribution list in the live stream, which was absurd. He even felt that the firepower of that crazy horse showed no signs of weakening, as if it were a bottomless pit. Damn it, this madman. Crazy. Is his money blown in by the wind? Zhang Mingyuan was both angry and frustrated. He opened his banking app, looking at the funds placed in various financial products, and then opened his company account to glance at the company's reserve flow funds. After many years, without trembling fingers, they slowly moved towards the phone screen, but the remaining rationality immediately suppressed all his thoughts. To fight for a breath in a live stream by using the company's liquid reserve? No way. That's too stupid. For such a female streamer, I've only known for a few days. Given this situation, it's likely that I won't even get her. Not worth it. After exhaling a long breath, he poured himself a glass of ice water. Where did this crazy horse come from? Damn it, could it be that he's specifically targeting me? Right? He must have checked me out. Is today just a step on me to increase his own credibility? Zhang Mingyuan felt more and more convinced it was a trap. He heard that the other party was very young, spending money so recklessly, and with tonight's posture of I want it all, it was clear that he aimed to be the patriarch of the live stream. That little bitch Xiaomei. That guy just now sending gifts, look at how she smiled at him. Fine if you want to take. I really want to see how long this kind of play can burn. He quickly glanced at the live stream bullet comments, the public screen filled with praise and astonishment towards Shieni Numa, as well as mocking comments about his own gradually weakening side. Especially that Uncle Chun, who had been stoking the fire and mocking him, even didn't know what got into him at this moment, spending money to send a high-level comment. LV28 Uncle Chun, did you brush up, Howie? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Are you still good to go? The anger that Zhang Mingyuan had just suppressed was nearly reignited. You damn. Stimulated by Uncle Chin's advanced barrage, Zhang Mingyuan almost really used the company's liquid funds. However, no matter how frustrated he felt, he still had to endure. If he couldn't hold it in, he wouldn't earn that much money. A surge of intense frustration and anger welled up in his heart, but he knew that today it was impossible for him to defeat this madman, who was like a bottomless pit. He glanced at his third wife, who was still chatting on the phone with her best friend in the distance, and typed on the public screen with slightly trembling hands. LV63 Mingyuan Ho, Xian Inuma, you are ruthless. Today I admit defeat at your hands. But I will remember you. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow long, we shall see. This advanced barrage slowly floated across the live broadcast room, and then the ID belonging to Mingyuan Ho vanished without a trace from the second position on the leaderboard. He exited the live broadcast room, and even logged off directly. Still making calls. I'm leaving. You're allowed to steal women in the live room, but I can't just make a phone call with my best friend. Can't get the woman, so you take it out on me, huh? Are you leaving or not? You don't want that bag we agreed on. Fine, I'll leave, no need to rush me. The live broadcast room fell into a moment of silence, and then exploded with even more intense barges and cheers. LV28 Uncle Chun, why did Ho Yi really run away? Chicken out. LV31 Heir Ju Luan, as expected with brother Nu Ma style of play, who can withstand it? LV21 Wan Wan, Nu Ma the male god is amazing breaking voice. Nu Ma the male god is invincible breaking voice. LV14 Xiaohong Do, I feel like I've witnessed what a dimensional strike between big brothers looks like today. LV35 UZ, Ho Yi has been drained and ran away, laughing and crying. JPG LV. 8 yin shinhen piao we won. Amazing. Numa the male god, you are truly a divine being. LV. 12 Chonya, this is my first time here, so shocking. One person challenged the entire live room, and they won. LV. 45 La Fa Sien Numa amazing. The new wave has successfully crushed the old wave on the beach. LV. 33 Da Jia Ai Ching. Numa the male god is mighty. A true godly rich brother. Protecting all the goddesses of our Aurora 590. LV. 39 Ao Shirkun Xiong Ha. I can actually see Ho Yi being chicken this time, it's worth the ticket price. LV. 16 Diao Yu Lao A San. Didn't expect that, not in the guild battle, I could still see Ho Yi brush off its rare. Nanshan took a deep breath, his already hoarse voice almost breaking as he controlled the scene. Family, can you see this? This is the power of love. Nui Numa, using his own strength, has kept his promise to all 5 goddesses of our Aurora 590 with practical actions. He has successfully repelled the enemy that came. Let's fill the public screen with Numa the male god is amazing. Today there's only one protagonist, and that is our Numa the male god. After shouting, he quickly sent a diamond red envelope worth 100 do coins in the live room with no other requirements. Just need to type Numa the male god is amazing to participate in the lottery. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something was off, paused for a second, and quickly added. Although Ho Yi has already left, he was still very handsome today. He sent a total of more than 6 million sound waves, and today, he is also a nobleman of our Aurora 590. Wiping the sweat off his head, Nanshan glanced at the 2 hidden users and 3 other users displayed at the bottom of the audience list, giving a thumbs up to his own reaction speed. After all, he is a big brother in the same guild live room, at least he should be given some face. What if he hasn't left, and is lurking by the door? Later I'll complain a bit to the operations, I'd at least get 3 days' salary deducted. This is a technique for watching live broadcasts on Douyin, where if you don't directly enter the live room, and just watch from outside, the user's name and ID are completely hidden, and no one knows who is watching outside, commonly referred to as peeping by the door. Additionally, if the level is sufficient, one can gain invisibility and mysterious person privileges through challenge activities or direct purchases, which can also prevent anyone else in the live room from knowing who has entered. The 5 female hosts on stage reacted differently. Strawberry instantly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the ID named Sien Inu Ma at the very top of the leaderboard, her gaze filled with eagerness, carrying a sense of finally belonging. He won. He defeated Mingyuan Ho for me. He is so much stronger than Mingyuan Ho. And the other 4 female hosts were genuinely excited. Their gift sections in the exhibition hall were now surprisingly unified, all with a named ID. Sien Inu Ma. We won. This is the real big brother. So strong. Mingyuan Ho was directly driven away. I've decided I must cling tightly to Nu Ma's thigh from now on. Tonight I'll ask him where he's staying. LV. 57 Sien Inu Ma, thanks. Chun Hao's simple 2 words floated across the public screen, calm, yet filled with unparalleled dominance. He also breathed a sigh of relief. The opposite Mingyuan Ho had obviously refilled once, and it had been intense for quite a while. He thought it would really drag until tomorrow. If it really dragged until tomorrow, although he definitely wouldn't lose, his prestige would certainly decline. Flipping through the system prompts favorability changes, Chun Hao's face lit up with joy. System prompt Su Xingman Strawberry favorability 20. System prompt Yuan Xiaoyan Goodnight favorability 3. System prompt Zhou Wolan Zhou favorability 5. System prompt Fan Ting Little Deer favorability 3. System prompt Lu Jiao Mo favorability 3. After this round, Strawberry's favorability successfully broke through 60, becoming the 3rd woman whose favorability reached above 60, and the cashback ratio also rose to 101. Others, due to this round being relatively predictable, even though it was intense, they were not the main characters, so the increase in favorability wasn't much. However, even so, Goodnight also broke through to 74, Zhou was already close to 60, and Little Deer and Momo also exceeded 40. The goal of everyone reaching above 60 is just around the corner. These cash withdrawal tools will become increasingly useful. However, this also confirmed my conjecture. It's not that the more you give, the more favorability increases. It mainly depends on the emotional fluctuations. Taking Little Cat as an example, it should be that offering help in times of need increases favorability far more than merely providing additional benefits, and it's best if it comes as a surprise. The more surprising, the greater the increase. As for how to create surprises that would make the female host genuinely grateful to me, that needs careful consideration. So, Numa, what's next for us? Do you want to see some dancing? Or should we have a small PK to relax? Or do you have any other ideas? Today's KPI, not this month's KPI, has already been completed, so they could have just logged off directly. However, Nanshan still took the initiative to ask Chun Hao's opinion. What if the big brother wanted to continue watching the dance? After such a big deal today, having given so much, if the big brother wanted to see dancing, he could dance until tomorrow morning. LV. 57 Cien Inu Ma Cent Doin No. 1x1 to good night. LV. 57 Cien Inu Ma Cent Doin No. 1x1 to strawberry. LV. 57 Cien Inu Ma Cent Doin No. 1x1 to Jojo. LV. 57 Cien Inu Ma Cent Doin No. 1x1 to little deer. LV. 57 Cien Inu Ma Cent Doin No. 1x1 to MOMO. LV. 57 Cien Inu Ma. Let's call it a day, my hands are tired. Of course the hand fatigue was one aspect. The key was that little cat had just sent a message that the PK over there was about to start. Alright. Thanks to the angry horse god for sending 5 Doin No. 1 gifts to our Aurora 590 goddesses for their off-duty time. Our live broadcast room is now dominated by the angry horse god. Since the angry horse god says it's time to get off work, then we shall do just that. Come on, Strawberry, and everyone else, come to the front, and let's celebrate. Let's bow and express our gratitude to the angry horse god. Once again, thank you to the angry horse god Lord Ho and everyone for the tremendous support in our live broadcast today. Everyone who hasn't followed yet, please do so, and those without light sticks, grab one now. That wraps up our live broadcast for today. See you all tomorrow. In the Aurora 590 live broadcast room, amidst the colorful ribbons and the sweet voices of 5 girls saying, "Thank you, brother angry horse," the stream came to a close. After a few seconds, Chunhao's phone began to buzz with WeChat messages as Strawberry and the others had gotten their phones and started their customary thank yous. However, at this moment, Chunhao could only pretend not to see, as he needed to pick up the little kitten whose affection level had already reached 81, as she had just sent him a message. With a swipe of his finger, the screen on Chunhao's phone displayed the Qingkong 004 live broadcast. Currently, the PK has begun. Although Chunhao as the big brother is holding up the scene according to Dian's algorithm, it's actually very difficult for this old broadcast room to gain traction even if there are gifts being showered. Otherwise, the big guilds could simply arrange a few guild accounts to send gifts and boost the traffic. In that case, the live broadcast rooms of the big guilds would thrive, leaving no room for other broadcasts, let alone for small guilds and individual streamers. Chunhao was currently leaning at the door, not having entered the live broadcast room. He had been streaming for a few months now, so he naturally knew these little tricks. At this moment, the little kitten was also engaged in a PK positioned on the left side of the screen, with her health bar indicating that she had achieved 3 consecutive wins. Today's situation was better than yesterday, although each victory only brought in a few hearts. The little kitten and everyone in the broadcast room weren't particularly concerned about this. The angry horse brother had just come to shower gifts yesterday, and the little kitten had confirmed that she had negotiated with him. The host Heir Mao was completely unfazed and was calmly arranging the PK. Dear executives in the live broadcast room, let's shower our little hearts and Douyin gifts to show our support for the little kitten and Pai Pai. Are there any assassins? While the big brother little kitten is not here, now is a good time to strike. If angry horse president comes later, you might not even get a chance to be an assassin. Heir Mao was not worried about overly flattering the angry horse god, as currently besides the little kitten, there were no other big brothers at all. In fact, many viewers entering the live broadcast room were fans of the angry horse god. The reason for coming to Qingkong 004 was actually to see the rich gifting and the special effects. Chunhao found Heir Mao's words amusing and then entered the live broadcast room. LV. 57 Angry Horse God gifted little kitten Douyin No. 1x10. Welcome home, President Angry Horse. Wow. Thanks to President Angry Horse for gifting little kitten 10 Douyin No. 1 gifts. Just as Heir Mao finished welcoming, a rocket launch effect appeared in the live broadcast room, startling him. System notification: Su Xiaotong little kitten affection 1. This angry horse brother is really something. Every time he comes, it's so thrilling. Wiping a cold sweat, Heir Mao quickly directed Pai Pai to fetch the confetti cannon. Thank you, brother angry horse. Little kitten is on a rocket again today. The little kitten was also very happy, and both she and Pai Pai each grabbed a confetti cannon and set it off. They hadn't used the newly bought confetti cannons until now. President Angry Horse, what does this Douyin No. 1 mean today? Is it time for you to pick her up? LV. 57 Angry Horse. Yes, let her get off work. Alright. Since President Angry Horse has spoken, little kitten, you may get off work first. Remember to visit home often, okay? We've been waiting for you. The little kitten bowed to the camera and left the screen. At this moment, Heir Mao covered the microphone and gently waved to little kitten. Have you told brother Angry Horse about the guild war? Not yet, since the notice was only sent out this afternoon. Okay, then remember to tell brother Angry Horse. If he doesn't come our live broadcast room. Yes, I will tell him. Heir Mao nodded and turned his head to continue hosting the remaining PK between Pai Pai and Yi Gua in the live broadcast room. Pai Pai danced to the music on stage, glancing at the little kitten's departing figure, her eyes full of envy. Sigh, although my income has increased recently, I wish I could have a big brother too. Even if it's not as good as Brother Angry Horse, having someone come to pick me up with a rocket every day would be fine. At this moment, seeing that little kitten had finished her stream, Chun Hao naturally exited the live broadcast room. He was now a bit troubled about how to spend the remaining 1.9 million Douyin coins. Just as he was thinking of browsing the recommendation section for luck, a message from Little Kitten came through. Little Kitten, Brother Angry Horse, are you available to take a call now? The next matter is quite important. It's hard to explain in words. Poor Little Kitten. JPG Chun Hao sure. As soon as he sent those 2 words, the WeChat voice call invitation from Little Kitten came in. What important matter? On the other end of the phone, the sound of high heels clicking could be heard, as if she had just left the company, and he could faintly hear her breathing and the slightly noisy background sounds. Brother Angry Horse. On the other end of the line, Little Kitten's voice was noticeably hesitant, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground, making Chun Hao sense her apparent unease. He had just concluded the naming battle with Lord Ho, and was still troubled about how to spend the remaining Douyin coins. Hearing something was off on the other end, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Did the guild see that I was voting for you and assigned you tasks? Based on Chun Hao's experience from watching live broadcasts, he thought that maybe Little Kitten's small guild saw his potential and wanted to pull more votes from him during the daily PK. There was silence again on the phone for a few seconds, and Little Kitten's breathing became noticeably heavier, even hinting at a bit of suppressed sobs. Chun Hao, holding his phone in his rental apartment, could even imagine her biting her lip tightly, brow slightly furrowed. No, it's not a task, but it seems. It could be considered one. Little Kitten's voice was lower than before, carrying a hint of desperate determination. It's the Guild War. Originally, according to the previous schedule, there would be another week before the Guild War starts, but Chun Hao raised his eyebrows, a hint of intrigue in his tone, as if he had already guessed the reason. It must be due to his appearance as the Angry Horse, especially after lavishly gifting Little Kitten for 2 consecutive days, which had alerted the small guild behind the Qingkong 004 live broadcast. But Little Cat took a deep breath, as if the words she was about to say required all her courage. However, the guild notified us this afternoon that in order to cooperate with the Douyin platform's hometown competition, we need to hold this month's guild battle in advance on the night after tomorrow. Having finished her words in one breath, Little Cat seemed to feel much lighter. Not only her, but even Ermao and Pippi thought this excuse was absurd. Chun Hao had also watched live streams for several months, so he naturally knew what a guild battle was. The so-called guild battle was actually a common money-making tactic in team broadcasts, along with things like voice room battles, etc. A small guild could rake in hundreds of thousands of sound waves from a single battle, with over a dozen streamers combined. Medium-sized guilds were even more exaggerated, with a single streamer potentially reaching 3 to 4 million sound waves. As for the top-tier guilds like Wildest, they could even surpass 10 million sound waves with a single person. Moreover, for guild battles, especially for team broadcast guild battles, most guilds would schedule their battles at the end of the month as the final assessment for that month. It was rare for a guild like Qingkong Guild to start the battle a week early unless there were special circumstances. And Chun Hao was that special circumstance. Chun Hao let out a slight scoff, but this laughter transmitted through the phone made Little Cat's heart race, and her palms broke out in a cold sweat. Because I have you, Brother Angry Horse. She hurriedly began to explain, her voice clearly tinged with nervousness and eagerness to please. The guild thinks that since you just appeared and your momentum is strong, it's the best time to support me. They said, we should strike while the iron is hot and not wait for you, in case you lose interest or just leave. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, filled with intense shame and self-loathing. She knew she was exploiting Chun Hao, taking advantage of his affection for her to ultimately dig into his wallet. But at the same time, the system had rated her affection at an uncontrollable 82 points, which instilled in her a near-blind trust and dependence on Chun Hao. She was afraid of losing him, afraid that if he saw through her thoughts, he would come to despise her. On the other end of the line, Chun Hao was somewhat silent. This silence felt like a heavy stone pressing on Little Cat's heart, nearly suffocating her as she tightly gripped. Of course, Chun Hao's silence wasn't because he was pondering over gifting. He was just feeling somewhat powerless to criticize this Qingkong Guild. Isn't their way of begging too ugly? Seizing the opportunity to rake it in, no wonder they can't grow big. Fortunately, Chun Hao's silence didn't last long. Suppressing his desire to complain, his calm voice rang out, revealing no trace of joy or anger. So, what do you think about their attempts to take advantage? Chun Hao, of course, didn't care about taking advantage. The system's money had to be spent anyway, so where it was spent, participating in the guild battle was actually perfect, as it would provide him with a legitimate reason to lavish gifts without worrying about causing trouble. Even with the system's help, being too ostentatious would still lead to trouble. What if some big shot at Douyin suddenly had an idea and sent someone to investigate him offline? No, it wouldn't be impossible to make acquaintances. If he exposed himself too soon, it would be awkward. The reason he asked so directly was mainly to see what attitude a woman with 80 points of affection had towards it. After all, his ex-girlfriend Jiang Che, who had cost him millions, wasn't streaming, so he had no way of gauging her affection, but he could guess it wouldn't be high. And Little Cat was the first girl who had such a high level of affection for him, which naturally piqued his curiosity. At the same time, Chunhao didn't realize that his mindset had completely changed in just a few days. In the past, he would never have dared to ask a girl the question he just did. This kind of carefree attitude was even hard to imagine for someone without strength. The fundamental reason was simple confidence. Chunhao now possessed boundless confidence despite still being in debt and fearing exposure. And far away in Hangzhou, that phrase, "What do you think on your side?" seemed to open the floodgates of Little Cat's emotion. The words she had been mulling over all afternoon, mixed with anticipation, fear, greed, and even a hint of humble admiration, could no longer be suppressed, and burst forth, "Brother Angry Horse. I want to win. Just this once, win this guild battle. I don't need to take first place, just as long as we can place in the top 3 for the guild battle." Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, yet it was exceptionally resolute. "I know I am being greedy, and I know I shouldn't say this. But I really need the money from this guild battle. My mother. Her surgery and subsequent treatment costs cannot be covered by my meager salary. My father sold the house in our hometown and has been staying in the hospital with my mom. All of our savings have run out." Her voice became even more choked up, and in her emotional state, she also mentioned another reason why the guild battle was moved up. "Rich and idle man. That is the scoundrel who wanted to support me before, but I rejected him. He boasted to the other big shots in the Qingkong Guild's operations that he wanted to slap my face hard in the guild battle to crush you. He said he wants me to know that my new big brother is nothing, and that he wants that Ru who he is supporting to take me down. When it comes to this," my choked voice even carried a hint of anger and a desire to fight back. I was kicked out of Team 1 before because I disagreed with him. This time I want to prove that I can still make it to the top 3 without that scoundrel." Her speech quickened as if she thought of something. "Brother Angry Horse, they have only heard about you sending 200 rockets at Aurora, but don't know about the rest. Including how I saw you earlier today battling a level 60 brother for nearly 1 million, but since no one sent a carnival, no one followed the system banner over. They think you are just being impulsive. I beg you. Brother Angry Horse. How go please help me and give them a hard slap in the face, okay? As long as the guild battle ends." Her voice suddenly raised, carrying a determination of a do-or-die resolution. "As long as the guild battle ends. I will fly to Jiangche to find you. I am willing. I am willing to give myself completely to you. My first time." After saying this, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and all that was left on the other end of the line was her rapid breathing and stifled sobs. Little Cat had never said such words before. Once these words were spoken, she felt as if she had placed herself completely on the gambling table, wagering her remaining dignity and future. Cough, cough, cough. Chunhao had just lit himself a cigarette, but was startled by Little Cat's last few words, inadvertently choking himself. "Did you say Brother Angry Horse?" Hearing the cough from the other end of the phone, Xiao Cat quickly inquired. Upon hearing Chunhao's words, a strange emotion suddenly surged within Xiao Cat. Facing this man with whom she had already developed an affinity of 82 points, the overwhelming sense of belonging and admiration compelled her to reveal her deeper thoughts. "If you don't mind, if you are willing to have me, I might even want to stop live streaming. I can stay in Jean City, be by your side, accompany you. I am willing to learn anything, willing to do anything. I just want to calmly be your girlfriend." Her voice had become almost as soft as a whisper, filled with the fragility of a last-ditch effort, and a hint of hope, forming a stark contrast with her earlier pleas and resoluteness. System notification. Su Xiaodong Xiao Cat Affinity 1. Chunhao was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his phone. He listened to Xiao Cat's tearful promises and almost humble requests, while also sensing her emotion. After all, he had not yet agreed to anything or done anything, yet her affinity had managed to increase slightly from the initial 82 points. Although still relatively young, Chunhao had long been made aware of many truths and learned countless lessons due to the pressure of millions in debt. He could sense Xiao Cat's disdain for the public meeting, her fear of the wealthy idle men, and her worry for her mother, which ultimately converged into a personal dependence and affection for him. Even now, Xiao Cat was not even sure what she truly looked like. They had never even video chatted, only having a photo that might have been edited. Of course, all of this was still based on the system's judgment. Xiao Cat's narration was too reminiscent of the classic phrase, "A sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a broken self." Without the system's affinity prompts based on everything Chunhao had heard about emotional dramas in the live streaming world, Xiao Cat's words could very well have been fabricated to exploit him. Chun Hao understood that for Xiao Xiao Cat this was definitely not just another monthly guild war, it was Su Xiaodong placing her entire life as a wager in a high-stakes gamble. As for whom she had just mentioned, the wealthy idle man. What a joke, how could he possibly compare with me in giving gifts when he was merely a tool to return cash on his own spending? If all goes well in 2 days he would see an increase of over 40 million Do coins in his account, a full 4 million dragon coins. Even during the guild war the female streamer at the top of the group broadcast wouldn't dare say she could achieve that. For Xiao Xiao Cat on the other end of the phone, these few seconds of silence felt as long and unbearable as a century. As her heart sank to the bottom and despair began to creep in, Chun Hao's characteristically calm voice finally broke through, each word resonating heavily in her heart. Okay. I will come the night after tomorrow. You just need to stand on the stage and be yourself. I will help you deal with those. As for what you said about the first 3, not trusting me, the person I support can only take first place. Chun Hao contemplated for a moment, feeling that after the day after tomorrow he should have enough cash to rent a large apartment without any problems. He added, regarding coming to Jiang City after the guild war, wait for my notification. There were no excessive comforts, no fervent promises. Just these short, domineering phrases imbued with the power of infinite cash, along with an arrangement that left no room for her doubts. First place. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Xiao Cat's sobs suddenly ceased. Immediately afterward, a louder yet entirely different emotional breakdown followed. Her cries were mixed with ecstasy, excitement, relief, and an even deeper reverence and affection. Whoa. Okay, brother angry horse. How good. I will wait for you. I will listen to you. The night after tomorrow. I will definitely showcase my best self and be myself. Having experienced that night as if a deity had descended, she knew that the man on the other end of the phone would keep his promise. That man had already agreed to fight for her. After hanging up, she tightly gripped her phone, tears streaming down uncontrollably, unable to stop. However, at this moment her tears were no longer filled with despair and anxiety, but rather the exhilaration of having won her gamble, along with an even deeper obsession with the man far away in Jiang City who seemed to possess endless power. System notification: Su Xiaodong Xiao Xiao Cat Affinity 5. Chun Hao looked at the system prompt filled with anticipation for Xiao Xiao Cat's 1,000-mile delivery, and for the first time truly experiencing the feeling of being trusted and admired, he was even more curious about what rewards would come with an affinity of 90. With this latest increase of 5 points, Xiao Xiao Cat's affinity for him had already reached 89, just a step away. It feels like reaching 90 should be a significant milestone, but given the situation today, it should be a piece of cake to break 90 after the guild war. Next, let's refresh. There are still a few hours left, and I don't believe I can't find a female streamer with a score above 80 and in good condition. Lowering his head, Chun Hao continuously refreshed the live stream room. Fortunately, he had changed to a new phone, otherwise with such constant refreshing his old phone would have lagged out in just a few minutes. As the live stream room on his phone kept changing, 7 or 8 out of 10 live rooms were group broadcasts with other types of streams appearing only occasionally. There were quite a few girls scoring above 80 in the group broadcasts, but if he sent too little they wouldn't feel it, and most were in poor condition. If he bound them, even if it was with money from the system, Chun Hao felt he would be at a loss. Suddenly Chun Hao's constantly sliding finger paused. The title of the live stream room before him was Simple Stamina Challenge. A cheering duck begins to jump. The streamer was a young girl with a high ponytail dressed in tight training clothes named Wei Wei. Her face was delicate, her complexion bare with sweat already soaking her bangs and beads of sweat nearly covering her neck down to her collarbone. The tight sports t-shirt clung to her chest, and under her breasts drenched in sweat, creating large dark patches that accentuated her welted curves and unmatched physique. She was continuously dancing to a fast-paced song in the live stream room. Previously Chun Hao had seen Zhou Zhou and the others perform it at Aurora 590, called the Full Fire Dance. However, Wei Wei's version was clearly shorter and faster than Zhou Zhou's and the others, while also being breathless. She remained exceptionally serious, occasionally stopping for a few seconds when no viewers were sending gifts, taking big gulps of water. This completely different style of live streaming from ordinary pretty streamers and dance streamers instantly captivated Chun Hao. Of course, the most important reason was definitely the system prompt. Name: Xie Yue, age 22 years, rating 92 points, health status normal, affinity 0. System prompt: send 1 Do coin to bind with this streamer. At that moment, as Chun Hao entered the live stream room, he had no idea that he would encounter a familiar face. 92 points. Chun Hao was surprised. Among the female streamers he followed, the highest rated had been Xiaomei, but she still trailed this Wei Wei by 1 point. The score piqued his curiosity, and he clicked straight into the stream. Welcome, brother Shiani Numa, to our live room. Our room is a gift-driven endurance dance stream. Brother, if there is a dance you want to see, send the corresponding gift. At that moment, Wei Wei was taking a break to drink when she saw the purple level 57 entrance effect She hastened to offer her welcome. Chunhao did not rush to speak. He noticed several gift icons on the left of the screen, each corresponding to a different dance. Jiaoya, 15 tokens, full throttle dance. AINIO, 52 tokens, victory dance. Shining stars, 99 tokens, blizzard shake. Hot air balloon, 520 tokens, unlock mini long dance. Myriad fireworks, 688 tokens, reset clear. She must have just done the Jiaoya routine. It was rather entertaining. Before he had the system, he had encountered dance streamers, but most demanded steep prices, starting with gifts like the Heart Bunny, so his reluctance to spend tokens deterred him. Now he had seen other endurance dancers too, but they were either male or carried low system scores. A high-rated endurance dance streamer was indeed rare. He thought for a moment. He had grown tired of the full throttle routine from watching it on Jiguang 590. A change of flavor would be better. LV 57 Shiani Numa sent Weiwei AINIO X10. Weiwei, surprised by the sudden large gift, put down her cup and thanked the camera sincerely. Thank you to brother Shiani Numa for the 10 AINIO gifts. They'll start dancing right away. She tapped her controller, the music began, and she looped the victory dance. System prompt: Xie Yue Weiwei favorability. 10. Seeing Weiwei's favorability rise, Chunhao felt reassured. She's skilled, not like those big group female streamers. Finally found one with a normal attitude. Sometimes you splash out for a flashy gift and only get a single point. There were still over 80 viewers in the room, most watching the dance for free and occasionally sending small gifts. The highest fan badge was no higher than level 8. LV 7 Lele Quail. Here he comes Big Brother. LV 29 Bingdian. Big Brother, I suggest the hot air balloon. Weiwei's mini long dance is gorgeous. LV 23 Pojian. Hee Big Brother, hurry and send Jiaoya. Make her concede. LV 18 Binyingwa Wang. A brother like this is impressive. If it were me about to spend 500 tokens, I'd hesitate, but he sent them straight away. LV 28 Shunshi Xiren. Big Brother, take her. Our Weiwei has never been dominated before. LV 2 User 854788. Weiwei, keep it up. The so-called domination is a common practice among endurance streamers on streaming platforms. A tiny gift can prompt the streamer to perform all manner of physical tasks, dance, and some rooms even employ props like acupressure boards. In such rooms, when a gift is sent, the streamer is generally obliged to complete the corresponding task. If too many gifts arrive and the streamer cannot finish, she must admit defeat to the big givers and usually hang a custom banner in the background. Common banner wording is simple: IXXX have been dominated by Big Brother Sister XXX. Chunhao had lurked in streams for months, and having come to understand the culture, he was puzzled now. After sending 10 AINIO gifts, Chunhao found he was top of the current online contributor board. Endurance streamers first toned down makeup and beauty filters. With such looks and such a figure and nearly 100 viewers, so late her popularity isn't low. How could she have no big patrons? It wasn't that Chunhao was overthinking. Extremes are like that. Even purely content-driven or playful streamers tend to have a few patrons watching over them. Weiwei did have patrons, but they were sentimental brothers and sisters who rarely lurked. They would occasionally drop a big gift in pure support. The fundamental reason was that she refused to flirt privately with those patrons, a reflection of her confidence in her content. Of course, there was a cost, though she worked harder and cared more about her stream. Her income was many times lower than those who sat and chatted while privately courting patrons on messaging apps. Don't be fooled by beauty streamers whose rooms show only single-digit regulars. There are always romantic patrons who privately maintain them and suddenly appear to help in PK battles, sending massive gifts. Sometimes a PK round draws hundreds of thousands of popularity points. Never mind. I'm just cycling gifts for cashback. Since her condition is normal, I'll keep sending. Chunhao shook his head. Weiwei had finished the 10 victory dances, and his finger tapped the gift panel again. LV 57 Shiani Numa sent Weiwei Shining Stars X10. LV 57 Shiani Numa sent Weiwei Hot Air Balloon X10. Wow. Thank you, brother Shiani Numa, for the 10 Shining Stars and 10 Hot Air Balloons. I haven't received so many gifts in a long time. Weiwei's eyes lit up on camera. Her sentimental patrons had been busy in real life and hadn't come by for a week, so this month's income was worrying. Seeing this newcomer suddenly send so much without making excessive demands in chat genuinely delighted her. System prompt: Xie Yue Weiwei favorability 5. At last the remaining 1.9 million tokens have found a place. Chunhao glanced at the system prompt and felt somewhat pleased. On screen, Weiwei continued dancing. Though sweat glistened and she looked very tired, she still executed each move with carelessness was absent. She remained meticulous. That only fueled Chunhao's curiosity. He wanted to see where Weiwei's stamina truly reached. More than an hour passed. During that time, Chunhao kept sending gifts. Aside from the final myriad fireworks, he had sent several rounds of the other gifts. He planned to wait until the moment was right, and then clear out his tokens here. Wei Wei was visibly more exhausted than before. It was already hard for her to keep her movements precise. Brother Numa, you still owe me 20 blizzard shakes. I'm really tired. May I have a sip of water? She picked up the towel on the desk, wiped her sweat, smiling with fatigue, yet brightness. LV. 57 Shini Numa. No problem. If you're tired, rest, and have some water. For Chun Hao, subduing Wei Wei and getting a banner mattered little. Trouble would start only if she became ill and her favorability fell. If she truly couldn't continue, she would beg for mercy anyway, so a few seconds rest and a sip of water made no difference. Wei Wei saw his reply and felt grateful for his understanding. In the 2 months she had been streaming, he was one of the rare patrons who didn't make demands. Many people would not allow her to pause for water unless she agreed to certain requests. System prompt Xie Yue Wei Wei favorability 1. So far Chun Hao had spent 130 tokens in Wei Wei's room. Not much to him, but her favor had already risen to 21. If she had been a pure endurance streamer, such a torrent of tokens might already have made her raise the white flag, and Chun Hao had watched for over an hour and truly admired her stamina. What he did not know was that Wei Wei was a senior at Daidu Sports University, this year's campus beauty, and had originally trained as a long-distance runner. Although her competitive record did not place her in the top 10 of her grade, it was still excellent. In sheer endurance, she was likely stronger than the vast majority of streamers. LV. 7 Lele Quail, Big Brother is so strong. LV. 29 Bingdian, Wei Wei is so lucky today to meet such an obliging big brother. LV. 23 Pojian, Brother Numa, if you think Wei Wei dances well, please come by often. LV. 18 Bunyingwa Wang. I feel Wei Wei is near her limit. Another few dozen Jiaoya gifts, and she might not make it. LV. 28 Shunchi Xiren. Finally, we'll see Wei Wei hang a banner, haha. At that moment Chun Hao suddenly noticed a special entrance effect. A azure dragon spiraled into the room, and a glittering ID appeared in the chat. Wei Wei, who had just taken a sip, seemed to recognize the ID and frowned slightly, but she still offered a composed welcome. Welcome, Big Brother Fugue Xianren, to the live room. Chun Hao squinted slightly. He had just heard this ID mentioned by Xiao Xiaomao over an hour ago. However, there are many people with the same name on Douyin, so to avoid misunderstanding, Chun Hao decided to check the profile of this rich and leisurely person. However, before Chun Hao could click into his personal profile page, the barrage he posted on the public screen had already completed his self-verification. LV. 62 Rich and leisurely person. Oh, isn't that Brother Angry Horse? Instead of properly preparing for your little cat's guild battle, you're here, flirting with a new sister. Chun Hao nearly laughed out of anger. He had planned to slap him in the face during the guild battle, but unexpectedly encountered him directly tonight. LV. 57 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, what are you even worth? In Hongqing, in the office of a mechanical manufacturing plant, Tianyong was watching a live stream in his office, and the screen displayed Wei Wei's live broadcast. Upon seeing this reply from Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, his previously playful expression froze on his face. He was indeed the holder of the account Rich and Leisurely Person. Due to a recent urgent order, he was currently urging his workers to work overtime, and as for overtime pay, that was certainly non-existent. What? Sue me. I have plenty of means and time to waste with you. If you don't want to work, there are plenty of people who do. And even if it takes 3 years, even if arbitration comes down, I can afford to wait. Can your workers go without food and drink to waste time with me? Can you afford to wait? The most important thing is that he could use this reason to supervise the factory's operations and avoid going home. He could go out every night to meet various good sisters to build relationships, and when tired, go to a foot massage place to sleep for the night, without having to face the mother tiger at home. As soon as he entered the live stream tonight, he completely ignored Wei Wei's obviously emotional welcome and directly opened the audience contribution leaderboard. Let's see. 1300 votes, a bit of strength. Huh. Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse. What a narrow road for enemies. The woman I don't want is one thing, but you also come to snatch the one in pursuing. Thus there was the provocative remark he made at the beginning. He had been interested in this Wei Wei for a month, finding her beautiful, and with a top-notch figure, she was completely his type. To his surprise, after he dropped several 100,000 in gifts this way, Wei merely followed him back to thank him. Not only did she not send him messages about her outfits, short videos, or voice chats to flirt, but she didn't even add him on WeChat. This left Tianyong feeling quite uncomfortable. She wasn't playing by the rules. No wonder there are no guardian big brothers. This girl doesn't understand live streaming at all. This was his line of thought. Today, after a week's absence, he returned again. According to his experience, such an arrogant streamer had to be taught a lesson and put on hold. After a while, if it were a beauty chatting streamer, he would hang around the live room without speaking. But this type of streamer who would jump at every gift was actually easier to manage. LV. 62 Rich and Leisurely Person sends Wei Wei 100 cheer ducks. LV. 62 Rich and Leisurely Person. Little guy is a bit arrogant. "I'm busy today. In 2 days, I'll let you know what it means to be beyond the heavens." Wei, come on, let me give you a bit of exercise. There's this soft-hearted little horse who might just send you fireworks to... Upon seeing the gift notification, Wei's face turned pale. A full 100 sheer ducks. This meant she needed to complete 100 high-intensity dances immediately. If it had been at the start of the broadcast, or before Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse's arrival, it would have been better, but now she truly had little energy left. After all, Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse had requested many more physically demanding dances. Just as she had managed to rest for a few minutes, her legs were still slightly trembling. Looking at the terrifying prompt of 100 times, she almost wanted to cry. Thank you to the rich and leisurely person for the 100 cheer ducks. She had to thank for the gift, but Wei showed no joy at receiving the gift. She knew what the outcome of seeking this person would be. After taking a deep breath, she began the dance. After more than 10 minutes, as she was about to finish the last 10, suddenly another gift notification popped up. LV. 62 rich and leisurely person sends Wei 100 cheer ducks. While Wei was dancing, she suddenly paused, visibly flustered. LV. 62 rich and leisurely person continue. Just like that, it continued. Wei struggled through 220 dances and was indeed starting to struggle. Rich and leisurely big brother. Could you not do this? I really can't dance anymore if it's too much. How about this? I'll hang a banner to concede. I give up. Is that okay? I really can't go on. Rich and leisurely person was clearly waiting for this moment, leisurely typing a reply. LV. 62 rich and leisurely person a banner. Concede. Hehe. Not dancing is fine, it's simple. After the broadcast, I'll give you an address. You can come over for a face-to-face talk. The lightheartedness and threat in his words were evident, seemingly aimed at forcing Wei to agree to meet offline, with the ultimate goal, of course, being a roll in the sheets and drawn curtains. Upon seeing this barrage, Wei obviously felt both humiliated and angry. Her face, which had paled from exhaustion, suddenly turned a bit flushed. She took a deep breath and continued to dance awkwardly to the music, her movements not only off-standard, but also very stiff. At this moment, the barrage grew angry. Although many were just there to watch, they indeed barely counted as Wei's fans. LV. 7 Lele happy. Isn't this too much? What if something goes wrong during the dance? LV. 15 little bug. This person is too disgusting. Threatening directly in the live room. Can I call the police? LV. 23 breaking cocoon. This rich and leisurely person made quite a scene last time. After that, Wei took 3 days off after dancing. LV. 29 Ice Point. The tickets I saved were all used up that time. I spent 5 million in fireworks to save Wei, but it was still no good. As soon as this bastard cleared out, I reloaded. LV. 18 No past what to do. He won't even agree to hang a banner. Is there no one who can save Wei? LV. 28 Go with the flow. Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse big brother, are you still there? Please save Wei. LV. 2 User 854788. Is there anyone passing by who can save Wei? Chunhao watched the barrage on the public screen, knowing full well what would happen, but he said nothing. The reason was simple. He had recently discovered that the best catalyst for increasing favorability was the streamer's sincere gratitude. Seeing the 100 cheer ducks from rich and leisurely person, he could tell with a glance what the other side intended. With such a person to help boost his favorability, he was delighted. Chunhao had originally planned to make his move after Wei sought him out, or had to agree to some conditions from rich and leisurely person, but he didn't expect this girl to be so resilient. Seeing her struggle to keep dancing, Chunhao decided to intervene. LV. 57 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse sends Wei 1 million fireworks. LV. 57 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse rich and leisurely person bullying a physically exhausted streamer. You seem to think you are quite impressive, huh? The streamer should take a break. Wei finally relaxed a bit at this moment. While wiping her sweat, she managed to weakly thank Chunhao. Thank you. Thank you, Angry Horse brother. System notification, Ciue Wei favorability 5, just as Chunhao watched as Wei finally got a chance to catch her breath, bent over with her hands on her knees gasping for air, and he let out a sigh of relief. The change in Wei's favorability undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. Meanwhile, far away in Hongqing, Tianyong's eyes also brightened. It's a hit. Tianyong was no fool who such overt and blatant so-called hints or threats could not be issued directly in the live stream. Even a host who might privately agree would not do so publicly in front of all the viewers. Of course, if she truly agreed, Tianyong would laugh it off, pretending it was just a joke. If he dared to go that far, it could very well lead to serious consequences. What he wanted was for Wei to hold her ground. As long as the current top contributor, Xian Inuma, hadn't left, it meant there was still hesitation. As long as Xian Inuma couldn't resist sending fireworks, he was confident he could provoke the opponent, causing them to exhaust a wave of funds today with a small investment. This way, when the guild war came the day after tomorrow, his pressure would be significantly reduced. At that time, it would be his true opportunity to strike. As for Wei, if he couldn't have her, so be it. there were plenty of girls on Douyin 1, less didn't matter. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Rin, keep going. Xian Inuma, I'll send 10 at a time. If you have the guts, keep sending fireworks. Wei Wei just recovered and originally wanted to thank Chen Hao again, but upon seeing the reappearing cheer ducks, her expression soured. However, since she had set the rules, she couldn't break them. She shifted her cramped calf and clicked on the music to start. Other fans and viewers in the comments couldn't stand it anymore and began to curse Fu Gui Xian Rin, with some even hoping Wei Wei would just end the stream. LV. 29 Bing Dian Fu Gui Xian Rin, you're really not a decent person. LV. 7 Sierra Leonean Leone's Lu Kwai Lu, this is too much. Wei Wei, just end the stream. LV. 15 Xiao Chong Air Chow, yes. End the stream. If you want to roll with this kind of person, no one would have a problem with that. LV. 23 Po Jian Bing Jian, you're cursing a guy over level 60. LV. 29 Bing Dian Po Jian, if he's got the guts, let him come at me through the internet. LV. 29 Bing Dian Xian Inuma, don't play with this fool. He's just wearing you down, it's not. Chen Hao looked at the provocative comments from Fu Gui Xian Rin on the screen, and then glanced at Wei Wei's helpless expression, letting out a derisive snort. He had come today to spend the remaining dough coins, which were system funds, and he wasn't the least bit concerned. He had originally thought about clearing it all at midnight, although spending 1.8 million dough coins at once seemed odd. It could be understood, given the build-up. Now, however, he was fortunate enough to have Fu Gui Xian Rin, who thought too highly of himself, helping him rationalize his spending. Not only did he consume dough coins, but he could also efficiently boost Wei Wei's favorability while striking down this scum. It was a triple win, and nothing could be more perfect. LV. 57 Xian Inuma sent Wei Wei a Wanxiang firework. LV. 57 Xian Inuma, Wei Wei, you don't need to dance, just drink some water and rest. Fu Gui Xian Rin, keep going, the more you send the more I'll respond. Ha ha ha, young one playing with me. That's just asking for it. Seeing the Wanxiang firework and Chen Hao's comments, Tian Yong, who thought he had successfully provoked them, happily sent out another 10 cheer ducks. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Rin sent Wei Wei cheer ducks x10. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Rin, oh let me see how impressive the little cat's guardian is. LV. 57 Xian Inuma sent Wei Wei a Wanxiang firework. LV. 57 Xian Inuma, just pocket money, it's more than enough to drown you. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Rin sent Wei Wei cheer ducks x10. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Rin, then keep going, don't be timid. LV. 57 Xian Inuma sent Wei Wei a Wanxiang firework. LV. 57 Xian Inuma, I'm afraid you'll back down. The two of them continued to exchange gifts in the live stream, and Wei Wei didn't even bother to thank Fu Gui Xian Rin for his gifts. She pulled up a stool to sit in front of the camera, constantly expressing her gratitude to Chen Hao. Thank you. Really. Thank you so much, Numa Go. Numa Go. If you feel it's not worth it, you can stop at any time. I can still hold on. At this moment, she was also trying to recover her strength. After all, exchanging 150 dough coins for 688 dough coins was a poor trade. If Chen Hao felt it was not worth it and left, she would still have to continue bearing it. The viewers in the live stream were also stunned, watching the two mock each other while sending gifts, feeling they had never seen such a ridiculous scene. LV. 7 Sierra Leonean Leone's Lu Kwai Lo, wow. Numa Go is so powerful. How many have there been? LV. 15 Xiao Chong Air Chow, I counted. Up to now there have already been 158 Wanxiang fireworks. 159. 160. LV. 23 Po Jian, my god, how many minutes has it been? They have already sent out 4 carnivals. LV. 29 Bing Dian Numa Go is awesome. Slap this pretentious scum in the face. What Fu Gui Xian Rin, he's just a fool with nothing to do. LV. 18 Bu Nian Guo Wang, it's over 200 now. Still sending. LV. 28 Shun Chi Zi Ran Xian Inuma, big brother, from today on you are my big brother. LV. 2 user 854788, it's 300 now. My goodness. User LV. 29 Bing Dian shared the live stream. Originally sitting in front of the camera, her ample chest rising and falling as she tried to rest and regain her strength, Wei Wei was directly stunned. Her beautiful watery eyes blinked in disbelief. Her small mouth slightly opened, revealing a hint of her pink tongue between her pearly teeth, and her brain was so overwhelmed that she even forgot to thank Chen Hao. In the entire live stream, aside from the background music and the continuous alternating gift notifications, there were only the exploding effects of Wanxiang fireworks. New viewers continued to enter the live stream through shared links, witnessing this bizarre scene and joining the discussion on the public screen. LV. 90 Chio Rin, what's going on in this live stream? LV. 1 Kai Xing Lu, I see the big brothers going at it again. LV. 42 Wen Yo 10 cheer ducks for 1 Wanxiang firework. Is that such a bad deal? LV. 22 Chun by Xiao Yi, I wish I could be rich too. To show off like that. They say they've sent almost 1,000. Is that true? LV. 37. Shu Tiao Hao Lane, look at the contribution value, it's already 1 million sound waves, it's ridiculous. LV. 13 Xiao Yu Tian, this Yin Inu Ma big brother is amazing. Is this what a wealthy person is like? Is this what a wealthy person is like? Wei Wei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In Hangzhou, Tian Yong's smile gradually stiffened. Logically speaking, up to now he had successfully consumed a total of 1.4 million do coins from Chunhao, so he should feel pleased. But he was feeling less and less happy, because he had already spent 3,000 do coins. So many do coins could have pushed his favorite female streamer into the top 3 in the monthly guild war at Qingkong Guild. Is this Yin Inuma insane? I sent out a cheer duck, and it resulted in 10 carnivals. He was now even struggling to distinguish whether he had lost his mind, or if it was Chunhao who had lost his mind. As midnight approached, the wealthy idler had ceased sending go ducks in batches of 10. So now I'm just your puppet, boosting your favor with a female streamer. Do you think your money grows on trees? Tian Yong cursed aloud in his Hangzhou office. Unbeknownst to him, just hours earlier in Shanghai, mere kilometers away, another man had uttered those very same words. Naturally, Chunhao fully agreed with that first statement. Compared to when had first begun showering her with fireworks, Wei Wei's favor toward him had surged from 26 to 52 points. She was now just shy of the 60-point threshold. Had viewers not grown numb from the sheer volume of gifts, it might have climbed even higher. Not only Wei Wei, but the entire audience paralyzed by sensory overload. LV. 15 Xiao Chong or Chow, how many have there been? LV. 9 Earthling, no idea, impossible to count. LV. 29 Bingyan, at least 2,000 fireworks guaranteed. LV. 7 Lele Kuai Lu, I've never seen this many fireworks in my entire life. LV. 23 Pijian, it's not his wallet holding him back, it's probably his finger endurance. LV. 42 Wenyo Bingyan, no, it's at least 2,500. LV. 29 Bingyan, Fu Gui Xian Ren, are you even still capable? You promised 10 ducks for 1 firework. How long have you been sending them one by one? The tagged wealthy idler truly was spent. With less than 10 minutes until midnight to go, ducks vanished entirely. Tian Yong stared at the Douyin coin top-up interface flashing on his phone, and nearly shattered the device in fury. All the coins had saved for the guild battle had been drained. Xian Inuma, so that's your name. He'll remember you well. 2 days from now, he'll crush you utterly. His face burning crimson with rage, he resolved to deploy the earnest money from his new project 2 days hence. I refuse to believe you can outspend me online. Without uttering another word, he exited the livestream and closed the Douyin app entirely. As rank 2 disappeared from the viewer list, silence held for several seconds before the comment feed erupted. LV. 29 Bingdian victory. Brother Nu Ma is legendary. He drove that arrogant idler. LV. 15 Xiao Chong Chow, heavens above. Brother Nu Ma, you're my elder brother now. How many fireworks were there? Over 1.9 million audio waves. LV. 9 Earthling, utterly defeated. I surrender completely. Brother Nu Ma, from this moment you are my god. A solitary force standing guard alone, until he ran dry of funds. LV. 7 Lele Kuai Lu. That's what a true elder brother looks like. Not bullying others, but shielding the streamer from such vile harassment. LV. 23 Pijian, Brother Nu Ma, what does your family do? Do you truly possess mountains of gold and silver? LV. 42 Wenyo, never imagined go. Ducks and myriad phenomena fireworks could combine for over 2 million audio waves in a single stream. LV. 18 Bu Nian Guo Wang, Fu Gui Xian Run, stunned into silence. Your arrogance boomeranged spectacularly. Brother Nu Ma is the undisputed tycoon. LV. 28 Shun Chi Zi Ran, Bu Nian Guo Wang. Don't flog a corpse, he's all doghead. JPG LV. 2 user 854788. Tonight's stream was absolutely electrifying. Long live Brother Nu Ma. LV. 29 Bingdian, just noticed. Congratulations on leveling up Brother Nu Ma. The entire screen flooded with comments. Brother Nu Ma is legendary. Elder brother reigns supreme. Congratulations on your promotion. Every viewer basked in the triumph of Chunhao's overwhelming dominance, his sheer strength reducing the wealthy idler to insignificance. Before the camera, Wei Wei had regained some stamina, but remained drenched in glistening sweat. Her thin athletic t-shirt clung tightly to her frame, yet exhaustion had long since surrendered to exhilaration and awe. She paid no mind to her damp tangled strands clinging to her forehead. Instead, she drew a deep, steadying breath, struggling to calm her racing heart. Then facing the lens, she bowed deeply, her gratitude profound and unfeigned. Thank you, truly. Truly thank you, Brother Nu Ma. Her voice trembled faintly with breathlessness and emotion thick with nasal resonance. Yet each syllable rang with crystalline clarity. Without you tonight, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. I know how expensive those fireworks are, spending so recklessly. Her voice caught then broke. Lifting her head, tears mingled seamlessly with the sweat tracing her cheeks. I am profoundly, profoundly grateful to you. This kindness, I see Yue shall carry it in my heart forever. As soon as the words left her lips, she hurried off screen to fetch her prepared celebratory firecracker tube. Boom. As the firecracker burst, she beamed with delight. I was too stunned earlier. I forgot to congratulate Brother Numa on reaching level 58. Truly, I cannot thank you enough tonight. Not only for rescuing me, but for spending so generously on your own upgrade. In short, you were simply magnificent. LV. 58 Cien Inu Ma gifted Wei Doin no. 1-3. Chunhao immediately spent his remaining 3 Doin coins and typed a brief message. LV. 58 Cien Inu Ma, you're welcome. Rest now, I'm off. Wei blinked. She had never been dismissed from a stream by someone using Doin no. 1 as a farewell. Yet his terse reply didn't surprise her. In fact, it felt perfectly natural. Truly great elders should speak with such elegant brevity. Thank you for 3 Doin no. 1 gifts from Brother Numa. She seized the firecracker tube once more and ignited it live within the stream. By then, Chunhao had already exited the stream. A true man departs without hesitation, though perhaps lingers just beyond the door. Glancing at Wei's favor score, now risen by 1 point, he smiled satisfied. After thanking other loyal viewers, Wei ended her broadcast. Moments later, Chunhao received her WeChat QR code via private message, and upon adding her, he paused surprised. Her WeChat nickname was simply Yue, and her profile picture, a serene landscape, not the generic streamer's WeChat. This was unmistakably her personal account. Wei's message arrived swiftly, sincere, warm, yet impeccably measured. Hello, Brother Numa. Thank you so sincerely for tonight. Words fail me. I don't know how to properly express my gratitude. Please rest assured, I'm not the kind who uses WeChat to maintain elder brothers in hopes of receiving gifts. I simply felt compelled to acknowledge such a life-saving act. Even if modest, this gesture comes from the heart. Wei WeChat red envelope. 888. Chunhao studied the message, and the red envelope sent by the young woman, finding no trace of ambiguity or hidden intent. He admired her deeply, and finally understood why despite scoring an exceptional 92 on the system's rating scale, she remained without a protective elder brother. Yet his mood was complex. This is the first time a woman has ever sent me a red envelope. Should I accept it? If I do, will it tarnish my image? If I refuse? Honestly, I want it. After brief hesitation, he tapped accept. Chunhao, don't mention it. It was merely a small gesture. Better to accept. If I decline, you might overthink it. They'll send more gifts next time I visit your stream. Having sent the message, Chunhao suddenly recalled something and quickly typed another question. Chunhao, by the way, I noticed that Idler's entrance effect was quite impressive. Do you know what it is, eh? Wei stared at the message, visibly astonished. Could this elder brother possibly be new to live streaming? He's leveled up so fast. He hasn't even acquired it. That's astonishingly formidable. However, Wei would certainly not broach such a topic unprompted. Instead, she patiently explained to Chunhao, I know about that entrance effect. It's not merely a visual flourish, but a special identity skin called the Dragon Riding Wanderer. It can only be unlocked during specific events or after accumulating a certain recharge amount within a designated period. Once unlocked, this skin grants access to exclusive, more dazzling gifts, ones that can only be sent while wearing it. All in all, it serves multiple functions and essentially acts as a badge of distinction for top-tier patrons. Brother Numa, you can open your gift panel. There's a mystery shop inside clearly marked. Check whether you've unlocked it yet. Chunhao understood this was in essence both a status symbol and a key to unlocking exclusive gifting privileges. Chunhao understood. I'll look into it, logging off for now. He had indeed rarely seen this entrance effect before. A simple reason: the few livestream rooms he frequented, such as Qingkong 004, where Xiao Mao broadcasted, had never hosted such elite patrons. Yet a few minutes later he surmised someone might have entered, but most likely disguised under the mystery guest skin. For not only had he discovered he'd unlocked skins like the Dragon Riding Wanderer and the Rose Duke, but he'd also inexplicably cleared an adventure challenge titled Glorious March. The challenge rewarded him with numerous items: the mystery guest outfit, an invisibility function, and a full moon emblem, displayed beside his level icon. The mystery guest outfit and invisibility function were currently irrelevant to him. He existed solely to spend lavishly and boost his rapport with female hosts. Fundamentally, he was here to make a statement, not obscure his identity behind anonymous gifting. The full moon emblem, however, signaled his spending vitality. It came in 3 tiers: crescent, half moon, and full moon. The more complete the lunar phase, the higher his consumption activity. Donning the skin, Chunhao exited Douyin and exhaled deeply. Damn it. How did I ever think the Douyin I used before was the complete version? So it's patent lock the full experience, is it? He then glanced at his universal long coin balance on his phone. Adding Weiwei's transfer, that's 2600 total. Plus tomorrow's and the day after's contributions. That should be enough for a complete transformation. Then neither video calls nor in-person meetings would risk exposure. He routinely replied to Zhou and the others carrying check-ins, reviewed their minor assignments, and offered commentary on their bold daily outfits. Then, buoyed by anticipation for the upcoming guild battle, Chun Hao collapsed onto his bed and fell fast asleep. The next morning, after rising and washing up, he sat on the edge of his bed staring blankly at his Douyin balance, 28 million Douyin coins, and a face clouded with dismay. How the hell am I supposed to spend this reasonably? Reckless splurging will just brand me a fool. He opened Douyin's livestream platform and browsed various rooms for half an hour, still utterly stumped. Finally, his gaze settled on a newly refreshed stream. With resolve, he tapped in. A dragon swept in from the right side of the screen, then appeared in the entrance prompt bearing the ID, Xian Inu Ma. On-screen, Song Chinga, cradling a guitar and singing softly, showed no reaction, continuing the song requested by her fans. She wore a pale beige gown, her jet black hair was elegantly coiled. Radiating both innocent charm and exquisite beauty, she embodied the quintessential white moonlight, the idealized girl of one's school days. Ordinarily, in standard live streams, a patron arriving astride a dragon would warrant an immediate welcome from the host. But Song Chinga was different. She was Douyin's renowned musical prodigy. In less than 2 years since her debut, she'd released 3 albums and even starred in a wildly popular web drama. Her livestream consistently drew audiences of 30 to 40,000. At her level, hosts rarely paused to individually welcome patrons. Such entries occurred every few minutes. Even now, the top 10 contributors on her leaderboard ranged from level 42 to level 68. Neither viewers nor fans paid much mind. The spectacle of grand entrance effects had long grown routine in such massive streams. Here, casual viewers and loyal fans alike continuously showered small gifts. Popularity tickets and tiny hearts flooded the chat non-stop, every so often shimmering starburst effects flared across the screen. Chun Hao glanced at the system's profile display. Name Song Chinga. Age 23. Rating 95. Health status normal. Affinity 0. System prompt: gifting 1 Douyin coin binds this host. Months earlier, when Chun Hao first began using Douyin, he'd followed her, but rarely visited. In such colossal streams, casual viewers held no presence whatsoever. They could only watch silent and unseen. After all, even back then, when he'd barely spent a single coin, he'd been a recognizable face in Qingkong 004. Occasionally sending hearts won from red packet giveaways, he'd still earn warm thanks from hosts Heir Mao and Xiao Mao. Here his former self felt utterly insignificant. At last the song concluded. Song Chinga set down her guitar and greeted her audience. Thank you all for your encouragement just now. I dedicate this song to Sister Xiao Siu Bao, wishing her smooth sailing ahead. If you'd like to request another song, please type the title into the public chat. I'll sing whichever garners the most votes. As the final note faded, the flood of gifts accelerated further. LV. 58 Xian Inu Ma gifted Song Chinga Diamond Sports Car 1. Amidst a cascade of flashy effects, including carnival gifts from other elite patrons, Chun Hao's gift slipped in unnoticed. He'd only discovered this diamond sports car yesterday while exploring the gift panel. It cost 300 more Douyin coins than the standard model, and he'd already unlocked it. Beyond sports cars, he'd also unlocked diamond carnivals, diamond rockets, diamond hot air balloons, as well as newly accessible eternal diamonds and gilded roses. All were unlocked upon reaching specific gifting and recharge thresholds. Yet he hadn't noticed them, and though the gifts had been sent, only a handful of fans voiced thanks on the host's behalf. Song Chinga simply repeated "thank you" repeatedly to the camera, never once mentioning Chun Hao's ID. Watching his affinity score remain stubbornly unchanged at 0, Chun Hao sighed inwardly. He'd originally avoided top-tier hosts precisely because gifting to them offered such poor return on emotional investment. Having witnessed countless lavish gifts, they demanded extraordinary effort to raise affinity, even to 60. Yet today, armed with 20 million Douyin coins, he resolved to try. LV. 58 Xian Inu Ma gifted Song Chinga Dragon Riding Wanderer 10. This gift required wearing the Dragon Riding Wanderer skin and cost 3 Douyin coins per unit, matching the carnival's price. Other variants included the Urban Wanderer 100 coins and the Dragon Seeking Wanderer 200 coins. Suddenly, a cerulean dragon materialized, unleashing a thunderous roar toward the Wanderer standing amid a metropolis. Then the dragon pierced the sky, and the Wanderer mounted its head, soaring through the heavens. Crucially, the roar triggered a tactile vibration effect. No one inside the stream could ignore it. Not even their own phones trembled violently. Regular Douyin livestream viewers nicknamed this gift the Great Dragon. Song Chinga, visibly startled, Such an opening salvo of 10 great dragons was exceedingly rare. She hadn't even registered Chun Hao's diamond sports car moments earlier. Thank you. Thank you brother Xian Inu Ma for these 10 great dragons. Are you new here? Your generous support is truly appreciated. Her tone was warm, but unlike smaller hosts, she showed no effusive excitement. Curious comments soon bloomed across the live chat. LV 46 when Lai Xian Inu Ma. A fresh face, launching straight into 10 great dragons. LV 32 Bei Yen CDU his name sounds like a wuxia hero, clearly a formidable patron. LV 19 Guazi Run. Whoa, brother Numa. What are you doing here? Guazi Run is an old viewer of the Qingkong 004 livestream, and also a fan of Songqinga. When the group broadcasts he follows are not live, he often listens to songs, and enjoys the visuals from Songqinga. Unexpectedly he ran into Chun Hao here, and felt a surge of excitement. LV 19 Guazi Run. Brother Numa, I heard there will be a guild war tomorrow. Did Xiao Mao tell you about it when you left early yesterday? LV 19 Guazi Ren. Brother Numa, we are all supporting you. You must let Xiao Mao win. Unfortunately, the barrage in Song King's livestream refreshed too quickly, and Chun Hao didn't see his message at all. His attention was drawn to the system's favorability prompt. System prompt Song King's favorability 5. 30,000 dragon coins, 300,000 sound waves, or starting from 0, it only increased by 5 points. Chun Hao was astonished. He had thought that donating to a major streamer would have a lower cost effectiveness, but he never expected it to be this low. He glanced at the audience contribution leaderboard and realized he had reached 3rd place. By the way, brother, Xian Inu Ma. You are new so you might not know. In my live stream, if you donate gifts equivalent to the carnival or of equal value, you can cut in line to listen to songs. You have donated the most so far. Do you have a song you want to hear? You can type it on the screen. After all, he was the one who directly donated 300,000 sound waves, and Songqinga noticed he hadn't spoken and quickly reminded him. Chun Hao thought for a moment and typed a line. LV 58 Xian Inu Ma, just people like me. Songqinga certainly knew this song, nodded, and picked up her guitar again. Then this song People Like Me is dedicated to brother Xian Inu Ma, wishing you a splendid life. As her fingers strummed the guitar, a melodious tune began to play. People like me who are so excellent should shine throughout life. How come after more than 20 years I am still drifting in the crowd? Song King's clear voice resonated with the top-notch sound card, transmitting her voice to every viewer's ear in the live stream. Chun Hao listened to this song feeling quite complicated inside. In recent months, he often listened to this song feeling that the lyrics were singing about him. People like me who are so clever should have long bid farewell to innocence. How could I still have a love affair that left me scarred? The reason he chose this song was that Chun Hao subconsciously wanted to bid farewell to that self-pitying self and leave the past behind. Now I truly want to live a splendid life. After a moment of reflection, Chun Hao opened the gift bar. While listening to the song, he kept tapping on the dragon icon on his phone screen to maintain a continuous combo. He planned to fully gift this entire song as a ritual for bidding farewell to his past. LV 58 Xian Inu Ma sent to Songqinga a Dragon Rider X1, X2, X5, X10, X50, X100, X200, X300. For 100. Congratulations to user Xian Inu Ma for just successfully leveling up to LV 62. As the combo count of the Dragon Rider gift continued to rise, the audience could hardly hear her voice anymore. All that remained in everyone's ears was the continuous dragon roar, and the phone that had been vibrating crazily since the song began. LV 81 Shui. Wow. How many dragons are there now? LV 46 One Lie. My god, he is still tapping. Over 100 dragons. LV 32 Drowned Fish. Over 200 dragons. How many combos have we seen in King's live stream? LV 51 Potato Stewed Radish. The highest I remember is 300 carnivals. Wow. Record broken. LV 59 Xine E 400 dragons. I remember he was lower than my level when he came in. LV 43 Zhang Shanshan. My phone is already numb from vibrating. This is the first time I've seen the dragon effect, and I'm getting tired of it. LV 2A Cat. My god. This is the first time my phone has vibrated like this in my life. Ooh, I want to change its position. LV 15 Dodo. A cat miss. Tell me where to place it for it to vibrate. LV 7 My Z lost. Xian Inu Ma, do you still need any leg pendants? The kind that can shout 666. If not, can I be your internet son? LV 19 Guazi Run. Brother Nu Ma is amazing. Brother Nu Ma is invincible. But remember to save some for the guild war. LOL. Songqinga was also deeply immersed in singing the song, but she couldn't bear the constant dragon roars in the live stream, and she could hardly hear her own voice in the ear monitor. When she opened her eyes again, apart from Chun Hao's for consecutive level up prompts, it was all dragon effects. The most crucial part was that the combo count for gift notifications in the live stream was still rising. Too shocked by the end, she couldn't even find the melody of the original song. The guitar produced strange sounds in her trembling hands, but fortunately, her foundational skills were still there, allowing her to barely finish singing the song. After a brief moment of distraction, Song Chinga suddenly regained her senses. Her cheeks flushed red from intense emotions, even extending to her earlobes. Then she hurriedly put down her guitar, stood up, and deeply bowed to the camera. This action was quite rare in Song King's livestream. Thank you. She raised her head, her originally clear voice raised significantly, and her hands instinctively came together at her chest. Thank you, brother Numa. Really. Thank you so much for your support. 400 dragons. I have truly never seen this before. It is the most shocking and grandest gift I have ever received. It's unbelievable. So many gifts. So overwhelming, I really don't know what to say. It seems like I went off key in the latter half. I'm truly sorry, brother Numa. Should I sing it again for you? LV62, Sien Inu Ma. No need, it's good, as it is quite nice. Seeing Chun Hao's reply, Song Chinga sighed in relief, and quickly continued. Thank you for your affirmation, brother Numa. But with such a generous gift besides singing well, I really don't know how to repay you. How about this? If you have time, I can have my assistant follow you back, and we can exchange private contact information. After I finish the live stream, if you are convenient, my team and I can arrange a time to meet and express our gratitude to you. Would that be okay? System prompt. Song King's favorability 15. Chun Hao looked at the rising favorability in the system prompt and frowned slightly. The cost-effectiveness of major streamers is indeed poor. Spending 12 million sound waves only increased the favorability by 15 points. LV62, Sien Inu Ma. Alright, I'm leaving. Then Chun Hao exited the live stream, planning to go downstairs for lunch and to stretch his body. In the live stream, Song Chinga and the viewers stared in confusion at Chun Hao, who suddenly disappeared from first place on the leaderboard. LV8 Wang Shui, is he leaving just like this? LV46 Wen Lai, impressive. LV32 Drowned fish, is this what a rich person is like? A dragon that shows up and disappears randomly after sending gifts. LV19 Guazi Ron, he sends gifts and leaves. This is indeed brother Nu Ma style. Song Chinga was dazed for a few seconds, and seeing the barrage discussing Chun Hao, she quickly controlled the scene. Once again, thank you for the gifts, brother Nu Ma. As you all can see, today has been too unbelievable. Oh, I am currently not in the right state to sing, so I will go to the makeup room to calm my emotions. Please wait for me for 10 minutes. During this time, everyone can type the songs they want to hear on the screen. Then she nervously stood up, leaving the camera to go to the small meeting room. The meeting room had her studio team with 5 to 6 people constantly operating on their phones or laptops. Some were checking Chun Hao's account details, others were searching for all the information about this ID online, and even someone was calling the Douyin liaison to inquire. What do you all think? This is too unusual. Suddenly a rich person who sent 400 dragons appeared. What do you think his purpose is? He can't possibly just purely like listening to me sing, right? Song Chinga believes in her own charm, but not to the point of blind confidence. As a major streamer who has been in the industry for nearly 2 years, and even established her own studio and team with the support of her guild, the undercurrents of this world are not a great secret to her. She is well aware that no one would simply gift over 1 million yuan without any prior connection. Yet no one could answer her question, at least for these few minutes. No one had uncovered the background of Sien Chinga. What's the situation? Did he add you? A slightly older woman put down her phone and sat beside. She is Song King's sister, Song Qingying, who is also her manager. He did add me. I asked him about it. Song Chinga frowned slightly and showed her phone screen to her sister. Chinga, Mr. Sien Inuma, I truly appreciate your generosity tonight. The 400 dragon riders are absolutely stunning. All the members of our team were left in awe. May I ask, were you a fan of Chinga before? Or do you have any music-related projects that you think King's style would fit? If it's convenient, I would very much like the opportunity to thank you in person. Song Qingying nodded, showing her approval. The gratitude was sincere without ambiguity, while subtly probing the other party's intentions with an impeccable attitude. She continued to read and discovered Chun Hao's reply. Chun Hao, you're too kind. I'm merely appreciating talented musicians. No need to meet for now. Oh, I've been busy recently. Oh, we can talk later. This left Song Qingying completely baffled, her mind going blank. After a few seconds, she looked up at her sister, who wore a bitter smile. What does this mean? It means I didn't understand it, which is why I showed it to you. The sisters' brainstorming clashed continuously, yet they could not arrive at a consensus. It was simply because they genuinely couldn't fathom that Chun Hao was indeed there just to shower them with gifts. His message was quite simple: he wouldn't be meeting for now. This kind of major streamer has seen it all. Given her current state, it would be easy for her to reveal flaws in certain details. Rather than meeting in the coming days, it would be better to wait until their mutual goodwill was sufficiently high. Noticing that Song Chinga had not replied further, he did not mind, went downstairs for lunch, and then returned to his. Since neither Aurora 590 nor Clear Sky 004 was broadcasting, he thought for a moment, and simply lay down on the bed preparing to take a nap. Soon, even breathing sounds emanated. However, while Chun Hao fell asleep, many others were busy with no time to spare. Little cat, what do you think? No reply. But I trust brother Numa. Sigh. Let's hope so. In Hangzhou, at the dance practice room of the Clear Sky Guild, Pai Pai Yi Gua and the others gathered around Little Cat, all staring at her phone's WeChat interface. Just now Heir Mao called, saying he heard the news that Xian Inu Ma had sent 400 great dragons in Song King's livestream. This scared him quite a bit. He quickly asked Little Cat to remind Chun how to save some tickets for the guild battle. This is too shocking. 12 million in waves. 2 million dragon coins. Brother Numa indeed has strength, but what about your guild war? He's already level 62. Level 62. We have witnessed brother Numa's level rise with our own eyes. It's only been a few days. In other words, he spent over 7 million dragon coins in just a few days. Do you know what that means? The group broadcast mode has exploded this year, not just because of that previous wealthy individual who sent over 900 carnival gifts to a streamer from Guild S. Brother Numa has gifted nearly half of that in just a few minutes. No matter how rich one is, this is not something that can be done right. You should consider your tone. Let Pai Pai and the others advise you, and ask brother Numa how much more he has. Little Cat was equally astonished as she could hardly imagine how much 2 million really was, as she had never seen such a large sum of money. After carefully considering her tone and wording, she inquired about Chun Hao via WeChat. However, at this moment Chun Hao was still napping. He had set an alarm to wake up when Aurora 590 started broadcasting. At this time Little Cat frowned tightly, gently biting her lower lip. She felt a sense of crisis. She knew Chun Hao was a person of broad love. She even followed Aurora 590 with her own account and watched the battle for the exhibition hall between him and Mingyuan Ho in the live stream. She had actually been confident before. Regardless of body shape, appearance, or dancing talent, she would not lose to those 5 girls. But this time her competitor was Song Chinga. Not to mention that in terms of looks, she was clearly on a higher level. Moreover, she was a major streamer in terms of talent, she was several levels stronger. The official recognition on Douyin even labeled her as a singer. No, I can't delay any longer. After all, she had promised to go to Jincheng, so she decided to pack her bags when she returned home tonight and head directly to the company with her luggage tomorrow. As soon as the guild battle concluded, she would immediately buy the soonest flight ticket to Jincheng. Little Cat had never felt such a strong sense of crisis. Similarly, Aurora 590 was equally eager. The broadcast is about to start. I won't say much, just bring your best state to the stream these days. It has been several days, he has spent so much, and there has been no reaction from Diyin's officials. I believe you all understand the deeper meaning. Tonight, I hope you will effectively communicate the information about our guild battle a week from now. He was just a past this prime small guild's Little Cat, but your competitors are obviously different now. You all understand Song King's level and strength. I don't care who among you uses what methods or means. I just hope that in this month's guild battle someone from our team can make it into the top 3. Do you understand? The operations supervisor Yang Min slammed her desk loudly, the implications in her words almost overtly clear. A person of this caliber cannot be dealt with through ordinary flirty chats or videos. Regular methods of maintaining relationships are meaningless. Such a person in reality is surrounded by temptations that are not inferior to you. No matter how broad the love, there is still that one favorite. Becoming that most favored one, the benefits I need not elaborate on. All of you sisters are beautiful and well-shaped. Oh, why don't you pursue your professional work properly? Why come to do group broadcasts straight after graduating from university? You all know this well. Let's bind him to our live stream. Or at least make it one of his favorite live streams. Jojo Strawberry and Juan exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes bursting with fierce determination. I have the best figure and possibly the highest looks. He even fought with the marquis for me. I definitely have a chance of winning. This is a Strawberry. Tonight, I will wear the sexiest outfit and record a video to send him. The intimate clothing should have arrived by now as I send it via express delivery. This is Goodnight. Goodnight is clearly in a transaction with him. Last time Strawberry received the most gifts from him at the exhibition. Recently his responses in our chats have been obviously perfunctory, if this continues. This is Jojo. The most scheming among us. She realized that apart from being cute and lively, facing her devilish figure and a big-breasted mature teammate, she seems to have fewer opportunities. No way. I heard he is going to help that Little Cat with the guild battle tomorrow. I will make an appointment to meet him after tomorrow night. Who cares if he really looks like he does in the pictures? Imolen, Mo and Xiao Lu sat by the conference table looking at the 3 other sisters who were scheming, feeling a little lost. We were already more transparent in the group, clearly unable to compete with those three. What should we do? Apart from various group live streaming rooms, since this time, it was in a major streamer's room, it naturally attracted attention from all sides. 100 might not seem like much in reality, but as a gift in live streaming it was enough to cause a small stir in the Douyin live streaming circle. All information about the account Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse was being studied by numerous people. Some companies even hired hackers to try and uncover his true identity. However, they still had no leads. Douyin officials had Chun Hao's real name information, but there were substantial obstacles from various sides. They were surprised to find that there was no way to obtain Chun Hao's real information through previous channels. This made the business department of Douyin live streaming more cautious. Even the previously confirmed liaison personnel became uncertain. They might have to reselect. This was the first time the ID Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse was truly in the spotlight. Naturally, the rich and idle people had heard about it. After all, he had been active in multiple live streaming rooms and was familiar with many powerful big shots, even having small groups amongst themselves. Have you heard? Someone gave Song Chinga 400 big dragons in just a few minutes. Quite powerful, seems to be called Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse. It couldn't be a wash, could it? What a joke. It's not like a few years ago who would dare to wash now. That's true, some people are still working on their sewing machines. These conversations made him very anxious, extremely anxious. What is this crazy horse's background? Having decided to use project deposits, he had even topped up the money in advance. But looking at the 800 Douyin coins in his account, he felt a bit uncertain. No way. Should I? But adding more would affect the initial investment and procurement of the project's raw materials. Thinking about the consequences if his project had issues, he felt somewhat hesitant. But when he thought of that little cat who refused him and even scolded him, as well as Wei Wei's completely different attitude towards him and Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, he became extraordinarily angry. Ultimately, the emotion to slap back at this face took precedence. Damn it, I still can't swallow this anger. Is it about having money? I've done my fair share of robbing Peter to pay Paul in the past few years. You spend another 100, I don't believe you can still take out another million just to fight a little streamers guild battle. Having made up his mind completely, he began to operate on the computer. The money in the company account, after several procedures, bypassed some processes and appeared in his hands on a private bank card. Time reached 4 in the afternoon, and Aurora 590 started broadcasting on time. Chun Hao heard his phone alarm ring and got out of bed. But he didn't open Douyin immediately. He was just perplexed by the prompt indicating an increase in goodwill. System prompt Song Chinga Goodwill 5 System prompt Zhou Wolin Zhou Goodwill 3 System prompt Su Xingmon Strawberry Goodwill 1 System prompt Yuan Xiaoyan Goodnight Goodwill 1. What's going on here? Forget about others, but Song Chinga. Can goodwill increase with a delay? Chun Hao could more or less guess what Zhou and the others were thinking. Most likely it was because he had once again demonstrated his strength today, which made them feel more at ease. But he genuinely didn't understand the situation with Song Chinga. Initially thinking it was extremely low-cost performance, it turned out that even without sending gifts, it inexplicably increased by 5 points. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Shaking his head, unable to comprehend, he decided not to dwell on it, and directly opened Douyin to enter the Aurora 590 live stream. At this moment, unlike yesterday, the live stream was in a dark state during the traffic pulling phase. As long as someone sent gifts, they would perform the newly rehearsed leg-sweeping dance. 5 long and slender legs clad in black stockings swept through the darkness, teasing the hearts of all the viewers. The lights suddenly brightened for a second, revealing their distinctive appearances and figures. Then the live stream returned to darkness, leaving only the sound of high heels tapping on the ground, waiting for the next gift to trigger. Their outfits today were relatively more mature and seductive, perfectly showcasing the feminine allure in a subtle manner. The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 100, with personal supporters of theirs starting. These were commonly known as sentimental big brothers and sisters, viewers who simply supported their live streams without any intention of engaging with the streamers. In the live stream, aside from small gifts worth 0.1 yuan constantly appearing from time to time, someone sent gifts like shining stars and true love roses, 366 Douyin coins. The host Nanshan was continuously thanking everyone for their gifts while also trying to liven up the atmosphere in the live stream. Thank you for the small gifts, everyone. We are currently in the traffic pulling phase. Everyone please throw some popularity votes. No votes. No problem. Let's give the live stream a thumbs up with our little hands. Suddenly he saw the ID that rode in on a green dragon, instantly becoming excited. Welcome back home, our angry horse god. At that moment the live stream directly played Chun Hao's entrance animation in full screen. As for those 400 big dragons, he certainly wouldn't mention them. It was enough for him to know. Facing such a big brother, bringing it up would feel like openly trying to fleece him, which could easily cause resentment. Chunhao didn't bother talking to him, directly opening the gift section and beginning to click frantically. LV. 62 fresh clothes and angry horse sent goodnight Dragon Rider X30. LV. 62 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Zhou Dragon Rider X30. LV. 62 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Strawberry Dragon Rider X30. LV. 62 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Xiao Lu Dragon Rider X30. LV. 63 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Mo Dragon Rider X30. LV. 63 fresh clothes and angry horse sent goodnight Dragon Rider X10. Wow. Thank you. Thanks to the angry horse god for sending each of our goddesses 30 big dragons. Congratulations to the fresh clothes and angry horse god for leveling up to Douyin god level 63. A total of 150 big dragons are swirling around our Aurora 590. Let's all praise the angry horse god in the public screen. Angry horse god, you are so handsome. Thanks to angry horse god for sending 10 big dragons to Goodnight again. Goodnight seems to have particularly caught angry horse god's attention today. You are so lucky, I'm even jealous. Goodnight looked at the curious gazes of her 4 teammates, equally bewildered. I didn't do anything. Chunhao typed a message and quickly closed Douyin. LV. 63 fresh clothes and angry horse. Let's not do PK today, let's just dance this. I have something to attend to, I'll come back later. The reason was simple. As soon as he entered the live stream, he saw the message pop up on his phone. You have a package arrived at the A32 Hive Cabinet of Jinjiang Tianfu Garden. Oh, please come to collect it in time. The intimate clothing and photos sent to him by Goodnight have arrived. In the live streaming room, everyone watched the person who had just entered and quickly ascended to the top of the leaderboard within a minute. They were all thrown into chaos as he suddenly disappeared from the stream after just a brief message. LV. 21 Yuan. My goodness, he came in and sent 160 big dragons and just left. LV. 8's gaze was unfocused. I don't know what to say. Angry horse god 666. LV. 31 heir peerless. Angry horse brother is too impressive. Is this the style of a wealthy individual? LV. 45 Rafa. For the first time I feel that being level 45 means nothing. He can level up whenever he wants. The angry horse god is still so carefree and unrestrained, truly a young man of fresh clothes and spirited horses, just so uninhibited. But since the angry horse god has left, his request still stands. Our live stream will listen to the angry horse god, so we won't have any PKs today. Everyone can enjoy the dance to their heart's content. And everyone doesn't need to send gifts anymore. Just give our live stream a like, and friends who just entered the stream, please follow us and light up the sign. Nanshan was stunned for a few seconds before quickly regaining control of the atmosphere in the live stream. Meanwhile, Chunhao didn't pay attention to any of this. He got into his Lamborghini and drove straight from the suburbs to the city center. A few hours later, after having a meal in the city center, Chunhao finally drove back to his room with the delivery. There's nothing to be done with the traffic conditions in Jin City. No matter what car you drive, whether it be a Lamborghini or anything else, you'll still hit traffic. Especially since he happened to hit the evening rush hour. Although he received countless envious glances, he wasn't in the mood to show off. He picked up the utility knife in his room and carefully opened the delivery box. Inside was a gift box sealed with tape, seemingly using the original packaging box from when he bought this lingerie. He held his breath and untied the final ribbon of the gift box. Upon opening it, there were no extra cushioning materials, only a deep purple lace bra lying flat in the center. The intricate patterns were exquisite with delicate black lace trim along the edges. Chunhao looked at the large F on the label behind the bra and his eyes widened in an instant. Just imagining the fullness and weight that the size encompasses made him feel parched. As he picked up the bra, it felt as if his palm could sense its substantial softness, making it hard to grasp with just one hand. However, the true fatal temptation was actually concealed beneath the bra. At the very bottom of the gift box was a 4-inch Polaroid photograph. The photo featured none other than Wan and herself. The background seemed to be her bedroom, dimly lit with a warm yellow light, exuding a hazy and ambiguous ambience. She was only wearing the upper half of the bra, clearly displayed in front of the camera. The deep valleys were perfectly supported, and the plump and rounded contours nearly threatened to burst through the lace. Her snow-white skin looked even more alluring against the deep purple fabric. In the photo, she was slightly turned to the side with one hand seemingly holding the camera and the other making a peace sign. She slightly tilted her chin, a lazy, yet cunning smile gracing her lips, her eyes locking onto the camera as if she were gazing right at Chunhao. There were no unnecessary teasing gestures. It was merely her proud presence along with her alluring gaze and smile that formed the most impactful, seductive image. The most crucial part was that the bra in the photo was currently in his hands. Chunhao swallowed hard. This was the first time he had received a gift from a streamer. While others might receive a cup of milk tea as their first gift, he had received a bra instead. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. He unconsciously sighed. Resisting the urge to bring his nose close to the inside of the bra, he quickly reopened Douyin. Although it was already past 8 in the evening, aside from the continuous rotation of people taking breaks, everyone in the Aurora 590 livestream was still dancing the sweeping leg dance. At this point, the audience count had surpassed 1,500, marking the highest record for the livestream. After all, the dance was visually appealing, the lighting was good, and they had been dancing without any PKs. Moreover, since the host didn't rush for votes and only hoped everyone would follow, and like many lower-level casual viewers stayed in the livestream. Urban Ranger Fresh Clothes and Spirited Horses making a dazzling entrance. Nanshan quickly noticed this prompt and eagerly welcomed him. Welcome back, Angry Horse God. According to your request, there will be no PKs today, no second round. Oh, we will finish dancing by 10. Wow. Thank you, Angry Horse God, for sending diamond rockets to every goddess. My goodness. Thank you, Angry Horse God, for sending 1 and Goddess 10 Dragon Knights. Chunhao sent each person a diamond rocket, and then separately gifted 1 and 10 Dragon Knights as a reward for receiving the delivery. LV. 63 Fresh Clothes and Spirited Horses. Let's call it a day, I'm leaving. Subsequently, Chunhao ignored the reactions in the live stream and directly went to the Qingtian 004 live stream, where Xiao Xiao Mao was. At this moment, Xiao Xiao Mao was dancing to a segment of Come Wealth, which was her personal dance showcase, when someone sent out a shining star in the live stream. It seemed that with Chunhao's help, although the audience count in the live stream didn't see much improvement, there were indeed some fans who sent her gifts. Seeing the noticeably brighter smile on Xiao Xiao Mao's face compared to before, Chunhao felt inexplicably happy as well. At that moment, the voice of the host Heir Mao rang out. Welcome back, Angry Horse God. Angry Horse God, Xiao Xiao Mao has been waiting for you for a long time. Would you like to send her a rocket to let her get off work? After she gets off work, she will properly thank you for your support. The guild battle will start at 2 p.m. tomorrow. You must come. The small live stream is much more casual compared to the larger ones. Heir Mao's remark about letting her thank you after she gets off work couldn't be directly said in the larger live streams. At the same time, he was subtly hinting to Chunhao. Today, just 1 rocket would suffice. Don't send too many, save some ammunition for tomorrow's guild battle. However, Chunhao clearly had no interest in saving ammunition as he opened the gift bar and started pressing furiously. Holy cow! Angry Horse God has descended once again. Thank you, Angry Horse God, for sending 110 big dragons to Xiao Xiao Mao. And 5 Douyin no. 1. Heir Mao's voice suddenly shot up an octave. However, amidst the excitement, his voice became slightly flustered and the volume suddenly dropped. God, we need to save some ammunition for tough battles tomorrow. Xiao Xiao Mao's dance came to an abrupt stop with the roaring dragon echoing through the live stream. She wiped the fine sweat from her cheek and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Angry Horse Brother. You must come to support Xiao Xiao Mao tomorrow. Out of the camera's view, her nails dug slightly into her palm. He really hasn't forgotten me. I also have 100 big dragons. Even though she believed in Chunhao's promise, facing an opponent like Song Qinggu, who had almost no chance of winning, she still felt a bit worried today. But with these 100 big dragons, she reaffirmed her resolve. Angry Horse Brother doesn't care about holding back. He certainly isn't afraid of running out of ammunition in tomorrow's guild battle. If it weren't for the uncertain ending time of the guild battle, I would have bought the ticket today. LV. 63 Fresh Clothes and Spirited Horses. Let's call it a day and rest. Perform well tomorrow. After sending this message, Chunhao logged off. Chunhao closed Douyin and glanced at his bank card balance. Today he successfully spent 20 million Do coins, and considering the different cashback ratios from various female streamers, his bank balance had become quite substantial. 131230 yuan. In just one day, Chunhao earned 100,000. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even imagine this. Among them, Xiao Xiao Miao contributed the most, delivering 600,000 herself today. Don't be fooled by the fact that Chunhao only gave her 370,000 in audio waves today. Her affection level was a remarkable 89, with a cashback ratio as high as 5:1. Indeed, increasing the affection level is the optimal solution. It's safe and offers incredible value. Tomorrow is Xiao Xiao Miao's guild battle. I will definitely give her a large share then. During the guild battle, I can go all out and lavish gifts. With Xiao Xiao Miao's cashback ratio, the amount refunded will be enormous. Chunhao was momentarily stunned. Tomorrow he had a budget of 40 million Do coins and 400,000 long coins. 1/5 of that is 800,000 long coins. Chunhao had a premonition that in a few days he would truly free himself from debt. He would also live a life he had never dared to imagine before, with all the beautiful futures awaiting him. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chunhao didn't wait for the system to refresh at midnight. After a quick wash-up, he went to bed. The massive pressure from the pit dug by Tian Cini had kept him from sleeping for the past few months. He had stayed up too late, and needed to catch up on sleep. He also planned to prioritize fitness so that he wouldn't become a wealthy tycoon and still die young. While Chunhao slept, the 5 female members of Aurora 590 were still wide awake, not even officially off duty yet. The large screen in the conference room displayed the live streaming data panel frozen in time. Although the number of viewers was substantial, and today a few viewers had even sent luxury cars and airplanes, the dazzling tips from the galloping horse were still incredibly eye-catching. The air in the entire conference room seemed to have solidified. Nanshan had been kicked out of the conference room since he was a man. The remaining 4, Zhou, Strawberry, and the operations supervisor Yang Min, all stared at Wanin. Especially Zhou and Strawberry, both clearly showing curiosity and dissatisfaction in their eyes. Wanin, tell us about it. Yang Min's voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of pressure as her fingers tapped on the table. Today, Brother Nu Ma gave you 20 extra big dragons by himself, and the last 10 were given when he finished work. Others got 30 dragons, you got 50. Explain yourself. I don't know, Sister Yang. Is it possible that Brother Nu Ma happened to like my performance today? Wan An's gaze obviously flickered. He liked your performance today. Strawberry scoffed, lazily leaning back in her chair, her long legs crossed in snug denim. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with scrutiny and disdain. Today we 5 performed the light-off dance. The main focus was on the shape of our legs. Who would notice those 2 lumps of flesh on you? Why would he like you the most? Could he even see your spaghetti straps? I definitely don't fall short in terms of figure. Her tone carried confidence and pride. What do you mean by 2 lumps of flesh? Before Wanin could finish her rebuttal, Zhou immediately leaned closer, displaying a worried, yet innocent expression, her voice sounding extremely soft. Oh, Strawberry, don't say that. Wanin also has her own advantages. Perhaps Brother Nu Ma just thinks Wanin is particularly sincere. She deliberately emphasized the word sincere, the meaning being self-evident. But Wanin dear, could you quietly tell us how far you've gotten? Upon hearing this, Wan An's face instantly turned red, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. There's nothing. We're just chatting normally. I've also shared those chat screenshots in the group. Normal chatting could lead him to give you 20 extra big dragons. Don't think I can't tell that those chat logs are edited. Yang Min's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of oppression. Right now there's only one such extraordinary brother in our live streaming room. Who he chooses to focus on is extremely important. This completely relates to the future of our entire group and the situation of this month's guild battle. What exactly have you done? Take out your phone. Sister Yang. Wanin was somewhat reluctant. She twisted in her chair, avoiding Strawberry, who was already trying to snatch the phone. Take it out. If you don't, it means the relationship is already confirmed. In other words, you're confident that our guild will rank in the top 3 this month. You know the consequences if our reported flow to the guild doesn't meet the requirements. Listening to Yang Min's words, Wanin felt a bit scared. She had originally planned to eliminate the other opponents early with a smokescreen. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of everyone's gazes, Wanin still shyly unlocked her phone. She opened the WeChat chat interface with Chunhao and handed it to Yang Min. Zhou was the first to lean in, while Strawberry wore a cold expression and stretched her neck. Xiao Lu and Mo nervously held their breath. Yang Min's fingers quickly swiped across the screen, and the earliest messages were nothing but Wan An's affectionate thanks, good mornings, and good nights, life shares, and today's outfits. But her gaze suddenly froze, stopping at a call record, the date matching the night when Wanin begged for mercy. More importantly, she immediately saw the delivery address sent by Chunhao. Yang Min skillfully returned to the phone's home screen and opened the audio file. Within seconds, she found an audio file corresponding to that date. Of course, as streamers, recording voice calls with the big brother was a must-learn skill. Without waiting for Wan An to react, Yang Min directly turned the volume to the maximum and clicked play. What dance to jump? It's up to you, brother. What to wear is also up to you to choose. Any style is fine. I will send you the clothes I wore, the tight-fitting ones that outsiders can't see, plus a signed photo of me wearing them. In the entire conference room, besides the voice playing from Wan An's phone, one could hear a pin drop. Brother, remember to keep it a secret. This is our little secret. That voice, playful and deliberately lazy, particularly the final words little secret, echoed continuously in the silent conference room. The air in the entire conference room seemed to have solidified for a few seconds. Close-fitting clothing. Strawberry was the first to explode, her beautiful face filled with shock and unwillingness, her voice raised with incredulity. You actually sent him your underwear. Zhou covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, but there was a flash of realization and insight deep in her gaze. Oh my God, Wan, you are too bold. Zhou's tone carried profound shock, akin to the sting of betrayal by a closest friend. Yet inwardly her mind raced with ruthless calculation. So that's how it is. Indeed, my strategy was correct. To meet him early, directly, unfiltered. Only raw sincerity strikes deepest. Mo and Xiao Lu let out soft gasps, their cheeks flushed crimson. Wanan bowed her head nearly to her chest, her ears burned scarlet, and even her proud bosom seemed to shrink under the weight of embarrassment. I only meant to express gratitude. He merely replied, yes, and I truly never expected such an overwhelming response from you, Long Yoxia. I thought he simply found me obedient. Yang Min stared fixedly at the screen, then swiftly scanned the other messages, her brow deeply furrowed. After scrutinizing Wanan several times over, she drew a slow, steadying breath and handed the phone back to Wanan, who looked on the verge of tears. From now on, any such sincerity must be formally reported to me, without exception. Unpredictable variables can shatter the entire team. This is critical. Wanan nodded frantically. Yang Min swept her gaze across the room, lingering pointedly on Zhou Zhou, whose eyes flickered evasively, and on Xiao Mei, who still wore an expression of simmering resentment. Listen carefully. This chat log reveals several pivotal insights. She raised a finger marking the first. He explicitly declined the video lullaby request, proof he has not yet been fully won over by Wanan. He maintains his own principles, his own rhythm. Second, those additional 20 great dragons cross-referenced with the delivery information I saw on Wanan's phone strongly suggest they were an impromptu reward, prompted solely by her small gift. At the word small gift, her enunciation turned heavy, deliberate. For a brother like him, this gesture may be no more significant than tipping for a bubble tea, except his bubble tea money is measured in tens of thousands. To him it truly is negligible. Third, from the very outset today, he distributed generosity evenly, 30 great dragons apiece, to every one of you. This signals sustained interest in our team as a whole, and crucially no sign yet of exclusive. Yang Min fixed her gaze upon the others, emphasizing sharply, Xiao Mei, you needn't envy Wanan's figure. This morning alone, he poured 1.2 million long coins into Song Qinga's stream. She is the true rival. Now tell me, anyone here dare claim superior beauty, physique, or talent to Song Qinga? Finally, Yang Min closed her notebook with a quiet, decisive snap. In sum, Wanan secured an extra modest reward through unconventional sincerity, but this does not mean Brother Nu Ma is bound to her. You all remain firmly within his evaluation period, and he retains investment intent toward each of you, especially you two, disappointing as ever. You truly don't wish to claim even 2 more generous slices of this vast cake. Yang Min's sharp gaze pierced the corner of the conference room, where Mo and Xiao Lu bobbed their heads like eager chicks. Yes, understood, Senior Sister Yang. We'll strive harder. Upon hearing Yang Min's analysis and summation, the oppressive tension in the room eased, just slightly. Xiao Mei's taut expression softened, but her crossed arms fell away only to reveal a glint of defiant resolve still smoldering in her eyes. Silently, she vowed, not bound yet. Good. Once this month's guild tournament concludes, I'll arrange a meeting, face-to-face. And once he sees me in person, I refuse to believe I won't captivate him. Zhou Zhou's face cycled between feigned shock and dawning realization, but inwardly her decision was already sealed. She would begin her move the very next evening. Wanan exhaled, relieved, yet almost instantly a quiet dissatisfaction welled up. She stole a glance at Yang Min, then at her sisters, each lost in private calculations, and her heart churned with conflicting emotions. So it really was just a small reward for that lingerie. Sigh. Clearly it wasn't enough. I must redouble my efforts. Yang Min rose, switched off the conference room's projection screen, and delivered her final directive. Therefore, before next week's guild battle, whoever truly wins his heart wins the game. Everyone, strive accordingly. Meeting adjourned. Dismissed. With disparate thoughts swirling, the team stood and filed out of the office. Mo and Xiao Lu watched Wanan quietly pack her things, her cheeks still faintly flushed. They glanced ahead, toward Zhou Zhou striding briskly while tapping incessantly at her phone, and toward Xiao Mei walking tall and radiant with unshaken pride. Their eyes met, in each other's gaze only bewilderment lingered. The Brother Nu Ma contest was growing fiercer by the hour, while they themselves hadn't even secured entry tickets to the battlefield. Chen Hao woke the next day to a notification from Xiao Mao on his phone, and began his morning routine. Afternoon at 2. Plenty of time left for lunch. Wait, why is Zhou Zhou suddenly so forward? Even changed her address to Bao Bao. Your favorability hasn't reached 60 yet. I won't trust you for a second. Why are Xiao Mei and Wanan suddenly so proactive? Did they hold a private meeting yesterday? Chen Hao frowned at the WeChat messages scrolling across his phone while brushing his teeth. What's going on here? Oh, next week's guild battle, I see. Never participated before, now facing 2 rounds in quick succession. How intriguing. To safeguard his health, he went downstairs for a proper lunch. No more instant noodles when he held over 100,000 yuan in his account. As he ate, he spoke on the phone with Xiao Mao. She had already arrived at the guild battle venue, having rehearsed the entire schedule that morning, and now waited in quiet anticipation for the event's commencement. Hello. Brother how did you rest? I slipped into the fire escape for a moment to call you back. The broadcast studio is deafening. Xiao Mao lowered her voice, its timbre edged with barely concealed urgency and grievance. By guild protocol, top-earning female streamers were entitled to private lounges, dedicated spaces for intimate communication with their patrons. Yet Xiao Mao had not received this privilege. Fine. How's the venue set up? Are you nervous yet? Chen Hao's voice came through clearly. At the mention of staging, Xiao Mao's pent-up complaints surged forth. Don't even ask, Brother Hao. Didn't I tell you earlier? We have 4 live rooms, over 20 female streamers competing in the guild battle. Guess what happened? They couldn't even spare the budget for a decent venue. Other guilds, even the smallest, rent spacious, lavishly decorated halls for events like this. They understand the importance of prestige. She paused, glancing around to confirm she was alone, then dropped her voice even lower. Our Qing Kong guild. It's miserly beyond belief. They've staged the entire event inside Team 1's regular broadcast studio. They simply swapped out the usual Qing Kong 001 backdrop for a new poster and brightened the lights by a fraction. Nothing else changed. The space is unbearably cramped, and the air conditioning barely functions. The moment I stepped in today, a chaotic blend of clashing perfumes nearly overwhelmed me. Chen Hao found it somewhat amusing as he listened to the complaints of Xiao Mao. He had never participated in a guild battle before and had little understanding of what it entailed. You made it sound so serious before. I thought it would be quite a grand affair. Isn't that right? Compared to other guilds, this one is utterly shabby. Xiao Mao emphasized her words and shared a video with Chen Hao. Upon opening it, he realized it was a promotional video for the Qingtian Guild's battle, which featured only a single poster. There was nothing else. It simply displayed a few female leads who had high recent view counts on the poster, accompanied by a piece of music. Xiao Mao was also on it, but in the corner at the top, right, while the central position was occupied by a girl named Rura. She was probably the one supported by a wealthy patron. Below the poster were the so-called rewards for the guild battle. Chen Hao took a closer look and nearly spit out his food. The champion's rewards were as follows: an iPhone 16 Pro Max cash of 2,888 yuan, a short video promotion, and a set of photo shoots along with 1 month of exclusive VIP lounge access. The runner-up rewards were as follows: cash of 1,888 yuan, a short video promotion, and a set of photo shoots. The third-place rewards were as follows: cash of 999 yuan, and a set of photo shoots. This is such a disgraceful display of rewards. How can they even have the audacity to put this on the poster? Chen Hao nearly couldn't hold back from cursing. The lounge was rented, and the so-called photo shoots were merely hiring an average photographer to take a few pictures and edit them. The short video promotion was even more ridiculous. It was just filming a dance video and posting it using the guild's live broadcast account. How many people would actually see it was purely a matter of luck. Chen Hao glanced at the supposed champion short videos from the previous months. The scenes were either in a live stream room or a lounge, and there was even one filmed at the elevator door of an office building. As for the likes, not one exceeded 1,000. In the end, it was just one iPhone and a pitiful cash reward. Even their most mundane monthly guild battles would yield rewards worth more than 10 iPhones when converted to long coins for the champion. After watching the video, a thought suddenly popped into Chen Hao's mind. He wasn't planning to start a company or engage in any operations, but it should be feasible to send someone to the Aurora team. In his phone, Xiao Mao's voice continued to come through. Later, all the ladies will be crammed into that room, and they have to wait for the mic segment. Only those with high scores can go out for some fresh air. Moreover, because I was kicked out before, their attitude toward me isn't very good. I'm indeed a bit nervous about not performing well. As she spoke the latter part, a hint of worry and unease seeped into Xiao Mao's voice. To Chen Hao, her earlier complaints seemed more like a release of her nervous emotions. After all, it wasn't her first time participating in a guild battle here, but the experiences of the past 2 months had been rather harsh on her. Don't let the environment affect you. Remember what I told you, just stand on the stage and be yourself. The rest leave. There was silence on the other end for a while. Xiao Mao seemed to take a few deep breaths. Then a voice that sounded more composed and determined came through. I believe in you, Hao Go. Just thinking about you being here today, ready to help me slap those people's faces, makes my heart race uncontrollably. Her voice suddenly dropped, filled with a hint of shyness and urgency. Hao Go, I need to tell you my suitcase. I've already dragged it to the company. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Oh, though he only voiced a question, he suddenly felt a rush of panic inside. Damn, it's so urgent, I haven't even rented my apartment yet. On the other end of the line, Xiao Mao's voice quick. Yes, I've packed my change of clothes and toiletries, and they're in the lounge. Once we win tonight, I'll immediately, right away, go buy the fastest ticket to Feijin City. I don't want to wait even a second longer. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with anticipation for the future. How go all I can think about right now is seeing you as soon as possible. After tonight, I can really be by your side, right? Chun Hao felt a surge of unease. He wasn't prepared yet. But hearing Xiao Mao's cautious inquiry, the dependence and desire for confirmation in her voice made it impossible for him to refuse or delay. Of course, just remember to keep your eyes peeled and clearly see their expressions after being slapped in the face. All right, go prepare now, focus. Xiao Mao replied emphatically, as if infused with boundless confidence. Got it, how? I will definitely perform at my best. He'll be waiting for you. Waiting to fly to your side. After the call ended, Xiao Mao tightened her grip on the phone in the fire escape. After a moment of silence, she returned to the preparation room. Along the way, she noticed everyone nervously fiddling with their phones. They were either making calls or sending messages, and some were even video calling. In a guild battle, one cannot rely on random bystanders to cast votes. The gap between two rankings could easily be a carnival, and few would join in the fun. Everyone was frantically contacting their big brothers and sisters. In such an environment, regular fans' votes held no significance at all. Of course, there were a few individuals who appeared idle. For instance, Pai from Qingtian 004 had yet to secure any big brother. She took the opportunity to contact a few fans from her past racing days, subtly mentioning that she'd send a few photos of her in black stockings afterwards, adding them on WeChat for green bubbles, etc. But whether they would actually come to support her was a matter of luck. For her, being humiliated in a guild battle had become routine, and as long as someone could prevent her from being eliminated with 0 points, she would consider it a blessing. On Chun Hao's side, he directly stopped eating his unfinished meal. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, settled the bill, and sped off in his Lamborghini towards the city center. Fortunately, during the mealtime, the expressway and overpasses weren't too congested, allowing him to reach the vicinity of the already scouted apartment before 2 p.m. He parked the car by the roadside and opened the live stream that Xiao Mao had shared with him via Douyin. At this point, the live stream was already in a warm-up state, with the host Mao energetically engaging the audience. Welcome to our Qingtian family entering the live stream. The Qingtian Dream Cup Guild competition is about to commence. There's only 1 minute left. Everyone cast your popularity votes and give some likes. The ladies are making their final preparations, dear family. Are you ready? Oh, welcome to our Guild Battle Live event, our esteemed big brother, the wealthy patron. Our Ruo and Fei have been waiting for you for a long time. Yo, look who it is. Ruo crossed her arms, stepping towards the little cat in her towering heels, swaying with every step. Su Xiaodong, I'm starting to admire you a bit for daring to participate in the guild battle. Behind her were other members from Team 1, as well as Fei, the center of Team 3. As one of the main targets for wealthy patrons, Fei quickly chimed in with a tone full of mockery. Exactly, just because you've latched onto a new rich leg, you think you can turn your fortunes around. You should take a look at yourself first. Where's that so-called big brother of yours? What was his name? Xian Inuma, right? Sounds impressive, but where is he? Could it be that he's too scared to show his face after seeing the real deal today? The surrounding noise seemed to soften, and many other streamers glanced over curiously. Hearing Fei's sidekick Ruo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This Fei really has never seen the world. She hasn't even heard about Song Chinga giving 400 big dragons as a reward for Xian Inuma. And just yesterday, she even compensated Su Xiaodong with 100. I guess he has nearly run out of bullets, or perhaps he's found someone else to fancy, which is why he came to speak up. What a fool! What does the idol brother even see in her? Pepipi and Yegua wanted to say a few words to defend the little cat, but they felt a lack of confidence, knowing it would only lead to their humiliation. The little cat clenched her fists, sensing the worried gazes of Pepipi and Yegua. Yet she could hear her own heartbeat more clearly, filled with the trust she had promised that man. She raised her head, her face displaying a unique calmness, even holding a hint of sarcasm. Whether she comes or not, you don't need to worry about it. Standing up, she met Ruo, and Fei's eyes, her tone unhurried. But you two leaning on that uncle who definitely won't divorce for you, are you feeling proud? Shut up. The idol brother is strong. What's wrong with relying on him? Fei suddenly became flustered, as if her tail had been stepped on. The little cat sneered, her voice low, yet loud enough for the two in front to hear. Whether he's strong or not, well, know once he shows up. As for your uncle, her gaze held pity and mockery, as well as a sense of relief for herself. You all know well what he values in you. We're just living off our youth. How long can he support you? 1 year? Or 2? When he gets tired, or if someone younger and prettier comes along, what will you do then? Are you going to cling to those old resources? Or just like the one he sent off before? These words sharply pierced Ruo and Fei's sore spots, causing Ruo's smug expression to stiffen. She had expected the little cat to let her ridicule her like in the past couple of months, but this time she dared to fight back directly. They certainly understood the nature of wealthy patrons and were even more aware of the fast-paced changes in the streaming industry. The little cat's words nearly exposed their deepest insecurities. You, Ruo, trembled with anger, pointing at the little cat, her meticulously made-up features contorting. You vile creature. Unable to retain the wealthy brother, she was kicked out by Team 1 and now dared to spout nonsense with some unknown wild man that just popped up. Suddenly a voice interrupted their quarrel. What are you shouting about? The impatient voice of Heir, the host from Team 4, rang out as he quickly intervened, sensing the tension. Everyone get ready. We will start in 1 minute. If you have the energy to shout, save it for the stage to ask for, fearing that you might not have the strength later. Ruo shot a fierce glare at the little cat, as if she wanted to pierce her with her eyes. Just wait and see. I want to see if your wild man has the ability to stand up for you. With that, she turned sharply, dragging a similarly upset Fei back to their team's position. The little cat chose to ignore her outburst, standing quietly in place waiting for the guild battle to begin. Hauge said to slap those people in the face. Hauge said to just be myself. Hauge said, I can only take first place. After a few seconds, the host of the guild battle, and also the host of Team 1 Mao, suddenly raised his voice. Dear members of Qingkong, it is exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Our Qingkong Dream Cup monthly guild festival officially begins. The live stream abruptly went black, and a few seconds later an exhilarating, yet somewhat cheap electronic music played. On the screen, a rough PP-style edited video began to play. Apart from the enlarged text stating, Qingkong Guild Summer Dream Cup Monthly Festival, several so-called champion posters from the past few months were quickly showcased. The female streamers in the photos all had the same studio background, the only difference being the dates on the post. Finally, the promotional poster for this guild battle was projected in the center of the live stream, the very one the little cat shared with Chen Hao. Aside from the little cat being squeezed into the corner at the top, right, the center position was occupied by Ro, her smile dazzling. Welcome. Once again, welcome all family members to the scene of our Qingkong Guild Summer Dream Cup Monthly Festival. As the video concluded, De Mao's voice resonated through the live stream. Family members, this is a competition for honor among our guild's 4 live streaming rooms and a testament to our strength. Today, over 20 elite streamers from Qingkong will compete on stage for the highest honor and generous rewards. Of course, the greatest reward and honor is naturally the support and recognition from all of you. He then began to read the specific details of the rewards. At this moment, Chen Hao had already entered the live stream. Listening to him read the pitiful rights and rewards, finding it somewhat amusing. How thick-skinned can one be reading out such meager rewards without feeling embarrassed? De Mao, who was hosting on-site, even heard the laughter of a few female streamers. Seemingly realizing that the reward details were indeed somewhat lacking, he quickly finished reading and moved on to the main topic. All right. Family members. Without further ado, I'm sure you're all eager to see our Qingkong goddess. Heir Mao raised his volume slightly. Now let's move into our runway segment. As the music shifted to a softer tune, the dim lighting focused on the left side of the live stream. This was a style copied from the major guilds by the smaller guilds, but due to limited funding, the so-called flower arch they hastily built was exceptionally flimsy. Chen Hao looked at the plastic faux flowers on that arch, and noticed some were even damaged, not knowing how many times they had been used. That means the little cat will probably take a while before her turn comes. Thinking this, he did not close the screen, put on a Bluetooth headset in one ear, and walked towards the nearby real estate agency. Meanwhile, the runway segment had also begun. The first to appear is the center stage of Team 1, Raw. She has clearly adjusted from her earlier displeasure, her face once again adorned with a professionally trained smile. Emerging from the makeshift flower arch on the left, she swayed her hips and paused in the center of the studio, blowing kisses and making heart gestures to the camera, striving to showcase her seductive curves. The entire process lasted only a little over 10 seconds, and then the next member of Team 1 took the stage. Generally speaking, many large guilds battles will see fans and older brothers start sending gifts and votes at this stage. However, the small guild is clearly different. Unless it has been previously agreed upon, they usually wait until the official match begins. After all, the guild battle has started, and there are only a little over 400 viewers in the live stream. Sending gifts to the streamer at this point does not allow them to pick up the microphone to express their gratitude, and thus lacks emotional value. As the fashion show segment continued, Fei from Team 3 also made her appearance. She seemed to deliberately mimic Ruo, but her overall impression fell short. At that moment, Chen Hao, who was looking at the property, occasionally glanced at the live stream. However, he was left greatly disappointed. The stage and lighting effects were simply too rudimentary. Even though the streamers were doing their best to showcase themselves, they did not stand out much. Some streamers even wore rented evening gowns, but the on-screen effect was still very poor. More importantly, the small guild was indeed a small guild, and aside from Xiao Mao and a few others from Team 4, nearly 20 female streamers had only one person who barely gained recognition from the system. That was Ruo, who was the first to appear, and her score reached 81 points. Moreover, as Chunhao expected, the status section displayed abnormalities, and the content in parentheses surprised him even more. Historical drivers are too numerous, currently having more than 3 people in a relationship, a history of abortion, carrying an abnormal virus, currently pregnant. My goodness, how extravagant is this? Chunhao looked at the long list of abnormal details, not knowing where to begin his criticisms. As for the others, the streamer with the lowest score only had 35 points. He frowned, wondering how this streamer, who couldn't be salvaged by makeup or beauty filters, had the courage to participate in the guild broadcast. The key point is that the Qingtian guild was indeed willing to accept her into the team. Finally, it was the turn of Xiao Mao and her group from Team 4, as they walked past the camera in sequence. Xiao Mao appeared somewhat nervous, but after taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her complex emotions and slowly made her way to the center of the live stream. Without much movement, she simply straightened her slender waist and looked confidently at the camera, as if she could see the man currently in Jin's city through the screen. When Pai Pai and Yigua took the stage, although their expressions were cheerful and lively, there was an obvious hint of helplessness. The fashion show segment came to an end in a slightly awkward atmosphere, and Mao's voice sounded in time. Thank you to all the goddesses for their wonderful appearances. Are you all dazzled, family? Don't worry. More exciting things are yet to come. Family, please type the support words for each goddess on the screen. Let's welcome the opening group dance, brought to you by the popular streamers from teams 1, 2, 0, and 3. As the fast-paced K-pop music began to play, the lights illuminated a section of the stage in the live stream. With Ruo at the center along with a few streamers from teams 2 and 3, they quickly took their positions under the spotlight and began to move in time with the music. The movements cannot be described as perfect, but they barely qualify as coordinated, clearly having undergone. Ruo energetically showcased her dance moves at the center position, each chest thrust and hip twist attempting to ignite the atmosphere of the live stream, with Fei and the others doing their best to cooperate. Generally speaking, this segment is used to attract fans and is also a form of display. In many large guild battles, this opening dance of the monthly gala is a very important part. However, it is a pity that the venue was simply too small. The Qingtian guild couldn't even afford to hire a professional photographer, and there was no camera work for the live stream. Coupled with the crowded and stuffy backstage, although each of them had beads of sweat on their foreheads, the actual effect of the group dance was quite mediocre. Let alone the guild battle, their stage effects were worse than those of the large guilds during their regular live streams. The group dance segment ultimately ended in a not-so-enthusiastic atmosphere, and Ruo and the others hurried off the stage to wipe their sweat and touch up their makeup. Meanwhile, Mao's voice followed closely behind. Now, without further ado, the most intense and thrilling segment of the match is about to begin. While the goddesses prepare to avoid new friends and family not knowing the rules, I will briefly explain the competition rules of our guild match. After all, we are a small guild with no base score or ticket requirements. From Team 1 to Team 4, all female streamers will receive a basic 3-minute voting time. There is no countdown for the voting time. After the first round of voting ends, we will enter the mic passing segment. The speaking order for passing the mic will be in reverse order of scores, with the team at the back speaking automatically. Passing the mic is divided into rounds, and the score differences between the previous speaker. Each time the last place speaks, it counts as one round. Rounds are scored at 100 sound waves, 200 sound waves, 500 sound waves, 1000 sound waves, and so on, with a maximum of 5000 sound waves. Each mic passing has a speaking time of 2 minutes, and when time is up, I will enter a 3-second countdown. When the time is 0, you are eliminated. Of course, even after elimination, one can still be revived, but the requirement for revival is a plane. At any point, everyone can stack points for their favorite streamer. The higher the score, the fewer chances one has to take the microphone, thus naturally being safer. Lastly, I remind everyone to be sure to support your favorite streamers. Don't accidentally drop it on the ground. Of course, if it really does drop to the ground, please notify me in time, and I will pick it up for you. In fact, this is also the biggest feature of the small guilds battle: freedom. Generally speaking, slightly larger guild battles will not allow gifts sent incorrectly to be picked up, let alone the so-called revival. For viewers who often watch large guilds, revivals are hardly seen in guild battles. Because large guild streamers have many fans, to ensure fairness, they do not allow rules to be violated freely. Elimination truly means elimination. On the other hand, small and medium guilds set up revival mechanisms to squeeze the last penny from the older brothers and sisters. There are no universal rules for revival tickets, generally ranging from planes to Douyin no. 1. As for the host countdown, that has even more nuance. As long as he wishes, 3 seconds can stretch to 3 minutes. But if he doesn't want, 3 seconds can even turn into less than a second. After the rules introduction, Mao's voice sounded again. Now the intense and thrilling competitive segment. Please welcome our Team 1, last month's champion, Ruo to start the 3-minute voting session. Hello family in the live stream. I am Ruo from Qingtian001. I can sing and dance, and I have some personal talents. Are there any family members who like me? Can you help Ruo stack some points? Could everyone please take a look at Ruo? Help her pile up points and push her upward. Thanks to La Mo Baobei for the encouragement. Thanks to Arba Brother for the hot air balloon. Wow. Thanks to Gookie Tuzi Big Brother for the sports car. Thank you, brother. If anyone has a few small votes, you can throw them in too. Hearts and short video likes are also support for Ruo. More than 2 minutes had passed, yet the viewer named Fugue Xianren in the audience list had not moved. At center stage, Ruo had so far attracted over 3,000 Soundwave gifts, all from the big supporters she normally cultivated. For an ordinary daily open mic, that would have been a respectable opening. But this was a guild war, and she had been last month's champion, so it was noticeably meager. As the countdown dwindled to the final 30 seconds, the confident look on Ruo's face stiffened, taking on an awkward edge. After all, beneath the stage were not only her familiar Team 1 members, but a dozen other female streamers and hundreds of viewers watching intently. Her peripheral vision caught Xiao Mao's mocking expression, which made her feel even more embarrassed. Is anyone else watching this Ruo? Ruo's family might still be on their way. If anyone thinks Ruo is doing well, could you lend your support? Gradually, the sweat she had just wiped away spread again across her forehead. Yes, our Ruo's family here. Give Ruo a hand and pile up her points. That's the Damao chimed in to help, but both his and Ruo's gazes were fixed on the high-level user list in the stream, especially the ID called Fugue Xianren. Could Brother Xianren be thinking he might lose, or that his budget isn't enough, so he doesn't want to send votes? This sort of thing is common for non-top streamers in both small and large guilds. Even when something is arranged in advance, it is not unheard of for people to change their minds on the spot. Beyond last-minute emergencies, big donors sometimes simply fall out of the mood to give. More often, though, it was Fugue Xianren's private calculation. He seldom gives outright. Unless the relationship is deeply bound or he is on permanent guard, he does not behave that way. He does this to draw the streamer into his orbit and to outshine Brother 308. Often he waits until the streamer grows anxious before he starts gifting. That way he elicits a more sincere gratitude from the streamer and simultaneously reminds the one he supports, without me you are nothing. 10 seconds remaining. In 10 seconds, Ruo will step away briefly. A family, remember to pile up points. Of course, you can always add more later. Damao's voice kept rising. As Team 1's host, he was unusually zealous in rallying votes for Ruo. With time growing short, the owner of the ID Fugue Xianren, Tian Yong, squinted in a private room of a tea house. About time. He then sent the gifts he had prepared in advance. LV. 62 Fugue Xianren sent Ruo Yulong Yoxia x10. A savage roar of dragons and dazzling effects erupted. Damao jolted and shouted his thanks. Holy hell. Thanks to our patriarch. Thanks to Big Brother Fugue Xianren for gifting Ruo a full 10 Yulong Yoxia. Ruo will immediately gain a base score of 3,000 points. Big Brother Fugue Xianren is amazing. Family put the list on the public chat. At the same time, the stream's music shifted to the triumphant theme reserved for grand gifts. Ruo in front of the camera visibly exhaled at Fugue Xianren's move. Wow. Thank you to my brother Xianren for the 10 Yulong Yoxia. You are unbearably handsome today. Thank you so much for supporting Ruo. Ruo loves you to death. She thanked Fugue Xianren with palpable excitement. After all, in the last guild war, he had not unleashed 10 grand dragons directly. Had this been last month, those 10 dragons would have essentially secured a top 3 placing. He was probably provoked by that Xian Inu Ma, and besides, he had long promised to slap him and Xiao Mao in the face. In any case, once he acted, there would be sunk costs whether they won or lost. Unless a deluge of counter-gifting appeared, Fugue Xianren was unlikely to back down. The audience's fervor in the stream was clearly stoked by those 10 grand dragons. LV. 5 Lanyang. Holy hell. The opening is this explosive. LV. 2 KKKK 10 grand dragons to open. Brother Xianren is incredible. LV. 18 Maiming Chiyu. No wonder last month's champion. Such strength. LV. 49 Long Yue. What a show. Lily, you have to try harder. LV. 32 Wan. This is absurd. Has Ruo planned to rest until the guild war ends? LV. 19 Guazarin. Go Xiao Mao. Meanwhile, a string of high-tier messages floated across the LV. 62 Fugue Xianren. Xian Inu Ma, you're here. Why so quiet? You're already level 63. You don't mean to tell me you're out of votes. Although Tian Yong privately felt some uncertainty, as the most prodigious donor in the Qingkong Guild, he could not afford to lose face. He had long vowed to humiliate that mad horse. Gifting 10 grand dragons now was the perfect moment to show off. Yet his provocation had not been seen by Chunhao at all. Chun-Hao was only wearing headphones listening without watching the stream. So that means 1 month deposit and 3 months rent up front plus agency fees. I need to pay 0 yuan in one lump sum, right? He was in a large flat at Jinqing International Financial Center. As a luxury apartment, the rental space measured a full 200 square meters. Yes, Mr. Chun. This is a high-end apartment. The rent covers management, water, electricity, and gas. There will be no extra charges. Additionally, each resident is assigned a property steward. If you have any issues, you can contact her directly. The agent and property manager led Chun-Hao through the rooms. The finely finished flat was essentially moved. All right, I'm in a hurry. Prepare the contract quickly. Certainly. Mr. Chun, rest assured our service will leave you satisfied. Seeing such a large transaction about to close, the agent's excitement was plain to see. He had noticed Chun-Hao arriving in a Lamborghini. To secure the privilege of receiving him, he even promised to treat a dozen colleagues to hot pot. If the deal was, Chun-Hao sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, glanced at the bustling traffic below, then looked down at the stream on his phone. Although he held only a little over 100,000 in cash, soon it would be more. It was now the final female streamer of Group 3, the one with a system rating of 35. After she had just reached a base of a little over 100 sound waves, she awkwardly handed the microphone to the approaching Xiao Xiao Mao. The click of her high heels on the floor was crisp and steady without the slightest tremor. Xiao Xiao Mao accepted the microphone and walked straight into the spotlight, her gaze resolute and composed. Casting a sidelong look at the gloating hosta, Mao, she chose to trust that man. Just now, due to the lack of response from Chun-Hao to the high-level comment from the wealthy idler, it caused a ripple in the live broadcast room. LV. 2KKKK, who is Xian Inu Ma? LV. 18, Mei Chi Ming Yue. Is this going to escalate? They've been called out. LV. 49 Long US Xian Inu Ma, you've been called out. Come and have a chat. The situation on site was even more complicated than that of the audience in the live room. The slightly awkward laughter of Demao was heard as he sat at the control panel, his expression becoming somewhat grim. Our guild battle mainly aims to showcase the strength of the goddesses. Xian Ringu is truly formidable. Of course, Numa Gu is not bad either. I heard he gifted our 4th group's little cat goddess a full 100 big dragons yesterday. Perhaps Numa Gu just used up his ammo in advance. But that's okay, although the guild battle is the most important honor badge for the sisters every month. Giving gifts to the beloved goddess at any time is also a form of support. Numaga, don't take it to heart, he might just be busy with something else. What if Numaga finishes up later and shows us his strength too? Demao was genuinely a bit scared, worried that this esteemed Xian Inu Ma might really not have any tickets left. Originally, the guild battle was initiated early just for the confrontation between the wealthy idler and Xian Inu Ma. If one of them is missing, how much less would we earn? Whether you two big brothers and the female host win or lose is none of my business. Being able to issue tickets is the truth. As Demao's words fell, although it seemed like he was trying to smooth things over for Xian Inu Ma, everyone was not foolish. His words, laced with sarcasm, still put Xiao Xiao Cat and Xian Inu Ma at odds. Generally speaking, when a host uses such rhetoric, even if there are no tickets, the brother who has been called out would still respond a couple of times. However, unfortunately, at that moment, Chun-Hao was busy looking at houses and couldn't be bothered with such provocation. I knew it. Just after putting down the microphone, Ruoroa, who had walked out of the studio with 10 big dragons, immediately spoke with a blooming smile. She walked to a spot not far from Xiao Xiao Cat, deliberately slowing her pace, her voice just loud enough for everyone outside the studio to hear. What kind of wild card, brother, just throwing money for fun, merely putting on an act? If it really came down to it, he would be more cowardly than anyone else. Perhaps he's just a nouveau riche. How much has he splurged these past few days? He's probably been cleaned out, right? Some people, before relying on the big brother, didn't even sharpen their eyes, really thinking they found a treasure. Now he must be dumbfounded, right? TSK tisk, I feel embarrassed for her. Laughter arose from around, and various looks of schadenfreude or pity were focused on Xiao Xiao Cat. I thought a brother who sends out hundreds of dragons a day was impressive. It turns out it's just this, I previously thought someone would return to the top 3, but now that seems far-fetched. I heard she brought a suitcase to the company. Could it be that she plans to fly away right after the competition? Didn't I hear she was quite arrogant before? Is she bowing her head now? Unfortunately, she ended up flying away alone. It's not easy to have a big brother again, and she gave up that boring pride only to end up with this. Xiao Xiao Cat's companions Pai Pai and Yigua blushed, wanting to refute, but lacking confidence could only look at her with concern. After all, they were all in the same group, sharing the same plight. Moreover, with the recent increase in their income, their concern for Xiao Xiao Cat was especially sincere. However, Xiao Xiao Cat stood still. Her almond-shaped eyes, which had shed tears from despair and glowed with joy just a few days ago, were now particularly calm. Don't you trust me? The ones I support can only take first place. The man's words echoed in her ears. What she possessed now was only the trust in that man. In the midst of strange gazes, she waited calmly for a long time before finally standing at the center of the stage. Dear family in the live room. Xiao Cat began to speak, her voice not deliberately raised, yet exceptionally clear and strong, sweeping away the timidity of the past 2 months infused with confidence. I am Xiao Cat from the Qing Kong 004 live room. Thank you all for coming to the scene. I can dance in various styles, I can sing, perform little magic tricks, and play the guitar. Reaching today was not easy for everyone. But today's competition is not merely a competition for me. I know many people are waiting to see me and the jokes of those who support me. She paused slightly, her gaze becoming brighter and more focused, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. But I believe in him. He has never gone back on his word regarding the promises he made to me. He said he would come to support me today, and he will definitely come. He said that the women he supports can't settle for the top 3, they can only take first place. Ever since that time, I believe that today's championship honor belongs to us. Her voice grew increasingly higher, carrying a strength she had long forgotten. So, dear family, are you ready with your firepower? No matter how much you have, even if it's just a little hard, it's a bullet aimed at the faces of those who mock us. Do you want to follow the true wealthy and enjoy the joy of victory with me? Shoot out your support. Let's work hard to stack points. Don't let go carry everything alone. Let's together take the championship. As she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her arm, clenched her fist, and looked determinedly at the camera in the live room. Everyone was astonished, whether it was the host de Mao Ruo or even Pai Pai and Yi Gua and the audience. No one could have imagined that the seemingly delicate Xiao Cat could stand under the spotlight and say such words. After all, apart from those high-popularity streamers from big guilds, speaking like this could easily backfire. In the live room's footage, her carefully prepared makeup looked even more exquisite on today's stage. Especially those eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars, incredibly eye-catching. Gradually, gifts began to appear on the live room screen, and Xiao Cat earnestly held the microphone to express her gratitude. Thank you, Guizi Ringo, for your hot air balloon. Thank you, Xiao Yu Jie for the 10 little hearts. Thank you, Manta Go, for the shining stars. Thank you, Kala Go, for the cheering duck. Thank you, Tan Xiao Go, for the firecracker. At that moment, a gift tray effect belonging to the Urban Ranger skin appeared in the live room. Listen, the dragons roar. LV. 63 Cien Inu Ma gave Xiao Cat 10 dragon riders. 20. 50. 100. 200. 500. 520. Congratulations to user Cien Inu Ma for successfully leveling up to LV. 64. Congratulations to user Cien Inu Ma for successfully leveling up to LV. 65. Congratulations to user Cien Inu Ma for successfully leveling up to LV. 66. Wo Chao. Wo Chao. Thank you. Thank you, President Cien Inu Ma, for sending. How much is this? The quantity is still increasing. President Nu Ma is continuing the combo. My goodness. Over 400 big dragons. The combo continues. 500. 500. Wo Chao. Thank you. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for the 520 hand dragon rider for the goddess, Xiao Cat. This is the most romantic number. This is the divine favor for Xiao Cat. Cien Inu Ma. I have never seen such a romantic big dragon. Xiao Cat, you are the happiest girl in the world today. Demao, I am already crying. Family in the live room, are you feeling this overwhelming love? Let's hit the screen with the most romantic Nu Ma God. I want to see your cheers. I want to see the words Nu Ma God flood the screen. Demao's voice had been strained by excitement until it broke. He even stood and howled so wildly that his chair was overturned. But no one cared, not even he. Amid the ceaseless dragon roars and special effects that filled the stream, everyone sank into a state of delirious excitement. Announcement banners at the top of the stream kept flashing. The room that had once held just over 400 viewers continued to swell as new spectators streamed in. Within mere seconds, it surged past 3,000 and kept climbing. The chat exploded. The public feed went utterly berserk. Countless IDs and messages swept across the chat like a waterfall. LV. 13 Exine what the hell? LV. 33 Suabian, what the hell? 520 big dragon gifts. LV. 5 Lan Yang. Numa, you god among men, incredible. Invincible. LV. 18 Mei Ming Chi Yue, Numa, heavenly god. Take me as your follower. LV. 8 Wakabanlin Ji He, brothers, I see a rain of big dragons from the sky. LV. 7 Bue Jiohao, what the hell? They came in via the banner. What a whale level spend. LV. 24 Sure Yue, the stream's special effects are overloaded as soon as they arrived. LV. 1 Sure Xiaozong, what on earth is happening? My phone is vibrating numb the moment I came in. LV. 33 AI de Gushi, isn't this far more exhilarating than Lan Se Xian Qing? LV. 11 How Shui Jiao. AI de Gushy sister, where did you put your phone? LV. 49 Long Yue. It's over. We've run into a true whale. LV. 32 Wan. I remember S Guild's Guild War. Last month's champion had about this much gift tied to right. Just throw it. LV. 19 Guazi Run. What the hell? Numa Heavenly God, you're phenomenal. I helped contribute points. LV. 22 Kale Ji Chi. Numa Ji is amazing. Xiao Mao, you are tonight's queen undeniably. LV. XX Shimmy Ren 145054. Witnessing history. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jin Beng Xia. Number 1 on the hourly leaderboard. So many people have come in. LV. 12 Xiao Yu, a true deity has descended. Numa Ji, I love you. You are brilliant. LV. 20 Manta Pian. This gift tide has broken Qingkong Guild's highest record, hasn't it? LV. 2 KKKK. Compared to Numa Ji, that Xian Rin is just plain weak. The barrage and the audience plunged into madness, and the live room itself was equally frenzied. All 20 or so female hosts in the backstage, resting, reapplying makeup, or hurriedly contacting their sponsors, froze mid-movement, as if struck. A compact in one hostess' hand snapped onto the floor, shattering with a crack. She did not notice, her mouth hung open, eyes round fixed on the rising count of big dragon gifts. Another hostess, sipping water, choked and erupted into violent coughing. She slapped her chest while pointing at the stream projection outside the dressing room. Horror had seized her feet. The other hosts, who had thought it none of their concern, also stopped chatting and scrolling. One by one, they stood frozen, staring at the screen with expressions of utter disbelief. As team hosts, they had seen many guild battles and even taken part themselves yet. A full 520 big dragon gifts. Even at the highest tier of a grand guild's monthly contest, such a thing would be exceedingly rare. My God! Someone screamed first. Oh, like a fuse, it detonated the entire backstage. 520. A full 520 big dragons. Insane. Insane. What's the point of even competing now? Just declare the champion now. This Su Xiaodong. My God. If I had such a brother, I'd wake laughing every night. If in this life I could receive this once, just once, my whole streaming career would feel worthwhile. Many hosts covered their mouths and screamed. Some even jumped for joy, even though the 520 big dragons were not theirs. What incredible luck. Why them? We're all women. With filters, I'm hardly worse. Why not me? If it were me, how wonderful that would be. Countless whispers and chatter rose in the backstage. Many cast looks at Xiao Mao on the screen, laced with unspeakable envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Pai Yigua and Lung from Team 4 were completely stupefied. 500 plus. My heavens. Pai muttered over and over, her voice trembling with tears. The next second, she flung her arms around the equally stunned Yigua. We won. It's certain. Xiao Mao absolutely wins. Numa Ji is incredible. Yigua recovered and babbled incoherently with excitement. Sob. So amazing. Big brother Numa is amazing. Mao is truly so blessed. All their previous worries and grievances about Xiao Mao dissolved into utter rapture. Lung and the others rushed over. The four of them embraced, shouting and jumping. They watched Xiao Mao beneath the stream's spotlight, with eyes full of joy and barely concealed envy. Such adoration was enough to crush any team host's heart. In the center of everyone's gaze, when the first big dragon effect appeared, Xiao Mao's body jolted, as if struck by a heavy blow. The climbing gift counter, the host's rasping shout, the dragon's howl in the stream, and the screams of other hosts outside the studio all filled her ears. When the gift tally finally froze at 520, every ounce of her strength and composure collapsed in an instant. He had come. He had not only arrived, but had fulfilled his promise in the most profoundly This was not merely first place, it was anointing her atop a shrine. Even without much imagination, she could already foresee how many short clips of this moment would flood platforms tomorrow. Although she trusted Chun, how she had never imagined he would do so much for her. This degree of protection and romantic declaration had in Xiao Mao's heart entirely transcended money. It was some ineffable absolute favor and affirmation. Sob. She clapped her hand over her mouth, yet could not stem the tide of sobs. Tears like a ruptured dam instantly ruined her delicate makeup. They could not be stopped. She could no longer hold the microphone. It clattered to the floor. Amid the deafening dragon roars, Xiao Mao sobbed aloud, heedless of her appearance. Every grievance, every fear, every worry vanished in that moment. Last Guild War had openly mocked her to Mao, but this time there was no hint of blame. Someone covered the mic and hurried an operator to fetch a new one waiting quietly off camera. Wait. Only hand it to her when she looks like she's going to speak. Have some sense of timing. Miss it, and he'll dock your pay for the month. Today she is the star of this stream. Everyone get ready. Send the confetti tubes to the Team 4 hosts. Once she speaks, keep firing them off behind her. Where's that noble sponsor's banner from last time? Find 2 hosts to stand behind and hold it up. This is 15. 6 million gift waves. Whether that Xianren votes or not is irrelevant. Today we must give Numa Ji the full spotlight. These 520 big dragons will absolutely go viral. No one is allowed to drop the ball. At this moment, Damel looked at the little cat with eyes full of surprise. He never expected that what was initially just a decision to take advantage of his older brother's moment would yield such great rewards. What KPI? What performance? Screw that. The next quarter's performance is already enough. As for whether that wealthy idler would continue to support, who cares? Who cares if they want to support or not? Today the boss behind the guild must be overjoyed not knowing how much extra bonus he would receive this month. It is unclear how many minutes passed, maybe 10 or so, but the deafening dragon's roar finally subsided. The little cat's cries also lessened slightly, turning into hurried and sobbing breaths. A figure like a shadow waiting outside the camera seemed to have received the highest order and rushed forward in a swift stride. He nearly half-kneeled as he steadily handed a brand new microphone, which had just been tested without issues, to the little cat. What? You say the voting time is only 3 minutes. What does that matter? Does having 520 dragons matter? Almost simultaneously, Dao Mao waved his hand and Pai Pai and Yigor rushed to the little cat's side, holding fireworks. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the fireworks being ignited rang out in succession, and countless rose-shaped ribbons sprayed out from behind the little cat, enveloping her in a sea of flowers. Pai Pai and the others worked hard to create a festive atmosphere, their faces openly displaying their joy. Soon after, 2 female anchors arrived behind them, holding high a huge foam board that had been prepared in advance. Big Brother is mighty. The shiny bold characters shook as they waved their arms while they continuously shouted, Angry Horse Male God is awesome. The little cat instinctively gripped the microphone thrust in front of her tightly. The blinding spotlight and the rose petals falling before her made her feel as if she was in a dream. She used all her strength, taking a deep breath. However, from the first word a strong sob still couldn't be suppressed, her voice slightly distorted by the heaviness of her crying. Wow. Thank you. Angry Horse Male God. Wow. How good. The address changed in an instant, and she could no longer suppress her emotions, wanting to call the man by his real name. I'm sorry. She wanted to apologize for her earlier loss of control after all she had promised to show her best self on stage. But she just couldn't help it. Putting down the microphone, she took deep breaths, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with her left hand. Finally, she raised the microphone again, her voice rising. You said you would come. You said the only one supporting me would be first. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't. You always keep your promises. Wow. I believe. I've always believed. Thank you, How Go. Thank you for your affection. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to do these things for me. She thought of Chuan Hao, of the 15.6 million sound waves he sent, and how the pressure of her mother's medical fees had suddenly disappeared, a wave of immense happiness almost making her unable to stand. This is the happiest moment of my life. She choked up, tears once again pouring out uncontrollably. No matter how she wiped, they wouldn't stop. LV 66 Angry Horse, don't cry, you deserve it. LV 66 Angry Horse. Wealthy idler, I love listening to the dragons roar. Can't hear much of the 10 dragons in a few seconds anymore. I'm in a hurry. System prompt Su Xiaotong Little Cat Affection 10. Congratulations host Su Xiaotong Little Cat Affection reached 99. Cashback ratio increased to 1-1 rewarded with 1 basic ability lottery draw. Chen Hao, watching the little cat's sincere gratitude, felt a bit touched. After all, to be deeply appreciated by a girl who loves you is something many people might never experience in their lifetime. Of course, what touched him more was the system prompt. A cashback ratio of 1-1. What does that mean? It means he would get back exactly what he spent on Little Cat. In the future, as long as he gave gifts to Little Cat, in a sense, he could keep giving infinitely. It was like a perpetual motion machine. As for the system lottery, he planned to check it out later. Because the rental agent had already brought the contract over, he planned to sign and pay the money. Glancing at the 31.2 million that had just been credited to his bank card, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile. While he was happily signing the contract, some people were not so happy. Just now, Ruora was still smugly showing off the 10 dragon base points that the wealthy idler had sent her, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. If it weren't for Heir Mao watching her closely, she would have wanted to walk up to the little cat in the waiting area and humiliate her fiercely. However, at this moment, all the excited voices around her sounded unbearably noisy. The other female anchors around her wore cold, awkward expressions, some even openly mocking her with their gazes that felt like daggers piercing her body. Fei Fei had also received a Douyin airship and had initially followed behind to show off, but now she looked like a frost-bitten eggplant, completely deflated. Weren't those 10 dragons just bragging? Tisk never seen someone get slapped in the face so hard. Truly a clown. Wealthy idler. In this situation, he must be preparing to run away, right? Do you think if wealthy idler knew that his beloved Ruo was a plaything of a member from the boy band next door? Haha, those 10 dragons probably wouldn't even show up. The murmurs around reached Ruo's ears, and her face turned pale, almost making her fall over. Instinctively, she held on to Fei, who had the same pale expression, her heart racing violently in her chest. This is a terrifying amount, exceeding 1.5 million dragon coins. It shouldn't even appear in a small guild like Qingkong in a monthly guild battle. A chill rushed from her feet straight to her head, and she heard Fei muttering softly beside her, over 500. Has he gone mad? The two of them simultaneously felt the deepest concern. Wealthy idler wouldn't be scared away, right? Based on their understanding of wealthy idler, he usually prepared about 3.0 to 5.0 votes for regular guild battles. But facing such an overwhelming situation, does he really have the courage to continue fighting? Now it seems that losing face is a done deal, and the two of them would probably have to keep a low profile in the guild for a long time. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with despair and panic about the future. After all, with today's situation, it was likely that the future top player of the entire guild would be the little cat. And the harsh words they had said earlier would surely have offended her deeply. With a big brother like Angry Horse backing her up, what would they do in the future? If they thought a bit deeper, would wealthy idler, having lost so much face, really still come to the live stream room of Qingkong? Would he really still vote for her in the future? He might just flee faster than anyone else upon seeing related live streams. Although their concerns were not without reason at this moment, the wealthy idler, Tianyong in the tea house, had no intention of running away. Seeing Chun Hao send out a staggering 520 dragons, Tianyong was indeed taken aback. 520 dragons. Is this lunatic insane? That was the only thought in his mind. Then upon seeing Chun Hao's message, is there more? In a hurry, he felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Previously, he had embezzled over 2 million from the company, which was supposed to be his greatest confidence. But he never imagined he would spend it all in the live stream. This amount of money could secure a top 10 position, not just in the Qingtian Guild's battle, but even in Steer Guild's battle. If luck was on his side, he might even contend for the first place. He initially planned to use 10 dragons to suppress the momentum of Xian Inuma. It would be best if the opponent dared not resist. If they did, he would crush them with absolute strength. Then he would force Xiao Mao to bow and admit her mistake, even suggesting a face-to-face meeting to apologize. However, he never expected that he would be the one getting crushed. Now, watching the provocative barrage sent by Chun Hao, he struggled to suppress his anger. He was indeed feeling a bit cowardly. What is Ruo Fei worth? Over 2 million. I could have played countless matches with that. Am I an idiot to spend hundreds of thousands just for At this moment, his phone began to vibrate wildly. It was a group chat filled with people he had met in his Douyin. There were the top supporters from other female streamers in the Qingtian Guild, as well as some other high-ranking supporters. These individuals in the group were relatively affluent, throwing money around online, and usually only chatting with people of similar status. Over time, after becoming familiar in the live stream, Tianyong created a group chat. This group was not just a regular chat. In a sense, it was a valuable social network. In it, Tianyong even expanded more than one client, successfully closing several big deals. Long Chung, old Tian, this new big brother from Qingtian, is quite ruthless. Are you still going to continue? Brother Guazi had everything prepared. Xianren, what happened to teaching Xian Inuma how to behave? The brothers are all waiting, haha. Ruo Shui Sen Xianren, I still have hundreds of thousands of votes here. I can help wipe a zero off. Do you still want to go? The last speaker was Ruo's second supporter. Immediately, many others began to chime in the group. They were all asking what was going on and whether Xianren would continue. Some had even left the group. Damn it. Tianyong held his phone, unsure of what to do. Leaving aside everything else, he, as the group leader, had directly turned coward. It seemed impossible to chat with these people as equals in the future. Even if they didn't leave the group, they would probably laugh at him for a long time. More importantly, today's 520 dragons would definitely trend. As the one who provoked first, it was likely not just a simple matter of being slapped in the face and admitting defeat. It would be beneath the dignity of the big brothers to chat with him. At that point, it wouldn't just be impossible to play in the Qingtian Guild's live stream. He might lose this group as well, and his losses would be significant. For someone of his status, networking resources are sometimes more precious than cash. Is it all for show? I refuse to believe you really don't treat money as money. He slammed his fist on the tea table, causing the purple clay teapot on it to rattle. From what I know, Xian Inuma's level can be upgraded within 5 days. Now he is at level 66, which means he has sent over 5 million in the past 5 days. No matter how rich, even a billionaire couldn't send out 5 million in a week without blinking. As for those truly big bosses, they have no shortage of beautiful women around them. Why would they shower so much on a small streamer? Giving gifts to group broadcast female streamers is pure cash expenditure. It's not like inviting clients to play where there could be greater future expected returns. He began to forcefully brainwash himself. This lunatic must be trying to scare me. He has run out of tickets. As long as I can survive this round, making him feel that I am unfathomable. He might voluntarily admit defeat. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and Tian Yong's hands trembled as he typed the line of text. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Run. Xian Inu Ma. It's just the beginning. He then opened the Douyin recharge interface. Meanwhile, in the live stream of the guild battle, De Mao and Ruo Ruo both jolted awake. Is this a challenge? Holy crap. If this continues, my bonus this month might exceed last year's total. De Mao's heart began to pound violently. Just a moment ago, he had been focused on praising Xian Inu Ma, but now he instantly switched gears. Family, did you see that? Xian Ren has spoken, or it's just the beginning. This is the might of our Qingtian 001 family's leader. Xian Ren is truly a man. So handsome. De Mao slapped the control panel, almost knocking over them. So Xian Ren, what's the plan now? Are we waiting for the final battle for first and second place, or? His words had barely left his mouth when a line of advanced barrage floated past. LV. 62 Fu Gui Xian Ren, get Ruo Ruo up here. There's a plan. There's a plan. Hurry, hurry. Ruo Ruo goddess, it's your turn. Little cat goddess stands on the left, Ruo Ruo goddess stands on the right. Operations. Get another microphone for Ruo Ruo goddess. Prepare the confetti and sign. De Mao felt his heart rate escalating to an alarming level. After so many years in the industry, he had never hosted a duel involving such large sums. Of course, this was just a small guild. Larger guild battles wouldn't be as casual as this. Returning to the live stream, Ruo Ruo felt a wave of disorientation. The humiliation of just falling from the clouds to the depths had not yet dissipated, but at this moment it felt as though she had grasped the last straw of hope. With renewed hope, her desire to reclaim glory and the immense benefits instantly overwhelmed all rational thought. This old man hasn't given up on me yet. He's still willing to spend money for me. I still have a chance to turn the tables. Moreover, after removing the platform and company cuts, I get 20 of the gift sound wave. To catch up, I need at least 510 carnivals. Ruo Ruo stood on the right side of the live stream, forcefully suppressing her joy and desire for revenge, stepping in high heels with an artificially inflated presence. Xiao Xiao Mao, and she stood on either side, as if two different energies were clashing in the live stream. The audience became even more excited. LV. 5 lazy sheep. Are they going to fight? LV. 18 beautifully named. Holy crap, today was worth it. LV. 49 Misty Moon. Now we have a good show to watch. LV. 19 Guazi Run. Go Angry Horse God. Go Xiao Xiao Mao. LV. 2 KKKK. Xian Ren is still the veteran big brother. I think he can win. At this moment, Ruo Ruo took the new microphone handed to her. Xian Ren, you are so handsome. I am ready, Xian Ren. As soon as she finished speaking Fu Gui, Xian Ren wasted no time, and the counterattack began. LV. 62 Fu Gui. Xian Ren gifts Ruo Ruo a Dragon Rider X500. Congratulations to user Fu Gui Xian Ren for successfully leveling up to LV. 65. At that very moment, Ruo Shui Sanqian, who had earlier promised in the group chat to round down the total, also made a move. Congratulations to user Ruo Shui Sanqian on ascending to level 52. Though not among the elite patrons, those 10 golden carnivals served as a gesture of allegiance. Combined with the earliest 10 dragon gifts and a greater volume of scattered donations than Xiao Xiao Mao's Ruo Ruo briefly surged ahead, claiming the top spot on the team contribution leaderboard. De Mao, quick-eyed and swift-handed, immediately triggered the exclusive fanfare reserved for premium gifts. What's in your head? In your head. Zombie. 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 Hey. 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 The DJ remix of Zombie blared through the stream, and De Mao's raw, impassioned shouts echoed across the entire live room. W.O.W. Brother Xian Ren has struck. 500. 500 Dragon Riders. Yulong Yuxia. No. Henceforth all shall call him Brother Xian Huang. Thank you. Wow. Thank you also to Brother Ruo Shui Sanqian for stepping in. 10 golden carnivals. Heartfelt gratitude to both esteemed brothers for your extraordinary support. Ruo Ruo has reclaimed the throne. The true sovereign returns in glory. Now the pressure shifts to Goddess Xiao Xiao Mao. Brother Nu Ma. No, Brother Nu Huang. Any further titles? De Mao shouted until hoarse spittle nearly flying past the control desk and landing on Ruo Ruo herself. The comment feed exploded. Such high-stakes patron rivalry was exceedingly rare. LV. 5 Lanyang, it's begun. It's begun. It's begun. LV. 18 Mei Ming Chi Yue. Wow. This is actually happening. LV. 49 Long Yue. Now the immortals are clashing. LV. 7 Bu Hui Jiu Hao. So thrilling. More intense than watching the S Guild tournament. LV. 24 Shi Yue Xian Yi Nu Ma. Brother Nu Huang. It's your turn. Charge. LV. 19 Guazi Run. Go Brother Nu Huang. Go Xiao Xiao Mao. LV. 2 KKKK. Brother Xian Huang is legendary. Brother Xian Huang. Go. Ruo wept with overwhelming joy, clutching the microphone, yet prepared in advance. Members of Team 1 and Fei rushed behind her with confetti cannons. Another host reappeared, holding a sign reading, "Our esteemed patron reigns supreme." Yet barely 5 seconds after she overtook Xiao Xiao Mao and seized the summit, Chun Hao launched his counterstrike. LV. 66 Xian Inuma gifted Xiao Xiao Mao 10 Yulong Yuxia. A single gift notification instantly cut short Ruo's words of gratitude. Xiao Xiao Mao's eyes lit up sharply. Her score surged past Ruo's once more. Thank you, Brother Hao. De Mao's voice erupted, instantly brimming with exhilaration. Instant reply. Instant reply. Brother Nu Huang has instantly countered with 10 Yulong Yuxia. Does Brother Xian Huang have more? Does he dare respond? Any reply? Any title left? Before the echo faded, another gift notification flashed across the screen. LV. 65 Fu Gue Xian Ren gifted Ruo 1 Yulong Yuxia. 2, 5, 10, 20. Wow. Instant retaliation. Instant retaliation. Everyone watch closely. Brother Xian Huang retaliates instantly. He's still tapping. He's about to display the numbers. Gratitude to Brother Xian Huang. W. De Mao hadn't even finished thanking him when Chun Hao sent another gift. LV. 66 Xian Inuma gifted Xiao Xiao Mao 1 Yulong Yuxia. 2, 5, 10, 20. Brother Nu Huang strikes again. They're both tapping furiously. Tapping without pause. Who will claim the crown? Today 2 girls in this world bask in unparalleled happiness. But who among them is truly the most blessed? Wow. Brother Ruoshui has struck again. Gratitude to Brother Ruoshui Sanqian for gifting another 10 golden carnivals. Undeterred, Ruoshui Sanqian attempted to join the fray, but witnessing the relentless escalation of their dragon gift barges, he withdrew after sending just 10 carnivals. He was merely a senior employee at a major IT firm in Hangsheng, affluent by ordinary standards, yet utterly outmatched in this tier of warfare. The nearly 100,000 yuan he gifted today represented 2 or 3 months' salary. LV. 51 Ruoshui Sanqian, Fu Gue Xianren. Brother Xian Huang, it's all on you now. Honestly, it's terrifying. Ruoshui Sanqian conceded defeat, but the audience in the live room had completely lost their minds. Countless comments flooded the screen, each viewer bursting with irrepressible urgency to speak. LV. 13 Xian instant retaliation. Instant retaliation. Brother Nu Huang is legendary. This speed. LV. 33 Sui Bianwao. It's reached white heat. This is truly divine combat. LV. 5 Lan Yang. Brother Xian Huang commands all. Brother Nu Huang reigns supreme. LV. 18 Mei Ming Chi Yue. I can't hear anything else on my phone. Only dragon roars. LV. 8 Wu Kai Ban Lan Ji He. My phone's vibrating numb. I swear my budget smartphone can't take much more. LV. XX mysterious user 589555. Fight. Keep going. I've already ordered barbecue. LV. 24 Shi Yue. Absolutely worth coming. This is electrifying. LV. 33 AI de Gusher. I'm in. LV. 11 Hao Shui Jiao. AI de Gusher. Sister you. LV. 49 Long Yue. Today won't recover easily. After this battle, at least one account may vanish forever. LV. 19 Guazi Run. Go Brother Nu Huang. Brother Nu Huang is legendary. LV. 22 Kulu Ji Chi. Are these big brothers really? Can Douyin coins be exchanged for joy beans now? Doing this. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian Beng Xia Xia. I wouldn't dare spend joy beans like this. LV. 2 KKKK. Both brothers are phenomenal. Just witnessing this dragon reign is worth its weight in gold. Meanwhile, such staggering gift velocity inevitably catapulted the stream's popularity to its absolute peak. The official banner atop Douyin Live scrolled ceaselessly. The stream remained firmly anchored at 1 on the hourly chart. More viewers poured in, approaching and soon threatening to surpass 10,000. 2 level-up notifications swiftly glided across the public screen. Congratulations to user Fu Gue Xianren on ascending to level 66. Congratulations to user Xian Inu Ma on ascending to level 67. Congratulations to Brother Nu Huang and Brother Xian Huang on consecutive promotions. Everyone. Thunder shakes heaven, fire splits earth. Both brothers unleash full force. Are Ruo's followers present? Where is the Ruo family army? Brother Xian Huang's decree has fallen. Show me your unity. Heartfelt thanks. Profound gratitude for Brother Xian Huang's relentless dragon rain barrage. Are Xiao Xiao Mao's followers watching? Currently Brother Xian Huang maintains the lead. The pressure now falls squarely upon you. Flood the public screen with messages supporting Brother Nu Huang and Xiao Xiao Mao. When Brother Nu Huang rages, divine dragons descend from heaven. Gratitude for his cascade of Yulong Yuxia gifts. De Mao, shouting himself hoarse, rallied both elite patrons and fanned the flames, while never neglecting to welcome newcomers. New viewers, please follow us. Welcome to Qing Kong's monthly Grand Gala. Ride the auspicious energy of this dragon rain. Lift the like count with your fortune-bringing fingers. Today we'll smash 100,000 likes. On screen now are our goddesses Ruo and Xiao Xiao Mao. Check the leaderboard in the upper left corner. You may also follow their personal accounts. Meanwhile, Tian Yong, sitting in a tea house endlessly tapping his screen, had already gone cold with dread. Yet the arrow was drawn. A retreat was impossible. Having already spent 2 million yuan, the sunk cost was staggering. He had no choice but to double down, gambler's resolve hardening into grim necessity. His fingers trembled, clicking mechanically, almost reflexively, on the gift icons. Wow! Heaven! Did you see that, family? What does it mean to have divine might like a prison? What does it mean to kill gods when they block the way? The angry emperor is still in pursuit. There's absolutely no sign of stopping. Continue the combo, idle emperor. We must not be caught. The live chat is exploding. This is the rhythm. Where are the rockets? Where are the planes? Family, any gifts will do. Even a small heart from us has participated in this grand battle. De Mao's voice continued. In Jin City, Chun Hao held a cola in one hand, while tapping on his phone with the other, feeling like he was engaged in a boring match 3 game. He was even too lazy to check the count of the Dragon Rider, maintaining an extremely stable speed and uninterrupted combos. The gift notifications from the two were fixed on the live stream screen, with the numbers continuously rising, pushing the atmosphere in the room higher. The 4 from Team 4 also returned behind Xiao Xiao Mao, constantly pulling and setting off firework tubes. One after another, they couldn't stop. Ruo and Xiao Xiao Mao were also holding microphones, continuously expressing their gratitude. Eventually, 2 caught up to even speak, just jumping and making heart signs at the camera. Just as the atmosphere was reaching a climax, suddenly one of the gift counts stopped moving. The gift ID Rich Idle Person showed a final count of 254 before disappearing a few seconds later. Meanwhile, the gift count for Dashing Youngster did not stop after surpassing 254 and eventually settled at the whole number of 300. Tian Yong had been continuously tapping on his phone screen, but at this moment, he froze, staring at the recharge interface that popped up. He risked using company funds, adding a portion of his own savings totaling over 2 million. In just a few minutes he had spent it all. He stared blankly at the Douyin recharge interface, then glanced at the final count of Dashing Youngster at 300, suddenly feeling a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Fear, regret. Like a cold tide, a wave of fear and regret instantly engulfed Tian. A sense of powerlessness gripped him, and after coming to his senses, he was left with only one thought. Run. Run right now. If I lose, I lose. If I'm cowardly, I'm cowardly. If I'm embarrassed, I'm embarrassed. How could I spend millions in a single day? He looked at the audience contribution leaderboard, where the ID firmly sitting in first place left him at a loss for how to express his emotions. Crazy. Lunatic. You are absolutely insane. How much money do you have left? Did the wind... He didn't even dare type a word in the comments, quickly exiting the Douyin app in a near panic. Stop. Has it stopped? Idle Emperor has stopped. 254 divine dragons. With all the determination and will. Thank you. We must give Idle Emperor the loudest applause and the highest respect. Family, let's show Idle Emperor's might on the screen. De Mao quickly captured the halt of Rich Idle Person's combo, briefly thanking him before hastily continuing to hype up Dashing Youngster. But Angry Emperor, our Angry Emperor, is still tapping. He is caught up. Surpassed. Not stopped. 300. Thank you, Angry Emperor, for the 300 Dragon Riders. Is this a crushing victory? Is this a crushing victory? Idle Emperor shot out 254 divine arrows with all his might, while Angry Emperor's 300 piercing arrows immediately howled in response. A miracle. This is a miracle that has never happened since the establishment of the entire Qing Kong Guild. Family, let's show Angry Emperor's invincibility on the screen. Too excited, he nearly lifted Chun Hao to the sky. After speaking, he realized he may have gone too far and quickly tried to backtrack. Heavens, our health points are already insufficient. They've long surpassed the limit. Also, thank you to Idle Emperor for the strong support today. Is there anything more to say? However, De Mao had already confirmed in his heart that Rich Idle Person had clearly run out of money. Both sides spend over 2 million today, but the difference is still nearly 50 carnivals. Oh, what more can be said? Especially he saw that rich idle person who was originally in second place had already disappeared from the audience list, clearly having fled. The barrage in the public screen was moving rapidly, whether from old viewers or new ones entering the live stream. Even fans of other streamers were immersed in witnessing Chun Hao's overwhelming victory over rich idle person. The content of the rapidly refreshing barrage overwhelmingly favored the victor, dashing youngster. LV 13 heartfelt wow. He crushed it. LV 33 casual, he was short by 50 hands. Idle Emperor, do you have anything to say? LV 5 lazy sheep, Angry Emperor is awesome. Angry Emperor is invincible. LV 18 known by beautiful names, has anyone counted? How many dragons did Angry Emperor send? LV 8 colorful black, anyway it's over 800. LV XX mysterious person 589555. Haha 254 stop classic example. LV 49 fog moon, most likely he truly ran out of money. This is a big loss of face, and Idle Emperor probably won't come to Qing Kong anymore. LV XX mysterious person 589555 fog moon, haha this idle person ran away, look at the audience list. LV 49 fog moon, wow. He really ran away. LV November 24th, I'm convinced, utterly convinced. From now on Angry Emperor will be the #1 in Qing Kong. Idle Emperor, go wash up and sleep, he probably won't come again. LV 19 sunflower seed, Angry Emperor is invincible. Xiao Xiao Mao is so lucky. Still Idle Emperor better change that name to Salty Fish. LV 17 laughing and dancing rich idle person, come out for a few more steps. Could it be that he really ran out of money? Was he cowardly? Come out and admit defeat. LV 2 KKKK 520 dragons will determine the fate. 300 dragons slapped his face. Angry Emperor art. This so-called idle person is trash. LV 19 sunflower seed, KKKK brother, I've seen you jumping around for a long time. Meanwhile in the live stream, Xiao Xiao Mao was continually thanking Chen Hao. Thank you brother Hao. Thank you for being willing to do so much for me. I'm so happy. Thank you for everything you've done for little cat. I will definitely cherish it. You said Xiao Xiao Mao can only be first, and you truly did it. Ruo, who had not spoken for a minute now, wore a slightly stiff smile on her face. The words of the little cat, those expressions of gratitude, pierced deeply into Ruo's heart with every syllable. The sincerity of the thanks and the overwhelming sense of happiness starkly contrasted with her immense disappointment, rendering it almost ironic. The members of Team 1, who had been extremely excited behind her, were now left in a state of shock and confusion, forming a stark contrast with Pai Pai and her team from Group 4, who were celebrating with exuberance. Ruo's hands trembled slightly. Just a minute ago, she had been immersed in the hope of a comeback and the immense joy of once again being adored by the stars. The constantly rising number of gifts from the wealthy idle person made her feel as if wealth, status, and revenge were all within reach. However, all those fantasies shattered in an instant. Especially when she saw the wealthy idle person disappear from the audience leaderboard, she realized that if there were no other means, she likely wouldn't see that ID in the livestream again. The biggest financial backer had left. And it happened right in front of thousands of viewers, under the gaze of all the fans from the Qing Kong Guild, the Big Brother, and the host, all of whom witnessed the humiliating retreat. This was the greatest loss. After deducting the platform and guild fees, she would probably end up with less than 500,000. Although it seemed like a lot, it was. Based on her current spending habits, it wouldn't last a year. She knew very well which was more important, a feast every day or long-term sustenance. Without the support of the Big Brother next month, she would have to rely on that useless second-ranking Ruo Shui Sanqian, and she might not even make it into the top 3. And now that the little cat had acquired this seemingly bottomless wealth and power, she feared that as long as she didn't self-sabotage, her status would likely remain unshakable. In that case, with the animosity established, Ruo felt that the little cat would certainly not let her off the hook. The immense pressure might even force her to leave the Qing Kong Guild and change accounts. However, team broadcasts required face-to-face appearance. Unlike voice chat rooms or virtual streamers, switching accounts was not an easy task. What should I do? No way. I absolutely cannot let this happen. I must think of a way. Even if I can't win, I must still squeeze out a little more. Ruo's mind was racing, and Damao's voice sounded again. Oh my god. It's so intense. So shocking, everyone. The idle emperor might have left for some reason, but we must thank the two big brothers again. Today's passionate clash between the two big brothers is undoubtedly the most colorful highlight of our Qing Kong Guild. This scene, this spectacle, I could brag about it for 10 years. Once again, thank you to the two big brothers for their tremendous support for our little cat goddess and Ruo goddess. Since the idle emperor hasn't made a statement for now, let's quickly continue with our competition. Although Damao's voice was hoarse, his passion remained undiminished. He paused briefly, quickly steering the conversation back to the progress of the competition. After all, it was best to take advantage of the current large audience to allow more female streamers a chance to shine, as it might attract more big brothers. So the exciting clash segment has come to a temporary pause. Let's invite the two goddesses to take a rest. Who will be rallying votes next? After they left the stage, Pai awkwardly remained on stage. Because it was her turn. However, perhaps because she was also in group, for many of the passing big brothers sent her some small gifts, allowing her score to exceed 2,000 sound waves. The subsequent Yi Guo and Lung Lung were also similar, basically staying around 1,000 to 2,000 sound waves. Meanwhile, backstage, both the little cat and Ruo were on the phone. The atmosphere on both sides was starkly different. One side was a whirlpool of ecstasy. At this moment, the little cat had just hung up a call with Chun Hao with dried tear streaks still evident on her face. But her eyes were shining brilliantly, and the curve of her smile was something she couldn't suppress, as she sent out several posts on her social media, eagerly sharing this bliss. Brother Hao said he's waiting for me at home. I'll book the earliest flight after the competition. The little cat's voice trembled slightly, each word dripping with sweetness. Pai Yigua, he's really so wonderful. Pai hugged the little cat tightly, almost squeezing the breath out of her. Cat, you are so happy. I really envy you so much. You are definitely the happiest woman in the world today. Here, cat sister, have some water. Your voice seems a bit hoarse. I have some throat lozenges here. Brother Nu Ma is just too handsome. Lung Lung also came over, handing the little cat a tissue from her bag. Cat sister, your makeup is a bit smudged. Hurry and touch it up. You are now our King Kong's top star. You must look your best. You'll still be wearing the crown on stage later. Now is the time to take a quick break. Even Heir Mao was constantly congratulating her, his face full of joy. Cat goddess, you've worked hard. That scene just now was too sensational. Brother Nu Ma is truly too good to you, there's no doubt about it. Now that idol person has run away, the championship is practically in the bag. This is truly unexpected. Joking aside, he was the host of Group 4. The bonuses this month would definitely exceed his salary for half a year. In the narrow and crowded backstage, the laughter and joy of Team 4 were almost unending. Yi Guo and the others knew that the little cat was rushing to catch a flight, discussing where to go drink and celebrate after everyone else. Pai, true to her name, was mimicking Ruo's earlier remarks, her sarcasm reaching its peak. I don't know who it was that found some wild man out of nowhere who dared to speak so boldly in front of my cat sister. In another corner, Ruo naturally overheard. With a gloomy expression, she chose to leave the backstage and went to the company's fire escape. After observing her surroundings and confirming that no one was around, Ruo pressed her phone tightly to her ear. She spoke in a very low voice, sharp with a sense of desperation. On the other end of the line was Tianyong, who had finally answered after several attempts, his voice filled with fatigue, regret, and suppressed anger. I've burned through all my money. Over 2 million. What more do you want me to do? Didn't you see that person over there is a lunatic? How much did I spend? Am I supposed to risk my life to fight him? Ruo fell silent for a few seconds before finally dropping a bombshell. Tianyong, listen carefully, I'm pregnant. Now the baby is almost a month old. On the other end of the line, there was a dead silence. Tianyong seemed to have had his throat choked, even his breath was gone. After a full 10 seconds, he finally managed to ask in shock, What did you say? Ruo's voice reached his ears, cold and calm. I said there's your child in my belly. In fact, Ruo herself was not sure whether this child was Tianyong's. However, after calculating the time, she felt that the most likely candidates were 3 individuals. One was a casual partner from the neighboring boy band, and the other was her little boyfriend, the second-ranked in her live stream, Roshue Sanqian. As for the last one, it was undoubtedly Tianyong. She accompanied him every week. He would definitely not be absent from the selection of the child's father. If you don't believe me, I can send you the hospital's examination report. Silence lingered both on Ruo's side and Tianyong's side. She could sense that Tianyong's silence represented his fear. After a few seconds, Ruo slowly threw out her final bargaining chip, her cold voice reaching Tianyong's ears. I now present you with 2 options. First, you immediately get lost, and I will admit defeat. Her voice gradually rose, carrying a ruthless determination. However, in some time, I will visit your wife with a noticeable belly. I will tell her that not only are you keeping a female live streamer, but you have also caused a life to be lost. I have plenty of evidence of us being together on my phone. All the hotel invoices are saved, including last night. You dare? Tianyong let out a furious roar, then lowered his voice like a duck being choked. Do you want to fish or cut the net? I tell you I'm not afraid. However, Ruo's voice remained calm. Do you think I don't know? Your current business is thriving solely because of your father-in-law's help. Tianyong's mind buzzed as if it had exploded. He knew that Ruo was speaking the truth. He had only that little bit of fortune back then, and the entire factory startup capital was provided by his wife's family. Usually when he played around outside, his wife might have turned a blind eye. After all, she was not exactly a virtuous wife, an illegitimate child. This would not only be unbearable for his wife, if his mother-in-law and father-in-law found out, that would be a huge problem. With his father-in-law's means, it would be enough to make him lose everything overnight and completely roll out of that circle. The thought of his wife's family's tactics sent a shiver down Tianyong's spine. There is a second option. Ruoro's voice came through the phone, suddenly softening, as if the icy words just spoken were not from her. You will continue to help me win this match. I don't need much, just enough to surpass that little cat and the flashy horse. Bring the championship back to me. As long as I win tonight, it proves that you still have me in your heart. You are 1,000 times better than that flashy horse. In that case, I will go to the hospital tomorrow. For our future, we will take care of it. She deliberately emphasized the word we. You crazy woman. Tianyong's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with despair. I really have no money in my account now. The previous 2 million can be moved, but moving more is too difficult. Transferring funds is very troublesome now. The risks are too great. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Ruoro, how about this? Tomorrow I will give you cash, or a transfer is also fine. 500,000. I will do my best to get another 500,000. No, give me a little more time, I can get another 800,000. You will go to the hospital tomorrow. Tonight to terminate the pregnancy. I swear I will definitely give it to you. Tianyong's voice was agitated, speaking rapidly, desperately, wanting to defuse this life-threatening bomb. Tianyong, do you think I'm a fool? Ruoro's voice turned icy again, frigid to the bone. Take your money offline. Do you think I don't know? Your wife can immediately sue you under the pretense of infringement of marital joint property, and at least half can be reclaimed. Even more, I've seen many cases like this. By then I will not have received much money, the child will be gone, and you can still default on the debt. Dreaming. She paused, continuing with determination. Only through live streaming. On the Douyin platform. Money flows from the platform. The revenue split is my legal income. You want to reclaim it? You can. Go sue Qingkong, sue the legal department of Byte. Win the case first. Tianyong, do you have that capability? The other end of the phone fell silent, only heavy and desperate breathing remained. Ruoro's words killed his last shred of hope. He never expected this woman could go this far. Not only did she investigate him, but she also understood so much, completely controlling him. Indeed, the risk of cash payments offline is very high, and there are numerous examples of being reclaimed in reality. While on the platform, he was no minor, so wanting to get the money back was nearly impossible. Time ticked away second by second, and Ruoro knew that the other party was hesitating. She decisively played her last card, her voice suddenly tinged with a hint of tears, yet exceptionally clear as it reached the other end of the phone. Today, before the guild battle ends, I want to see my score exceed hers. Otherwise I will assume you chose the first option. I will go to your wife's house and break down the door tonight. I know the address. It's in Binhai district. Don't move. Tianyong's voice was filled with extreme, twisted pain and fear, directly interrupting Ruoro's words. I will recharge. Can I find a way to get the money? He completely gave up on negotiation, his voice nearly a roar, but in a place like a tea house he had to suppress it. But, you better remember this. This is the last time. After tonight's match, immediately go to the hospital. If there's a next time. Ruoro's voice instantly changed from icy to sweet, as she heard Tianyong relent, filled with relief, as if a big task had been accomplished. As long as we secure the first place tonight, I will do whatever you say. I swear I will handle it immediately tonight. You need to hurry, I'm waiting for your surprise, love you. She blew a kiss into the phone and decisively hung up. Looking at the now closed call screen on her phone, Ruoro's smile faded, leaving only fatigue and a hint of victorious chill. She leaned against the cold fire escape wall, feeling her back drenched in cold sweat. She had won this gamble, at least for this round. I originally wanted to figure out who the child's father was after some time, then create a big wave, but I didn't expect to finish the game today. As for the future, after all, I have so much evidence in hand. What does it matter if I terminate the pregnancy? I can still find your wife, hee. Moreover, terminating it is even better, no witnesses to contradict me. I will say it's yours, and you paid me to terminate it. If it's not yours, it's still yours. She stood up again, quickly touched up her makeup backstage, striving to calm her emotions. She no longer cared about the surrounding discussions and peculiar gazes as she quietly sat in the corner with renewed confidence. She was waiting for the impending surprise that she would exchange for the child in her belly. On stage, they have now entered the mic passing segment. The first to take the stage is the host with the lowest score, a female streamer who received a mere 35 points from the system. If we were to follow last month's script, she shouldn't have been the first to grab the mic for votes, especially with Pai Pai and her group still in the competition. But who would have thought that after Xiao Xiao Mao took the stage, such a huge incident would occur with two big spenders gifting a total of 4 to 5 million dragon coins. As a result, with so many viewers in the live stream, the casual passes from the audience surpassed her efforts. Friends in the audience. The first to grab the mic is YY. The gap between her and the previous contestant is 1,100 sound waves plus the round score, just enough for a vehicle. Are you ready? YY reluctantly picked up the microphone. I think I'm ready. However, Heir Mao ignored her and directly started the countdown. So the countdown is 2 minutes begin. YY stood awkwardly on stage trying her best to gather votes. Hi everyone. Hello family. I'm YY from Qing Kong 003. There are so many people here. It's my first time seeing so many viewers. Is there anyone who feels a connection with me? Are there any YY supporters in the audience? Can you help me get through this round? However, by the end of the 2 minutes, she had only received about 20 calls, 1 do coin. Countdown to the final 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, our YY has been eliminated. Go reflect for a while, and it won't be good if it's like this next month. Mao counted down swiftly. He knew well the capabilities of the streamers in his guild. If it weren't for a big sister occasionally helping YY with her KPI, she would have been kicked out long ago. Unfortunately, that big sister was obviously not present today. In smaller guild battles, fairness and justice are not. If the performance is poor, the host will indeed confront the female streamer on the spot. YY awkwardly set down the microphone, appearing utterly at a loss. This is also the cruel side of live streaming. Failing to garner votes is akin to a real execution. Now let's see who the next one is. Welcome our Yigua. Yigua nervously walked to the center of the live stream room and took the microphone from YY. Passing the mic costs 600 sound waves. Same 2-minute countdown. Yigua, are you ready? Good, then let's begin. Without waiting for Yigua to respond, Mao directly announced the start of the countdown. Hi, everyone. Family, I'm Yigua from Qing Kong 004. Is there anyone here who thinks I'm not bad? Can you help me rise? Currently, we have 96 million viewers in the live stream. Is there anyone who can give me a sign? Mao's attitude was clearly different this time. He even started to help Yigua gather votes. Friends in the live stream. This is Miss Yigua from the same group as our Xiao Xiao Mao. We are just one firework away. Everyone, anything you can send is a support for our miss. Little hearts, little dough coins, and little flowers are all support for our sister. Don't let our sister be eliminated in this round, family. Yigua glanced gratefully at Mao and continued to rally for votes. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Xiao Yu, for your support. Thank you, Guizi, for the bouquet. Family has already started. Thank you for your support, family. Is there anyone still in the live stream? Let's group together for scattered votes. The gap isn't that big, only 6 sparkling stars needed to help Yigua through this round, okay? Time passed second by second. Although there were some small scattered votes, most viewers were still there to watch the wealthy battles. The audience was unaware of the behind-the-scenes trading among streamers. Seeing no hope, many began to leave the live stream. The viewer count in the upper right corner kept decreasing and had already dropped below 2,000. Yigua was becoming anxious and almost on the verge of tears, especially when she thought about the gap between her and Xiao Xiao Mao, making her feel even more heartbroken. There are just 3 numbers left. Family, is there any light left? Is there a digash? Is there a miracle? 3. Is there a kind-hearted God? The gap is really small. Just one more heart bunny, and our Yigua can pass the mic. 2. Only 1 number left. 1. We won't give up. Is there anyone left? Is there anyone who can help? Mao was putting an effort for the sake of face among the group with Xiao Xiao Mao. However, even with a total of 300 scattered votes, they were still 300 short. At that moment, a line of bullet comments suddenly appeared. LV. 67 Cien Inu Ma pass. Great. Angry Emperor gave a pass. The most romantic pass in the world. Thank you, Angry Emperor. Then we. What the heck? Thank you, Angry Emperor. Thank you, kind-hearted God. Thanks to Angry Emperor for sending a city ranger, 10,000 do coins to all the goddesses of Qing Kong 004. Mao had initially thought that Cien Inu Ma would just drop a car as a token gesture. After all, it's clear to anyone with eyes that he only liked Xiao Xiao Mao. To his surprise, he actually gifted every member of the 4th group a city ranger. Oh, thank you, This is my first time receiving a city ranger. Thank you. Thank you so much, Angry Emperor. Thank you for your kindness. You are the softest-hearted god in the world. She thanked him incoherently. Pai Pai and the others who had been waiting rushed to the stage to express their gratitude. At this time, Chun Hao added LV. 67 Cien Inu Ma. Let's leave it at that. If anything comes up, let Xiao Mao call me. Pai Pai quickly snatched the microphone and loudly thanked into the camera. Thank you, Angry Emperor. We're already very satisfied. I'm really grateful to you today. After that, the ID that had been at the top of the leaderboard, Cien Inu Ma, exited the live stream. The remaining viewers in the live stream also started to come out. LV. 13 Xine E. What the heck? He just threw out 4 city rangers in one go. LV. 33 Sui Bien. As expected of angry emperor, he throws out such generous friendship votes. LV. 5 Lan Yang. Angry emperor is mighty. LV. 19 Guizi Run. Soft-hearted angry emperor. So domineering. LV. 17 Tan Xiao Jian Beng Cha Cha. That was already pretty good. It's like 1 carat for each of the top 20. They are definitely safe. LV. 2 KKKK. Angry emperor is so awesome. Incredible power. Chun Hao was actually quite hesitant, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until the end. After all, giving to Pai Pai and Yi Guo was truly a free gift. Their system ratings were all below 80 points, and giving them gifts wouldn't even yield a 1001 cash return. After thinking for a while, he recalled the big spenders he had seen. They generally wouldn't feel much, but it was common for team members to occasionally help each other out. To maintain his persona as a wealthy spender, he reluctantly tossed out 4 city rangers. Of course, his biggest confidence came from Xiao Xiao Mao's current cash return rate of 1-1. Chun Hao glanced at his Bank of Communications app, where the recently credited amount from those 300 big dragons was 900 dragon coins. Popularity is the primary productivity. Time slowly flowed by, and the moon was already hanging in the sky. The Qingkong Guild was still in the lengthy wheat passing segment, currently engaged in the intense 15 to 10 phase. The 2 most prominent figures, Xian Yi and Nu Ma, were absent, and even the audience count had dropped back to 400 or 500. The rhythm of the guild battle finally returned to the familiar atmosphere for Demao. There are only 3 numbers left. Just 2 more Panamera cars to pass the wheat. Brother Longwe, it's all up to you, Princess Lily. Can we still save it? We're just 1 step away from the top 10. We will overcome every challenge together. 2 numbers left. Lily, did you make Brother Longwe angry? If I don't get Brother Longwe to be happy today, they'll deduct your salary. The countdown has only 1 number left. Is there any waiting? Has it passed? Oh no. Thanks to Brother Longyu's pink private jet. This is what we call love. In the so-called VIP lounge backstage, Xiao Xiao Mao and the members of the 4th group were resting together with the live broadcast displayed on the screen. She was now the undisputed number 1, and having contributed so much revenue today, the company naturally wouldn't wait until the so-called guild battle was over to let her use it. As for Pai Pai and the others, they had long been eliminated, especially without the big brother to hope for anyone to revive them. I wonder what Brother Hao is busy with now. Xiao Xiao Mao rested her head on one hand, leaning on the makeup table, muttering to herself. After all, she would soon be flying to Jincheng, and she felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, hesitant to contact Chun Hao freely. As for Chun Hao, he was currently busy shopping extravagantly. He had already closed the live broadcast room, and there was still 17 million Do coins left in his Douyin account. He told Xiao Xiao Mao to call him when it was about to end, planning to celebrate the victory by spending more. The last bit would be spent in the live broadcast rooms of Jiguang, 590 Weiwei, and Songqing Gu, perfectly using it all up. Before coming to rent the apartment today, he had already packed the essentials into the car. As for the things left in the rental apartment, such as clothes and blankets, he had basically given up on them. With Xiao Xiao Mao's 1-1 cashback machine, he didn't care about any deposit. At this moment, he was using JD Premium Delivery and Meituan to have various necessities sent from these platforms, striving to create traces of life. He really didn't want to go through so much trouble at first. After all, staying in a hotel isn't that expensive. In Jincheng, you can find very good hotel suites for under 1,000. However, after hearing Xiao Xiao Mao mention her suitcase and estimating the amount he could get back today, he decisively chose to rent a large flat. This way his persona would be more stable, and it would also be more convenient in the future. Just as he was adjusting the layout of the room and contemplating what else was needed, his phone rang. Chun Hao walked over to take a look. It was a WeChat call, and the caller's name surprised him. Zhou. However, he didn't think much of it, feeling it was just a regular maintenance call, and answered. Hello, is this Numa Gugu? On the other end of the line, a hurried, yet deliberately sweet female voice came through as if it could squeeze out water. She deliberately elongated her tone, typical of Zhou's playful manner. Have you called several times? Is this how you start every conversation? Chun Hao replied casually while placing the newly bought laptop on the desk. It's not that he didn't want to use a better desktop, but it takes time to get a sufficiently powerful and low-water desktop, which he wouldn't get today. Oh, I'm used to it, Numa Gu. Did I disturb your rest? Zhou's voice was filled with grievance, but seemed to carry a hint of delight. Not really. Is there something you need? Chun Hao replied, while moving the delivery box to the end of the hallway where a housekeeper would be arranging for cleaning personnel to come and take away the trash in a few minutes. That's good. It's just, I seem to have gotten lost. And then the navigation shows I'm near Jinjiang Tianfu Garden. Suddenly, I remembered the address you sent to the Goodnight Sister last time. Seems to be here too. She paused, seemingly gauging Chun Hao's reaction, her tone becoming more cautious, even carrying a sense of, I just used my phone to search for that address and found it's right next to my current location. What a coincidence. Brother, you really live in such a seemingly luxurious place. It feels so upscale. Chen Hao clenched his phone tightly. Is she coming over? Lost. Searching for an address on the way. Shouldn't she look at how awkward the words lost paired with a navigation app feel? I can't believe you. He quickly called out the system in his heart, confirming Zhou's favorability again. 59. When did it increase a bit again? But isn't it still not at 60? So proactive. At the same time, he was incredibly grateful for his decision made a few hours ago to rent this large flat directly. This luxurious apartment, which required a deposit and 3 payments totaling 200,000, could be described as bright and spacious with luxurious decor and a wide view. At this moment, it had become the strongest proof of his identity. He really didn't expect Zhou to pull such. Originally, he rented the place for Xiao Mao's arrival, but it just so happened to help him avoid a disaster. Moreover, he was right here otherwise. Not to mention the shabby rental he had been living in until this morning. Even booking a hotel nearby would have been too late to make it. That was close to. I almost got exposed. What a scare. Chen Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, steadying himself. Oh yeah, I just moved here not long ago. I'm not at Tianfu Garden, but in the adjacent International Financial Center Block A. He lost. Do you want me to call a car to take you home? Chen Hao suppressed his racing heart, trying to sound a bit nonchalant, but to Zhou it seemed he was becoming even more unfathomable. She quickly looked up and scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto the towering building next to her. Wow, why does this building seem even more luxurious? Startled inside, Zhou simultaneously heard Chen Hao's offer to call her a car. She felt a sudden lump in her throat and instantly switched to a sweeter, more clingy tone tinged with just the right amount of panic and shyness. Call a car. Oh, no. Don't trouble yourself, brother. I just thought it was too coincidental and wanted to confirm, and I've already walked to downstairs, brother. Are you really going to let a little girl walk back alone so late? It's so dark on the road, I'm scared. As she finished, her voice trailed off, carrying a hint of dependence and pleading. Chen Hao glanced at the brightly lit Jinsheng outside the floor-to-ceiling window and almost laughed out loud. He truly didn't expect this seemingly lively and adorable girl in Jiguang 590 to have the strongest courage and cunning. What lost? She must have come looking for him specifically. Oh, scared. Chen Hao's voice seemed to loosen up a bit, tinged with a seemingly helpless indulgence. Then you wait at the lobby downstairs for a bit. He'll have the housekeeper come down to bring you up. Just tell them my name, Mr. Chen. Zhou's voice instantly brimmed with excitement, sweetness overflowing. Really? Thank you, you're the best. The time rewinds slightly as Chen Hao competes with Tian Yong in the live stream, racing against each other's speed. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers away, the afternoon live broadcast of Aurora 590 has just concluded. However, an unusual excitement pervades the dance practice room. Although their afternoon live performance went quite well, even without a PK, they still received a considerable number of luxury cars and planes. Yet upon closer observation, one could tell that each of them was somewhat distracted. Everyone's thoughts, at least during the waiting moments backstage, inevitably drifted towards Hang City. There, their leader of Aurora 590 was engaged in a guild war at the Qing Kong Guild. In the practice room, the glow from the phone screens illuminated the young and exquisite faces. They watched the continuously rising number of dragon riders on the screen, occasionally gasping in amazement. The operations manager Yang Min was also present. Today's dance practice had been cancelled, and even the dance instructor was engrossed in watching the Guild War live stream. Suddenly, her voice broke out, filled with repressed excitement. Did you see? Over 800 big dragon, more than 2 million, 20 million in sound waves. It was just unleashed in this small guild's monthly war. Her sharp gaze swept over the girls in front of her, who, though somewhat fatigued, had bright eyes. His power is extraordinary. In less than a week, he has reached level 67. Do you know what that means? He alone could support a medium-sized guild, let alone our group. I think you should be bolder. Wan listened to Yang Min's voice while her eyes remained fixed on the phone screen. She recalled the scene she saw during a break in the live stream. Xian Yi and Nu Ma had summoned 520 big dragons, and Xiao was on stage, ecstatic and radiant. A strong wave of sourness and indescribable exhilaration spread from her heart's rapid beating through her veins to her entire body. 520 big dragons. The dozens of dragons she had once felt so proud of seemed utterly insignificant compared to his affection for Xiao that night. She instinctively stroked her arm, recalling the shyness and so-called adventure she felt when she sent that. It seems that little contribution probably didn't even register with Nu Ma. Lingerie. A little Wan chuckled self-deprecatingly, but what surged within her was an even stronger sense of affection and greed. These methods should work on ordinary brothers, or so-called true love brothers. The ordinary brothers who sent luxury cars and planes, I just thanked them formulaically in private messages, and they were all very excited. But for someone like Nu Ma, who is a true wealthy man, this is too childish. Immediately, a more dangerous and thrilling thought arose in her mind, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Since I've already taken the first step, why not take it further? What if I could conduct an instruction online, using a video link allowing him to control me in real time? Like dancing, changing outfits, undressing, and even more intimate matters. As long as I can make him focus more on me, the little due I could receive would far exceed what ordinary brothers would give. Her heart raced, almost bursting out of her throat as she began to devise how to word this more enticing and exclusive service casually in WeChat. The so-called restraint was rapidly collapsing under such exaggerated stimuli of wealth and benefit. Nearby, Strawberry sat in the corner, her legs still elegantly crossed. Her cold and beautiful face showed no expression, but her tightly pursed lips betrayed her tension. Strawberry repeatedly opened Xiao Xiao's personal homepage, scrutinizing it critically. Her face is decent, but that's about it. Under the influence of beauty filters, she should be slightly inferior to me. As for her figure, it's fine, but it can't compare to mine. She instinctively puffed her chest and ran her fingertips over her long, straight legs. In short, she's considerably inferior to me. On what basis does she deserve this? In terms of conditions, what do I lack compared to her? It's just luck. She met Numa first. Strawberry snorted coldly in her heart, feeling even more confident after the careful comparison. After hearing Yang Min's words, she began to strategize. In a week, our guild war will also begin. As long as he can come. She felt that An's sneaky little tricks and Zhou's overly obvious flattery were too low-level. Could someone of Xian Yi and Numa's caliber be moved by mere online flirtation and so-called small gifts? What a joke. There are plenty of women around such a person. Does he really need that piece of lingerie you wore? Sister Yang is right. I need to be bolder and more direct. It has to be offline. Only a real face-to-face meeting can let him see that I still look beautiful without beauty filters, and my figure is still perfect. Only then will I have the opportunity to take the lead. She had initially planned to meet offline, but she just hadn't decided on a time. Now it seems best to do it before the guild war. As the top 3 campus beauty of Jianzhou Music Academy for 4 consecutive years, she is yet to be captured by any so-called rich second generation. What she wants is to find someone truly capable, who can invest long-term rather than someone who will just toy with her. She is confident that as long as Xian Yi and Numa see her in reality, she can captivate him with her looks, figure, and charm. By then she too could become a woman with 520 big dragons during the guild war. She has even started planning the excuse for taking leave and which outfit would best showcase her figure. However, it was evident that some people were more impatient than she was. As the affluent idle man was once again crushed by 300 big dragons, Zhou's complexion had already begun to pale, her palms sweaty. More than 2 million. To spend such a significant amount in the live stream only indicates that he has even more, possibly 10 times that amount of liquid funds. Otherwise, no one would carelessly throw money around like that. A previously unprecedented intense sense of crisis and possessiveness gripped her heart. Originally, she intended to wait until the guild war was over and her second livestream for the day was done before taking action, but now, after Yang Min's passionate speech, Zhou suddenly clutched her stomach, her little face scrunching up the baby fat on her cheeks, making her look particularly pitiful. Sister Yang. I suddenly have a terrible stomach ache. I might have eaten something bad earlier. Her voice was weak and slightly tearful, sounding particularly distressed. I'm worried I won't be able to hold up for the second session tonight. I can't help but wonder if I could take a leave. Yang Min frowned and glanced at her, noticing her pale complexion, and reluctantly nodded. All right, then make sure to rest well tonight, and don't delay tomorrow's rehearsal and live stream. Zhou's face was indeed a bit pale, but mostly due to the shock from Xiao receiving gifts. Upon hearing Yang Min's agreement, she felt a relief wash over her, grabbed her small bag, and rushed out of the company doors. As the cold night wind struck her, the weakness on her face vanished instantly. After checking that her makeup for the live stream was in order, she hailed a Didi and quickly jumped into the back seat. Driver plate number 3665, to Jinjiang Tianfu Garden, please drive a little faster. In the dance room of Jiguang 590, Yang Min watched as Zhou left looking sickly. Turning her head, she noticed Cao Mei deep in thought flipping through her photos, while Wanan blushed, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, shaking her head. She stepped out of the room and dialed a phone number. Hello Lao Zhao, it's me, Yang Min. Her voice was slightly lowered, a calmness and eagerness reflected in her tone. You are familiar with Hongqing, help me look into someone. Yes, it's very important. It's the Xiao Mao from the Qingtian Guild in Hongqing, yes, the one involved with the 520 big dragon today. Find out about the background, the contract situation, and most importantly, the breach of contract fee. Right, help me estimate a baseline. Also try to get her contact information, even that of her immediate relatives. It's very urgent. I need it tonight or early tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the compensation for this level of recruitment. After hanging up, Yang Min let out a long breath, her eyes shining with determination. She realized that her previous strategy might have been flawed. Instead of letting Zhou Zhou, Xiaomei, and Wanan compete internally for this flashy figure, why not cut to the chase? If she directly recruited the person this big brother has confirmed to like, wouldn't that solve everything? Song Qingge was too outrageous. This Xiao Xiao Mao would be much easier. Moreover, he had tipped Xiao Xiao Mao more than once or twice, clearly not a fleeting infatuation. As long as I bring Xiao Xiao Mao over, this flashy figure, the big whale, will naturally follow to brush up. There should be quite a few people with similar thoughts to mine. Even the S-Guild's operations might be involved. But I also have advantages. I have 5 people here that he obviously likes, so as long as I persuade Xiao Xiao Mao and the flashy figure himself, it would be easy to resolve. A clever smile curled at the corners of Yang Min's mouth. As for a small guild like Qingtian, a big brother who can brush away more than 2 million in one night deserves better resources and a better platform. A small guild is simply unworthy. She was constantly thinking, already planning for Xiao Xiao Mao and her how to impress Xiao Xiao Mao with a better profit-sharing ratio, more exposure opportunities, and the geographical advantage of being in Jincheng, which would allow for better interaction with the big brother. The distance from Jincheng to Hongqing, given such a large amount of money and ambition, is hardly an obstacle. Just a few kilometers away. Zhou Zhou had already arrived at Jinjiang Tianfu Garden, her heart racing as she looked at the nearby Fengchao cabinet. This address was the one she had secretly noted while reviewing Wanan's chat records during the trial. Fearing she would forget, she had even written it down in her notes. She felt she couldn't wait any longer. Once Xiao Xiao Mao won the championship, she definitely needed to call and express her gratitude tonight. If Xiao Xiao Mao was sensible, she should be flying over tomorrow. To seize the opportunity, she had to take advantage. Zhou Zhou could hardly bear this, watching as the riches were frantically mined by others, while she could only anxiously wait outside the screen. The online flirting and emotional cultivation were too slow. Wanan was clearly pondering something bolder, and Kaomi's confident expression suggested she was also prepared to meet offline. She had to make a direct move. Tonight, taking advantage of the fact that he had just risen to fame in the guild battle with emotions running high, and Xiao Xiao Mao was still in Hongqing, unable to thank him in person right away. Of course, the so-called emotional surge was her guess. For Chunhao, it was also about increasing favorability and cashback rewards. Fortune favors the bold. Auntie is going all out. Earlier in the speeding DD car, she had tried to touch up her makeup with a powder case, making her excitedly flushed face look even more delicate and cute. After carefully thinking about what to say and what expression to use to appear nonchalant, yet capture Chunhao's heart, she dialed that WeChat number. Then I'll wait in the lobby. I absolutely won't run off. Take your time to arrange, no rush. Zhou Zhou added a sweet and considerate remark before hanging up and putting down her phone. Meanwhile, Chunhao had already reached the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down carefully and indeed saw a small figure next to the Fengchao cabinet where he had previously left the address. Walking to the door, he picked up the intercom phone and dialed the butler's number. Butlerly, it's Mr. Chun from 2101. Please help a young lady with the surname Zhou up to the lobby. After hanging up, Chunhao sat nervously on the sofa. Given today's situation, he was surely thinking about what might happen next. However, it was his first time experiencing such service, and he was a bit anxious. By the way, I remember the system said something about a lottery. To alleviate the anxiety of waiting, and to stabilize his mentality, Chunhao called out the system within. Only then did he suddenly discover that not only Zhou Zhou but all the streamers in Jiguang 590 had inexplicably increased in favorability. The increase varied, but it was generally 1 to 3 points. It should be because they were also paying attention to my guild battle today. Understanding the reason, he focused his gaze on the system's rewards. Basic ability lottery once. What is this? Rubbing his head, he couldn't be bothered to guess, and clicked to draw directly. The lottery begins. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 point in free attribute enhancement. Currently, the unlocked attributes that can be enhanced are stamina, strength, and charm. Current host attributes are stamina 4, endurance, physical strength, persistence, etc. Strength 4, power, muscle content, cardiac, blood supply, etc. Charm 6, appearance, figure, hair size, and firmness of certain organs, etc. Normal adult human, average 5. Would you like to immediately select enhancement? Chunhao was stunned. He had previously thought the system would at most provide some tangible cash, such as a luxury watch or car, or perhaps a suite. Seeing the words basic ability, he did not think much of it. He never expected it would be like this. In other words, while others need to painstakingly go to the gym, maintain a healthy diet and good sleep, and consistently keep good living habits to sustain their physical fitness, he only needed to get the favorability of a bound female streamer to 90, and with a gentle click it would be done. My lifestyle has been very poor in recent years with bad sleep and diet. It's inevitable that my stamina and strength would decline. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the voice of butler Li Na came from outside. Mr. Chen, I brought Chun Hao turned to look at the door, steeling himself. He directly pointed to the charm, which was already at 6. Take a bold approach. Let's max out my charm first. Then strengthen stamina and strength. Afterwards, he looked at himself in the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling as if there was a slight change, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Is that it? Shaking his head, he walked to the door and opened it. As the heavy wooden door slowly opened, he was greeted by 2 beautiful faces, belonging to butler Li Na and Zhou Zhou, who had come to him. The first thing that caught their eyes at the door was a pair of feet in comfortable home slippers, followed by neat casual pants, and then the air froze for a moment. As Chun Hao opened the door, the professional smile on the face of the housekeeper, Li Na, froze instantly. She discreetly scrutinized Chun Hao, her eyes revealing an unmistakable surprise. She had just met the new resident, Mr. Chun, that afternoon, and she had a clear impression of him during the paperwork. After all, as a professional housekeeper in a high-end apartment, remembering the faces of all clients is a fundamental skill. In her memory, Mr. Chun was a well-groomed young man with a hint of handsomeness in his features, though far from stunning. How could he have changed so much in just half a day? Her gaze involuntarily fixed on Chun Hao's. His features, which were only decent before, seemed to have become sharper, even though he appeared not to have changed much. Especially his eyes, which were piercing and captivating, exuding an undeniable aura. This left her, a professional housekeeper accustomed to various so-called elites, momentarily dazed. He seems to be taller. Li Na slightly raised her head. This brief surprise was a shock to her, while for another visitor outside, the girl Zhou Zhou, it was an overwhelming revelation. She had planned to come after work, hence she was dressed in a carefully selected soft and cute outfit. A pink and white plush hoodie concealed her modest chest, while accentuating her slender upper body curves. Her lower half featured a light blue pleated skirt, paired with white over-thinny socks and black little leather shoes, making her legs appear straight and full of youthful vitality. Her twin ponytails hung obediently over her shoulders, and her carefully done makeup made her petite, exquisite face resemble that of a porcelain doll. Her large eyes, enhanced by colored contacts, sparkled with vitality, radiating youthful exuberance, her signature makeup style. If her bust were to increase just a little more, the system rating might just break 89 and reach 90. However, when she nervously looked up and her gaze collided with the figure inside the door, all her rehearsed opening lines and practiced cute expressions vanished from her mind. How can he be even more handsome than in the photos? Zhou Zhou's mouth slightly opened, forming an adorable O shape, her large eyes widening in disbelief. It's worth noting that she had seen many boy band members during her daily commutes at a medium-sized guild. She had encountered all sorts of styles, tall and short, fat and thin. In reality, there aren't that many top-tier handsome guys. Without filters and makeup, most are merely slightly attractive. But the Chun Hao in the photos, bolstered by wealth, had already made her lose all inhibitions. Now that they were face to face, his rugged handsomeness and allure were completely on par with any boy band member she had ever seen. And he wasn't even wearing makeup. He seems quite tall, wearing casual slippers without height-increasing insoles. He must be at least 1.8 meters tall. Her heart raced as if a little rabbit was bouncing wildly in her chest. The blood rushed to her cheeks, turning her fair face a noticeable shade of red. Even her delicate earlobes glowed bright. Previously, she had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility that the photos Chun Hao sent them were heavily edited. Now her mind was filled with a single thought that looped incessantly. What a great deal. Oh my God, I've struck gold. The planned active approach had instantly transformed into an indescribable surprise. She even felt a bit dizzy as she thought, who exactly is maintaining whom here? The slight complexity of dedicating oneself to career and money that she had felt inside had completely vanished, replaced only by ecstatic joy. Chun Hao looked at the 2 people standing at the door, especially Zhou Zhou, whose face was as red as a ripe apple, and he too was taken aback. He was well aware of what he originally looked like. He seemed to have only changed slightly, yet the effect was remarkably obvious. That little bit of charm seems to be a bit exaggerated. As expected, it's the reward for a 90-point favorability produced by the system. It must be a masterpiece. He then cleared his throat. Ahem, well, please come in. The 2 at the door were instantly awakened, with Li Na respectfully bowing before taking the elevator to leave. Zhou Zhou, meanwhile, felt a bit shy and slowly stepped over the threshold. The heavy solid wood door closed silently behind her, cutting off the corridor's light. As Zhou Zhou entered the foyer, she was instantly enveloped by the expansive view before her. She instinctively held her breath, her previously wide-open eyes now widened even further, while a gasp escaped her lips, filled with disbelief. Brother, your place is just too big. Before her, the notably high ceiling exceeded that of an average residential building, making the entire space appear grand and luxurious, with the bright lights casting a warm glow. And the massive floor-to-ceiling glass windows unobstructedly showcased the bustling city center of Jiang. It was nighttime, and the dazzling lights of countless homes adorned the surroundings, while the traffic below her feet formed a luminous stream spreading in all directions. It felt as if the entire city was beneath her feet. This experience was one she had never encountered before. She cautiously moved her feet, her little shoes making crisp sounds on the shiny floor. This feels even better than the most luxurious studio in our company. Brother, should I change my shoes? I'm afraid I might dirty your room. Zhou's voice was filled with naked astonishment and flattery, even taking the initiative to hug Chen Hao. Brother, your place is just too wonderful. Can I have a tour? She leaned into Chen Hao's embrace, tilting her head to blink her big eyes, trying to offer her sweetest smile towards him, her twin ponytails swaying slightly with her movements. Chen Hao was surprised by her initiative. After hearing Zhou's request, he gently nodded. Sure, it's fine. No need to change shoes, feel free to look around. With his permission, Zhou immediately transformed into a joyful little butterfly. With 7 parts genuine emotion and 3 parts feigned innocence, she began to flit around the room. Wow, brother, your fridge is so big, and it has so many functional displays. Oh my god, this sofa is so soft it must be really expensive. Wow, this decorative lamp has such an artistic touch. As she exclaimed, she touched this and that with her little hands, her movements a mix of genuine cuteness and playful exaggeration. Chen Hao leaned against the wall of the foyer watching her performance, and his nervousness gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of novelty. After all, this was the first time a female streamer, especially one rated 89 by the system, had stepped out of the phone screen and appeared alive in his room. This made Chen Hao feel a surge of excitement. It was an entirely different experience compared to watching a live stream through his phone. Zhou quickly wandered around and returned to the central circular sofa area. Her gaze was naturally drawn to the enormous coffee table. On the mirror-like rock slab surface besides the tea set and fruit plate, a seemingly ordinary car key caught her attention. She pretended to observe the material of the coffee table, but in reality leaned in closer to see the symbol on the car key. At one end of the key, there was a triangular logo featuring a golden bull. Lamborghini, she exclaimed inwardly. As a streamer, recognizing the logos of luxury cars was part of her essential knowledge. At that moment, Zhou felt her heart racing faster. Acting nonchalant, she walked over to Chen Hao and gently wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Brother, your car is a Lamborghini. So cool. Chen Hao nodded and casually replied, it's just a little bull. Wow, that's a Lamborghini. It must cost several million, right? No wonder your ID is fresh clothes and angry horse. This car suits your temperament perfectly. Her small face flushed with excitement, and her body leaned slightly, almost pressing her petite form against Chen Hao's arm. The thin sweatshirt intentionally brushed against Chen Hao's arm. Though the scale was small, he could still feel 2 soft mounds through his arm. The perfect white youthful figure emitted a breath of vitality at such a close distance. Her slender waist and the exposed segment of her snow-white skin between the knee-high socks and pleated skirt appeared particularly alluring under the lights. Chen Hao unconsciously swallowed hard. The admiration of such a beauty so close, along with the almost imperceptible intentional physical contact, was a huge impact for him, who had been worrying about what to eat just a few days ago. A sweet voice drifted into his ear, and he turned slightly, his gaze locking onto Zhou's fluttering long eyelashes and her intentionally pouted pink lips. Brother, Zhou's voice was both sweet and coy, with the ending stretched deliberately. You're simply amazing. So handsome, so wealthy, living in such a luxurious house, and driving a sports car. As she spoke, she slowly nestled closer, almost hanging half her body on Chen Hao's arm. You've treated us to so many gifts these past few days, and just fought in the guild war. You must be exhausted. Do you want to relax a bit? Zhou tilted her face up, her eyes filled with admiration and shyness as she looked at Chen Hao. Then she glanced meaningfully toward the side of the living room where the master bedroom was located. Through the slightly ajar door, one could see a corner of a huge double bed and the frosted glass door leading to the spacious master bathroom. Chen Hao felt his breathing become a bit heavier. Zhou was clearly eager to escalate things. Her so-called hints were practically open declarations. Her youthful body pressed tightly against him, deliberately acting cute and charming, striking directly at his senses. He said nothing more, simply wrapping his hand around Zhou's waist. She felt the unspoken consent in his silence. She stood on her tiptoes, boldly wrapping her soft arms around Chen Hao's neck, breathing like orchids. Brother, how about we take a shower together? I danced for a long time today and broke a sweat. Zhou added, emphasizing the word together with a hint of. Chen Hao's mind was a bit muddled. It was his first time experiencing such service. After all, his ex-girlfriend Tian Cinny would never be this considerate, and after graduation, she had been too busy to even visit a spa. You will help me? Yeah. Zhou smiled lightly, looking like a little fox that had succeeded in its scheme. My technique. When the girls in the company and I shower together, they always ask me to help them massage. Come on, brother. Her small hand gently pulled Chen Hao, leading him toward the bathroom. In no time, the frosted glass was shrouded in mist, and two blurred figures drew closer, their clothes having been tossed onto the master bed at some point. As the warm water enveloped his body, Chun Hao's stiff physique relaxed. Amidst the rising steam, Zhou Zhou's petite and exquisite form resembled a perfect sculpture of white jade. Her flat, smooth abdomen, slender and flexible waist, and yet to fully develop, but already possessing delicate curves, were all enticing. Her legs, trained from long hours of dance, had a toned and proportionate shape, and the white knee-high socks were already removed, revealing a pair of equally delicate white feet. Zhou Zhou knew how to leverage her advantages, swimming up to him like a nimble little fish. Her small hands smeared warm water and shower gel over Chun Hao's body. "Brother, how does it feel? Is it comfortable?" She leaned close to Chun Hao's ear, her sweet voice carrying warm, moist air, deliberately twisting her body to rub against him. Chun Hao felt a rush of blood to his head. All pretenses of calmness fell apart. He let out a muffled response and then pulled the petite figure into his embrace. The battlefield extended from the bathroom to the bedroom, with traces of their passion scattered everywhere. Zhou Zhou's twin tails had come undone at some point as she panted lightly while asking softly, "Brother, how do you? Like me? Then, can I come to find you from now on? Actually, I could be a little cat too, just your little cat." Meow. Zhou Zhou didn't expect that at such a moment she would also want to solidify her position. After more than half an hour, Chun Hao lay on the large sofa, while Zhou Zhou lay on her side, pressing her cheek against. A plush thin blanket covered them both. Chun Hao held her shoulder with one hand, while casually playing with the ends of her hair with the other. After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhou turned her head slightly, her watery big eyes filled with affection and a hint of shyness. She rubbed her nose against Chun Hao's chin, her voice husky and deliberately soft. "Brother Hao, I used to think that the romantic things said online, the thrill, were just tricks for young girls. But I didn't expect it would really happen today." Her face flushed deeper as she spoke, seeming a bit embarrassed to continue burying her head into Chun Hao's neck. The warmth of her breath and exhalation continued to tickle his neck. "Moi." Chun Hao responded, feeling particularly relaxed. "Do you know, Brother Hao?" Zhou Zhou's voice suddenly trembled slightly as she earnestly looked into Chun Hao. I never thought it would be like this. You are my first man." Her voice grew softer and her face became increasingly flushed. Zhou Zhou paused for a moment, then gently took Chun Hao's hand and placed it on her slightly heaving chest, feeling the rapid heartbeat. "It's beating so fast here. It's not just because of you. I'm a little scared too. Am I being too impulsive? What if you don't like me anymore in the future, or think I'm not as good as Xiao Mao? Or what if I can't compare to a big streamer like Song Qinga, or even the other sisters in the group? They are all so amazing and have such great figures. Sister Xiaomei has such long legs, and Sister Wanan seems like she also has your preference. My size seems a bit small. You wouldn't dislike them, would you?" Her words were filled with insecurity, tinged with the inferiority of a newcomer and a vague wariness towards other female streamers. She portrayed the image of a pure girl who had just given away her most precious gift to perfection. She never mentioned money, yet she sincerely expressed her worries about losing her status and possibly being abandoned. Zhou Zhou's level was quite high. She certainly understood that a man of Chun Hao's caliber was someone she was not qualified to monopolize. So wealthy yet so handsome. If I want to monopolize, it's just too difficult. I give up, but at least I want to be in his top 3 in his heart. Her heart was indeed a bit forlorn. After all, the probability of finding another young wealthy man of this caliber was virtually zero. She could only use every means possible to ensure that she wouldn't be eliminated. Chun Hao looked at her pitiful appearance with a hint of stubbornness when mentioning other female streamers and felt somewhat moved. Especially feeling the rapid heartbeat beneath his palm, even knowing that her performance was largely acted, the freshness and possessiveness in his heart still surged. He glanced at the system prompt and felt a bit relieved. System prompt: Zhou Ruolin Zhou favorability 16. Congratulations, host. The favorability with streamer Zhou Ruolin has reached 60A and the cashback ratio has increased to 101. After all, in the system's evaluation, Zhou Zhou's favorability had already surpassed 60, reaching 75. In any case, there should still be some genuine feelings behind these words. Clearly, I didn't spend any money today, and I even ate with her. The favorability shot up so much. Zhou Zhou really is. He chuckled inwardly but still tightened his arms and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Stop overthinking things. You are unique, especially you. In the future, in the live broadcast room, do whatever you want to do and leave whenever you want. As long as you want it, it's not a problem. Even if it's a bigger and more dazzling stage, I will support you to reach the When I'm happy, I want the whole world to see the most radiant side of the person I like. I deliberately promised only for online, but unexpectedly this hit right at Zhou Zhou's heart. What she wanted most was actually this. Since she participated in the group broadcast and had seen that scene with Xiao Mao today, she naturally hoped to become the brightest star. It didn't matter offline, but as long as she had Chunhao's promise, she could receive a steady and unrestricted influx of online resources. Even if the platform and company took away 75, so what? After all, with Chunhao's financial power, 25 of the profits would already be enough for her to become a small, wealthy woman. The key was still herself. Even if Chunhao truly got tired of her in the future with a foundation, she could still live. A glint flashed in her eyes, but a huge and pure joy blossomed on Zhou's face. Really, brother? She excitedly propped herself up, causing a corner of the thin blanket to slip, revealing a large expanse of delicate skin. I will definitely work hard to dance better. Better than everyone else. I will practice every day, I don't want the whole world, I just want to shine on your stage, brother. I will be your little idol, okay? Zhou deliberately used little idol instead of terms like girlfriend or lover. Knowing that Chunhao couldn't belong to just one person, she wanted to bind their relationship to a special position. Chunhao enjoyed her warm and soft affection in his arms, as well as her slightly fervent loyalty, and unhesitatingly agreed. Okay, it's a deal. I'll be waiting to see you step onto a more dazzling stage. Zhou contentedly buried her face back into his chest, the corners of her mouth lifting in a triumphant smile. This time I'm definitely going to win. Although she couldn't monopolize this man and his unfathomable wealth behind him, at least. With her first time and her obedience, she could at least be considered the first in Aurora 590. Now she just needed to manage this favor. As for Xiao Mao and Song Qingda, she still needed to observe. Whether to ally or to compete would depend on the moment. In fact, she didn't know there was also a Wei. However, that one was initially quite low-key, and not many noticed. Zhou, who had achieved a phase of success, stretched and prepared to pour herself a glass of water. She was already quite revealing, and now showed herself to Chunhao even more unabashedly. However, as she walked toward the coffee table, her posture seemed slightly awkward, as if she was still in some pain. But just as she finished pouring the water and was about to bring a cup back for Chunhao and herself, Chunhao's phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated urgently. The screen lit up, and the incoming call reminder on WeChat clearly displayed the words, Xiao Mao. Zhou's gaze noticeably flickered for a moment. She now felt a mix of dissatisfaction at being suddenly interrupted, along with jealousy and vigilance upon seeing the caller's name. But she quickly adjusted her expression and mindset, first handing the phone to Chunhao. It's your Xiao Mao. Her tone was deliberately laced with a hint of grievance, but more so with a playful charm. Chunhao, having never experienced such a situation, felt somewhat awkward. However, knowing he had to maintain his persona, he forced himself to stay calm as he took the phone. Hello, Xiao Mao. Chunhao's voice, after some adjustment, sounded steady and gentle. How go? On the other end of the line, Xiao Mao's voice was somewhat excited. The noises around her were even a bit chaotic, clearly from the backstage. Did you hear? We're already at the final four, and I'll be back on stage soon. Both Ruro and I have over 20 million in sound waves. Surely no one is chasing us. It's probably going to end soon. From the background, De Mao's passionate voice came through. We are just one step away from the top three. Are we really going to be satisfied with fourth place? Lily's fans. Let's push her up. To be honest, the top three have already been decided. To become one of the top three goddesses alongside two goddesses with over 20 million in sound waves, such an honor is rare. The voice of the little cat continued. Although she was much calmer than when she was on stage, she could not suppress her. That wealthy idler has never returned. He must have run out of tickets. I'm about to win the championship. How go? We are really going to win the championship. Chunhao was infected by the little cat's excitement and felt a bit happy too. I said I would do it, and I will. However, what made him even happier was that the remaining 17 million dough coins could soon be spent. On the other end of the phone, the little cat's voice suddenly lowered, seeming a bit shy. How go I have already checked the flight tickets to Feijing City on my phone. I sent you a WeChat screenshot. Considering the time for a taxi, the most suitable flight is one that departs at 10 o'clock tonight. If I can make it, I will book that flight. I want to show up with my luggage in front of you early tomorrow morning, or even at dawn. By the end, her words became somewhat incoherent, even carrying a hint of coquettishness. How go? I really want to see you. I miss you so much. However, just as the little cat's heartfelt confession echoed in Chunhao's ears, a problem arose on the other end of the call. Originally, Zhou had obediently leaned against Chunhao's chest, listening intently, but at this moment her brows slightly furrowed. Hearing the little cat's unabashed love, and more importantly her declaration of an imminent arrival, a certain bitterness and unwillingness instantly entwined in her heart. Her gaze dimmed momentarily, but she quickly concealed it. Zhou clearly understood that throwing a tantrum at this moment would be the most foolish thing to do. Not only would it not make Chunhao like her more, but it might also ruin the obedient image she had painstakingly built in his heart. She had to use more clever means to secure the man before her, especially at such a critical moment when a strong rival was about to arrive. Thus, while Chun-Hao was listening to the little cat's narration, continuously responding with calm, words like got it, I'm waiting for you, Zhou, began her own actions. She understood all too well how a truly obedient little cat should serve Chun-Hao in such a situation. Where on earth did this dead girl learn this trick? Is it from some foreign influence? It can't possibly be from that Xiao certain book, can it? Yet he had to admit that he was quite appreciative of it. Wrong, there's no green tea here, this is my understanding, little sister. At this moment, Chun-Hao could hardly hear what the little cat was saying. He could only mechanically respond to her, while occasionally glancing at the thin blanket beneath him. Chun-Hao felt that this was the hardest moment of his life. He had to carefully listen to the little cat's sincere confession while being forced to divide his attention. The key was that he liked both sides. I feel like I am drifting further down the path of a scumbag. As Chun-Hao sighed inwardly, the little cat's voice suddenly brightened. How go? The third place has been decided. I'm about to prepare to go on stage, wait for me. The voice came through the phone, crossing the thin blanket and reaching Zhou's ears. In an instant, Chun-Hao felt Zhou become more spirited. The little cat on the other end seemed to sense something. Pausing for a moment, she asked with a hint of confusion, How go? Are you okay? Cough, cough. Chun-Hao quickly cleared his throat, pressing down on the restless Zhou, his voice returning to calm. I'm fine, I just choked on some water, I'll log in right away. Zhou felt the pressure above her head instead of being directly pushed away, and she instantly understood. He likes her. At that moment, Chun-Hao finally hung up the phone, and soon after he finished a new round of warfare. Zhou finally lifted her head, made a gesture of remote defiance, and then wiggled her little waist toward the bathroom. Chun-Hao looked at her graceful silhouette, somewhat helpless and amused. What kind of show of strength is this? No one can see it. Then he picked up his phone, skillfully opened Douyin, and re-entered the live broadcast room of the Qingkong Guild War. Without wearing headphones, in an instant the passionate and lively DJ music filled the entire room. Lily, don't give up. Even though there's a gap of over 20 million in the audio waves, believe in yourself, you can do it. Brother Long Yue, do you think it's possible? Though Mao's voice was equally passionate, it inevitably carried a joking tone. A high-level barrage suddenly floated through the live broadcast room. LV. 49 Long Yue. Other viewers in the live room also began to tease. After all, it was rare to encounter such a ridiculous gap in performance. LV. 5 Lazy Sheep. Haha, don't give up, you go. LV. 18. You go, quickly charge to 2 million. Lily will come find you tonight to get the certificate. LV. 33. Love story Long Yue, right, get the certificate. I the second on the leaderboard, absolutely won't be jealous. LV. 2 KKKK. If this handover is successful, Yugo might have to sell his house. At that moment, Lily unexpectedly felt no pressure about the handover, smiling broadly as she raised the microphone. Haha, I might be the first anchor on the entire Douyin to pull off such a big show. Everyone in the live room. There's a gap of 23 million points. A full 760 more hands in the carnival. Everyone, let's group together on the barrage. The real mouth hype time has come. Type in the gifts you're willing to give on the screen. Anyway, if you can't make enough, don't send them. This is a rare 2-minute Big Brother experience card. KPI had long exceeded the standard, and the host of Mao felt so good that he rarely wanted to have some fun. Family members, let me hype it up first. I'll set off a carnival point. The 9 million army in the live room all get hyped up. Today we're all level 1 Big Brothers. But be careful, don't get too hyped up. If it really comes together, it will be thrown out. The so-called mouth hype is actually a type of gameplay within the live broadcast room. For instance, if there's a gap of 10,000 sound waves, the audience in the live room can freely express the gifts they are willing to give. In this segment, the audience does not need to actually send gifts. Simply sending bullet comments will suffice. Therefore, it is also referred to as mouth hype. However, if the total of all the gifts the audience is hyped about actually reaches 10,000 sound waves, then all the audience members who hyped before will need to genuinely send the promised gifts. This often leads to a situation where there is a significant gap, everyone is hyping, and suddenly a big spender appears, contributing a lot and directly bridging the gap. This forces the audience who were merely talking to actually spend. Among regular viewers, this is referred to as being buried. However, today's situation is different. With a total of over 23 million sound waves, it is unlikely that there will be any big spenders. This has caused the remaining audience in the live room to be exceptionally excited, as they can hype freely without fear of being buried. After Mao finished speaking, the previously confused Long Yu was the first to speak up. LV. 49 Long Yu, I hyped 10 carnivals. Doghead. JPG LV. 13 XIN, I'll put in 1 carnival. Wow, I've never, so refreshing. LV. 33 Sui Bien, I'll hype 1 carnival too. LV. 5 Lan Yang, I'll hype 5 carnivals. LV. 18 Mei Ming Chi Yue. Lan Yang, take it easy, don't really bridge the gap. I'll put in 5. LV. 8 Wu Kai Ban Lan Ji He, I'll hype 1 Dragon Rider. LV. 1 Shi Xiao Zeng Wu Kai Ban Lan Ji Hey, you haven't unlocked the skin, how can you send it? I'll hype 1 romantic cruise. LV 33 AI de Gusher, I'll hype 1 interstellar rose. LV 11 Hao Shui Jiao, hype 1 TikTok airship. LV 19 Guazi Ren, I'll hype 1 2 the eternal diamond. LV 12 Xiao Yu Guazi Ren, bro, this needs to be unlocked in the mysterious shop. LV 2 KKKK, I'm really hyped up. Hype 10 true love eternals. Gifts that they would normally never send are now continually appearing in their bullet comments. 2 minutes quickly passed, but even though everyone was shouting exaggeratedly, they were still far from reaching 20 million sound waves. Lily stood in the center of the live room, looking relaxed. She didn't continue asking for gifts, only occasionally thanking for small gifts like little hearts. The gap was too large, and instead of feeling motivated to ask for gifts, she felt disheartened. Behind her were Xiao Xiao Mao and Ruo Ruo, who were already prepared. On the left, Xiao Xiao Mao stood gracefully. Her previously smudged makeup had been touched up, and the happy smile on her face made her even more charming. She had even started to consider whether to take a Didi ride or an exclusive Didi car to the airport later. Meanwhile, on the right, Ruo Ruo appeared particularly calm, showing almost no expression. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, her entire posture conveyed a sense of detachment, as if the guild battle happening before her had little to do with her. Before coming up, she had made the last phone call. Lowering her head slightly, she looked at the audience list in the studio. She was waiting for the ID that everyone thought had already run away, Fu Gui Xianren, to appear. Tian Yong had already taken the bait. He simply dared not miss it. Alright, the last 3 counts. Family, we are still short of 12. 56 million points. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to our goddess Li Li for winning 3rd place in this monthly guild battle. Congratulations. Oh no. Thanks to our big brother Long Yu for the Porsche. He picked up Li Li after work. Don't rush. There's still the award ceremony. Mao quickly finished counting down the last 3 numbers, and then thanked for the last car gift. Li Li looked at the suddenly appearing car and felt very happy. Thank you, brother Long Yu. You've worked so hard today. Really thank you for allowing me to come this far. I've improved several places compared to last month. After a brief thank you, Li Li handed the microphone to Ro. At this moment, Mao's tone became serious. Even knowing the outcome, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Come on, let our goddess Li Li take a short break. Next is the competition for 1st and 2nd place today. Let's welcome our goddess Ruo. This is her first time holding the microphone in this segment. Currently, she needs 1073600 points. She needs 35 carnivals plus a romantic carriage. Go for it, Ruo. Under the lights, Ruo, standing in the center of the stage, instantly switched her expression. The calmness from before disappeared in an instant, replaced by eyes that were already red, as if she had suffered some great grievance. Family members. To the Ruo family army still in the live room. I really don't know what else to say. I've never drawn such a large score. I need over 1 million points to pass this time. Earlier, I really Ruo's family and babies have also worked very hard. Brother Xianren has also given his all. I truly appreciate everyone. Today you've all worked hard. I know the gap is huge. But I really can't accept this. I don't want to just give up. To be able to stand here today represents not just myself, but also those who support and trust me, my brothers and sisters. To the 4 million strong army still in the live room, are there any miraculous big spenders, any ray of light that can shine on me again? Even if it's just not letting Ruo draw a blank mic. Upon hearing Ruo's words, Mao was directly stunned. As the host of Team 1, he almost forgot to support Ruo and help her ask for gifts. What is this, Ruo? Why are you being so miserable? Over 1 million votes, why don't you just ask for them? Do you think you're fighting for 1st and 2nd place in the monthly competition of the S Guild? He kept complaining internally, but thinking of his professional ethics, he still began to shout for help. Yes, family in the live room. Our goddess Ruo is actually so strong. She is the strongest girl in the world. Facing such a huge gap, she hasn't given up. Family members, let's not give up, okay? Whatever everyone has, throw it in. Facing such a gap, any gift thrown out is support for goddess Ruo. Wow. Thanks to brother Ruo Shui Sanxian for the carnival. Ruo also quickly expressed an extremely excited demeanor with tears continually welling up. Thank you, brother Sanxian. Family, brother Sanxian has already taken the lead to ignite the fire. Everyone, don't be afraid, follow in brother Sanxian's footsteps. We can overcome difficulties together. I believe that there will always be miracles. On the live room screen, it seemed that her performance had moved people and small gifts began to appear one after another. At that moment, a special effect swept across the live room. And in the audience list of the live room, a familiar ID suddenly dropped into the 2nd place. Fu Gui Xianren. A wealthy idler. As the host of the live stream, Mao was the first to notice the incoming alert. He didn't even change to a low-key account or come back disguised as a mysterious figure. Could it be? Oh, welcome back, Idol Emperor. Idol Emperor, better late than never. Ruoro still needs 34 more hands for the carnival. However, this time the wealthy idler didn't wait for the last 3 seconds. Before Mao could finish his words, the live stream was engulfed by the frenzied roar of a dragon. LV 66 wealthy idler sent Ruo 10 dragon riders. X20, X50, X100. The number of gifts continued to rise, ultimately freezing at 100. Mao's voice instantly shifted in pitch. Even though he had his suspicions, he truly did not expect the wealthy idler to be this formidable. Am I dreaming, or what? Thank you, Idol Emperor. Thank you for the full 100 dragon riders for Ruo. Not only has the Idol Emperor returned, he's come back riding a rainbow cloud. The heavens are collapsing, and the seas are drying up. Such a feat could only be achieved with the most sincere of feelings. A 1,000,000-point gap instantly cleared. Congratulations to our Ruo goddess for successfully going live. Ruo goddess, you are so lucky today. Audience. Family. There's still suspense in our first and second. Everyone can help the two goddesses raise their stakes at any time. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. They truly did not expect this. They thought the wealthy idler had already run away, perhaps even deleted his account by now. Yet upon his return, he unleashed a powerful attack. LV 49 Misty Moon. Is he back from the dead? LV 5 Lazy Sheep. Wow. He returns with 100 dragons. LV 18 named after beauty. I just finished saying feel sorry for Ruo, and now this twist. The angry emperor is amazing and Idol Emperor is going all out today. LV 33 Casual. My gosh. Idol Emperor, don't tell me you sold the company. LV 8 Colorful Black. How many rounds of Dragon Rain is this today? My phone started vibrating madly again. LV 19 Sunflower Seed. Fierce Horse. Angry Emperor, someone is ambushing. LV 11 Sleep. Well, everyone was just mocking Idol Emperor for running away. What do they have to say now? LV XX Mysterious Person 587997. Huh? I'm glad I didn't leave. LV 2KKKK. As expected, Idol Emperor is indeed Idol Emperor. So awesome. Everyone was originally waiting for the final award ceremony, but they didn't expect such a turn of events. However, there was one person on site who knew the truth. It was none other than Ruo, who was currently standing in front of the camera. Tears streamed down her face as she excitedly held the microphone, constantly thanking him. Wow, Brother Idler. I knew you wouldn't abandon Ruo. Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother Idler. Brother Idler, you are my light, my miracle. I sob. She looked as if she could not contain her tears, deeply bowing to the camera without straightening up. If someone could get close enough to see at that moment, they might notice her lips curling up uncontrollably. She had won the bet. Mao was even a bit moved, instinctively leaning into the microphone. Never abandon, never give up. This is our Sky's family head, Idol Emperor. Let us welcome the triumphant return of Idol Emperor. Family in the live stream. Let's show our support for Idol Emperor on the screen. The lively atmosphere in the live stream, the passionate music, and the voices of the host and Ruo thanking him echoed throughout the office. However, the past glory of the live stream, Ruo's gratitude, and the host's compliments were no longer capable of stirring Tianyong's emotions. The door to the general manager's office was tightly locked. After Tianyong expressionlessly sent 100 dragon riders, he slumped into his leather office chair. The main light in the office was off, with only the glow from his phone and computer screen. After a few seconds, he searched his body and lit a large, heavy 9 for himself. There were no angry roars, no unwilling curses, not even the thrill of slapping the others in the live stream. The only sounds in the office were his heavy breaths as he exhaled smoke and the rhythmic tapping of his fingers. His gaze was clearly fixed on the phone screen, yet it seemed to drift far away. He accepted his fate. After ending the call with Ruo, he knew he no longer had the right to destroy everything. If it had been before, sending out 100 dragons would have brought him immense satisfaction, reveling in the astonishment of other viewers, the gratitude of the female streamer, and the flattery from the host. But now all he felt was heartache. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to pay. This was not a matter of pride, and it had nothing to do with that fierce horse and little cat. Right now his mind was consumed only with the child in Ruo's belly, but what he had just sent was not a gift. It was a hush money, a surgery fee, the price to buy off the evidence that should never have existed. Tonight he was merely delivering this payment. It had nothing to do with consumption. What a great performance. His gaze briefly focused as he looked at Ruo, who was bowing and thanking him, and let out a sneer. What retaliation, what regaining of face, what gratitude from the female streamer, none of it mattered to him at this moment. In his view, the moment he failed to take proper safety measures, wanting to experience the purest pleasure, and ended up leaving behind a burden he lost. Now he stood at the edge of a cliff. Glancing at the balance in his private account, he pressed the cigarette, but directly onto the surface of the desk. The number displayed was 15 million. Including the 3000 he had just sent out, that was all the cash he could possibly gather today. Apart from the money in the company account, he even urgently explored all the lending channels that could release funds today. As long as he could get through today and let Ruo successfully terminate that child, there would still be hope. In Jincheng, Chun Hao furrowed his brows, looking at the live stream's unending effects, somewhat surprised. Having finished rinsing his mouth, he returned to find Zhou Zhou, who was currently nestled in his arms, startled by the sudden gifts. She propped herself up, her eyes wide as she leaned closer to Chun Hao's phone screen. My goodness. He actually didn't run away. He really came back. And he just sent so much all at once. Chun Hao couldn't believe it. After all, wealthy idler didn't have any backing. Why would he send so much in such a small guild war? Previously, it could be explained as being too caught up or having too much sunk cost. But how could this situation be explained? Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment, as if she had thought of something, and let out a light laugh. Before, he couldn't afford to run away, but now he dares to show his face. Brother, I guess this wealthy idler must have some leverage that woman has over him. If he really had that much strength, he would have already shown up. How could he have dragged it out until now? Chun Hao vaguely guessed this reason, but he didn't care. He directly clicked on the gift bar, preparing to send him 100 dragon riders. Brother Hao, teach him a lesson. Make him completely disappear. Zhou Zhou encouraged him, but as she watched Chun Hao open the gift bar, she suddenly froze. Zhou Zhou's delicate body suddenly stiffened, her pink cherry lips slightly parted, and her almond eyes were filled with shock. That string of seemingly glowing numbers dazzled her eyes. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her breathing nearly halted. She was well aware of the platform's rules as a live streamer. It was easy to convert cash into dough coins, but converting dough coins back into cash, the complexity of that process increased exponentially. Otherwise, why is it called recharge? It's akin to putting money into a game. The actions are quite similar. So what does a dough coin account balance of 17 million signify? It means that this 17 million dough coins in her brother Hao's account will almost certainly be gifted away at some point in the future. Such a colossal balance of dough coins was nestled in the phone of the man beside her, and she was comfortably nestled in his embrace. Instinctively, Zhou Zhou pressed her body closer to Chun Hao, her soft curves firmly against his arm. Watching Ruo, who had just bowed and was now unable to contain her triumphant smile, Zhou Zhou even felt a tinge of pity for her. So naive. 100 big dragons are nothing but a joke in the face of such a dough coin balance. If all of those were gifted to me. Yet as this thought arose in her mind, she immediately extinguished it. It would be too foolish to ask for that now. As long as she was obedient, she would surely have her share in the future. System prompt Zhou Wolin Zhou Zhou affection 1. Chun Hao turned his head slightly, glancing at Zhou Zhou, who was intently focused on her phone, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Did I do something? His dough coin account balance had become increasingly outrageous to the point where he didn't even realize how shocking it was. But not understanding it didn't matter. After all, an increase in affection was a good thing. Without hesitation, Chun Hao tapped on the Dragon Knight gift in the gift bar. At that moment, the live broadcast room, the little cat, was the one with the most complicated emotions. How did he come back again? Until the return of the wealthy idler, the audience in the live broadcast room had almost unanimously accepted a fact. The wealthy idler had conceded defeat and fled. She had even bought her plane ticket. 100 hands of Dragon Knight. Another 300,000. If I want to pursue. Then. Listening to Mao's excited shouts, she carefully recalled the amount Chun Hao had gifted her that night. This is too crazy. Compared to her joy for receiving gifts, she felt more breathless. The medical expenses for her mother were already fully covered by the earnings she received that night. More importantly, the wealthy idler's return was clearly well prepared, and their funds should be quite ample. The little cat, who had already reached an affection level of 99 for Chun Hao, was now more worried about him. Has Hao Gu reserved such a large budget? Will it affect his career? She knew her brother Hao was formidable, but the wealthy idler was clearly readied now. How deep would this bottomless pit go? Most importantly, Chun Hao had already invested too much for her today. So much that she felt unworthy of such generosity. The little cat did not want to see him gamble against a scoundrel on such a small stage for her sake. She took the microphone that Ruo handed over, looking at her smug smile, but now she had no mind to engage in confrontation. Since becoming a live streamer, she had never thought she would have such a thought. I can forego this championship. Her trust in Chun Hao had already solidified like a rock when the 520 big dragons appeared. She didn't need a so-called Guild War champion to prove anything anymore. Hao Gu, you've done enough for me today. However, as soon as she spoke, Mao's voice interrupted her. Angry Emperor, little cat needs your support now. We're only one step away from the championship. We don't care about the buns. A little cat definitely wants to be the most dazzling champion. Although the gap is a bit large, we all believe in the strength of the angry emperor. Before he could finish, the live broadcast room was once again engulfed in dragon roars. LV 67 freshly dressed angry horse gives little cat dragon knight x 100. Here it comes. Instant pass. Thank you angry emperor for gifting little cat goddess the 100 dragon tour. Family members. Angry emperor helped little cat goddess pass this round of microphones. Now little cat goddess is once again leading goddess Raw by 1,000,000 points. Idol emperor, do you have anything to say? Demao, having just noticed little cat seemed to want to calm freshly dressed angry horse, nearly spat blood in anger. What? Do you want to keep all the offline transfers to yourself? It's better to get heated. We need to go all out. If we really get full from this, we don't need to worry about the next meal, do you understand? He frantically gestured at little cat, making absurd expressions. But at that moment little cat had made up her mind. She wanted to stop Chun Hao from continuing this endless confrontation. How good. However, she was interrupted again. This time it was the gift effects of the wealthy LV 66 wealthy idler gives Ruo dragon knight x10, x20, x50. Here it comes. The idol emperor has opened a dragon frenzy again. Thank you idol emperor for sending so many big dragons to goddess Rura. Wow. Thank you angry emperor for increasing the stakes. Here it comes. The angry emperor and idol emperor are once again in a fierce clash of dragon knights. In this round, who will win? Is it the angry emperor? Is it the idol emperor? Family members, display your support for your big brother on the screen. Demao jumped up from his chair, grabbing the microphone on the table and shouting wildly. The live broadcast bullet screen was also filled with excitement. No one expected to see such thrilling big dragon clashes once again. However, before everyone could react, the gift numbers from the wealthy idler suddenly stopped at 79. Thank you idol emperor and angry emperor for your strong support. Currently the angry emperor is still leading by 60 dragons. Idol emperor needs to speed up. Seeing the gifts suddenly stop, Demao, who was shouting into the microphone, was momentarily stunned. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. The entire live broadcast room fell into an eerie atmosphere. The idol emperor has stopped. Family members, little cat is still leading by 1.3 million points. Idol emperor. Demao was sweating profusely, and in his heart, he was venting. Big brother, what are you doing? You came back fiercely, and I thought you had a lot of power. Ruo on the right side of the live broadcast room also looked confused at this moment. This old man can't really only manage to get 50 or 60,000, can he? Are you kidding me? I laid all my cards on the table, and that's all I get. Meanwhile, in an office just under 10 kilometers from the Clear Sky studio in Hangzhou, Tianyong frowned as he looked at his phone. There was a call reminder pop up on it with a name he didn't want to see today. Wife.